That's what we call marketing, folks, also known as lies. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. My name is Simon, aka your boy with the blaze. This one, well, I thought, business is pretty boring. I have no idea why I made this channel about business and then made it ridiculous. But I thought, what's more entertaining than business? Death. Also, today, I'm not using my merch cup because I was feeling fancy and I went to the coffee shop and bought myself a coffee. La-di-da.
3 words for you. Treat yourself.
I still balk at the price of coffee at a coffee shop. That's £3. Or the equivalent of $4? I'm like, this is $4? Why? Oh, it's another busy and productive morning on the top floor of cushy number towers in London. The plush working environment, boasting its own sky garden and rooftop swimming pool, and free beer dispensing machines, hosts office space for those lucky people with the most undemanding jobs in the world. Yeah, if you're new here, what happens is Danny writes as a script, I read it, Sam adds some memes. Danny also has an amazing ability to use the most in-jokes of in-jokes. This is several in-jokes already. I just make constant fun of the people who, those offices where it's like, yeah, come to our, co-working space. We have a bar. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is there a bar in your co-working space? You know what I don't do at work? Drink. Why? Because I'm working. God damn. Today, there seems to be a wave of excitable chatter seeping out from the doorway of one particular office, which is cozily sandwiched right between the offices for ice cream testers and professional YouTubers. No, Danny, professional YouTubers don't drink at work. Maybe they do, actually. I would say I'm like professional YouTuber. I realize the irony. There's a good reason for all the noise. The roller coaster designers are having another brainstorming session for a proposed new construction in Flamingo Land in North Yorkshire. The ideas are already flowing thick and fast from the small assembly of qualified and experienced experts. It should go up for a bit and then come down again really quickly. How innovative. There should be like a twisty bit in the middle. It should go backwards for a bit and then go forwards again. We should make sure it doesn't just randomly run out of track while the train cars are still quite high up in the air. Yeah, that's going to be key. There's only one guy in the room who's feeling a bit quiet and unenthusiastic. That's because he knows he's completely out of his depth here. He just wanted to be an elevator designer. Danny, the in-jokes are extreme. Anyone who discovers this channel on YouTube is going to be like, I'm out. I'm just out, and I'm never going to grow beyond 200,000 subscribers because, no one will like it ever except the people who are already here. Thank you. I really appreciate you. I don't know why you're here entirely. He's had a great idea for a new one that was going to go up and down and then also sideways. Great. Of course, I'm only kidding, and I suspect that roller coaster design is probably a bit more complicated than that. And ever since LaMarcus A. Thompson, this dude's first name is LaMarcus Le Simon. Although they did name a Ferrari Le Ferrari. The Ferrari. The Marcus. Designed what was arguably the first true roller coaster back in 1884 at Coney Island in Brooklyn, New York. Billions of thrill seekers have enjoyed quality time in very, very long queues for hours on end. Have I told this story on Business Blaze before? Because I have an incredible story. I mean, it was incredible to me. I went to Six Flags in Mexico. There's like a Six Flags, maybe an hour, 2 hours outside of Mexico City. And it's an incredible theme park. More incredible, I went there. There was no one there. I mean, there were maybe 100 people in this entire giant Six Flags theme park. And we were just riding on the roller coasters. And the roller coaster would finish. And you'd be queuing. You'd not be queuing, but you'd be going through the queue. And it would take you, it would be like, signs being like 3 hours queue from this point, and there was no one there. And you'd just walk past it, and walk past it, and walk past it. You'd get on the roller coaster, you'd do the whole roller coaster, and then you get back to the start, and the guy operating the ride was just like, do you want to go again? No one's waiting. And we did this like 7 times. It's incredible. It was one of the best experiences of my life, and I think about it with fond memories. I would go to Mexico exclusively to do that. I would fly there, spend a few days in Mexico, go to the Six Flags, and then fly home because I love theme parks with a passion, and I hate all the queuing. Oh my god, we gotta get on with it. Whether you actually enjoy roller coasters or not, I fucking do, is apparently directly linked to how much dopamine you've got flying about your brain, itching for a new sensation. Yeah, probably have that too. And probably how well you can tolerate those queues. I cannot. Which is like empty theme parks. I suspect some people might be put off by the fear of a ride on a roller coaster going horribly wrong, but you shouldn't be discouraged. Really? There's only about a 1 in 16 million chance of getting injured on a roller coaster. That's just injured, and a 1 in 300 million chance of losing your life on one. So I've got more chance of getting struck by lightning 22 times. That's incredible. Having said that, we're now going to look at some of the most gruesome incidents in roller coaster history. Get ready for some laughs. And while I initially felt that the script on roller coasters was bound to make for a wild and exhilarating video, there's really no escaping the fact that we're largely talking about people falling to their deaths, getting their legs amputated, breaking every bone in their bodies, or getting their heads sliced off. Jesus Christ. So to lighten the mood a little... No, I've got nothing. This is grim. Oh god, okay, hang on. I've got my serious face. I got my serious face on. A Mickey Mouse operation. Oh, is my head getting cut off again? If I just step back from the camera lately a little bit, I'll be a little bit out of focus, but at least the top of my head won't get cut off. I'm sorry, Sam. Back in the 1800s, gold was struck in Thunder Mountain near Rainbow Ridge, and a long line of mine trains was set up to transport the shiny stuff. But what the settlers didn't realize was that the sacred mountain had been cursed by local Native Americans. Yeah, that sounds real. This eventually led to an earthquake. No, it didn't. An earthquake led to an earthquake, seismic activity. Plates moving and brushing against each other, not a f***ing curse. Jesus Christ. Anyone who thinks that it's actually a curse, I don't like you. It's not that I don't like you, I just think you're a bit dim. Okay, this eventually led to an earthquake and the mining town of Rainbow Ridge was abandoned. Many years later, the locomotives were found to be racing around the mountain on their own without a crew. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. That's the surprisingly detailed backstory behind the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida. That's what we call marketing, folks. Also known as lies. With the idea being that you now have an opportunity to take a ride aboard the cursed and possessed mining trains. I did love Thunder Mountain. I haven't been to Disney since I was a kid, but I went to Disney as a kid, and I loved Thunder Mountain. It was awesome. I didn't love queuing. The mine train roller coaster, I'm already looking forward to going to Disney with my kids. This is one of the biggest things of fatherhood I'm looking forward to, going to Disney, because it's some of my fondest childhood memories. Although, maybe we'll never be able to travel again, so there's that. I'm taking my shoes off. It's like 35 degrees today, and my feet are sweaty. The mine train roller coaster took a particularly long time to get moving. Although it was originally designed in 1973, it was put on ice in favor of the new Pirates of the Caribbean ride, and then shelved again the following year in favor of Space Mountain. I don't think I've done Pirates of the Caribbean, at least I don't remember it, but I've done Space Mountain, also great. When it was finally opened to the public in 1979, the Big Thunder Mountain gave visitors the chance to explore bat-infested tunnels, shoot through spooky deserted canyons at top speed, get smoke blasted into their faces as they spiral away from dynamited tunnels, and perhaps most impressively of all, they got to see an animatronic goat at the top. What a thrill. Is that what was the best thing about Disney? I was definitely that animatronic goat. Sweet. Another quite impressive thing about Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is that it's proven to be a handy remedy for kidney stones. Okie dokie. Dr. Wartinger published a paper in 2016 which revealed that one of his patients had passed 3 different kidney stones on 3 different rides on Big Thunder Mountain. That sounds like a reliable... he published a paper on it. Okay, dude. Really? I feel like get ready for your Ig Nobel Prize. Further tests, which involved researcher riders wearing backpacks containing 3D models of kidneys with fake stones inside, revealed that nearly 70% of stones are likely to be passed during a ride on the cursed mountain, but only if you sit right at the back. What are we doing? Is that actually real? Of course you're bound to be in safe hands with Mickey Mouse. And it has to be said that Disney has a very impressive safety record, but it's not perfect. It would be unusual if it's perfect, because they have so many people going through their park every year. Someone's gonna die at some point. You just have to accept it. The reality is, if Business Blaze is big enough, someone's eventually gonna die while watching Business Blaze. I'm sorry. I hope it's dying of laughter. Death is not funny, Simon. It's the first lesson they teach you. The ride is made up of a small locomotive at the front, pulling 5 separate cars, which can carry up to 32 passengers. One day in September 2003, disaster struck just as the cars packed to full capacity had entered a dark tunnel. Nothing good happens in dark tunnels. There's gonna be roller coaster accidents, car crashes, rape. A wheel assembly fell off the leading locomotive, causing the locomotive to briefly fly into the air and hit the top of the tunnel before crashing straight down into the first passenger car. That is brutal! All 32 passengers were trapped in the tunnel and required rescue from emergency personnel, and 10 of the riders were injured. That's all? That doesn't sound too bad. Tragically, it was too late to save... Oh, The 22-year-old man had been riding in the first car. After he was extricated from the crushed wreckage, he was found to have died from severe blunt trauma and extensive internal bleeding. Yeah, dude, honestly, I'm not surprised. I mean, that was intense. And while it's kind of Disney's fault rather than a freak accident, investigators declared that staff had failed to follow proper maintenance procedures, which directly led to the tragedy. Oh, Disney, take out your checkbook, son. You're gonna pay. Disney settled with the family of the victim for a sum that was never disclosed, but I promise you, it was extremely large. The Big Thunder Mountain Railroad was back in business the following year with a few notable refurbishments and is still open today. The perfectly safe cyclone. Coney Island in Brooklyn, New York, may well be the spiritual home of the modern roller coaster. Wasn't it the actual home of the modern roller coaster? Wasn't that like the Ferrari guy there? Yeah, the Marcus. And also spirits. Let's stop talking about spirits, Danny. It's like the new communism. Spirits and curses and witches. None of it's real. Just like religion. The wooden roller coaster first opened in 1927 and has since been named an official New York City landmark and placed on the National Register. Smash the dislike button. And purchase the merch. ETA? Oh. I think I put him down here because I was actually doing one of my channels where I act like a professional. You can go to purchasethemerch.co and, definitely purchase the merch. Not just because it was the birthplace of the first true roller coaster back in 1884, but also because Luna Park in Coney Island is still home to one of the most famous and iconic roller coasters in history, the Coney Island Cyclone. The wooden roller coaster first opened in 1927 and has since been named an official New York City landmark and placed on the National Register of Historic Places. Back in the early days, they used to employ a midget, who would help you disembark from the ride at the very end and then zap you with an electric paddle as a final shocking surprise. But this seemed to fall out of trend during the 1950s. I'm not surprised. That seems inappropriate in more ways than one. The Cyclone certainly attracted rave reviews though, most notably from celebrity American aviator Charles Lindbergh, who described the experience as greater than flying an airplane at top speed. Alright Charles, steady on. And while Big Thunder Mountain Railroad may be handy for passing kidney stones, the Cyclone can apparently help to cure mutism. Oh, being mute, like the inability to speak. That sounds like a lie. A mute coal miner who hadn't spoken a word for over 5 years took a ride on the Cyclone in 1948 and found to his surprise that he could speak again at the end of the journey. His famous first words after 5 years would bring a tear to the eye of anyone with a heart. I feel sick. However, the long history of the Cyclone has also witnessed darker days, which interestingly all seem to be relatively recent. Probably because it's really old. In 1985, relatively recent. 35 years ago. A 29-year-old man was killed when he stood up during the ride. Don't stand up. Don't stand up. That's not their fault. This isn't the roller coaster's fault. Don't fucking stand up. He hit his head on one of the crossbeams. A few years later, in 1988, a maintenance worker took a quiet solo trip on the ride during what turned out to be his last ever lunch break. Again, the problem here seemed to stem from the fact that he decided to stand up as the ride was making a fast descent down the first hill, and he toppled over the safety bar, landing on a crossbeam, which killed him instantly. Don't stand up. Also, if you work at a theme park, do you think you get bored of riding the roller coasters? Because I would get a job at a theme park just to be able to ride the roller coasters when no one else is there. It would be, they wouldn't have to pay me. I'll just be like, no, I'll work here for free. Just let me use the park after hours. Then in 2007, a 53-year-old man suffered several crushed vertebrae in his neck from the sheer force of the first drop. Whoa! And died 4 days later following complications and surgery. Okay, well his neck is weak as shit because obviously loads of other people are riding this and it's not like the roller coaster rolls in after doing one loop and there's like 15 dead people or with shattered vertebrae or whatever just sitting in the car being like, It's just this one dude. That's the closest that the Cyclone ever got to copping the blame was during a Brooklyn Supreme Court lawsuit in 2008 in which a passenger received a big payday despite being found partly at fault. Yeah, but if you're partly at fault and they're more partly at fault, then you're gonna get something, a little something. Paul No One, is that really his last name? Sorry, Paula No One. I guess it's pronounced noon, but it's also like no one. I'm going to call her No One. Paula No One claimed that the lack of head support or neck support on the Cyclone led to her suffering serious and severe permanent injuries and as she was propelled back and forth during the ride. The thing is, Paula had suffered from a sprained neck a few years earlier, and a sign on the ride clearly indicated that you shouldn't jump on board if you have a dodgy neck. Paula's point was that the sign stated you shouldn't ride if you have a bad neck, rather than if you've had a bad neck in... off, Paula. A bad neck in the past. That is the frivolous lawsuit, Paula. Don't do it. But still, she was awarded $1.5 million. Why? But this was cut to $600,000 when the jury found her 60% responsible for her injuries. I mean, still, that's way too much. That's still a pretty big payout for the operators at Luna Park, who I suspect changed the sign with a big marker pen very shortly afterwards. You can bet they did. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No! What is it, Danny? Spare a thought for the US soldier who didn't seem to be blessed with the best luck in the world. James Hackimer was a 29-year-old Iraq War veteran who tragically lost both his legs to a roadside bomb in 2008 while serving as an army sergeant. In 2011, the double amputee visited the Darien Lake theme park in New York with his family and decided to take a ride on a steel roller coaster themed around Superman. Well, kind of themed around Superman. The original Superman Ride of Steel had been launched in Six Flags American in Maryland, and this identical version in Darien Lake opted to drop the Superman branding after a couple of years. One of the key rules listed on the entrance to the ride stipulated very clearly that riders are required to have 2 legs, and James wasn't even wearing his prosthetic legs when he decided to have a go. The disabled war veteran made it through most of the 70-mile-per-hour ride with no problem until it reached a bump near the very end, which threw James over the safety belt and to his death 150 feet below. Wow. Okay, this one's more complicated. Anyway, his family filed suit against Darien Lake Theme Park for negligence and received a confidential 7-figure sum in compensation, which went directly to James's 2 young children. But it's often wrongly reported that James was given the official thumbs up to enjoy all of the rides by an employee at the park, when in fact that's not quite the case. James never actually told anyone at the park about his disability, and the ride operators failed to give him a height check or even notice that he didn't have 2 legs. I'm not convinced that discreetly getting on board a roller coaster would have been near the top of my to-do list if I didn't have legs, but I suspect the ride operator didn't work there anymore or got moved to the hook tank. Oh, Danny, the jokes. I don't know how appropriate it is right there. Oh, you shouldn't make fun of death, Simon. Lesson number 1. Always read the signs. Didn't we already learn this? Sticking very briefly with the subject of death at the hands of a DC Comics superhero, here's a stark warning on why you should pay attention to the warning signs. In the case of a roller coaster at the Six Flags over Georgia theme park called Batman the Ride, it wasn't actually the ride itself that caused 2 separate incidents. It was the people pissing about in places they should never have been. In 2002, a 58-year-old foreman had decided to take a little wander onto a locked no-access area for some reason that we may never know. Oh, he's going to be dead, isn't he? The area was restricted for a fairly good reason, as it was directly underneath the track of an active roller coaster. When it inevitably came speeding along above him, he was struck in the head and killed by the dangling legs of a 14-year-old girl enjoying the ride. Holy shit, that's gonna be traumatic. The girl was briefly hospitalized with leg injuries caused by smacking them into a bloke's head at high speed. Yeah, the head is heavy, man. It's like hitting a rock that contains a brain that if you hit it at high speed, it's gonna die. Anyway, later in 2018, a 17-year-old member of a visiting church group pulled a similar trick when he ignored the warning signs and decided to scale 2 6-foot security fences to get inside a restricted area. His friends claimed at the time that he was trying to retrieve his lost hat, but the police later declared that he was just trying to take the shortest possible route to Batman the Ride. Go around. There's 2 6-feet fences for a reason. Also, 6 feet isn't that high. I'm 5'11". I mean, that's not that high. But don't climb over the fences at a theme park, you genius. He got his wish when he was suddenly struck by the ride at 50 miles per hour and was decapitated. Naturally, neither the operators nor the ride were remotely to blame for these incidents, as the no-go areas were positively heaving with warning signs. The operators have a duty to erect clear and conspicuous warning signs whenever required, otherwise heads will roll. Ba-da-bum-bum. God, someone is inappropriate. We're talking about a child getting decapitated. Ba-da-bum-bum. Oh, there's a wrong place and time for everything. I know we shouldn't laugh too long and hard at the grisly death by roller coaster, but in the case of death relating to the Derby racer, I think we can get away with it. Okay. Partly because the death was so long ago, but mainly because it may go down as one of the most painfully ironic deaths in history. The Derby race actually sounded pretty cool for something that existed in the black and white days. First launched in 1911 at Revere Beach in Massachusetts, the wooden roller coaster unusually featured 2 parallel racing tracks laid out in a figure-of-8 design. So the kids could scream competitive abuse at each other as the parallel trains nudged ahead and dropped behind over the course of the thrilling dips and curves. However, the roller coaster would claim its first 2 lives in 2 separate incidents within the first year of its opening. Oh, that's not good. Oh, 300 million to 1, but not on this roller coaster. Little is known of the first death, but the second death is a corker. Really, Danny? It was none other than the treasurer of the roller coaster company who threw a 7. As the ride got moving, he thought it would be an ideal opportunity to remind all of his fellow riders about the importance of following strict safety rules. So he achieved this by standing up in the car like a total buffoon and delivering an assertive lecture drawn from his rich experience in the roller coaster industry. He's going to get hit by something, isn't he? He's going to fall out. Sadly, his golden nuggets of wisdom were cut dramatically short when he fell out of the car and plummeted to his death. Jesus Christ. Maybe it was just meant to be a very practical demonstration of what not to do. Good lad. There would be further deaths at the Derby racer over the years. How is this right? 2 people died in the first year, guys. No one should ever die on that thing again. Although this was really a long time ago. Including in 1917 when a man tried to retrieve his fallen hat. Stop getting your fallen hats. If you lose your phone, that's it. Don't worry about it, it's gone. I don't care if it's the new iPhone 17 that you probably paid like $3,000 for because that shit's absurd. You're not getting it back. Or if you are, you're not. Just forget it. Just forget it. It's not worth it. The man tried to retrieve his hat and ended up falling out of the car while trying to catch it, breaking nearly every bone in his body when he hit the ground. Sadly, the Derby racer has long been consigned to the history books. I wouldn't call that sad, Denny. I would call that just. Which is a shame, as it sounded like quite a fun roller coaster, so long as you were capable of staying in your damn seat for a few minutes. Yeah, that's true. It was kind of not their fault. The forgotten Big Dipper. I'm aware that... Oh, and also, I noticed how no one's suing each other, because it's the early 20th century. We didn't get all so happy just yet. The forgotten Big Dipper. I'm aware that until now, all of our stories have been located in the United States, but the biggest ever roller coaster disaster actually happened in London in 1972. 20 years earlier, the Big Dipper had been launched as the main attraction for the shiny new Battersea Park Fun Fair. It was a classic 3-car wooden roller coaster, which might look unremarkable by today's standards, but as the name would suggest, it went up a bit and then came back down a bit. Those roller coaster designers on the top floor of the Cushy Numbers Tower were knocking it out of the park, even as far back as the 1950s. The slightly eerie thing about the Big Dipper is how it's been largely forgotten or even airbrushed from the history books, despite the fact that it was such a prominent British landmark for over 20 years. The star tourist attraction of the fun fair had proved to be a massively popular addition to the London skyline, and it was a bit like the London Eye of its day. But ever since the accident of 1972, it's become something London would rather forget. Indeed, I've never heard of this. I've never heard of the Big Dipper being part of London for like 20 years. I've never heard of this this accident, so yeah, I guess they succeeded in changing history as they wanted it. Even before then, the ride had not been completely without problems. In its very first year of opening in 1951, an empty car derailed and knocked over a protective railing, leaving several passengers stranded in the air for nearly an hour. A crash in 1968 left one woman with a broken arm, and the whole roller coaster caught fire in 1970, causing nearly £500,000 worth of damage. Fortunately, nobody was aboard at the time, and it was suspected, but never proved, that it was an arson attack. It was someone from the future trying to destroy it. Someone had the most brilliant comments on the lottery video. They were saying, we did a lottery. If you're new here, we did a video about the lottery, or I was saying something about the lottery and how it's dumb, and someone made a brilliant comment saying that the lottery is a trap for time travelers. I'm like, that's amazing. It's how they catch all the time travelers. The accident of 1972 proved to be not so fortunate. The 31 passengers barely had time to get comfortable in their cars when a lift chain prematurely released the leading car somewhere near the top of the very first incline. To make matters worse, the anti-rollback mechanism then completely failed. That's not good. The car went hurtling back down the path to the other riders, derailed the whole train of cars with tragic results. 5 children were killed and 13 other passengers were injured. That is terrible. Prosecutors later described the Big Dipper as a death trap with dozens of alleged flaws and safety issues. But although the manager and engineer of the fun fair were charged with manslaughter, they were cleared of any wrongdoing in 1973. However, the Battersea Park Fun Fair didn't survive the tragedy. The Big Dipper was closed down and demolished soon after the accident, and the whole fun fair had disappeared by the end of the following year. Nowadays, there's nothing much left to indicate that it ever even existed, and the Big Dipper seems to have slipped almost entirely from British memory. It seems like quite a glum note to end on. I hope there's some fun bonus facts about roller coasters to cheer us all up a bit. Oh, there is! And if you stayed this far, well, let's hopefully reward you with some fun, because we just sat through a lot of death. Fun facts about roller coasters. Number 1. Roller coasters were invented to save you from the many temptations of the devil. Oh my god. It's like those Kellogg's biscuits. Didn't the Kellogg's, I made a video about this, the Kellogg's guy made some crackers or something to stop people wanking. It's like, dude, what? It's like, yeah, I've been eating Kellogg's my whole life. Don't wank at all. Never have, never will. Actually, the roots of the roller coaster can be traced all the way back to the 15th century Russian mountains in what is now St. Petersburg in Russia. They built giant wooden slides to travel the 100-foot hills, which were covered in slick ice for the entertainment of 15th century thrill seekers. That sounds pretty fun. But when Lamarcus A. Thompson came up with his switchback gravity railway back in 1884 and sealed his place in history as the father of the roller coaster, it was largely just an attempt to lure away American citizens from the sins of saloons and brothels and keep them safe from the clutches of Satan. And all for just 5 cents a go. Whether he succeeded or not is open to interpretation. By which I mean, He probably didn't. No, he didn't. It's like, because after we've all been to the roller coaster today, all we just want to go to a saloon and a brothel. Says, man, I had a really long day riding the roller coasters. Let's have a beer and get a prostitute. Number 2. The Italian actor and model known as Fabio made headlines in 1999 when he killed a goose with his stupid big face. Okay. I've never heard of him. Me neither, Danny. But this alleged superstar celebrity was meant to be taking a highly publicized inaugural ride on the Apollo's Chariot roller coaster at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in Virginia. What is an Italian actor doing on the inaugural ride of a roller coaster in Virginia? What is going on? Video footage shows him happily getting on board the roller coaster with a bunch of teenage girl fans, but it also shows that when he came back down, his face was splattered with blood. This kind of soured the celebrations a bit. It turns out that as Apollo's chariot had climbed the peak of the hill, a goose had rather carelessly smacked right into his face and died. Which is a bit antisocial at best. Now, Fabio, however you pronounce that, I don't care. He's obviously not famous enough for me to know the pronunciation of his name. Was quite grumpy about this afterwards and publicly criticized the safety of roller coasters in a TV interview after his face had healed up a bit. He'd be like, "But this is my money maker."
I cannot live with my conscience knowing that the ride is still running. And maybe, a person or even a child can be killed.
Number 3. One of the most famous and acclaimed roller coaster designers of all times was an American guy called Ron Toomer. His credentials include designing the industry's first tubular tracks, inverted helix-shaped corkscrews, and suspended coasters, where the car hangs a bit like a swing. That sounds fun. The weird thing is that he suffered really bad with motion sickness and rarely rode any of the classic coasters that he designed in fear of rampant vomiting. I have to say, I get a little bit motion sick, and after riding that roller coaster 7 times at Six Flags, I was feeling pretty rough. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to smash the dislike button and then go to purchasethemerch.co and purchase a shirt which says you smashed the dislike button, this is one of many designs. There's also the allegedly mug, which I'm not using today, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Purchasethemerch.co, and thank you for watching. Creepy, dude. Creepy. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one is terrible Kickstarter projects that should never have existed. My opinion of Kickstarter is kind of like, well, none of the projects should exist because they all end up being just a little bit right. What happens here is Danny, he writes me a script. I will read it. Sam afterwards will add some fine vintage memes. And, well, that's what we do here, people. And there's occasionally a little bit of this. Let's get into it. I hear a lot of mixed opinions about Kickstarter. I do as well. And I hear a lot of love for Kickstarter. I've backed a few Kickstarter projects, and they've all just turned out to be a little bit shit. And I kind of think of Kickstarter as like, yeah, if you've got a good idea, but you're just not confident enough to put your own money in it, or ask your friends or family, or, you don't have a solid enough business plan to approach a bank. So you ask a bunch of strangers for some money, you make a product that takes way longer than you're gonna say, for way more money than you're gonna say, and then eventually you deliver it to the people who have bought it like a year later, at which point it's way less exciting. Anyone remember the Pebble watch? It was like a watch with an LCD display on it, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. Watches have had LCD displays forever. I mean, we've all had that little Casio, we've all seen that little Casio one forever. But like, I don't know, Pebble, it was like a watch with, I don't know, stuff on it. It was like an original smartwatch or something. And everyone was very excited about this, but I swear by the time it was actually shipping, it was like, yeah, but now there's like the Apple Watch, isn't there? It's just objectively much better in every way.
How innovative! I like it!
Oh god, we're one line in and we've already been ranting. Let's carry on. Over the years, I've pledged to several projects that interested me, and they all turned out mighty fine and dandy. And I've often thought it's a brilliant way to test demand and raise funds directly from your target audience without having to get any greedy sharks or dragons sticking their greasy thumbs into the creative juices of your pudding. Well, yeah, I guess, but it's also like those greedy people are also experts at business and will have an idea whether your product's going to be successful or a piece of shit. I've got a writer friend who thinks Kickstarter is the best thing since cheese footballs. Danny, the cheese footballs are not good. Whenever he's planning a new book, he launches a campaign on Kickstarter before he's even written the first word. If his campaign hits the funding goal, he's already pre-sold enough copies to make writing the book a worthwhile endeavor. I'm gonna... Stop
Elevate yourself.
It's amazing that this exists. I mean, I'm going to write a book about sexual predator clowns. And if I raise my funding goal of $10,000 on Kickstarter, you'll have the book about sexual predating clowns. What are we doing? This is the worst idea ever. If not, he'll scrap the whole idea and move on to something else without wasting a year of his life writing about goblins that nobody wanted to buy. Alright, I mean, God, I don't know. Am I changing my opinion as we go? Because this actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. Because I don't want to spend a year of my life writing about sexual predator clowns without, knowledge that everyone's going to buy it. But of course, I've also heard stories of people who pledged good money on relatively simple projects in which all the investment cash got pissed away on cocktails and kebabs, and customers were left waiting 3 years for a woeful product that fell far short of the original promise. I like to think that crowdfunding platforms have the potential to be an online melting pot of bold, new ideas, a crucible of creativity that cuts out the grey suits in the middle and directly connects the architect with the customer. But I suppose the flip side of the coin is that there's no quality control on the projects that get listed, just so long as you're not trying to flog drugs, porn, weapons, live animals, alleged medical treatments, or Simon Whistler decal stickers. Yeah, I would sue the shit out of you. You can really publish a fundraising campaign for just about any old tat with no judgment. Oh, don't say there's no judgment. I am very happy to judge. And that means you're obviously going to get more than a few bad turnips in the business stew. One of the most infamous Kickstarter projects of all time started off as just a bit of a satirical joke between friends. It was a book about sexual clown predators. What? No, I'm just kidding. The implausibly named Zach Danger Brown, is this going to be the potato salad one? This was from ages ago. From Columbus, Ohio, posted a project in 2014 in which he announced he was just seeking $10 to make a potato salad. The project description was the exact opposite of a Business Blaze introduction, in that it got very quickly to the point. It read, basically, I'm just making a potato salad. I haven't decided what kind yet. Such modest ambitions quickly grew in scale as the project surprisingly went viral, helped in part by media attention during slow news days over the Independence Day weekend. As thousands of dollars worth of pledges started rolling in, Zach felt obliged to make a series of increasingly wacky stretch goals, including Zach putting better mayonnaise in the recipe, the opportunity to choose a potato salad appropriate ingredient, get your own potato salad themed haikus composed in the donor's honor, get your name carved into a potato that will be used in the salad. I enjoy this. It's such brilliant satire of such of everything that's wrong with Kickstarter. The funding for the project eventually closed at $55,492. Jesus Christ, what am I doing with my life? Which, bearing in mind the original $10 goal, makes it one of the best performing crowdfunding projects in history. Kickstarter themselves seemed pretty pleased with the outcome, as they claimed to help introduce a stack of new members to the platform. They were also pleased with the outcome because I'm sure they get a cut of this, right? Meanwhile, Zach ended up spending some of the money on a free Potato Stock 2014 festival in Columbus, while donating the rest to a civic foundation working to end hunger and homelessness in Ohio. That's nice of him, but I bet there was some pressure. At first he was like, sweet, I could really use that money to pay off my debt. And everyone was like, you gotta donate it to charity. And I was like, yeah, I guess. Charity. Those assholes. So, as silly as it all sounded, it ended up developing into quite a successful and beneficent campaign. Beneficent? Is that how you say that word? Don't care. I just don't care. For everyone involved. Sadly, you can't really say that of any of this lot. Oh my god, was this just the intro, Danny? It's like 2 pages long, son. Number 1. There aren't numbers on here, so I'm not going to say number 1 because I will lose track. The laser razor. They're going to be able to shave with lasers? I mean, that sounds dangerous, but also exciting. Zoop my nose! Like many other people I know, including my great-aunt Ethel, I spent a big chunk of this year growing a big, bushy, lockdown beard. Weird, I don't know anyone who did that. The growing trend seems to be rooted in the idea that it doesn't matter how ridiculous you might look, because you're only ever going to see the postman anyway, and he's not really bothered. Yeah, I mean, in growing my beard, no one ever sees me, so it's just the postman and my wife, and the millions of people on the internet. My own lockdown growth developed into a surprise sprouting of many colours. It was kind of like a visual journey through the seasons via the medium of beard. I think people think I'm older than I actually am because they think I have grey in my beard, but I don't have grey in my beard actually. It's just little blonde hairs because for some reason I'm like, my beard is a little bit half and half. Although it shows up less in the video, I'm realising. It looks a bit weird, especially in the summer. Anyway, Well, I don't know why I'm talking about my glorious beard, but I suppose I should think about shaving it off now, so maybe it's time to invest in a Scarp laser razor. It's a great name, though, apart from the Scarp part. The concept of shaving hasn't really moved on so much since the last 5,000 years, but the California-based company, Scarp Technologies, looked set to change all that in 2015. And now, I mean, Dollar Shave Club, you're not a sponsor of this episode, you're not a sponsor of Business Plays, but, eh? But California-based company Scarp Technologies looked to change all that in 2015. This was news to me, but apparently human hair contains a chromophore. What the f*** is that? Which can absorb certain wavelengths of light, okay? The idea behind the laser razor was that it would shoot a laser beam at your stubbly face, which would target these chromophores and zap away all of your follicles in seconds. That sounds terrifying. What are we doing? It also doesn't sound like it's real. I've never heard of a chromophore. The waterproof device would be powered by a AAA battery and would ensure that you shave off precious minutes from your morning bathroom routine while never having to stock up on replacement blades ever again. If this actually worked, it's pretty cool. It all sounds pretty cool. Danny and I. Same page. And plenty of hairy people agreed with me. The original funding goal was $120,000. Yet within the space of just 3 weeks, Scarp had managed to attract a staggering $4 million. What am I doing with my life? I just gotta make some fake product. $4 million? I'll just be like, we couldn't deliver the project. And I'm moving to the Bahamas with your $4 million. And I'm definitely getting a new identity. But I've got $4 million. I'm sure that can get me a really good... It probably can get me a better identity than I have now. Get me like Michael from Vsauce's identity. But others were a bit more skeptical. Although the technology... Oh, and, speaking of protecting your identity information online, be a good place for a Surfshark sponsorship, eh, Surfshark? You want to pick up a few more spots? You know what to do. Email me. But others were a bit more skeptical. Although the technology was considered feasible to a degree, that's like saying Theranos was feasible to a degree because we can test blood for diseases. They just couldn't. Oh, and I made a joke previously about acquiring the Theranos trademark. And apparently, it is going defunct, so it is available to purchase, and there's like an application process. I have no idea of the legal implications of this. Like, I don't want to... It seems you can just fill out this form, and it's like $250, and if the trademark lapses, it goes to you or something. But I'm also like, I'm not really a lawyer, especially not a US patent lawyer. And I don't want to be, like, on the hook for, like, Theranos' crimes. I'm sure I wouldn't be. But if anyone is a lawyer watching this and understands this stuff, and you want to help me acquire the Theranos trademark so we can do Theranos merch, so we can call this channel Business Blaze by Theranos, email me. I would like your help. I won't pay you, so bear that in mind. Oh, I would maybe send you some free merch. But others were a bit more skeptical. Although the technology was considered feasible, Scarp were very skimpy on actual details, and some critics suggested the product could never hope to be anywhere near as effective as a simple old-fashioned razor. Yeah, I mean, the razor's pretty good. I mean, it does a good job. I shaved my shiny head this morning. Scarp always claimed to have a working prototype, but the dudes at Kickstarter began to grow doubts over this, and eventually decided to suspend the project until Scarp could provide proof of a working model in accordance with the platform's rules. Dude, they got up to $4 million before you did this Kickstarter? Get your shit together. Allegedly. This was quite a noble thing for Kickstarter to do, as it meant they were throwing away their 5% share of the funds collected so far, which would have been about $200,000. It's not a noble thing for them to do, because if this did turn out to be a scam and Kickstarter turns a blind eye to it, how do you think that's going to look for Kickstarter? Kickstarter definitely thought, well, we'll give up the $200,000 because, if we push this fake product and people find out, it's not going to look good for us. The FTC are gonna come a-calling. Further investigation revealed that Scarp's so-called prototype didn't really live up to the promise at all, as it was a flimsy and fragile product which was only actually capable of cutting one hair at a time. Wait, cutting? I thought it was going to zap your follicles with some turbo laser or something. So it probably would have added at least another 6 hours to your bathroom routine, but a boom boom. But at least you were still saving money on those rubbish razor blades. Yeah, I mean, I could pluck out all of my beard hairs by hand, and that would save me money on razor blades, but it would also destroy my face, and I don't have time for that. Although the Kickstarter project was terminated and all the pledgers got their money back, the project was moved over to Indiegogo within just hours of the cancellation, and so far it's managed to raise another $500,000. Indiegogo, It's like Kickstarter are bad, Indiegogo are like where you go where Kickstarter don't accept you. However, nearly 5 years on, there's still no sign of the laser razor, and all you get to see on the Indiegogo page are very sporadic updates, which largely just apologize for the lack of proper updates. The much-delayed laser razor is currently promised for 2021, but I'll eat my weight in sheep wool if that turns out to be true. Okay, Danny, Jesus.
Daddy, chill.
Maybe there were clear warning signs from the beginning. Most of the photographs of Scarp's founders and engineers displayed on the original Kickstarter page showed a bunch of men with big shaggy beards. Their hearts obviously were never in it. It doesn't seem like that's gonna happen, does it? I mean, prove me wrong, Laser Razor, send me one. The gauntlet is thrown down. Moving the most magical place on Earth. Moving just very briefly away from the specific Kickstarter platform, we often hear heartwarming stories of struggling families in the States who have managed to raise the money for crucial medical bills via other crowdfunding platforms such as GoFundMe. Now, this is something I can get behind. In a recent Business Plays video, we mentioned how the father of Success Kid of the Success Kid meme was in need of an urgent kidney transplant and was able to raise $75,000 on GoFundMe, largely thanks to internet fame of his fiercely triumphant, sand-crushing toddler son. So, it's a bit disappointing to hear that the official advice is to still steer well clear of this sort of thing. And with good reason. Really? Why? Oh, I mean, as a donor? Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving money to some random person. If I know, like, not because I'm a dickhead, but because there's so many scams. But if it's like, you know, a friend of a friend, then I will. In 2014, 37-year-old compassionate and caring special education teacher from Alabama called Jennifer Flynn Cataldo announced to her friends and family that she had terminal cancer. Oh god, if she doesn't have terminal cancer, this is terrible. I don't think we need to try and drag out the suspense, as I'm pretty sure we know where this one is heading. Jennifer didn't have cancer at all. Jennifer, you are a piece of but that didn't stop her from launching a campaign on GoFundMe under the banner "My Mum Has Terminal Cancer Disney Trip," with the idea being that she wanted to take her young son to Disney World for one last magical adventure before she passed away. Even her own son believed that his mum had only 1 year to live. I would like to see you go to prison. She deserves it. She desperately deserves it. In total, Jennifer received over $38,000 in pledges from the two campaigns, and she also managed to drum up another $160,000 in generous donations from family members and friends before some of them started to get a bit suspicious. At least she's ruined her life. Jennifer eventually pled guilty to 1 count of wire fraud and 1 count of bank fraud, although 13 additional federal fraud charges were surprisingly dismissed. I spilt my water.
You're getting too old for this shit.
Don't dismiss that. What are you doing? The Enron guy went to prison. Bernie Madoff went to prison. Jennifer, whatever her name is, Flynn, should be up there as well. She was sentenced to 25 months in prison in order to pay $81,000 in restitution, while GoFundMe returned all of the money to pledges. Okay, great. 25 months in prison, I have to say. Normally, when I read these, and it's like, and then he stole like $1 million, and then he went to prison for 45 years, and I'm like, I mean, he deserved prison. It seemed a bit harsh. I don't like 25 months. Not enough on this one. It may seem hard to comprehend how anyone could have managed to convince her closest friends, family members, that her young son, that she was terminally ill. Why do you think that's hard? If I just wanted to lie to my family that I had cancer, I'd lie to my family that I had cancer. I don't do it not because it's impossible. I don't do it because I'm not a horrific piece of shit. Allegedly. Apparently, Jennifer was a previously upstanding citizen who fell to pieces when her brother died, and she became addicted to prescription painkillers. A big wad of the money she accrued from fraudulent campaigns funded this expensive habit. Oh, brilliant, Danny. Thanks for not using that at the start. Now I sound like a right dickhead. As far as we can make out, the trip to Disney World never happened, so Mickey Mouse got ripped off as well. The meme restaurant. To lighten the mood a little, it's about time. Because as we heard last video, I made a whole business plays about death. I'm editing and I'm like, oh god, this isn't funny at all. Like, stand-up comedy people were right. To lighten the mood a little, here's an idea that looks ideal for our resident memeologist, Sam. Ooh, it's exciting! After a hard day's memeing, I bet there's literally nothing else in the world that Sam would rather do than pop into the meme restaurant for a bite to eat, where everything on the menu is themed around a famous internet meme. Yeah, Danny, because everyone immediately after work likes going home and doing their work. It's like, as soon as I get home, I just read the business news to my wife, and she loves it. Never happened, never will. Sadly for Sam, he may have to wait a while longer for his dream to materialize, as the Kickstarter campaign never really took off.
No!
Oh, God, please, no! 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 The concept was cooked up by 25-year-olds Catriona Crehan and her teenage brother Sean, who hoped to raise $300,000 to open their own meme restaurant in California. The planned menu would include such meme-tastic munchies as Lord of the Onion Rings. One does not simply order one. I don't get the joke there because I've never seen Lord of the Rings. And never will. The Haram Burger, a burger intended to invoke the spirit of Harambe. The Kafifi Burger, a coffee dedicated to Trump's unique vocabulary. And my own favourite, the Rickroll. Red velvet cheesecake that's never going to desert you. Very clever indeed. Are these the jokes that they came up for? I feel like if these aren't Danny's own, if these were actually the things from the Kickstarter page, wow, you should have done a better job, because I thought Danny made these up in about 4 seconds. But it has to be said that the Kickstarter campaign seemed a little undercooked at best. In the FAQ section, the question, what experience do you have with restaurants, is answered with a cheerful, us personally? None. But who says we can't learn? I don't know. That's pretty reasonable. I mean, I don't think most people who start restaurants have experience starting restaurants. Although, to be fair, they're probably just wasting their own money and the bank's money rather than be like, hey, random internet strangers, pay for my restaurant. But the biggest problem seemed to be with this. Also, you can't just name like Lord of the Onion Rings. Peter Jackson or whoever did he do Lord of the Rings, or is it the other dude, James Cameron? It doesn't matter. I get them confused all the time. I don't like any of their movies. Wait, who did Terminator? I like Terminator. He's gonna sue the out of you. You're like, yeah, Lord of the Onion Rings. Well, here's a cease and desist. And we're seeking damages. It's why I can't just name this channel Business Blaze by Theranos now. I have to acquire the trademark first. But the biggest problem seemed to be with the structure of the pledge tiers. A Kickstarter campaign usually includes a low-rung pledge option of about $1, which gets you a thank you or a keyring or something equally crap, and then you gradually move up to the bigger perks. The cheapest pledge tier for the meme restaurant was a staggering $5,000, which got you a special certificate signed by the creator and 20 free visits to the restaurant. The biggest tier of $10,000 threw in an invite to the opening day, and you got a dish on the menu named after you. But the world wasn't quite ready for Whistler's walnut balls. Yeah, definitely not. I'm not spending $10,000 on something like that. You smoking crack. The campaign was ripped to shreds on social media and only managed to attract a grand total of $6.66 before the creators pulled it from the platform within 72 hours out of sheer embarrassment. Even the backers were very vocal in the criticism, or one of them. The first backer posted on the campaign page, "This is a terrible idea," while another backer revealed that, "I only pledge to see how badly this product will eventually fail." Catriona later claimed that the whole thing was just meant to be satirical, but I'm not buying it. Oh my god, this is the biggest thing ever. Like, someone will leave a YouTube comment, and I'll absolutely burn the out of them. And then it'll be like, "Oh, Simon, you took the bait, it was just a joke." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're hilarious. I bet it was. You cockwomble." She posted, "As a social experiment, we created a horrid Kickstarter as the ultimate trolling. I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, and all the saddos who made this possible. Thanks for the laughs, guys." Oh, you just got burned. Too bad, and you can't take the heat, Carolina. Catriona, no one cares. This seems a bit out of sync with her comments a few days earlier when she claimed she was just trying to help her realize her autistic brother's dreams. Yeah, it's a joke at his expense. And she felt personally threatened by the aggressive feedback. I still reckon something like this will pop up one day, just maybe not on Kickstarter, so we may get to see Grumpy Gat guacamole and Bed Intruder burritos. Yeah, we won't, because they'll sue the out of you. Is it me you're looking for? This is the next item on the list. I know we usually like to focus on dramatic failures, but I just wanted to give a very quick mention to a Kickstarter project that quite incredibly got funded. Dude, I mean, there's so much that gets funded on Kickstarter, don't be surprised. I'd like to think that most of us have seen the cringe-worthy cheese fest that is the 1984 Lionel Richie music video for Hello. Danny, I have not. It's one, no one is surprised by this. It's one where Lionel Richie plays the part of an acting teacher who appears to fall in love with a blind student. He spends most of the video mooching and singing, "Hello, is it me you're looking for?" Oh god, that's not appropriate. Until the thrilling climax where the blind student reveals that she's made a surprisingly accurate clay sculpture of Lionel's big head. What the is going on? Nearly 30 years later, this proved to be the inspiration for a Barcelona-based art collective called Hungry Castle, alright, who decided they wanted to make a giant 3-meter-tall inflatable model of Lionel Richie's head to show off at the Bestival Music Festival on the Isle of Wight in 2013. What's going on? They were originally hoping to raise £4,900 for this frankly bizarre art installation, but ended up receiving over £8,000 in pledges and achieved their dream of getting Lionel's big head to face the audience. of the festival with pride. What is going on? This is just absurd. If that wasn't quite strange enough, Lionel's head was billed as a fully immersive experience. Festival goers could actually walk inside the back of the inflated head one at a time. Once inside, you'd find nothing more than a big telephone, which would start ringing upon your arrival. I hate art sometimes. You can never say, like, I hate art. Like, I hate all art. Because there is some art that is fantastic, but also, this is not art. Forget the clown sex book that I was talking about before. Sexual predator book, you know, it's gotta have a good hook. I was once browsing Amazon, and I somehow stumbled across a book called Taken by the T-Rex. And yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. After you'd instinctively picked up the telephone, you'd be greeted with Lionel's voice on the other end, singing, "Hello, is it me you're looking for?" I bet that never got old. Suddenly, the laser razor doesn't seem like such a silly idea after all. They all sound like silly ideas. Internet browsing history for sale. Oh my god. My new Kickstarter. Forget the clowns. Forget my experimental art installation. I'll kickstart my internet browsing history. It's really weird. I'm not sure anyone would be particularly interested in scrolling through my internet history. Just taking a quick look now, the first things that pop up on my screen are elevator designer jobs, cheap cutting tools. How many cents does it cost to produce a decal sticker? Does Kickstarter have anything to do with communism? I love those last two. It's because I have stickers on my merch store and they're so outrageously expensive. But it's like, I think they're like $7 or something. Don't buy them. Don't buy them. You can go to purchasethemerch.co to buy the reasonably priced merch like t-shirts, which I feel like 20-something bucks. That seems quite reasonable. But like, you can buy like a single sticker for like $7. And I think they cost like, I get $2 out of that. And I was just like, I could make them like cost nothing, but they'd still be like $5 or something insane. And I was just like, I don't know, just don't buy them. I mean, if you really want to, if you're like absolutely balling rich, I mean, I really think like having a Simon Whistler sticker on your laptop is like more of a flex than having like, I don't know, some turbo Mac mega computer or whatever. Back in 2017, a bloke called Adam McElhenney put forward an intriguing proposal to the crowdfunding community. He wanted to launch a website called Search Internet History, in which you could search the browsing history of specific US congressmen, executives, and their families. Dude, that doesn't sound legal. First, a bit of context. This was actually a retaliatory strike against 264 Republican members of Congress who voted to reverse an incoming new Obama-led rule which would have required internet service providers to seek your explicit permission before selling your data to third parties. Trump later signed off on the legislation to reverse the rule, which meant that ISPs could happily continue selling off data to the highest bidders. I was creeped the out the other day, so I was looking for like a business tool, like what's it called? Like one of those like accountancy software that plugs into your bank and can take the information like, okay, so here's an incoming payment, and it automatically labels it, that kind of you know. And a friend of mine sent me, I asked a friend of mine, like, what do you use? And he was like, I use this app. I'm like, great. So I visit the website, I take a look, and I'm like, okay, this will do what I want. And I leave the website and on my mobile phone, and I don't return to it. I just make a note that I will look it up later. And then, you know, every week, like if you're on LinkedIn will send you a message and it'll say like, people from these companies searched for you this week. And there, right there, is like, someone from that company searched for me. And I'm like, what the is going on? And it's not a big company, and it was the next day. So it's not a coincidence, and it's creepy. Adam McElhenney wasn't very happy about any of this. He noted how one of the members of Congress, Marsha Blackburn, had received $84,000 in donations from telecommunications companies in 2016 cycle alone, and had felt that Congress had sold out an American citizen's privacy in return for cold, hard cash. Okay, yeah, I guess this shouldn't be legal. Why is this legal? Why are we even having this discussion? It obviously should be private. So he hatched a plan to turn the tables. The website Search Internet History would outbid every other company for data relating to specifically to Congress. That's amazing. And then post it online for everyone to see. Who's laughing now, Martha? In his pitch, Adam promised to make available the browsing history of all congressmen who voted to reverse the bill so that his website users could have a good nosy at their medical history, pornographic habits, financial records, indiscretions, and business plays views. This can't be right. That data must be anonymized, surely. So, okay, yes, it's going to be like one of the members of Congress, so there's like 10 of them. You're not going to know specifically who it is, because like Bob from Ohio, or whatever, He'll be like, no, it definitely wasn't me. It was Stefan who was looking up the depraved clown porn. And it seemed to be quite a popular idea. The campaign managed to quickly raise over $190,000 from more than 10,000 backers. But there was a problem. Well, there were two problems. The first problem was that Adam's plan would almost certainly have been declared illegal and would have been shut down before it even got started. Yeah, Adam, you're going to open yourself up to a world of legal pain. But perhaps even more importantly, the plan was also deemed impossible, because that's not really how it works. It sounds as if Adam thought he could just hand over a big bag of money to the ISPs in exchange for data relating to specific congressmen, or at least he thought he could buy lots of data in bulk and then dig through it all to find the bits he wanted. But it's way more complicated than that, and most advertisers are only interested in buying the viewing history of potential faceless customers rather than any actual personal details. For example, a company flogging cigarette umbrellas. OG Business Blaze legend joke right there. Would be interested in targeting their ads at potential customer who had been browsing material related to their product. Or people who smoke cigarettes in the UK, but they didn't want his name, his job title, or his shoe size because that information would be completely useless to them, of course. And so that personal information is not really what the ISPs are selling in the first place because there's no market for it. Yeah, I'm totally okay. Look, that's anonymized, impersonal data. I don't care about that. Like, all the people who are like, oh, I use the VPN because I don't want the advertising retargeting me. I'm like, honestly, the advertising is much better now. Before it was like, I'd get all sorts of advertising that wasn't relevant to me. And now it's like, I just get advertising that's highly targeted to me. And I'm like, great, that's probably something I'm going to buy. It's better. Why wouldn't we like this? Yeah, it's a little creepy. It's more creepy when someone looks you the up on LinkedIn. Or more importantly, how do they know who I am? And then do they look me up on LinkedIn? You weirdos. If that's you out there and you saw me visiting your website and then you Googled me and you somehow came across this, creepy, dude. Creepy. And so that personal information is not really what the ISPs are selling in the first place, because there's no market for it. It also has to be said that crowdfunding campaign built on the bricks of cold revenge is never destined for success, particularly when the funding page happily declared that the proposed website would be targeting the families of congressmen, which leaves more than a nasty taste in the mouth. When it was eventually pointed out to Adam that his idea couldn't possibly work either legally or technically, the campaign was dropped and the money returned to backers. Adam later cryptically declared, when I mentioned I wanted to obtain the web habits and history of the legislators and their families who approved the bill, I meant that in an abstract sense. Look, dude, what was your name? Whatever the fuck, Adam. Just say allegedly. Just that's the catch-all phrase, man. Learn from the Blaze. Just be like, no, I didn't want to do that. Allegedly. This allegedly has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze, Simon. If you liked this video, smash that like button. If you didn't, I'd invite you to smash the dislike button. But you watched all the way to the end, so why don't you go over to purchasethemerch.co and buy some merch? Smash the dislike button. There's also new designs being uploaded all the time. I've got some being shipped from Teespring right now, so hopefully I'll be wearing them soon. I'm excited. Thank you for watching. I don't do it because I'm not a horrific piece of shit. Vegetarians are second-class citizens, and rightly so. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze. This is the Smash the Dislike Button merch, which you can purchase at purchasethemerch.co for Colombia or cocaine. This is Terrible Things About what goes on here is Danny writes as a script, I read it, Sam, our memologist, adds some memes, the terrible things about restaurants. This feels a bit like a low blow, doesn't it? This is recorded during the virus time. It might seem an odd time to start shitting on restaurants. Danny and I, same page. Where many parts of the world are finally enjoying the opportunity to dine out and get ripped off again for what feels like the first time in ages. But that's how we sometimes roll on Business Blaze. In the next video, we'll be tearing the International Red Cross to fucking pieces. Yeah, Business Blaze, we're not exactly known for not being dickheads here. Here in the UK, we're currently taking advantage of the government's new Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which runs throughout August 2020. I've heard about this. Apparently, if you eat like in a restaurant on like a Monday or something, the government will just like pick up half the bill for you. That's awesome. And risk you getting COVID. In a bid to help the economy get moving again, we can now get half-price meals in 72,000 participating restaurants, with the British taxpayer copping for the other half. It's pretty great. It's an offer available from Mondays to Wednesdays, which is nice, up to a maximum discount value of £10. What? How much does the government think that eating in a restaurant costs? It's a pretty cheap restaurant, and you're alone. So maybe it's not such a tempting offer for fancy restaurants where the discount might just get you 10 quid off a bowl of guacamole. But it works out quite well for a branch of McDonald's where I've been happily getting through 2 whole Big Mac meals for the price of 1. That's pretty awesome though, yeah. Okay, so you could spend £20 and you end up only spending £10. So yeah, for McDonald's that's pretty good. You could have a bit of a feast. By the time lockdown is completely over, I'm not going to be able to squeeze my way out of the house if I wanted to. Okay, Danny. I should perhaps be doing more to help smaller restaurants get back on their feet instead of just lining the already super deep pockets of Ronald McDonald, that rich but it's allegedly. But it turns out that dining out in some of the less than reputable restaurants can be an absolutely terrible idea from start to finish, diced with danger and deception and dietary disaster. Oh my god, all of the D's. Here's why. They spend the day rolling around in filth like animals. Who do? Most of us have probably already heard stories of chefs putting steaks through a dishwasher to clean them up a bit, or sneezing violently into a customer's baguette and then sending it out with a shrug. I have not, Danny. And now I have, and now I'm concerned. I bought a salad for lunch today, now I'm a little bit nervous about it. But some restaurants take sloppy cooking environments to a whole new level. If you ever find yourself in London, in the borough of Newham? I don't know, I've never been there. And here's a piece of advice for you. Take a packed lunch with you. Don't ever be foolish enough to book a table in a restaurant. Newham allegedly has a woeful record when it comes to food hygiene, with more than half of dining establishments in the borough failing inspections. Holy shit! Why is everyone like in the same club of just sneezing in baguettes here? Sometimes the inspectors have a fight on their hands just trying to get inside. The Golden Dragon takeaway in Newham had been on the radar for some time in 2014, but it always just seemed to be locked up when the inspectors called. How convenient. Is that real? Can you really get away with stuff like that? It's like, yeah, I couldn't get my inspection. We were closed that day. So I guess we're good until next year? Eventually an inspector hung around long enough outside for a shifty guy on a moped to enter the building and leave with a fresh delivery, during which time the inspector managed to sneak in under the shutters. As we can see in pictures that Sam will hopefully be putting on the screen right about now, the inspector walked in to a far from savoury working environment. Cooks were wearing filthy clothes, the place was littered with cockroaches and rodent droppings, and uncovered saucepans were left cooking right next to stinking rubbish bags. Although the Golden Dragon was immediately closed down, the owner was never found or prosecuted, and it's unclear just how many customers had enjoyed a tasty treat from this establishment. How hard can it be to find the owner of a restaurant? It's a restaurant. You just look it up, and then you go and arrest that guy. That may not be quite as bad as the Karachi Karahi restaurant, also found in Newham. Jesus, Newham. The owners of this Indian restaurant spectacularly managed to poison 32 diners in one night. I'm not sure I'd call that spectacular, Danny. I know it's probably a neutral term, but it's like, yeah, it's spectacular damage. It kind of sounds like it's good. They'd already been served with improvement notices over the years and even been temporarily closed down for food hygiene issues. I'm like, if one of my local restaurants, I'm just browsing around and there's a big sign on the door that says it's been shut down for food hygiene reasons, I'm never going there again. That's that. I'm done. But one day in 2013, when they were back open for business, the Karachi Karahi restaurant was catering for an event hosted by the Sindhi Association of Europe, and it seems there was a bit of a problem with the chicken biryani. And in fact, it got very serious indeed. 32 of the unlucky diners went down with severe food poisoning, and one of them even died the very next day. Jesus Christ! You poisoned someone to death! Although a judge ruled that the lack of microbiological evidence meant that he couldn't be certain the diner's death was the direct result of food poisoning. If I was that judge, I'd be like, allegedly. However, the couple who owned the restaurant were still found guilty of supplying unsafe food. They were sentenced to 150 hours of community service, ordered to pay £25,000 in court costs, and banned from running a food business for 5 years. In the US, they'd have 1 million hours of community service, pay a $250,000 in court costs, and have to go to prison for 17 years. So these people can open a restaurant again in 5 years. You'd be like, yeah, they learned their lesson. Their community service was in hygiene. So good news is that if you still fancy a taste of that chicken biryani for yourself, there's now nothing legally stopping them from opening shop again. Let's not do that. Whoever these people are, avoid their shit like the plague, because, well, it might contain plague. It was argued at the time that the sentencing was too lenient. Come on, look at the Americans. The Americans know what's up. Put the life without parole.
You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook.
And it does seem as if some restaurants get away with more than you might imagine. For example, health inspectors checking out another UK restaurant were more than a little startled when they came across a dead lion in the food freezer during their investigation. I'd be more surprised if there was an alive lion in the freezer. I mean, most meat in the... Maybe they were just serving lion. Maybe this was like... You know, McDonald's has the secret menu and you could ask, like, oh, I'd like the Big Mac without meat, or what the ever. That was a dumb example. Maybe it's a secret menu item. Just to repeat that, in case anyone thinks I made a typo, they found a dead lion in a freezer alongside other more traditional ingredients that were destined for human consumption. No one thought you made a mistake, Danny. You put it in bold. In case you're squeamish, the picture Sam should be throwing up about now is a satirical mock-up of the scene rather than a real lion corpse. Sam, there is the picture of the real lion corpse, you know what to do. Someone hit me up on Twitter the other day being like, Simon, I watched your video about the Cascadia disaster, like the potential of an earthquake destroying most of America. I was shocked to see video of a tsunami sweeping people away. I wasn't ready for that. And I'm like, yo, you clicked on a video about basically the end of a country, like being destroyed by a giant earthquake. What exactly did you expect? Sake. There's water everywhere. The owner of the restaurant claimed that the dead lion had been donated to him by a local zoo as a gift to feed his pack of hungry dogs. And although he was ordered to move it out of the restaurant, no further action was taken on the grounds that everything seemed to be tickety-boo. I would just love to see how they signed off that inspection. Minor issue with massive dead lion in freezer. Everything else top drawer, that's a pass. Massive dead-ass lion. You pay through the nose. I don't think anybody goes to a restaurant expecting a super value night out. You're naturally going to see a significant markup on many of the items listed on the menu. And often for perfectly legitimate reasons. Yeah, like you're seeing in the restaurant, they're cooking it for you, serving it to you. No, that's why. You're obviously not just paying the cost price for the shopping ingredients here, you're paying the professional service and lots of other costs involved in running a restaurant, obviously. But some stuff gets a surprisingly bigger markup than others. And you probably need to be particularly careful when selecting starters and side servings, as the price of these seems to be getting increasingly random. Oh my god, they're like Uber Eats. It's like, yeah, do you want tomato ketchup with that? That's gonna be the equivalent of like £2. How much is a bottle of ketchup? It's ridiculous. The pricing is often just tied in with how exotic the average customer perceives the dish to be. Let's say you order 2 entrees on the menu, which just so happen to contain the exact same value of ingredients and the exact same cost to produce. One of them contains $2 worth of chicken, and the other contains $2 worth of shrimp. The latter will often prove to be priced way higher than the former, just because the customer's instinct is that shrimp is a lot fancier than chicken. I don't think shrimp's fancier than chicken. I'm just so accustomed to it costing more, for whatever reason. It's not like you go to the store and you like see all the prawns, or Americans call them shrimps, in the freezer and you're like, wow, those are so expensive. I mean, the giant of like tiger prawns are. You know, when they're like in there, they're just like, they're not going to be some big ass tiger prawns. They're going to be like your regular sized prawns. From all the dishes on the menu, the starter section is the most likely to get the biggest markup. And the worst offender of them all is often guacamole. Guacamole? Taco? I've only tried it a couple of times myself. The first time I thought it was meant to be like mushy peas. The second time I probably would have realized I preferred mushy peas. I quite like guacamole. The dish is essentially just a couple of mashed... Dude, we know what guacamole is. Who the f*** doesn't know what guacamole is? Mashed up avocado, spring of herbs and vegetables at a cost of about $1 to produce. Yet some restaurants charge over $10 for the dish, with a few restaurants in New York even going as high as $15. Yeah, but like... And then it's like, yeah. New York, it'll be like, yeah, it's $15. And then you get the bill, it's like $78. And you're like, what happens? And you're like, yeah, well, there's like tax and service and cover. And it's like, what the f***? Just charge me $15 and then I'll decide how much I want to f***ing tip you. Christ, America. Christ! They probably wouldn't even consider charging $15 for a bowl of mushy peas, but guacamole sounds far more exotic, so they can get away with it. Dude, Americans, I don't think you eat mushy peas, right? Don't eat them, they're not that great. I mean, they're not bad. You know what's better? Non-mushed peas. Of course, the most effective way of inflating your bill at the end of the night is to order a couple of bottles of wine to go along with your mushy peas or guacamole. Allegedly, the industry standard is to charge for a glass what the restaurant pays for a bottle. I can believe it, right? But there might seem to be an over-generous approach in certain restaurants where the markup could be as much as 400%. You certainly don't want to be forking out for individual glasses, as the overall markup is generally going to be much higher. If you decided you want to be a bit fancy tonight, splash out on the whole darn bottle and save a few quid on the bill. But in exactly the same way that the mid-price starters and side dishes tend to be the biggest con on the menu, it's the mid-price bottles of wine that just tend to get whacked with the biggest markup. Yeah, I mean, go expensive and know what you're getting. Don't go for all the random ones in the middle because they're massively marked up. And then there's like the house ones. People don't want to go for the cheapest bottle of wine on the menu, but really it's going to be much better value than the ones just a few above it. And the restaurant know this. They know that you don't want to be cheapo and buy the cheapest bottle, so the one above it will be worse and much more expensive. Don't get that one. It's a trick. If the restaurant spends a fortune on a particularly expensive bottle of wine, they can only get away with hiking up the price so far before it gets ridiculous. But the mid-priced and mediocre bottles of wine have much more wiggle room for markups. So here's the ultimate business place tip to get the best possible value from your dining experience. Skip starters altogether, and then order the most expensive things on the menu. Danny's saving us all money. Vegetarians are second-class citizens, and rightly so. Back when I was younger, I used to be a vegetarian for a couple of years. I was largely motivated by the fact that my girlfriend at the time was vegetarian, but that's not to say that I was a reluctant convert. I was a perfectly happy veggie for a while. It felt good that I was not contributing to the slaughter of sweet, fluffy animals. Sadly, it all came crashing down when I went to the pub one night and ended up passing a kebab house on the way home. Oh, shit. The temptation was too much to resist and my new girlfriend wasn't very impressed. Just go for the falafel one, it's perfectly good. Often if there's a particularly dodgy kebab place, I'll be like, I know it probably does make sense because I'm more likely to get poisoned from the salad or whatever. But there's a dodgy meat turning around on a pole, it's like, I'm gonna have falafel. I've often considered becoming a vegetarian again, and I'm sure there are a few far more dedicated vegetarian and vegan restaurants around today than there were back then. Yeah, too many. They're taking up all the space from the meat restaurants. But veggies still seem to get a hard time in mainstream restaurants where the single vegetarian option can just be a plain baked potato or a plate of cheese and onion crisps with a bit of lettuce sprinkled on top. Yeah, it's gotta be rough, right? I mean, it's like, what have you got? Well, we have side salad. Still, while a severely limited menu might be quite annoying, it's probably not quite as annoying as being misled by a so-called vegetarian option that's nothing of the sort. Turning briefly to the fast food industry, McDonald's has found itself in sizzling hot fat for not being entirely upfront about its French fries. Back in 1999, the company made a big deal about how its French fries were now cooked in vegetable oil rather than beef fat, and they started using terms like natural ingredients and natural flavors in the marketing and menu boards. Why? Because beef fat isn't natural? Also, it sounds much more delicious when you cook it in beef fat. This led to many vegetarians and also Hindus who consider the cow to be sacred and magical or something. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, all religions are weird, but we worship a cow. Oh, to assume that fries were suitable for their diet. But it turns out the fries were still flavored with beef extract very early on in the process, and McDonald's soon found themselves facing a $100 million lawsuit. Oh, shit. To be fair, McDonald's never directly claimed that their fries were vegetarian, but they did apologize for any confusion and agreed to donate $10 million to vegetarian and Hindu groups. Wait, so they didn't say anything. They did say, they were just like, yeah, we now, what did it say? Natural ingredients and natural flavors. Jesus, McDonald's, you have too much money. Customer service is a nightmare. Well, not everywhere. Obviously. I know there are plenty of hardworking people out there doing amazing jobs in restaurants, and we salute you, but I hope you're not offended if we just park you for a moment while we concentrate on the truly terrible ones because they're funnier. For example, one couple recently visited a US restaurant and placed their drinks order with the waitress, but noticed that there was no silverware laid out on the table. Steady on, they might bring it in a second. The waitress said, no problem, I'll be right back. She did come back with the drinks and took their food orders, but still no sign of the silverware, so this was again politely pointed out. The waitress said again, no problem, I'll be right back. The waitress next returns with the food, which is laid out on the table, but there's still no sign of the silverware. The waitress says again, no problem, I'll be right back. Oh my god, where is this story going? It must be hard to describe the frustration of feeling hungry and staring at piping hot food right in front of you, but not having the tools to consume it. I probably would have been tempted to dive in with my fingers at this point, even if it was a chicken biryani or something. I'd just stand the up, go over to the service station, grab the stuff myself, and when they give me a dirty look, I'll be like, I asked 3 times! And you're not getting a tip. Except in America, they'll be like, yeah, 20% service. And I'm like, I did it myself. This is why it's ridiculous. They're serving like 20% tips or whatever, and it's like they're mandatory. It's like, what the is going on? If the service sucks, I don't want to pay it. If it's really good, I want to pay more. And people will be like, Simon, but servers, they don't make enough money, so they make the money off the tips. And I'm like, so pay them more. They make $4 an hour. That's not my fault, is it? Introduce some laws. But the couple patiently waited for 5 more minutes with still no sign of the waitress until they eventually gave up, wandered around the restaurant, and found their own silverware. Like, in credit that, yes. After they finished the meal, they informed the manager of the slight problem they had faced while trying to eat a meal without a knife or fork. The manager fetched the waitress to the table, presumably to give her the opportunity to apologize. Alas, it wasn't happening. Instead, the waitress started ranting and raving that the customers had been trying to steal the silverware. If someone said that to me, I'd be like, you smoking crack? Yeah, no, I steal the silverware. Like, I thought it was actually made of silver. Another story involves an Italian... That's it? That's the end of the story, Danny? I thought there was going to be more. Like, is it no one's going to get stabbed or something? Come on. Another story involves an Italian restaurant in Amsterdam where a young couple arrived and placed an order for pizza. Nearly an hour passed with still no sign of the meal, while customers who had arrived much later on seemed to be getting served food with no problem. Eventually, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, the couple shrugged and gave up, and they made for the door. Yeah, honestly, I'm half an hour, and if someone's getting food before me and like they forgot about me, I'm just leaving. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. The good news is that this finally seemed to attract the attention of restaurant management. The bad news is that the owner charged straight towards the door and locked it before turning to the customers and screaming in their face that they couldn't leave the restaurant until they'd paid for the pizza they ordered. You're an insane person, manager. You're literally like kidnapping these people. 3 of the owner's burly sons also arrived on the scene to block the path to the door. After 15 minutes of yelling and shrieking and threats to call the police on both sides, just call them! Don't threaten, just call! The hungry customers somehow managed to dash towards the door, unlock it, and made a successful bid for freedom. They never returned to the restaurant, and I like to think they exacted the ultimate form of cunning revenge by leaving a very snide review on TripAdvisor. What a situation! But maybe some restaurant owners try a little bit too hard. Another couple were enjoying a Saturday night out in their local branch of IHOP, which I recently heard had been renamed IHOB for International House of Breakfast instead of pancakes, which is, I don't know why I read that news article. I've never even been to one of these. I've never even seen one of these. They were disappointed when their meals arrived, as the stuffed crepes and ham scrambler were stone cold. They made a complaint and were provided with a gushing apology along with a promise of replacement meals. But when take 2 of the meals arrived, everything was still stone cold. And now the stuffed crepes are missing the blueberries. The customers again complain, and the manager is mortified. He immediately offers completely free meals in compensation. Please tell me they're cold. And then goes one step further in his efforts to lift the disappointment. He drags the chef out to the table and gives him a whipping note, and forces him to make a tearful apology for the unacceptable service. Oh shit. This goes hard both ways, Danny. I love this. After the chef has apologized and finished blubbering, the manager goes further still. He fires the chef and demands that he leave the building, much to the horror of the customers only after a few warm crepes. Oh my god. A warm ham scrambler and some blueberries. Oh, like, I'd be upset, you know? It's like, I'll just leave. I mean, I'm bothered. I'd be like, oh, you upset me. It was my breakfast. I'll be annoyed. But I don't want the dude to get fired, for f***'s sake. Especially not in front of everyone. And he's probably only getting paid $4 an hour. Whether they got served hot food that Dark Knight is undocumented, but bearing in mind that the chef has been sent packing, it's probably quite unlikely. Crooked Cooking. The coveted title of World's Best Restaurant probably goes to the Colony Cafe in Miami Beach, or it could be the Colony Hotel or Colony Bistro or Moro's or Columbus Cafe. Really? The thing is, all these different names are for exactly the same restaurant in Miami Beach, but they all use lots of different ones so as to confuse the potential diner who might be tempted to leave a bad review on TripAdvisor or Yelp. One diner notes that he was encouraged to visit the establishment after being handed a flyer for a place called the Pershing, arrived at the restaurant that didn't appear to have a name, and then afterwards saw the bill that he signed appeared to be from a business called the Chef Vincent Restaurant. It was only after searching for the physical address online that he found it to be most commonly referred to as Colony Cafe, despite the fact that he'd never come across that name while dining there. This is all very confusing. It does happen all the time, though. Like, you look at your bank statement and it'll be like, you know, generic company name, and it's like, oh, okay, because they're all like, you know, the shop will be called like Jeff's, but it'll be like Turbo Industries Incorporated. And you're like, oh, brilliant. I don't know where I spent any of my money. Even McDonald's here, it comes up as Amrest. What the f***? He may have been better off just throwing that flyer in the bin. The restaurant has a habit of promoting big discounts, which then seem to get completely forgotten when it's time to prepare the bill. One couple report that they popped in for a quick beach lunch of a couple of sandwiches and a couple of drinks, thinking they were taking advantage of a 2-for-1 drinks offer. The sandwiches were terrible. The final bill came to $60, with the price of the supposedly half-price drinks coming in at $27 for the 2. That's expensive. But, you know, these tourist traps, you gotta watch out. You gotta be careful. I was in China with a friend of mine. And we went to, like, I don't know, we arrived in some city. This is like 4 years ago. It's fucking unbelievably hot. Unbelievably hot. And we're like, let's get a beer. And there was a big sign and it was saying like, beer was like £1 or something. I'm like, dude, they got beer for £1. and it was like this random Chinese beer. And so we're sitting there, we're enjoying our beer for £1. We pay for our beer for £1, and then my friend's like, dude, I'm gonna get us a couple more beers. And I'm like, dude, get the cheap beers. And he comes back and he says, oh yeah, they gave me Carlsberg. And I'm like, oh, we're about to get financially raped. And the bill came and the beers were like £10 each. Oh, Mike. My friend's name was Mike. The apparent reasoning behind this is that the drinks, a rum and coke and a non-alcoholic virgin cocktail, were classed as two separate drinks because they used a combination of different ingredients. Just say, yeah, no. We didn't give you the discount because we like ripping you off. Just be honest. Another customer had similarly disappointing experience with a 2-for-1 drinks offer when he ended up getting charged $25 for just an iced tea. When he tried to question it with the waiter who had taken his order, the waiter started making out that he didn't speak the lingo, which is curious, as he was fluent in English when he took the order. You're also in Miami, right? The restaurant is also notorious for pretending that the credit card terminal is down, forcing customers to withdraw cash from a nearby, wildly overpriced ATM. But a bit of welcome news is that they're not expecting any tips from you. That's largely because they slap on a mandatory 20% service fee to your bill without informing you first. Danny, I feel like that. Am I wrong? Isn't that the whole of America? Like, everywhere I go, it's like, yeah, you know, the meal is, like I said, it's like $15 and then it's like $30 when you're done, or like 25 or something. I don't know. I don't like it. The Colony Cafe or whatever happens to be calling itself these days is clearly not geared towards the concept of repeat custom. It's more about capturing vulnerable tourists for one visit only. And it still seems to be open for business today. So if you ever find yourself in Miami Beach, be sure to avoid the restaurant, allegedly. By the way, we have a purchthemerch.co t-shirt, which just says allegedly now. We had allegedly. We now have allegedly without the legend bit highlighted, and these are coming my way. I would be wearing them obviously, but I'm still waiting. But shipping is super quick. It's not, you'll be waiting a little while. And then, the regular allegedly ones, I think there's also the cocaine font allegedly. So check it out, purchthemerch.co. But I'm pretty sure it's the worst ever reviewed restaurant in the history of the internet, and my favorite Yelp review of the place includes these wonderful closing lines which say it all. This is absolutely the worst place I've ever been in the world. I would have been happier if I'd eaten at Subway and then got mugged afterwards. So no, that's a pretty bad day. You have to eat at Subway. Special bonus dish of the day. The special dish of the day may sound like the most tempting and exciting thing on the menu, but according to Sarah Zorn, the editorial director of the Restaurant Girl blog, it's one you should always avoid. Yeah, it's always, I never get the special. Whenever the waiter's like, would you like to hear the specials? Or like starts telling me the special, I don't want to eat your food that you want to get rid of today. It's probably not fresh. Silence, infidel! I don't say that. That's because Sarah reckons that the choice of the special dish is often based on nothing more than what aging ingredients and leftovers are in the kitchen and need to be cleared out more urgently. I thought this was true. I thought unless it's like a super fancy restaurant or something, I thought this was just the truth. So you could actually be choosing a dish made from the withering ingredients which are almost always ready, but not quite ready for the bin. Play it safe, go with the lion thigh and stuffed crepes every time, but steady on the guacamole, bada-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. If you'd like to purchase the merch, purchthemerch.co, and thank you for watching. Silence, infidel! Yeah, I'm a big fan of Business Insider, BBC News, Business Blaze, all of these very intelligent channels for smart people with big brain. Oh, I was about to say get ready to blaze, but I forgot my coffee, it's over there, and I'm already wired in, hold on. Problem solved. After all the shit I got last time for drinking Costa, people were like, Simon, why do you drink Costa? I was like, I don't know. It's close to me, and it's pretty good. But today I got Starbucks, and I quite like Starbucks regular Pike Place roast, whatever it is. Love that. I don't care what you think. It also has a ton of caffeine in. Like, that sends me up the wall. I love it. There should exist a coffee which advertises how strong it is. Like, not, taste. It won't be like, ooh, it's got like a really robust taste with all sorts of undertones. It'll just be like, no, it's really strong. I would like that. Also, let's just get all my plugs in now. This isn't a sponsored one. But I've been eating the shit out of this. There's the company that sponsors another channel I do called Today I Found Out. I know I'm supposed to eat their cereal with milk, but I'm snacking on this shit all the time. It's really good. I'm not going to snack on it through this video, though, because that would be horrible. I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm your boy. I have the blaze. This is a script that has been written by Danny. I will read it. Sam, later, will add some fine memes. This one is all about clever marketing, clever ways that marketing tricks you. I have a strong feeling this is going to be good because, I mean, the internet's a really terrible place. Like, there's a lot of negativity out there, and I love adding to it. If Simon was to open this video by revealing that you only have 5 minutes left to take advantage of the never-to-be-repeated Perch the Merch sale. Oh, thank you, Danny. Don't mind if I do. You can perch the merch at perchthemerch.co. ETA is making a cameo. He's taken a back seat recently, unfortunately for him, and fortunately for everyone else. Perchthemerch.co. Never to be, we had a sale a few weekends ago, never to be repeated, except it will probably be repeated. There's literally only 3 decal stickers left. Honestly, there's not. They're print on demand. So you should order quickly to avoid disappointment. Oh my god, I'm terrible at business. I imagine most Business Blaze viewers would just snicker into their oatmeal honey lattes. This is an oatmeal honey latte. It's not. It's a black coffee. We're not silly, and we don't get fooled anymore by the kind of tripe that advertisers used to get away with in the darker days of, say, the 1980s. In the UK and other bits of Europe, we have a furniture retailer called DFS. Oh god, DFS. It's like, yeah, there's a 98% sale off, so this sofa that normally costs £400,000 is only 50p. This weekend only, and I'm like, DFS, that sofa's never £400,000, is it? And DFS are like, always, except for this one weekend. They used to bombard us every day with excitable commercials about how their latest crazy sale on sofas and soft furnishings must end soon, except it never ends. It never did. I should just read these, shouldn't I? I should just do this. Like, 99% of the comments I love, and then it's like 1% is like, Simon, just read the script, you script robot. Oh, smash that dislike button. I have 6 other channels for that. Never did though, and it was a sale through eternity. The comedian Ronnie Corbett's finest ever line was during the opening scene to one of his famously long-winded anecdotes, in which I've never heard of Ronnie Corbett, in which he said, I remember the day well. It was the day the DFS didn't have a sale on. I think legally, they must have to have a store where everything's full price. It's probably in a field in the middle of nowhere, and it's like all of the sofas are really expensive. No one ever goes there. But I like to think that most savvy Business Blaze viewers have got wise to the concept of advertisers creating a fake sense of urgency. And we know that a 24-hour flash sale is very likely to be extended through the whole weekends due to unforeseen demand. And I don't like it. There are companies when you go to their website and they're like, this sale ends in like 12 minutes. And it's like you refresh the page and the 12-minute counter keeps counting down. There's one sponsor we have who I genuinely like with sponsors, I use their stuff, or I at least look into them thoroughly before doing it. And they do this countdown thing, and I'm like, guys, don't do that. It looks sketch. And obviously, they're a giant company, and I'm just a small person promoting them. But make a good product. People will buy it. You don't need to do this weird, like, countdown shit that everyone knows is fake. It makes it look cheap. Oh, hopefully they continue to sponsor me, or I'm fucked. And we know that 24-hour flash sale is likely to be extended through the whole weekend due to unforeseen demand. We can see through the illusion of scarcity when an airline tries to convince us there are only a few tickets remaining at this super low price, or a company tries to tell us that it's running very low on stocks of UFO detecting kits. Or when? Why is there an or when there? Danny, were you going to continue a thought and then just gave up? When a website promises you a fixed price all the way through to the very last step of a checkout process, we've already factored in the possibility of suddenly getting hit with an extra $50 charge for shipping, service fees and handling costs. So yeah, it's like, hey, yeah, I'd like this from Amazon. And it's like, oh yeah. And often I'm ordering from like Amazon Germany or Amazon.co.uk, so I have to ship it internationally. It's like, yeah, you want these plug protectors for your house. So I bought I've got a young kid, and we're just baby-proofing the house. I bought these plug protectors that you slot in, and it's like, it was like 10 of them for like €10. And then you get to ship, it's like €7 shipping. And then they arrive and they don't fit. And I'm not going to return it. I really don't return anything because it sits there for a while. I box it up, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely going to return that, and then I don't. And so there's boxes in the hallway that have just never been returned. And we're always very careful to review those checkout carts just to make sure they haven't sneakily thrown in a surprise pre-ticked box which commits you to a lifetime subscription of Model Railway Monthly. Now, I'm pretty shit at that. I don't generally check, and then I get charged more, and I'm like, what is this? And then I end up just cancelling my bank card. In a parallel universe, I think that the corporations eventually gave up trying to deceive customers and decided just to try being completely honest about everything. It would be refreshing, right? People really liked it when I just was honest about the merch. I'm like, look, I make enough money through AdSense. You don't need to, but there's so much bullshit like, yeah, support my channel by buying merch. I don't need your support. If you like the merch, If you think it's worth it and you'd like to have it to say like, I watch Business Blaze or this legendary shirt, buy it because I made something good. Don't buy it because you need to support poor old Simon. And it's like, I feel the same way about Patreon. It's like, oh, please help me. Please help me. It's like, bro, you got 40 million views on your YouTube channel last month. How much help do you need, son? And look, if I had a Patreon for this channel, I would not be like, please support me, I need your help. It's like, Simon wants a Ferrari. However, most non-transcendental beings are stuck with this universe in which the shady marketers just had to get a bit smarter. Bada-bum-bum-ts. The Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. I've heard of this. I get this one confused. There's Bader-Meinhof, which I believe is that thing where you hear of something and then you hear of something a little bit later. And there's also what I think is Bader-Meinhof, but I think it's called something else, where you start doing something and you think you're really good at it and then you realize that you're not very good at it. And then you realize there's lots of practice to get good at it. It's depressing. I'm leading here with a strategy that doesn't entirely convince me, but some marketing departments apparently swear by it. It's also known as the frequency illusion, or the recency illusion, or the selective attention bias. But I'm sticking with the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, partly because this name was coined first, but mostly because it's harder for Simon to pronounce. Bader-Meinhof. Bader-Meinhof. I think I know how to pronounce this because I've come across it before. The Bader-Meinhof phenomenon occurs in the human brain when you suddenly start believing that something is popping up all over the place. Let's say you hear an old song on the radio that you haven't heard in years, or you catch a glimpse of a car that quite takes your fancy. I have adverts following me around the internet like everyone else. 2 years ago, a very good friend of mine sent me we often message shit we find around the internet to each other. He's like, dude, I found a website that sells spinning tops for like £80. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. So I bought him one and I sent it to his office. And since I bought it, 2 years, I've been... Forever Spin, the company's called Forever Spin, have been following me around the internet for 2 years. Like I'm gonna buy another one of those things. Are you smoking crack?
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke?
Let's say you hear an old song on the radio that you haven't heard in years, or you catch a glimpse of a car that quite takes your fancy. Suddenly, it seems that the old song is being played in the background of every shop you visit, and all your friends are talking about the same car. Every direction you turn, every conversation you have, the same things keep cropping up over and over again, as if the universe has gone mad, or has got stuck in a groove, or is maybe just trying to tell you something. Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, it's a sign. It's like, no, you're just paying attention to it. You're just paying attention to it more. Like, you wouldn't have noticed before. It's not spiritual. There's no such thing. And remember, it's all a lie, including your religion. Smash that dislike button. You know when you look at the clock and you're like, oh my god, it's 11:11. I see 11:11 a lot. It's like, no, you're just, most people are awake at 11 p.m. and 11 a.m. So, you're more likely to see it like 1500 hours or 3 p.m. or 3:33. You're never going to see because no one the is awake at 3:30 in the morning, except for my wife with our young child. It's terrible sleep. It's just a coincidence. But it's more of a brain illusion wired to the concept of selective attention. Once you hear or see or discuss something of interest, your awareness of experiencing it is again amplified. And then, when you become aware of it popping up repeatedly, you begin to notice it more and more, and it evolves into a confirmation of your theory. The frequency isn't really particularly high at all. It's just that your brain has become hyper-tuned into detecting a single pattern, while quite probably ignoring several other potential cases of mass repetition, which doesn't seem as significant. The term was named in 1994 after an ultra-left-wing militant West German terrorist group, holy shit, the Bader-Meinhof gang, also known as the Red Army faction. Which might seem a bit odd, as these kinds of things tend to get named after professors and linguists who researched them. But in this case, the term was coined during an online discussion in which participants were discussing the phenomena and the lack of a name for it. And one guy suggested Bader-Meinhof because it just happened to hear the name multiple times in one day after having previously never heard of it. So it could just have easily been named the Bananarama phenomenon. Okay, doke. But what has all of this got to do with marketing? Jesus Christ, yeah, let's get into it, Danny. We're 2 pages in! People came here for business. Someone messaged me the other day, it was like, Simon, I had a great moment at work because I have an allegedly mug, which is this, allegedly, but on a mug. And he was like, and someone asked what's with the mug, and I'm like, oh, it's from a channel I like called Business Blaze. And I think it was his boss, and he was like, good on you, watching business content on YouTube. I can see you're a go-getter. Yeah, Business Blaze is pretty good disguise. Like, what channels do you like? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Business Insider, BBC News, Business Blaze, all of these very intelligent channels for smart people with big brain. Well, some marketing gurus strongly believe that the more times they thrust their products and services in your face via ad retargeting, the more likely you are to buy them, because your brain is getting persuaded that the product is more popular and desirable and on trend than it really is. And the stats seem to back this up to some degree, with many customers only finally deciding to buy the item after they've seen exactly the same ad pop up in their Facebook newsfeed about 25 times. I'm not completely sold though. I'd be more likely to get deeply annoyed with seeing the same thing over and over again. Ever since I first started researching scripts for business plays, my Facebook newsfeed has been flooded with some quite bizarre adverts based on my recent online activity. And no matter how many times I see exactly the same adverts for Trump ice water or pink Himalayan salt, I'm not buying because we know those things are shit, allegedly. Confirmed shaming. One slightly dubious tactic that companies use to try and get you to opt into their mailing list and newsletters is to make you feel like you're a massive idiot if you don't. It's like, yeah, you know when you arrive on a website, the thing pops up and it's like, hey, save 10% today, and then the cancel button is like, no, I like not saving money. I'm just like, whatever. It usually boils down to a simple question and two possible options to choose from, which are yes, I'll tick this box and you can have my email address so you can bombard me with totally irrelevant marketing until I finally reach snapping point and summon enough mental energy to try and find the unsubscribe option. Oh my god, I get emails from like some DIY company because I once bought a drill from them or some like that. And I'm like, please stop emailing me. And their unsubscribe button is a 404. Oh, or no, as in not bloody likely, piss off. But over the years, marketers have found simple but compelling ways to make the yes button sound more appealing, while making the no button sounds like it's only a knuckle-dragging half-wit would press it. Even vaguely respectable corporate giants such as Amazon use a fairly gentle version of this technique on a pop-up window promoting Amazon Prime service, where the negative option is, no, I don't want unlimited one-day shipping. Oh my god, yeah, every f***ing time. And I don't have Amazon Prime because they got me with this once. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll take the 30 days for free. And then I live in Prague in the Czech Republic. This was Amazon Germany, is normally where I buy my stuff, and it ships pretty easily. But then it's like, great, I've got Prime. What advantages do I get? It's like, oh yeah, no. This you can now, but you couldn't then. It's like, yeah, you get Amazon Prime Video, but you know, it's not available in your region. Oh, what? You get free delivery? Yeah, except only within Germany. So why did I sign up for this? And so I cancelled, and now every time it's like, do you want to do this? What are we talking about? No, but other companies are happy to take a few digital steps further in the mission to shame you into not making the clearly correct choice. An online marketing course for beginners goes with, yes, make me more effective. No, I don't want more knowledge. A huge UK outdoor retailer presents the following choice. Yes, sign me up for an exclusive camping deals. No, I don't like having fun. Who falls for this shit? Everyone knows what it's about. Meanwhile, the food news and recipes website Delish serves up, yes, I'd like to receive new, easy and delicious recipes. No thanks, I'll just have a microwave meal tonight. You could phrase that like, yes, I'd like to spend hours cooking food. No, I'd like to heat up tasty food in the microwave. Oh, we're not a million miles away from a healthy living organization deciding to go with, yes, I'd like to live a healthier life. No, I'm happy to continually abuse my body until I get so fat that I can't move and I end up choking to death on my own vomit, sat alone and unloved and untouched by any other human soul. Danny, that got dark. The whole thing seems to be based on insulting your intelligence and insulting you personally, but it's a strategy that seems to pull in strong results in the moment. And speaking of that, I mean, if you're not subscribed to Business Plays, well, you're a bit dim, aren't you? It kind of proves that you're a bit dim. So smash that subscribe button. Don't be a dimmo. However, marketing experts predict that confirm shaming will fall out of fashion sooner rather than later as more and more consumers wise up to their manipulative maneuvers. I mean, subscribe to Business Plays. It doesn't make a difference. The decoy price. It's strange to think that some packages presented to you by a business are priced in such a way that you never actually are meant to buy them at all. And not talking about ridiculously overpriced high-end options. It's more to do with the rubbish value mid-range option which drive you to the most expensive option. I've heard of this. It's like if there's like 4 prices of baked beans or whatever. It's like, I'm going to stop because Danny is about to explain this to us. And I should have learned this lesson about 100 scripts ago. So here we go. Let's say that you're taking a sunny stroll down a beach in Skegness in the UK. Sunny beach in the UK. Please, Danny, come on. And you come across a hairy bloke selling jelly deals by the bucket. He's offering a small bucket of them for £3 and a jumbo bucket for £8. In this scenario, unless you haven't eaten anything for several days, you're most likely to plump for the small bucket option because there's such a gulf in price difference between the two that you don't want to seem greedy. But there's another hairy bloke at the other other end of the beach who's also selling jelly deals by the bucket, but he's managing to shift far more jumbo buckets, even though he's charging exactly the same prices for small and jumbo sizes. The only difference is that he's also offering a medium bucket of jelly deals for £7. He's not selling any of those at all, but he's never expected to. It's just a decoy option to get more people to buy the jumbo bucket. They do this at the cinema. Do you want a small popcorn? It's this big. But for like 20p more, you can get one that's twice the size. And for 20p more than that, you can get one that's 4 times the size. And you know, they're like starting at £3 or whatever. And I always like, no, I'll take the small one. Because if I get the big one, I'm going to eat all that shit. It's a theory that's been proved to work by Israeli-American professor of psychology and behavioral economist Dan Ariely. He offered 100 students 3 different subscription options for The Economist magazine and asked them which one they'd choose. The options were a digital-only subscription for $59, a print-only subscription for $125, or a digital and print subscription for the same price of $125. Most students plumped for the latter as it seemed like the best deal. But when he took out the print-only option and tried the test again, most students picked the digital option as it was the cheapest by far. The print-only option was a decoy price, created purely to represent poor value and to make the most expensive option seem like a pretty good deal by comparison. This is so smart. And, of course, The Economist would do this. The decoy price triggers a framing effect, cognitive bias, which leads the consumer into making an inaccurate judgment based on the distortion created by a rogue third option, which is vastly inferior but priced very close to the high-end option. It is sneaky, but it's very clever. Still, even so, you probably only need a small bucket of jelly deals at the most. They're absolutely bloody awful. I don't think I've ever had jelly deals, but I'd definitely give it a try. Dodgy email subject lines. I can remember when it seemed like quite a novelty to receive a marketing email that actually had your first name appear at the beginning of the subject line. Now it just seems like, yeah, of course. Of course. Who is this tricking? I'm sure there were plenty of people at the time who believed that somebody in the marketing department had actually taken the time and the effort to compose a personal email for just their benefit. How sweet of them. No one thinks that. Of course, nowadays it seems pretty old hat because it's so easy for any business to use custom tags in their mailing software to generate the recipient's name or any other harvested details in the subject line. Yeah, like I often fill out like emails forms sarcastically. So the number of emails that are just addressed to Dear the Boss. Yeah, it's pretty good. Or we know when companies forget to do it, so it's like, Dear First Name. And if you receive an email titled Peter, we have a very special offer for you. We all know a very similar email has been sent to at least 500,000 other suckers. In truth, I don't think there's really any harm to adding a quick personal touch to a subject line, but there are far dodgier tactics to look for. Ooh, there are. I'm excited. I spent a few years working in marketing for an Australian print and design company. Danny, your life, man. And I have to admit that I cocked up very badly one time and let the side down. I used to be in charge of all the newsletter and email campaigns, and they usually went down pretty well with the customer base. We never really did the hard sell thing. We usually just strived to write something a bit quirky and genuinely entertaining, with a few casual links to the products and services here and there. The customers seem to appreciate that approach. Yeah, I mean, if it's got that approach, and I'm going to open your email and find something enjoyable in there, I'm actually going to open your email. If it's from like, hey, British Airways customer number 400, have you considered a trip? But for one particular email campaign, I decided to go with the subject line, First Name. I have some very bad news for you. I can't remember why exactly. It was probably to do with the special offer closing very soon or something like that. Well, the email rate proved to be sky high, but the company never received so many complaints in one day. Customers felt as if they'd been conned into opening the email. Maybe they thought I was going to tell them that their grandma had died, although why this information would come from a print and design company is a bit of a mystery. I don't know. It can be like, because you might read the subject first, and you'll be like, oh shit, what? Oh no, who's this from? And then you look and it's like Print and Design Australia, and you're like, oh, okay, well, thanks for the skip and a heartbeat there. Also, the people who write urgent attention, or no, what is it? Like action required. People who write action required in the subject line for a non-important email, I despise you more than Danny despises jelly deals. But they were right to feel aggrieved, and we apologized. A subject line like that didn't just sit right on the inbox screen, it felt a bit deceiving. A couple of strategies we would have never dreamed of using are the fake reply and the deliberate mistake approaches. Oh my god, people who include reply or forward in the subject lines of your messages where it's not a reply and a forward. You. Some companies add re or forward to the beginning of the subject line. I hate you! To try and indicate that it's part of an ongoing casual conversation between the two of you. That's not really on at all because it's completely fake, but sadly it works because readers tend to assume that it's part of a real conversation between two people rather than junk mail. And some companies will place small deliberate mistake in the opening email just so that they can follow it up briskly with another email entitled something like, oops, we messed up. Not only does that mean that they get away with sending two marketing emails in quick succession to really hammer home the point, it also plays into the concept that human beings are naturally intrigued by a cock-up, and they will open the second email just to discover what went wrong. So bearing all of this in mind, the ultimate email subject line guaranteed to generate interest will be something along the lines of, Peter, we screwed up beyond belief and we have some distressing news about your children. Oh god. You can also change the sender name to whatever you want. No one's doing that yet, fortunately. But it would be a bit distressing if they just changed it to Dad. So, oh no, what's going on with my family? Loss aversion. Finally, I'm usually a big supporter of the free trial mode if the product or service is good. I very probably wouldn't be forking out £80 a year for Amazon Prime if they hadn't offered me a month's free trial first. Oh my god, yeah. So we use a big project management system. I use it to run all the channels. Everyone on the team works in this program called Trello. Trello is fantastic. It's an unbelievably good and flexible program.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
And it's free. And then it's like, hey, you don't have more than 10 users or whatever. And you've got more boards. And I'm like, oh, I knew this day was coming. It's like over $1,000 a year. And I'm like, oh, it's well over $1,000 a year, actually. Hey, Trello, I love your if you want me to talk, I'll talk about you. Just give me Trello for free. And shortly after writing a Business Blaze script on the Bulgarian who managed to legally swindle $1 million from Spotify, I ended up signing up for a 3-month trial of the streaming service, and now I suspect I'll be giving them £10 a month forever. Danny, it's 2020. How are you just getting on Spotify now? But although it might seem quite reasonable for a company to offer you a generous free trial before you fully commit to the service, there can also be a psychological principle at play here, and it's based on the fact that humans can't bear the thought of losing anything. The term loss aversion was coined by Israeli Nobel Prize-winning psychologist and economist Daniel Kahneman. What's up with all the Israelis figuring this shit out? Wasn't the last guy Israeli? Yeah, Dan Ariely. Those guys are on it. And his mathematical associate Amos Tversky back in 1979. Throughout the 80s and 90s, they conducted several wide-ranging tests which demonstrated how people will fiercely clutch onto any old tat. Daniel Kahneman wrote a book that I recently read. Is it Thinking Fast and Slow? Is that Daniel Kahneman? It was really good. An early test involved giving one group of 100 participants a $2 lottery ticket and another 100 students $2 in cash each. They were later asked if they wanted to trade for the other option, and barely anybody from either group chose to do so. That is fascinating. Because if someone gave me the $2 lottery ticket and offered me $2 in cash, I'd be like, yes, please. Because you know what I'm not winning? The lottery. And even I wouldn't want to win the lottery. I've discussed this before on Business Blaze. I would not want to win the lottery, because from that point on, everyone is going to be like, Simon, you're only successful because you won the lottery. Later similar tests involved mugs and chocolates and all kinds of shit, but the results were always very conclusive. Very few of the participants were remotely interested in giving up what they already had, even if trading it in would have resulted in getting something back of higher value. I suppose there must be a point where the difference in value gets so wide that common sense starts to kick in, and I'd like to think that not many participants would have turned down the chance to trade their Enron mug for a Harrier jump jet. OG Business Blaze joke right there. But the point is that free trials can be hugely profitable strategies for businesses, even if the products or services aren't that amazing. Human beings will lose more satisfaction from throwing away $100 than they would gain from winning $100, because our feelings towards loss and gain are not equal. So, they're more likely to keep hold of that subscription to Model Railway magazine after the free trial just because it's become incorporated into the status quo and they can't bear the thought of letting go. By the way, that's twice now that we've mentioned Model Railway magazine. 3 times now, Danny, and that's fascinating. Within a fairly short period of time. If it keeps popping up in your life over the next few days and weeks, it's either an example of the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon in beautiful motion, or you just move in very strange circles. I am going to keep an eye out for that, Danny. If you'd like to look as amazing as me wearing this allegedly t-shirt, well, and I also like how I'm looking at my camera when I'm wearing the business blazer. Hell yeah. And then you can just be like, what up? If you'd like to get this, go to Business Blaze. No, that's not where you go. Go to purchthemerch.co for Colombia. And I will see you next time. I was going to say have a fine weekend because I'm recording this on a Friday, but maybe it's releasing on a Wednesday. In that case, well, you've got several more days of work left. Have a great week. and then you can just be like, what up? Oh God, Danny, we're talking about communism again. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. The script, as always, is written by Danny. The memes are added by Sam. I'm just the man in the middle, adding my own flavor of bullshit. Welcome to the Blaze. This one is a story from my childhood. I mean, not literally my childhood. This is a story that I remember from my childhood. It's about the man who traded a paperclip for a house. And I just started. Well, it's a delivery for my home. And my wife isn't home. It's 10:15 on a weekday. Guess where I am, delivery people? At work. So there's a man who traded his house, paperclip for a house. Like, he made a blog or something about it. It's really interesting. I'm not sure what the attributions on the pictures are because Danny said, Simon, there's a great website this guy does where he's got all the pictures, but they're probably not Creative Commons, so I can't use them in a video. So if there aren't images that super relate to this, it's not Sam being a dick, it's me being like, Sam, I like to make money. So, yeah, that's why. Who cares? I love the fact that the school playground is probably one of the last few remaining spots in the modern world where bartering is still very much a thriving concept. Did I tell the story on Business Blaze before where there was a let's just say a chubby fellow who he was pretty hungry, and I had a big box of Pringles. And I traded that box of Pringles when he was hungry for his Game Boy. I thought I'd get in trouble. I thought my parents would be really angry at me, like taking advantage. They were like, good job. Back when we were kids, most of us didn't have much disposable income, and so we were forced to go right back to basics and negotiate trades to get our hands on stuff that we desperately needed, like a Game Boy. So we'd swap a football for a Rubik's Cube, or we'd swap 5 different hit clips for a can of Heineken. Oh, Danny. The OG jokes are already streaming strong. Occasionally things would get a bit out of hand and teachers or parents would have to get involved to reverse a deal, which was judged to be a bit lopsided. Not my parents and their Game Boy, they didn't. Like the time I managed to catch Fat Barry in the playground at lunchtime when he was still really hungry, and I swapped him a new bike for a giant packet of crisps. I'm not sure if this is true, or maybe I told that story before and Danny's like making fun of me. The infidels next door are making sound again. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Shh, infidels. Shh. Silence! The deal didn't last long, and despite my shrewd haggling skills, I was the one who lost out on the giant packet of crisps that Barry had quite happily nose-bagged before moaning that he wanted his bike back. Yet another massive miscarriage of justice. I'd be like, you, Barry, you're getting your bike back. It's a bit sad when we tend to lose our natural bartering instinct when we get a bit older, and generally find it easier just to start throwing money at everything. When it comes to buying our first new home, most of us would assume that money is likely to be involved somewhere in the transaction. Yeah, Danny, we do. In the case of a young Canadian guy called Carl McDonald, he reckons that he might be able to get his first step on the property ladder by just the process of uptrading. And he did pretty well out of it. Starting with nothing more than a little red paperclip, he ended up walking away with a new house. Now that's proper haggling. So, how exactly did he do it? Well, he obviously didn't get a house in exchange for a paperclip. That would just be silly. But over the course of a year and just 14 separate trades, he managed to upgrade from the paperclip to a farmhouse in the small town of Kipling in Saskatchewan province, which is almost silly. A complete whoopsie-daisy, almost skipped a page, which is almost as silly, but it's completely true. Originally hailing from the village of Belcara in British Columbia, Kyle and his girlfriend Dom were renting out a modest apartment in Montreal in 2005. Kyle was unemployed, and cash was naturally very tight. Whilst he was half-heartedly searching for jobs online, I realised I said this was from my childhood, but it turns out I was actually like 18 when this happened, so I guess it was a little later than I thought. I was still a child at 18, though, to be fair. Whilst he was half-heartedly searching for jobs online, a paperclip on his desk caught his attention, and Carl suddenly decided that he couldn't be asked to search for jobs. Instead, it just invest all of his energy into bartering with a paperclip. The idea stemmed from an old kids game, Bigger and Better, in which everyone starts out with the same small object, say a Simon Whistler decal sticker. Dude, they might be small, but they sure are expensive. It's like $7-8 for a sticker. Don't buy it. It's the default price. I could lower it, but then I'd make no money, and it would still be expensive. So, I don't know. Buy something nice like a t-shirt. Smash the dislike button. Purchthemerch.co. And then go knocking on doors around the neighborhood in a bid to keep trading up for something bigger and better. I never heard of this game. At the end, the kid with the most valuable object is crowned the winner. Carl decided that instead of knocking on doors of his neighbors, which probably would have been a bit of a weird thing for a grown-ass man to do, he would instead knock on the door of the internet. Now, it's often claimed that Carl planned right from the start to gradually uptrade from a paperclip to a house, and in fact mentions a house on the very first post on Craigslist, which read, "This red paperclip is currently sitting on my desk next to my computer. I want to trade this paperclip for something bigger or better, maybe a pen, a spoon, or perhaps a boot. If you promise to make the trade, I will come and visit you wherever you are to trade. Hope to trade with you soon, Kyle. P.S. I'm going to make a continuous chain of uptrades until I get a house, or an island, or a house on an island. You get the idea. Why did you stop at a house? Oh my god. Get a house on an island, live there forever, live off the land. One day when I just don't show up, it's like, yeah, I finally got to that house island money. I just fucked off. No more YouTube. Just gonna go live on my island. I need to get involved with Mr. Beast's games, apparently. However, he most likely had his tongue planted firmly in cheek here. I don't believe that this was the basis of Carl's genuine long-term plan to become a homeowner. He just wanted to see how far he could run with the idea, and what value of item he could end up with from simple red paperclip. I suppose it wouldn't have been too hard to imagine the game falling flat at the very first hurdle. But it didn't take long for the first trade to swing into place, and from here the scheme began to gather some momentum. A couple of female vegetarians from Vancouver decided that they wanted some of this sweet paperclip action, and offered, in return, a crab pen in the shape of a fish, which they had found on a camping trip. Dude, you got a long way to go to a house. You got like 13 more trades, good luck, son. But we know he did it. It's just quite amazing that he did. Perhaps they were very intrigued by the idea of an internet weirdo making the effort to visit them in person, or just swap a paperclip for a pen, or perhaps the fish-shaped pen went strongly against their vegetarian beliefs, and they didn't want to get their hands dirty using it. Either way, Carl travelled up to meet them and complete the trade, and the game was on. He'd only had the fish-shaped pen in his hands for about 10 minutes, and had only just posted an update to Craigslist when a professional sculptor named Annie Robbins from Seattle got in touch to offer a trade. Although Kyle had promised to make every trade in person, he was usually quite limited to reasonable local travel on grounds that he didn't have a pot to piss in. Pot to piss in is a really strange phrase. It's like, yeah, I don't have a pot to piss in, like means I don't have any money. But it's like, but of all the things that I would buy when I get money, it's not like, yeah, finally I can get that pot that I want to piss in. Finally, the dream is real. But on this occasion, he and his family just happened to be driving back from a baseball match when Annie got in touch, so he agreed to make a detour to pop in and visit Annie in Seattle on his way home. Annie was offering a choice of potential upgrade items, including a banana and a container of fish food, but Kyle eventually plumped for a crude ceramic doorknob, which had been crafted by an 8-year-old boy. The doorknob had a weird bug-eyed face etched into it, which reminded Kyle of E.T., but maybe an alternative version of E.T. who was into Disco Biscuits rather than Reese's Pieces. I had no idea what Disco Biscuits were, and literally everyone in the comments of whatever the Disco Biscuits video was like Simon is Ecstasy. And I was like, oh, there you go. Great. By a stroke of good luck, it turns out that some Craigslist devotee in Amherst, Massachusetts was now in a desperate need for a new knob. Sean Sparks, greatest name ever, had a stovetop espresso maker which was missing a little knob, and he felt strongly that the ET knob was exactly the thing he was looking for. Alright, Sean, you might have a great name, but you are a bit weird. And it just so happens that on that day, Carl was on his way to visit friends in Manhattan, so he accepted Sean's invitation to meet up for a barbecue on the way. That's great. Not a barbecue in the social sense, though. Sean was offering an actual barbecue as a trade for the ceramic knob. Or to be more precise, he was offering to swap a 2-burner Coleman camping stove, a trade which Carl happily accepted. Dude, you're trading up, but it's a long way to go. The next transaction involved a trip to Camp Pendleton Marine Corps Base between LA and San Diego, where Carl met up with Sergeant David J., who was interested in taking the camping stove off Carl's hands in exchange for a 100-watt generator. That's a tiny-ass generator. What can it run, like a bright light bulb? By this point, the road to that farmhouse in Kipling seemed to hit a chicken wire fence. It seems that nobody was bothered about Carl's new generator, and interest in the project slowly dried up. Carl was nearly ready to call it quits. Turning a paperclip into a 100-watt generator is not a bad feat in itself, but it looked as if this particular game of bigger and better had finally run out of power. Ba-da-bum-bum! I'm not sure if that's an intentional joke, but we're talking about a generator, so... However, when his girlfriend Dawn started hassling him to get a job again, Carl decided Carl was like, no, girlfriend, I'm not getting a job. Support me, woman. But he decided instead of getting a job that it was worth giving one big last push. He put together the one red paperclip website detailing the journey so far and outlining his now concrete plans to finish the journey with a nice house. Within a day of launching the site, it had already racked up 120,000 hits and the offers were once more flooding in. The game was back on. Let's get it on! But he did encounter further trouble when he agreed to finally swap the 100-watt generator for an instant party kit, which consisted of a neon Budweiser sign, a beer keg, and an IOU for a keg of beer of your choice. That's pretty epic. Carl had agreed to meet up with the new trader and thrash out the deal in Queens, New York, while leaving the generator behind in a storage locker at a hotel in Manhattan where he was staying. But upon his return to the hotel, he was informed that the generator had effectively been confiscated by the fire and police department. Oh no! Apparently, one of the hotel clerks reported the smell of gas fumes, and in response, the fire and police department had come along, searched the building, and taken away Carl's 100-watt generator as a safety precaution. Couldn't they just, see that it's not on and be like, alright. Carl was now worried that he was going to get hit with a massive fine for causing a fire hazard or risking the lives of his fellow hotel guests or something.
I'm in danger!
Really? It's a 100-watt generator. It's probably like this big. This would certainly have put a spanner in the works of a plan which could now possibly have evolved into trading a small red paperclip for a $500 fine. Fortunately, it turns out there was nothing wrong with the generator. It simply leaked a little gas after one of the hotel employees had tipped it onto its side. Kyle managed to get it back from the fire and police department just in time to make the deal for the instant party kit. And it's a good job because the very next trade would involve a significant stepping up of the game. There had to be a leap at some point, didn't there? Kyle was contacted by a guy called Michael Barrett, who asked if Carl might be interested in trading the instant party kit for a Ski-Doo snowmobile. That is a jump! Snowmobiles are expensive, I believe. The name Michael Barrett initially meant nothing to Kyle. It was only after discussing the deal with girlfriend Dom that he realized that Michael was something of a local celebrity figure, hosting his own radio and TV shows in Quebec. Shortly after closing the deal by telephone, Michael Barrett announced live on his talk show that he'd just made a trade with the paperclip guy. And shortly after posting the news on the website, Carl suddenly got swamped with telephone calls from the likes of CBC, the national broadcaster of Canada, Global TV, and then even CNN, who wanted to come along and film the transaction. One red paperclip had made the transition from internet cult to mainstream news. And this is a big advantage. You can't do a trade like that without, having some media help. Apparently, Michael Barrett had originally planned to give the snowmobile to one of his good pals, but then decided it would be way funnier to swap the snowmobile and just give his pal an instant party kit instead. Sounds like a harsh deal for his buddy, but Michael did top up the original IOU for a free keg of beer with 30 additional kegs. Michael, you legend. You got that money, son. Basking in his newfound fame, Carl McDonald made an appearance on national Canadian TV show The Hour, during which he was asked by the host if there was anywhere he would now go to make a transaction. Carl jokingly replied that he would travel anywhere in the world except to the hamlet of Yak in British Columbia, of which he didn't seem to have a high opinion. Okay, dude. So all the people in Yak are like, well, you too, Kyle.
Dude, I wonder where Kyle is. Maybe he caught a disease and died. That'd be so awesome. I have awesome news. You have AIDS?
So it's only fitting that he would end up eating his words when a Cranbrook, British Columbia magazine called Snow Riders West got in touch with him and asked him if he'd been interested in trading the snowmobile for an all-expenses-paid two-person trip to Yak. From this point, there followed an increasingly impressive string of deals which saw the trip to Yak get traded for a 1995 Ford Cube van. The Cube van got traded for a recording contract with Metalworks in somewhere in Ontario, which included 30 hours recording time, 50 hours mixing time, and a chance to pitch your album to Sony. Oh, I'd trade for that. I'd go in there, do some covers of Yoko Ono. And this recording contract was then traded for a year's free rent in a fully furnished apartment in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And it was at this point that Alice Cooper got involved. Alice Cooper, the musician, who's, I believe, a dude, right? His name is Alice, though, which is weird. A woman named Leslie worked at Alice Cooper's restaurant in Phoenix, and she rather cheekily asked the big boss if he'd be willing to donate an afternoon with a fan so that she could snap up 12 months of free rent in a fancy apartment. And bless his dark soul, the raspy-voiced rocker agreed. Leslie ended up with a free rent, and now Carl had an afternoon with a rock show legend, real name Vince up for trade. Oh, so his name is, I guess that his real name isn't Alice. As a nice bonus, Carl was even invited onto the stage during a packed Alice Cooper concert, during which he got presented with an enormous red paperclip before it was tossed into the crowd and ripped to bits, while Carl was hosed off the stage by giant streams of fake blood. You'd never get any of this malarkey at a Phil Collins gig. Holy shit. What's going on at an Alice Cooper gig?
Thank you for all the...
I couldn't name a single Alice Cooper song. I'm sure I will have no one, but nothing comes to mind. Phil Collins, though. Something in the air tonight. Oh Lord! I know, I think those lines are wrong, but who cares? However, Carl's next trade led many followers to believe that he'd gone and completely lost the plot. He agreed to trade the afternoon with Alice Cooper for a motorized snow globe themed around the rock band Kiss. That is a trade down. I mean, it was a pleasant enough snow globe. It was a decent size, and it came with multicolored lights and a variable speed dial. It would have probably made quite a deluxe gift for a Kiss fan. But even so, the idea of trading a potential experience of a lifetime with a snow globe just appeared at first glance to be a worrying step down in Carl's grand scheme, as if it dropped the ball and gone backwards. Drop the snow globe. One follower commented, "This is probably the dumbest decision I've ever seen anyone make, except for the people on Jerry Springer." Yeah, true. But I guess there's something more to this. I get the feeling there's something more to it. However, for this particular trade, Crafty Carl was actually thinking one step ahead for the first and only time in the chain. He'd been approached by Hollywood director Corbin Bernsen, who'd expressed interest in offering a paid, credited and speaking role in the upcoming psychological thriller Donna on Demand. The only problem was that Corbin didn't appear to be a fan of Alice Cooper, but it turns out he was really into snow globes. In fact, the movie director had a pretty impressive collection of no less than 6,000 of the damn things. Holy shit, dude, who's that into snow globes? And it's believed to be one of the biggest collections of snow globes in the world, but the one thing missing from his collection was a motorized Kiss snow globe with multicolored lights and a variable speed dial. It's remarkably specific. You can't help thinking that he could have quite easily picked up one from Amazon, but I guess this was more fun. Yeah, at this point it's turned into just like, yeah, it's fun, like, if this guy approached me, I'd be like, sure, I'll trade you something way more valuable because it's fun. Almost a year had passed since Carl's first offer to trade that small red paperclip. Now the proud owner of a small part in Corbin Benson's new film, he was just one more trade away from securing his dream home. And for this final trade, he wouldn't just be haggling with an individual, he'd be thrashing out a deal with a whole town. A small town in Kipling, Saskatchewan, got in touch with Carl and asked if he'd be interested in a 1920s farmhouse, which had been recently renovated. With a population of just 1,140, the small Canadian town, which is close to the US border, quite fancied the idea of getting one of their residents to appear in the new film Donna on Demand. They even held X-Factor-style auditions to determine which resident would appear in the film, with the role eventually going to a young guy named Nolan Hubbard. To be honest, I'm not sure if it was entirely worth it. The film went straight to DVD and was largely forgotten. Nolan himself made one further appearance in film in 2010 before disappearing off the radar completely. Oh, Nolan, what happened? It didn't work out. But in return for this small role, Carl was offered the 3-bedroom farmhouse at 503 Main Street, along with a key to the town of Kipling and the honorary title of lifelong citizen of Kipling. The world's largest red paperclip was also erected at the front of the house in his honor, and he got the title honorary mayor of the town for a day. The housewarming party went down a storm. A total of 3,500 guests made the event, including many of the people who have been involved in this ridiculously unlikely chain of transactions. Wow, that's a party. And the icing on the cake was when Carl borrowed back the original paperclip from the couple of kooky vegetarians, bent it into a ring shape, and proposed to his long-suffering girlfriend, Dom. She must have briefly pondered on the lengths that some men will go to in order to avoid getting a proper job, but thankfully, she said yes. Years later, after having achieved his dream and broken the Guinness World Records for the most successful internet trade in history, Carl donated the house back to the town of Kipling, who transformed it into a cafe and a popular tourist attraction called the Paperclip Cottage. Holy dude, you gave away your house!
Superhero landing!
Oh my god. The giant red paperclip is still on display today at the front of the cafe, and that's in the Guinness Book of Records too as the world's largest paperclip. Carl moved to the frankly ridiculously named town of Whistler in British Columbia. Yeah, there's a place called Whistler. It's popular with skiing, I've never been, but my aunt went once. And she brought me back all of these stickers which said Whistler. He's now in high demand for public speaking. He's also written a successful book about his online adventure, secured a deal for a potential movie, and now plans to open a pop-up university in Whistler. He does. It would have been interesting if Carl McDonald had helped to spearhead a movement which took us back to our instinctive bartering roots and led us away from a consumer society. Oh god, Danny, we're talking about communism again! But of course he's done no such thing. He came up with a kooky idea and garnered some sympathy from a couple of vegetarians, which led to a small online cult which which developed into a mainstream story. At that point, the mainstream story became the driving force behind a series of increasingly ludicrous trades, which would have never have happened if people had just been following the usual rules of common sense and logic. A few others have dared following Carl's footsteps, but have sadly had no such luck in matching the scale of Carl's quite brilliant triumph. Of course, no, it was the first guy. It was only interesting because it was the first time. You can't replicate this. Come up with your own fascinating thing that everyone will love. He may well be destined to go down in history as the only man in the world to have turned a small red paperclip into a house. Bonus bids. During the course of Carl's 12-month journey to Kipling, he was offered all sorts of other stuff for trade, which didn't quite pan out for one reason or another. Some of my favourite failed trade offers of a set of 14-carat removable gold teeth, Jesus, a total body hair removal, a tour of Air Force 2, 10 hectares of land in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a herd of cows in Australia, and 10 pieces of tile from one of Saddam Hussein's castles. Oh my god. Sadly, no sign of a 12-month subscription to Model Railway magazine, though. OG Business Blaze legend joke. Thank you everybody for watching. This has been Business Blaze. If you liked this video, smash that dislike button. If you didn't, of course, you must smash the... wait, did I get that the wrong way around? Whatever, if you liked it, this way. If you didn't like it, this way. If you also want to purchase a shirt, that would be great. Purchasethemerch.co. This is just one of many designs. I'm always coming up with new designs from you guys commenting things, and I'm like, yeah, I'll make that. I'll make something like that. And then there's loads of designs on the store now, which is awesome. There's tons, like way too many. Check it out if you like. Purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching. Finally, the dream is real. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze, aka Simon. In this one, we've got something that is totally unrelated to business because I have no good reasons for this anymore. Sometimes we just don't cover business topics. My apologies. If you've clicked on this expecting something intelligent, well, you've come to the wrong place. This is the criminal Darwin. Oh, I know why we did this. Because we did all these corporate Darwin Awards, like part 1, part 2, part 17, and they did really well. So I was like, well, let's just do a regular Darwin's Awards because I'm a bit bored of the corporate one. So here we go. Welcome. What happens here, if you are new, is that Danny writes me a script. I shall read the script and be unfunny, and then Sam will add some memes. If you're wondering why this paper looks weird, it's because I ran out of paper again, and I tore these off like an old bad that I got from a Congress center, so I just printed it on the back. So that's what's happening. On a desolate corner of a cold and wet beach in Blackpool, a solitary figure sits on a stripy deck chair, seemingly oblivious to the wind howling around his bony ears and the dark ripples of a storm creeping ever closer to his chosen spot. 2 comments here. 1, I love the fact that now Danny starts every Business Blaze with a story because I once told him that I really liked it. 2nd comment, is there such a thing? I don't think there's bone in your ear. I think it's cartilage. Do people have bony ears? His skeletal features largely hidden by a long black cloak. The figure props up his scythe next to the deck chair, lights up a Strand cigarette, releases a satisfied groan, and then starts flicking through the pages of Reader's Digest. Why? Even death deserves a day off every now and then. If it means... Yeah, death definitely doesn't have ears, Danny. Even if it means some people have to wait a little longer than usual to feel his icy grasp around their necks. In the case of 21-year-old Michael Anderson Goldwyn from South Carolina, he probably felt as if it dodged a visit from the Grim Reaper back in 1981. Have you guys... I assume most people have seen that Final Destination film. That is fucking creepy. Where it's like, oh yeah, you survived a roller coaster accident, which... bizarrely we covered in detail on a recent Business Blaze. Then it's like death is hunting you and you're gonna die in all these crazy ways. I quite liked it. I think there's probably like Final Destination 2, 3, 4 and whatever. I think I saw the first one. Wait, that was a plane, and then there was one with a roller coaster, and that's all. I've been spending my time watching Final Destination instead of movies like The Godfather. I was like, why haven't you seen The Godfather? I was like, I don't know, I don't really like gangster movies. I saw Goodfellas. It's alright. Oh, I did like that one with, oh god, but it wasn't really a gangster movie. With Kaiser Sose, The Usual Suspects. That was good. After being found guilty of a brutal murder while on work release from prison, oh no, we're talking about killing again. It's never funny. I was like, yeah, I can make it funny. I couldn't. From prison on an earlier savage offence, he was sentenced to death by electric chair. This was later controversially commuted to a life prison sentence. But death had clearly already made a note in his file of facts. And he wasn't impressed about this last minute pissing about with a change of plans. A few years later in prison, wait, you survived for a few years? That's okay. Like, if I was in the electric chair and then I got to live for a few years afterwards, I'd be like, it's pretty good. A few years later in prison, Michael showed why men should never try to multitask. While sitting naked on a metal toilet, he was simultaneously attempting to repair a pair of headphones which were plugged into the television set. After deciding to bite through one of the headphone cables, Michael electrocuted himself and died instantly on that metal toilet. Oh, Michael, what are you doing? Although I wouldn't think there would be enough electricity coming through, like, a headphone plug on a television. But also, don't bite through cables that are plugged. Don't bite through cables. Number one, Mikey. Number two, don't bite through cables that are plugged in. Lesson learned. Like, my 9-month-old baby tries to bite through cables. So we had to childproof the house, because I came into the room one day, she was chewing on on an electricity cable leading to a lamp, and I'm like, whoa, don't do that! Gonna have to get those cables out of the way now, because you've got teeth. Oh god, I'm a terrible father. It was as if he was determined to carry out his original sentence that he felt he deserved, but with just a slightly less dignified hot seat. Yeah, dying on the toilet is not how anyone wants to go. We seem to have become a bit preoccupied with the comedy goldmine of death in recent Business Place videos. Oh god, it's not there, is it, Danny? And we may as well keep going while we're on a roll. But at least, this time, we're looking at criminals who very probably had it coming, rather than double amputee war veterans falling out of roller coasters. Although our recent Corporate Darwin Awards videos have taken a look at some of the most ridiculous self-implosions of businesses, this time we're getting back to basics, with a look at some of the failed hoodlums who managed to do the world a favour by removing themselves from the human gene pool while carrying out their dastardly deeds. How the fuck do I come up with a show? It's like, yeah, do Darwin Awards, but just for criminals. I think I was like, yeah, Corporate Darwin Award sounds good. Criminal Darwin Award sounds good. I did really realize the implication that we're just going to be talking about criminals who got Darwin Awards. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Welcome to The Blaze! I can't call myself The Blaze. I can't say that, because there's that right-wing channel called The Blaze. And I took the piss out of them, and all the right-wingers in the comments are like, oh, The Blaze is a very legitimate news source. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not, is it? Oh, chill out. Don't worry. It's like Michael Moore's also f***ing crazy. Don't worry. Every side has their weirdos. Although it does seem like the right has more of them, doesn't it? So this time we'll be looking at stories such as the Scottish railway enthusiast who decided he fancied a bit of free copper. The electric trains in Glasgow pick up their power from overhead cables which transmit any excess through the rails to a solid copper cable which redirects to a power distribution box. I know people steal copper cables, but they do run electricity, so do be careful. The railway enthusiast sounds like he's just a petty criminal, studied his train timetable carefully and worked out there would be a 10-minute slot in which no trains would be travelling on the rails and no electricity flowing through the copper cables. Well, at least he did that. So this would be an ideal opportunity to cut through the reasonably valuable copper cables and make off with them. Later that day, the police found his charred remains on the tracks. After rifling through his deep-grilled overcoat, they came across a timetable that was out of date. Oh no, use the internet. Oh, I remember train timetables. They were these little fold-out books that had all these tiny numbers in them, and I'm like, oh, the past was lame. Oh my god, I don't know if it'll be out yet, but I've had our designer create a t-shirt which just says, the past was the worst. I f***ing love it. I'm sure no one will buy it, because it's just one of my favourite sayings, so I largely wanted it for myself, but that's the joy of being the boy with the blaze. If I want something, if I want a t-shirt that says, face, I can just get that made up. If you want a t-shirt that says face about your friends as a joke, or maybe if you are a face, no one buys themselves a t-shirt that says face. People buy enough of that, I'll wear it. But even with slightly more careful planning, so many of these misled souls who venture off the rails, bada-boom-boom, seem destined to book a disastrous date with death, even when he appears to just be chilling out on the beach for a bit with a game of Travel Scrabble. Danny, what is going on? You can't play Travel Scrabble by yourself. Here are some of the more notable scoundrels who died in the name of criminal stupidity. I feel like that was the introduction, but we also got 2 really good stories. So, thanks, Danny. Bonus. Missed target. Although the Scottish railway enthusiast, oh my god, we're back here again, made one minor mistake in his plan to steal a bit of copper, here's a guy whose plan seemed fatally flawed in just about every possible aspect. In 1990, American David Zabak decided to hold up a store in Renton Highlands near Seattle in Washington. He could have gone for a bank or a post office or a supermarket or a service station, but no, David's cunning plan was to hold up a gun store. Oh, David. Yeah, everyone knows this. Have you not played Grand Theft Auto? You don't hold up the ammunition. You go in there and the guy's like, he's got a knock-off shotgun, he's like, "Budge me." Yeah, should have realized that. The problem with holding up gun stores is there tends to be other guns all over the place, as well as ammunition for the guns, and a lot of customers who like guns are probably carrying guns. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, in Grand Theft Auto, you're in the ammunition. It's just the guy. But it's also like, bro, everyone else in that store's good at... They have a gun range in the back, dude. Don't rob there. Come on. On this particular day, there was also a marked police car right outside the store. But this didn't seem to bother David. He walked cheerfully around the police car and made a dramatic entrance into the store with his .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol, announcing his intention to rob the joint. The place was packed out with gun-loving customers. David, you are a fucking dum-dum, aren't you? One of the dudes inside the store was the owner of the vehicle outside, an armed veteran of the King County Police Force who was enjoying a coffee with the store's owner. Can you imagine him like, dude, really? It's like a comedy movie. It's like, the cop in my mind would be Vince Vaughn. And Vince Vaughn would just look at him with that Vince Vaughn face like, really? Dude. Come on. That's a terrible Vince Vaughn impression, but you know what I'm talking about. Perhaps realizing that at the last second that this wasn't the greatest idea in the world, David panicked and opened fire. No! It's unclear how many shots were fired, as some of David's clumsy shots actually struck ammunition on the counter, causing it to explode. It seems that another minor niggle in his strategy was that he wasn't very good at firing a gun. What is clear is that both the police officer and the store's owner were quick to return far more accurate fire, and David was shot 3 times in the chest. He died from his wounds in the hospital a few hours later. Thankfully, nobody else was injured. I mean, it's sad that he died. I mean, is it? No. Like, I don't know, dude. If he was just robbing the store and he didn't fire it, then I'd be like, okay, he's just desperate. But don't fire your guns. Just use it as a threat. Pro tip. Also, another pro tip for all of you budding gun robbery folks out there. Don't rob a fucking gun store. We'll never know if David's about any follow-up schemes, but I imagine that he was already planning to loot the petty cash box at the United States military. Gun stores, I'm sure they have some money. I mean, guns aren't cheap. But you know where also fucking money? Banks and shit. Escape into danger. Back in 2005, a South African mugger very probably allowed himself a second of self-congratulation when he figured out he'd managed to escape from a mob of angry security guards. Along with a buddy, he'd been up to no good at... Oh god. Bloemfontein. No, it's Dutch or like Afrikaans, I guess. So it's like Bloemfontein. ETA, you speak Dutch. Say Bloemfontein.
Bloemfontein. Let me come back. I beg of you.
No! About 400 kilometers southwest of Johannesburg. They were in the process of taking a cell phone and a purse from a young couple at knife point when the woman suddenly screamed in terror and a team of security guards burst onto the scene. The other mugger was reasonably fit and managed to evade capture from the guards by swiftly legging it. But it seems as if the first mugger had been overindulging in Scotch eggs and he was a bit out of shape. Oh god. If you're a duo... mugging people, and you got a knife, why does there need to be 2 of you for 1? And also 2, if you're that guy who ran away, you'd be like, oh no, please don't turn on me, Peter. Brew. As the guards gave pursuit, he was getting increasingly out of puff and was aware that they were getting closer and closer. Turning a corner, he spotted a high fence. Oh no, this is the Darwin Awards. He's not going to be able to turn on anyone because he's going to die. He spotted a high fence and managed to sum up his last reserves of energy to scale the fence and drop down 10 meters onto the other side. Oh no, he's at a zoo, isn't he? He's at the Bloemfontein Zoo. Oh no, there's going to be like a tiger or some in there. The zoo guards didn't notice this and raced right past the fence, very probably in the direction of the wild geese. Oh, I like it. Ba-da-bum-bum. The mugger must have paused to catch his breath and give himself a well-deserved pat on the back before he heard a faintly alarming growling noise. Oh no, it's a tiger or a bear or something. This is the worst way to go. What he'd actually gone and done was throw himself into a cage with 2 Bengal tigers, who began to slowly show great interest in the new visitor who'd come to play. And tigers play very differently to humans. They play with your insides. The security guards eventually gave up the chase, assuming the mugger had managed to get away. It wasn't until feeding time a few hours later the zookeeper came across a human corpse in the tiger cage, which had been brutally mauled to death. Yeah, dude. The guy comes in, hey, why aren't the tigers hungry? Oh, It's not the first time that a South African criminal has been dished out justice from a zoo animal. Jesus Christ, South Africa. A few years earlier, in 1997, a fleeing gunman had made the mistake of jumping into the enclosure of a 200-kilogram gorilla called Max. In a panic, the gunman shot and wounded Max, but that didn't stop Max from performing a citizen's arrest and pinning the gunman against the wall until the police arrived. Okay, that's the first time you're grateful for falling into the gorilla cage. Oh, thank fuck it's not the tigers. Those bastards. Pinprick. Next one. When PAL Flight, or PAL maybe, I don't know, 812 took to the skies. Oh my god, I saw a great movie the other day. That's 7500 from Amazon Studios on Amazon Prime with Joseph Gordon-Levitt is really good. Definitely worth a watch. It's really sad. Took to the skies from Francisco Bangui Airport in Davao at 2 p.m. on the 25th of May 2000. The craft was carrying 278 passengers as it headed towards Manila. Sadly, one of the passengers was a raving nutter called Augusto Lakandula. About an hour into the flight, he suddenly donned a blue ski mask and swimming goggles and took out a handgun and a grenade from his hand luggage. Ah yes, pre-9/11, when you could of course just board a plane with a gun and a grenade. This alone makes me think that Francisco Bangui Airport really needed to tighten up their security procedures just a little bit. Yeah, no sh**. He then marched into the forward galley, where some of the cabin crew were seated, and pointed the gun at the flight attendant's head and announced that this was a stick-up. It appears that Augusto's only ambition was to rob the passengers on board the flight and then parachute out of the plane with all the dough. What are you doing? How much money do you think they have on them? It's like when I'm traveling, it's in my hand luggage, I don't know, $100 maybe. The rest of the money is in my bank, so when I go to the country, I can go to an ATM and get some money in, you know, the currency that I'm gonna have to use. Although I guess this was 2000, so maybe people took money with them. Also, can you parachute out of a commercial jetliner? It's pretty f***ing high. It sounds like an odd plan, but he did manage to drum up $25,000 in total from the passengers before ordering the plane to be lowered to 6,500 feet to carry out the last phase of his master plan. Okay, that makes sense. He did get it down to a reasonable altitude. This seems wildly dangerous, though. I've parachute jumped. And the idea of parachute jumping out of a plane, I mean, those engines are really big. I feel like they're gonna f*** you up somehow. Augusto pulled out, oh no, he is gonna get stuck in the engine or something, isn't he? That would be pretty rough. Augusto pulled out a homemade nylon parachute. Bro. Homemade parachute. Two words that should never be put together. From his seemingly bottomless hand luggage, in which what the f*** was airport security up to that day? Oh yeah, you got a ski mask, gun, grenade, and a homemade parachute. Welcome to PAL Airlines. Some witnesses claimed it looked more like a repurposed tent. Then after strapping on the parachute, he ordered the opening of the rear door of the plane, but hadn't seemed to realize that things can suddenly get quite breezy when you're standing near an open door of a plane which is thousands of feet in the air. He ended up getting a bit stuck, pinned in such a position that he was half outside the plane and half inside the cabin. At this point, the head of the cabin crew, a guy called Francis Cable, noticed that Augusto had relinquished control of the gun but was still clutching tightly onto his grenade while battling against the elements. Francis made a split-second decision. Reasoning that Augusto had always intended to parachute his way out of the plane, but appeared to be experiencing difficulty in doing this, Francis gave him a friendly shove out on his way. It's amazing. Bosh! The grenade's gonna go off, isn't it? Oh no! The final retaliatory act of Augusto Lacandula was to remove the pin from the grenade and toss it into the cabin. What a fucking dickhead! Except he got a bit messed up and ended up throwing the pin into the cabin whilst holding onto the grenade himself. Amazing. Woo! Psh! Oh no! The small scraps of what were left of Augusto were eventually discovered 3 days later in the mud of a small village about 70 kilometers south of Metro Manila. His older brother would later claim that Augusto was a misunderstood individual who always fancied himself having a go at skydiving but was never quite given the opportunity. Yeah, because every time I go skydiving, I take a fucking gun and a grenade with me, just in case I need to do some Tom Cruise shit. Also, there's a fantastic video of how Tom Cruise really did the halo jump in, I think it's the Mummy, is it the Mummy movie? Whatever it is, it's wild, and it's so cool. And, I mean, Tom Cruise is a little bit crazy, but also, that was a legendary move, Tom. And the comedy people said that we couldn't laugh at death. Here we are. Where there is smoke. Musa Shatui was sick to the back teeth of trying to flog steaks. The Jordanian immigrant ran a restaurant called Steak Time Subs in Westchester, Pennsylvania, but in 2006, he was fed up with slaving away for the benefit of greedy and ungrateful customers, and he was ready to flip his very last slab of meat. Musa decided that life would be a whole lot easier if he just hired a professional arsonist to torch the damn place so that he could collect the insurance money. So he hired a guy called Joshua Hunter to burn the restaurant to the ground. Joshua Hunter sounds like a spy name. Apparently in return for the promise of a $60,000 a year job. Dude, you burn the place down, where do you think you're gonna work? I'm hoping that Musa had thought this through properly and the job wasn't meant to be a chef position at Steak Time Subs. But I'm not quite sure how one goes about hiring a professional arsonist, as I imagine it'd be quite difficult to fact-check the CV and references. Yeah, dude, when you're hiring someone to do something criminal, I don't think you get that stuff. You just have to be like, go burn my shit down, and they'll be like, alright, where's the money? And it's like, do you take check? And they'll be like, no, cash. But however the process works, Musa made a mistake. It turns out that Joshua was a complete, hopeless, bloody amateur. Joshua tried on 3 separate occasions through the summer of 2006 to burn down the restaurant. His first lame attempt involved simply throwing a perfectly harmless Molotov cocktail through an open window. Later, he upped his game by dousing a few chairs with flammable liquid and setting them alight, only for the flames to quickly die down after a couple of minutes. Yeah, dude, I mean, furniture these days, it's hard to say. I don't know this, but everything's like flame retardant. Like, it doesn't burn anymore. I mean, it's really like, you gotta get a blaze going. You need an accelerant. Wow, this video is just full of tips for criminals. Following the third damp squib of an attempt, the local community were beginning to become concerned about these apparent hate crimes targeted towards the Jordanian immigrants. Musa was even asked to appear on the local 9 News channel, during which he had to feign defiance in the face of these terrible non-incidents. He told reporters, "I don't know who would do this, but if someone is trying to shut me out of business, it's not going to happen. This is my life, and nobody's going to take it away from me." This, I mean, normally, if someone tries to burn, if your place tries to burn down 3 times, and I'm the insurance, like, investigator dude, I'd be like, dude, come on. Just 12 hours later, Musa was feeling frustrated about the lack of progress from his hired arsonist, so he decided to give him a helping hand. Along with his son Essa, he decided to make the job as so easy that even the cack-handed Joshua Hunter couldn't cock it up. Musa and Essa spent the night spreading gasoline all over the furnishings of the restaurant, so that all Joshua would have to do is throw a match through the window, or maybe another Molotov cocktail if he was feeling particularly reckless. Now, everyone deserves a little break after a rigorous session of work. Pouring gasoline all over the shop must have been strenuous for a few minutes for father and son, so they decided to take a 5-minute break and have a cigarette. No! Oh my god, it's Zoolander in real life! Wake me up before you... Musa's wish finally came true when steak time sub spectacularly burst into flames, although sadly Musa and Essa got torched with it. They didn't die instantly. Over 80% of both men's bodies were burned, and they spent an agonizing few weeks in hospital before they eventually died from their injuries. That is horrible. We can't laugh at death. Slightly weirdly, Joshua Hunter was later imprisoned for 3 years for manslaughter and conspiracy to commit arson, even though he wasn't at the scene of the crime. He was possibly the only person in prison to be serving a sentence for not setting fire to a restaurant. Okay, he only got 3 years. I see why he should get 3 years, but for like attempted arson. He didn't kill these dudes. He wasn't even there. He didn't even throw in the match. How did you get there, courts? The Midas touch. The final entrant into our Criminal Darwin Awards deserves some sort of credit for thinking outside of the paint box, even if his plan was a bit spotty. 23-year-old James T. had decided to hold up a Sprint store in Sparkleberry Lane in Columbia, South Carolina in 2009. Okay, there's a place called Columbia in South Carolina. Okay, I bet they love cocaine. And then also, it's on a place called Sparkleberry Lane. Where do you live? Yeah, 23, Sparkleberry Lane. Along with a buddy, James burst into the store, pulled out guns, and stole wallets, purses, and credit cards from employees and customers before ordering everyone into the bathroom. When you're holding up a store packed with surveillance cameras, it's usually a good idea to make some kind of attempt to conceal your identity by wearing a balaclava or some kind of head covering. Yeah, if you've seen any movie ever, you know that's a good idea because people can do that thing. Identifying you. Yes. Identifying you. But James T had quite a distinctive and fresh take on the whole concealed identity strategy. He decided to disguise himself by covering his entire head in gold spray paint. Okay. Now, if you've ever bought spray paint, and you might have come across certain warnings on the packaging which contain golden nuggets of advice about the toxic qualities of the paint. The metallic colours can be particularly pernicious, and it's generally a good rule of thumb to try and avoid inhaling the paint or getting any on your skin or in your eyes. I'm not sure if there's a specific warning on the cans which reads, "Do not cover your entire head in this stuff whilst carrying out a robbery," but I would assume that kind of goes without saying. Also, second time James Bond is coming up this episode, but have you not seen Goldfinger? Don't paint yourself gold. Everyone knows that. Also, why not just use gold makeup? Like white spray paint, dude. And that stuff's not going to come off. They're going to be looking for the golden-headed man. They're going to find you. Yeah, we're looking for a man who has golden head. It's not that many. After stuffing all the stolen cash into their pockets, 2 burglars made their exit from the Sprint store, but James T's cunning disguise was to let him down quite badly. During the getaway, he began to develop trouble breathing. After coughing and wheezing for a few minutes, he was ultimately overpowered by the toxic fumes from the paint and dropped dead before he could make it back home. It killed him. Oh no! Just to make matters worse, it turns out that spraying his head in gold had been a totally crap disguise anyway. Witnesses to the robbery claimed that they could easily have testified to the identity of James T, just as they did with his accomplice, who ended up getting charged with armed robbery. He really should have gone with a balaclava. They're not even very expensive. They're probably cheaper than gold paint. Then again, it's nice to think that as a solitary cloaked figure on a beach in Blackpool looks up to the sky and notices that the cursed sun is coming out from behind the clouds, he can at least enjoy a little bit of a thoughtful chuckle as he packs up the deck chair, picks up his scythe, and gets back to another fun-packed day at the office. Oh, that closing, Danny. Mwah! This has been Business Blaze. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. If you didn't, I would invite you to smash the dislike button and then purchase this shirt, which says, smash the dislike button. So that's about it, actually. Oh, you can do that at the link below or at purchasethemerch.co for Columbia, South Carolina. See you next time. Gun, grenade, and a homemade parachute. Welcome to PAL Airlines. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze, Simon. This fine shirt is, of course, the Ask Me About My Pyramid Scheme shirt. And, super appropriately, 5 fails from the video game industry. It's made a pleasant... And by the way, this feels long, Danny. It's made a pleasant change, but the intense research for today's Business Blaze script has largely involved just playing a stack of old video games. I've also been playing a stack of old video games. Pound sent me this thing like 2 weeks ago. This isn't even part of the plug, but I have been playing a game called Prince of Persia, which I'll just show you this in a minute, but man, Prince of Persia is good. Although inevitably, as this is a Business Blaze script, I've only been playing the most utterly abysmal video games ever to have disgraced the shelves. I might not play many modern games today, well, apart from Raid Shadow Legends! Obviously all the cool kids play that. They don't play it, it's a piece of shit. Allegedly. But I still really enjoy having a quick blast on hundreds of classic titles from the golden era of gaming, when all of this stuff was properly good. My first ever console when I was very young was known as the Magnavox Odyssey 2 in the United States. It probably could play Raid Shadow Legends with a name like that. It couldn't. It was a long time ago, and let's be honest, like that game, I mean, Prince of Persia is good, but that Super Nintendo ain't gonna run these days. But in Europe it was known as the Philips VideoPack G7000. What is with all these names? I mean, Philips VideoPack sounds a bit but G7000! It was quite a funky looking thing that looked as if it had just fallen out of a spaceship, but it probably looked a bit better than it played. The graphics were very poor, and the game cartridges only had about 2 kilobytes of memory. So the games are usually very simple variants on stuff like Space Invaders and Pac-Man. But my world was changed forever when my brother got a Sinclair ZX Spectrum for Christmas. I wasn't initially that impressed with the machine. It was a cheap and cheerful black thing with squidgy rubber keys which weren't exactly ideal for long sessions of frenetic gaming. The games came on a cassette rather than a cartridge, and you often had to wait over 5 minutes to try and get the game running. Oh, bloody hell. I remember load times on some games. I really enjoyed I really still enjoy Grand Theft Auto games. Oh my god, do you remember how long some of those used to take to load on the PlayStation 2? It'd be like, guys... Hello? You still there? Only then you'll be told right at the end that there'd been a loading error. And it didn't even come with the joystick port, so you had to buy an expensive interface before you could get to stick wiggling. When the joystick stopped working, you were never quite sure if it was the joystick or the interface that had broken. You often be forced into making a losing gamble over which accessory to replace. And yet, the ZX Spectrum, with its mind-blowing 48 kilobytes of memory, was host to some of the most creative, ingenious, and timeless computer games ever to be created, many of which still hold up well today. You've not played a real computer game until you've experienced the full, dazzling delights of games like Jet Set Willy, Mr. Wong's Loopy Laundry, Benny Hill's Madcap Chase, and Horace Gone Skiing. I'm guessing that Danny's being sarcastic. I've never heard of any of these games, so I assume they're terrible. I also think Danny's a few years older than me, so like all of this, my first games console was the PlayStation 1, also Nintendo 64. I didn't have one. So a couple of my friends had N64s. I had a PlayStation 1. We'd go around each other's houses and play the games. Then, of course, the PlayStation 2, the PlayStation 3, and now the PlayStation 4, which is what I currently have. Also, an Xbox X, because I don't even play these things. I think I just get suckered in by video games and I'm like, yeah. And then I end up just playing Prince of Persia for hours. And it's like, well, that was easier. Sadly, my older brother had the attention span of a goldfish, which, as we established in a recent video, is about 3 months. And to my dismay, he traded his ZX Spectrum for a CB radio, which he later traded for loads of fishing gear, which he later traded for a motorbike. Holy Danny, he traded up. He went from like a ZX Spectrum to a motorbike. Also, he got older. Except then the fishing gear became before the motorbike. okay? But I did eventually manage to save up and get my own ZX Spectrum, followed by a Commodore 64, on which I launched my first business empire, followed by a Commodore Amiga. And to help further my education, I regularly played hooky from school to go spend the day down the local arcades. Oh, Danny. Oh, Danny. All these years later, I still regularly relive the glory days of Beer, Bother, Revenge of the Mutant Camels, and Ninja Hamster. Danny, what are you playing? The games I have are Bomberman, 2 versions of Tetris, because I love Tetris, and Prince of Persia. That's what I have on my old games console. I'm always tripping over this wire. I swear, like, I'd go for like a wireless lav mic, but then the batteries aren't, like, you can have them and then the batteries will die and you'll be like, oh brilliant, half of that video just doesn't have audio, and it's too painful. But so I just end up having to trip over wires all day. Welcome to my life. However, the golden age of video gaming wasn't exactly without its problems, and not every new system or game pressed exactly the right buttons for the growing industry. Friday the 13th, the computer game, 1986. The year before I was born. Everyone's like, Simon, you were born in 1987. Dude, you look like 50, bro. Alright, steady on. A huge problem facing the computer gaming scene in the mid-1980s was that despite the wealth of the talented programmers creating wildly imaginative and original games, all the kids at the time insisted on just throwing their paper round money at any old shit with a familiar name attached to it. Yeah, those games always suck, where it's like, oh yeah, there's a new Superman movie, so there's the new Superman game, and you get it, it's a piece of shit. And you're like, yeah, I should have realized this was predictable. Some of the more cunning software houses had cottoned on to the fact that they could sell bucket loads of games by just acquiring the name of a popular film or TV show to slap onto the packaging. When I finally acquired the Theranos trademark, I'll be able to release some Theranos computer games. That'll be great. Theranos, the app. What does it do? Well, it absolutely doesn't test your blood accurately, that's for fucking sure. Theranos, the game, where you try to con as many people as possible into giving you money for a bread machine. And quite handily, the game didn't have to be any good. The kids would buy it regardless, just on the strength of the name, like Theranos. And this is how games based on Knight Rider, Airwolf, Highlander, Miami Vice and Robocop were regularly topping the software charts at the time, despite the fact that some of them were mediocre at best and others were downright awful. It also struck me as quite odd that even though these games were getting heavily marketed to kids, so many of them were based on X-rated films. The Robocop game was one of the biggest selling games of the decade, yet was based on one of the most violent video games of all films of all time, which surely wouldn't have even been seen by a big chunk of the target audience. I feel like things have changed. I saw a Robocop a few years ago. Ain't that violent? And it's a similar kind of story with Friday the 13th, the computer game. By 1986, the UK software label Domark, which was later swallowed up by Eidos. I always thought it was Eidos, but I'm looking at it now. It's not Eidos Interactive. It's Eidos Interactive, maybe? I don't know. I've seen it a million times, you know, when you load up a game and it's like Eidos Interactive. And I was like, every time I'm just like, Eidos. But it's clearly not, is it? Oh, Simon, you amateur. Swallowed up by Eidos in the 1990s, already had a bit of a reputation for releasing weak licensed games loosely based on hot properties such as James Bond. However, all my talking about Superman, I did really like the James Bond games for PlayStation 1, but they really lowered the bar with their much-hyped release of a game based on the gory slasher film Friday the 13th for 8-bit format, ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, and Amstrad CPC. The full-page advertisements in the pages of the computer press at the time warned readers that the game contained material which may disturb people of nervous disposition, while some of the copies of the game came packaged with fake blood capsules, which I suspect the kids found more entertaining than the game itself. That's pretty cool. Having just played the game myself again today, the nervous disposition disclaimer seems a bit laughable when you see the crude matchstick men characters mooching around a very basic pseudo 3D landscape. The only thing, 8-bit 3D, I guess so, 3D landscape, the only thing you would have really found disturbing is if you shelled out 10 quid for this crock of shit. Yeah, and 10 quid in the 1980s or whatever? It's a lot of money today. The plot revolves around you and your friends taking a camping trip at Camp Crystal Lake, only to discover that the hockey mask-wearing psychopath Jason Voorhees is on the rampage. Oh no. Oh no! Your mission is to save yourself and as many of your friends as you can from the clutches of Jason. But your problem is that Jason has randomly disguised himself as one of your friends. How? Aren't you children? And Jason's a psychopathic adult. Surely you'd notice, like, wow, Jimmy, your voice is really different now. Why are you wearing that weird mask, Jimmy? Are you Jason? You don't have a clue which one it is until you've slashed them to bits, so the rather odd premise of the game is you have to go around hacking off the limbs of your friends on the off chance that one of them might be Jason. What the f***? It turns out in the end, plot twist, you're Jason. Or you're actually just worse than Jason. Jason is afraid of you. A big part of the disappointment of the game is that it bears very little relation to the film franchise. I don't think I've seen Friday the 13th, but whatever. As far as I can remember from the films, Jason didn't possess magical shape-shifting abilities, and you don't even really get to see either Jason or his signature hockey mask because he spends the game in disguise. It feels like they just didn't want to animate Jason, so they just used a stock character from another game and dubbed him and be like, yeah, it's Jason. Yeah, no, he's a wizard. He cast himself that spell from Harry Potter to make him look like someone else. I think it was actually a potion. Oh my god, who cares? Oh, it won't surprise you to know. I think I've seen the first Harry Potter film and that was it, and I have no desire to see any of the others. You get to hear a few sampled screams from time to time, which was a novelty on the 8-bit computers, and you get to see a few surprisingly gory cutscenes on the Commodore 64 version involving a machete slicing into the head of one of your friends. Oh my god, this is for children? But it's 8-bit, so, I mean, I don't think you need an 18+ warning on that, do you? The Commodore version also features a nice bouncy soundtrack, although rather inappropriately for a high game, this also includes snippets of Old MacDonald Had a Farm, Teddy Bear's Picnic, and Adventures of Robin Hood. I don't know, Danny, like when they use those childhood rhymes but they make it sound weird, like E-I, E-I, oh, then it's creepy. There's something creepy about that. I have a kid, all of their toys make these tunes, and I'm like, if you just put that in a minor key, it'd be creepy. But the main issue is that the game is so mind-numbingly simple and bland. On top of that, the Spectrum version was very buggy, as there are times when you can suddenly start walking through walls that become hampered by completely invisible barriers. I would imagine that there are times when a software house is quite taken aback by a surprisingly negative reaction to their latest thrilling release, but not in this case. Years later, one of the co-founders of DeMark admitted that when the game was finished, everyone knew it was a bit right. You know when you've made something I've made videos and I'm like, it's a bit isn't it? And then people are like, Simon, this one was a bit wasn't it? And I'm like, yeah. You know when you made something But already having pumped thousands of pounds into hyping up the game, they found they had no other option but to just release it anyway. The game was universally slashed to shreds by the computer press, with many publications thinking it would be funny to award the game an overall rating of 13%. Hilarious. I'm going to make a computer game that's absolutely and I'm going to call it Theranos 97 in the hopes that all the critics give it 97% as a joke, and then everyone will buy Theranos 97. Mwah! As soon as I've acquired the brand of Theranos. But the game still sold reasonably well, so it wasn't a total disaster. It's just quite sad to think of all the kids who spent over 10 quid on this steaming pile of horse manure, then very probably threw their computers out of the window and started saving up for a new bike instead. And now, folks, is the time for me to tell you about something good. Pound technology. The best way to do this is to switch over to my camera on my phone so I can actually go over and show you how it works. So apologies in advance for what's going to be probably some low quality audio, and but it will be a good demonstration of what Pound actually does for some non-games. This is just a cupboard. It's been like this for a long time. I still haven't mounted the TV to the wall. Okay, so what I have here, I'll just show you how all of this works. This is obviously a Super Nintendo. It has a controller plugged into the back of it. And then we have our magical Pound box. This plugs into the back, so you've got your like old school connector here. This goes into this Pound box. Your HDMI cable goes into there. That obviously just goes into the back of the TV. Power on this bad boy. Power on this. And I really hope that I can show you how good it looks, because they obviously upscale it. Not obviously, but what they do is they upscale it to 720. So it looks pretty awesome. Hold on, let's just let this load. And yeah, as you can see, I've been playing a lot of Prince of Persia, 1992. OG. Oh yeah, I forgot you have to enter the password every time. That's the first level password, but I'm not going to enter the whole password thing. So we'll just go back to the first level. And as you can see, the color isn't super well represented here. And like the upscaling and stuff, but you just have to take my word that it looks super awesome. I'm totally playing one-handed right now, like an absolute legend. Oh shit, okay, there we go, losing a life already. Okay, yeah, this is Prince of Persia. I mean, Prince of Persia is not the sponsor. Pound Technologies is the sponsor. As I'll probably tell you in just a second, repeating myself. One of those at poundtechnologies.com/allegedly. Use the promo code allegedly to get 10% off. It's a right laugh. Back to the video. As I probably said in the little clip there, if I didn't, poundtechnology.com/allegedly. It's not, it is /allegedly. If you go there, you'll get 10% off. These things are great. I'm genuinely spending way too much time playing Prince of Persia. Let's crack on. Virtual Boy, 1995. Is this the virtual reality thing? The original virtual reality? I have a virtual reality headset. It's pretty rad, except it makes me terribly travel sick. By the mid-1990s, Nintendo were riding a new digital wave, still raking in millions from the success of the Game Boy and the SNES. The company decided to turn its hands to the arena of virtual reality. Too early, guys. 1995. With the release of the Virtual Boy in Japan and North America in 1995, or at least something along the same lines as virtual reality, or at least something that had the words virtual reality all over the market. Is that, what is it? Yeah, it's just a Game Boy. What's so special about it? It's red. Virtual reality? It's like another one of these terms, right? Like, blockchain, AI, blockchain, virtual reality, turbo. The Theranos 97 VR turbo blockchain experience. Mwah! The promise was that the Virtual Boy would be the very first console capable of displaying stereoscopic 3D graphics which would totally immerse players in their own private universe. It's 1995, guys. It's not fucking Star Trek. They don't have a holodeck yet. That'll be awesome when we finally have a holodeck. Although, as a kid, holodecks and replicators, this is Star Trek talk, by the way, it's time for the Star Trek talk segment. Holodecks and replicators had a much greater appeal to me. Now as an adult, it's like, I used to think as a kid, like, I love cheesecake. Cheesecake has always been one of my favorite foods. And as a kid, when you don't have any money, you're like, oh man, I could really go for cheesecake right now. Having a replicator would be so cool. Now when I want cheesecake, I go to the store and I buy cheesecake. I mean, I can call Uber Eats and be like, I want some cheesecake, and they'll deliver me cheesecake for like a few pounds. Mwah! I think I'm going to order a pastrami sandwich for lunch today. It's like, you can have anything you want. Anything you want. But the reality, virtual or otherwise, was more than a little disappointing. The 32-bit tabletop console was a peculiar-looking beast. The idea was that you plonked the stilt-legged piece of kit on a table and then sat down, hunched over at the table, to peek through the viewport and immerse yourself in the game with very crude red and black graphics. It wasn't true VR, of course. This was 1995. What a shocker. Instead, it overlaid a red LED onto an unlit background to create a sort of parallax effect, which appeared to add depth to the very simple monochrome graphics. The $25 million marketing campaign included a deal with Blockbuster, who agreed to rent out the console for $10 a night, which would be redeemed if you decided to go ahead and buy the surprisingly pricey $179 console. That implies to me that they're very confident in the technology. They're like, yeah, you can rent it, and we're so confident you will buy it that we'll give you the money back. And I'm like, it sounds like it's going to be a bit doesn't it, guys? But this try before you buy model proved to be a big mistake. What a shocker. Guys, you should know when you've made something Why don't you know this? As customers were far from impressed with the kit, and Blockbuster ended up with thousands of consoles that they couldn't shift for even drastically reduced prices. Although the marketing had promised three-dimensional high-resolution graphics so detailed and clear, you'll swear you could reach out and grab them, the reality was that the hollow-vector graphics on the woefully limited selection of games were a bit pants. Setting up the console was awkward, and playing the games while hunched over a table just felt uncomfortable and wrong. More important than that, some players reported experiencing dizziness, nausea, and headaches after playing the console for a short period of time, while prominent scientists warned that Virtual Boy could potentially trigger sickness, flashbacks, and even permanent brain damage? Oh no, how? I've played, although I do get the nausea and sickness shit, because I was playing, I don't know what game it was on that, like, PS4 thing, and I'm like, oh, I'm feeling rough. But I get travel sick. Like, you put me on a boat for 5 minutes, and if it's a little bit rough, I'm gonna be sick. I feel like generally I'm a pretty sturdy person, but I don't think, like, I wouldn't think of myself as someone who gets travel sick. You're on a boat, it gets a little bit rocky, I'm gonna be sick everywhere. Nintendo had predicted that it would sell 3 million Virtual Boys in the first year, but the final figure was around 770,000 before the $179 console was quietly discontinued, and shops shoved them in the bargain bucket for about $20. Oh, brutal. It's not often that Nintendo drops the ball, and in this case it seems as if they'd lost faith in their own product before they even released it. You know why? As we've discussed many times in this video, you know when you've made something shit. The technology had been in development for over a decade by an American company called Reflection, who had pitched a demo to Sega, Hasbro, and Mattel. Everyone corrected me on the pronunciation of this on that video, even though I said I don't give a I still don't give a I read your comments and I still don't know how to pronounce it. given 0. They all turned it down with concerns over motion sickness and the lack of full color. It was in black and white. So When Nintendo got on board, the original idea had been to produce a cool, wearable VR system, but the plans gradually downsized as the company decided to divert most of its resources to the upcoming Nintendo 64 instead, which was awesome. GoldenEye is one of the finest games ever made. Pounds, disappointingly, don't have a cable to allow you to connect. This is terrible promotion. They're probably going to ask me to remove this, but they don't yet have a cable for N64, but they do have it upcoming, and I'm rather excited about that. I don't have my old N64, but I'm definitely buying one. I'm definitely buying GoldenEye, and I'm definitely buying that Pound Technology cable. In the end, Nintendo rush-released a diluted version of the Virtual Boy just to get it out of the way. And while most of the company's incredible success stories are rooted in the concept of engaging game design, this rare feature seems to be shaped around a novelty gimmick that didn't really work. A trip to the arcades. I've got so many fond memories of the amusement arcades of the 1980s, fighting in the long snaking queues for the new track and field game, which had digitized voices and everything, ignoring the rough kids in the corner who were trying to flog you individual cigarettes for 10p because I wanted to save all my 10p's for Paperboy, screaming in frustration as I lost my last life on Ghosts and Goblins, maybe the toughest arcade game of all time, but then still scrounging 10 pence off a mate to have one more go. Danny, you should have got into selling the cigarettes. You buy a pack for a few pounds, you sell them all for like 10p each or whatever the modern equivalent is, and then you got loads of money for arcades. I'd have definitely been the kid in the corner selling cigarettes. Oh, I'm a terrible person. I didn't sell cigarettes at school, and I definitely didn't sell pirate games. Definitely not. But not every arcade game was a hit. For example, I can remember one arcade game from 1986 that should have never been allowed to take up valuable space in the smoky underbelly of the arcade halls. It was based on the popular TV game show Name That Tune, which ran in the States sporadically from the 50s to the 80s and spawned several international versions. The main premise of the show was that contestants had to name a popular tune just from the opening notes played by an orchestra in the studio. But it's hard to see who exactly the arcade game was aimed at. Most of the tunes were quite old, so the kids wouldn't have the slightest clue. And even the most knowledgeable of music historians would still have struggled to identify the notes because the terrible quality of the synthesized music meant that everything sounded like a squawking chicken losing an argument. I have to say, like, the Prince of Persia soundtrack, it's all very like, whatever, MIDI. But it's like, I don't know. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. I mean, considering the game's like 500 kilobytes total size, it's like, what? It's motherfucking fly. Fucking got it. There's a big-ass fly flying around this whole day. Where's his fly body? However, perhaps one of the biggest failures of the very early arcade scene became notable for getting quickly bodged up and transformed into one of the biggest successes in gaming history. And it's a story that delves into pre-Mario Nintendo, long before they started having silly ideas about virtual reality. As we mentioned in a very early Business Blaze video, Nintendo started out flogging playing cards in the late 19th century, and then went through a bizarre period of diversification from the 1950s onwards, in which they tried their hands at taxi services and love hotels. OG Business Blaze reference there. We totally did a video about Nintendo's weird old businesses. It was one of the early ones. I think Business Blaze was slightly less insane back then. Before setting their sights on the arcade industry in the 1970s. And by 1980, the newly formed subsidiary Nintendo of America was pinning all of its hopes on a new game called Radar Scope. Playing it again today is actually a pretty decent game for the time. It's a mix of Space Invaders and Galaxian. Never heard of Galaxian. Space Invaders is pretty tight though. But with a force tilt perspective that gives it more depth than anything seen on a Virtual Boy 15 years later. More depth than their VR attempt 15 years later. Immediately following the game's initial launch in Japan, the president of Nintendo of America ordered 3,000 units for the US market as he felt strongly that Radar Scope was going to be the next big thing. There was a 4-month delay in producing the order and shipping the cabinets to New York, during which it became apparent that the game had underwhelmed the Japanese audience. And when they finally arrived stateside, Nintendo of America only managed to shift a third of the cabinets to US arcade owners, who would later regret the decision because of the machine's poor performance on the arcade floor, while the other 2,000 cabinets were left to gather dust in a warehouse. I would really like to buy it, like, in my office. Like, I just have work and I mean, I always make fun of people who have like arcade machines in their offices because it's like, what are you doing? Why aren't you working? But I would really like one of those. I'd also like a Star Trek The Next Generation Stern pinball machine, but those things are like $7,000. I'm like, oh my god. The decision to invest so heavily in Radar Scope had proved to be a catastrophic one for Nintendo of America, which plunged the subsidiary into deep financial crisis and resulted in the US head office moving from New York to Seattle to save on costs. In a bid to salvage something from the wreckage which the president of Nintendo of America telephoned the president of the main Nintendo company, who also just happened to be his father-in-law, and pleaded with him to send over a new game that could be retrofitted into the old radarscope machines and possibly help him to get them out of the warehouses and onto the floors of currently disinterested arcade owners. President of Nintendo reluctantly agreed. Why would he be reluctant? It seems like a very sensible idea. Quite possibly wondering why his daughter couldn't have married someone with a bit more business acumen. It doesn't sound like his decision. It came from Japan, it went over to America, and he's like, well, I guess I have to distribute this. I'm not in charge. He got one of his game designers in Japan to quickly knock up a replacement game that could be shoved inside the radarscope cabinets. The game designer's name was Shigeru Miyamoto, and the replacement game was called Donkey Kong. I've heard of that. There's a great documentary called King of Kong, which documents these competitive Donkey Kong players. It's really bizarre. The main guy in there is this crazy-ass character, which makes the documentary, it's totally worth watching. This featured the very first appearance of Mario, although he wouldn't get his official name for a few more years, and he appeared to be a carpenter rather than a plumber in this debut game. The English instructions refer to him as Jumpman. Well, Shigeru was initially keen to call him Mr. Video, but thankfully there was a change in heart in time for the christening. But the point is that Donkey Kong was destined to become one of the most successful arcade games of the decade, selling 60,000 units in its first year alone, and continuing to shift tens of thousands of units over the next 3 years, raking in a total of $280 million for Nintendo. And it single-handedly paved the way for the country's entry and dominance of the console market. So while the original Radarscope may be a largely forgotten and quite under-the-radar arcade shooter, and it almost brought Nintendo of America to its knees, in a funny kind of way it's also one of the most important arcade games of all time. The Atari Jaguar, or Jaguar, as Americans might say, from 1993. You can't make a video about video game fails without mentioning the legendary Atari. Founded in California back in 1972, Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney, the former giants of the arcade scene, were responsible for such pioneering efforts like the original Pong arcade game, as well as Asteroids and Missile Command Machines, as well as the massively popular Atari 2600 home system. In the early 1980s, they were also responsible for one of the most damaging fails in arcade game history, which hit the whole industry hard. But before we get into that, in typical arse-about-face fashion, I just wanted to very briefly move to the very last gasp of one of the great companies of the 1990s. Atari was having a tough decade. By this time, they'd attempted to take on Nintendo for supremacy over the handheld console market, and in fact, the Atari Lynx was miles better than the Nintendo Game Boy. Never heard of the Atari Lynx, I'm gonna guess they thing up. It featured full-color graphics over the Game Boy's monochrome. But an unfortunate shortage of parts meant that the Atari Lynx had missed the 1989 Christmas market and allowed Nintendo to clean up with the Game Boy, which admittedly also had a much longer battery life. So Atari turned its attention back to the home console market, in which they had been overtaken by Nintendo, SNES, and Sega's Genesis, or Mega Drive, as it was called in Europe. When Atari released the Jaguar in 1993, it was aggressively marketed just like a Jaguar, as the world's first 64-bit console, and the company was confident of regaining its stolen crown on the home console front. And it wasn't a bad machine after all, which makes it all the sadder that it completely failed and hammered the last nail in the coffin for Atari. The actual console looked a bit crap and flimsy. It was surprisingly small. Sam, do the honors! And it had an awkward controller. But it initially came with quite a decent selection of titles, including Alien vs. Predator and the best version of the early arcade classic Tempest that was ever released. But there were problems. Shocker. The system was notoriously difficult for programmers to work upon, and support for the promising console very quickly dried up. More importantly, while the Jaguar was technically a superior system to its earliest rivals, the SNES and the is it SNES or SE and NES? I don't know, it's before my time. It was no match for Sega's Saturn and Sony's PlayStation, which were waiting just around the corner. Another notable mistake that Atari made with the aggressive marketing of the Jaguar was that its bold leading claim about being the world's first 64-bit console was dubious at best. Without wanting to get too technical, I'm glad because I'm already... 64-bit? I thought that was something that computers did like 10 years ago. Not like something that consoles did in the 1980s. I'm so confused. Without wanting to get too technical, the insides of the Jaguar were a mix of 64-bit and 32-bit chips driven by a 16-bit CPU, so it's not really a true 64-bit machine at all. That just feels like it was a bit of a lie. Enthusiasts of the console may agree with Atari's later claim that it was a 64-bit when it needed to be, but it still seems strange to lead the entire early marketing campaign with something that was bound to be found questionable. It's like, yeah, I got a new Ferrari. Oh wow, what is it you got? It's got like a a 1.3 for a Polo. Oh, brilliant. But perhaps the biggest question of all behind the downfall of Atari is that despite making good machines whenever they bothered to pull their finger out, they largely seemed content to keep on shifting the older machines for as long as they could get away with it, and lost valuable ground to the competition, which they never really recovered from. Following the flop of the Jaguar, Atari reverse merged with a little-known producer of hard drives and was swallowed up by Hasbro a few years later. Really? They arrived with a dramatic pong, but left the scene with a barely audible ping. Ba-da-bum-bum. E.T. 1982, I've heard of this one. But let's finish off. Really? There's like many more pages, but okay. With a triumphant look back at the golden years of Atari gaming when the console giant could do no wrong. And maybe just pause to consider how they briefly came close to wrecking the entire industry in one limp swoop. By Christmas 1982, the company already had a bit of bad form with releasing disappointing titles. It's probably hard to imagine now, but there was a genuine wave of excitement about the imminent conversion of the arcade classic Pac-Man to the Atari 2600 console. I'm not surprised there was, like, excitement about this. Like, if you were only playing it in arcades, you had to pay, like, 10p a go, which, I don't know, is like £1 today or whatever. It's not cheap. I'd be like, I get to play this at home as much as I want for free? That'd be pretty exciting. It'd be like getting a cinema in your house or something. The idea of being able to play Pac-Man at home whenever you liked without having to mooch down to the arcade with a pocket full of 10p pieces was enough to send gamers into a frenzy. And considering the beautiful simplicity of Pac-Man, it shouldn't have been too hard to get it right. They even made a half-decent unofficial version for my Magnavox Odyssey 2. Sadly, the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man was a dreadful, flickering mess that failed to capture any of the magic of the original classic. But Atari wouldn't have been too troubled. The conversion still managed to sell 7 million copies and break a new record for the best-selling video game of all time. Still, bearing in mind the critical reaction to the game, it would have been nice if they tried a bit harder to get it right for what was undoubtedly set to be one of the biggest talking points of Christmas 1982, the forthcoming E.T. game for the Atari 2600. But we all know the games based on movies are shite. We already discussed this, Danny. E.T. was the dog's bollocks in 1982, and every kid was hoping that Santa Claus, OG Business Blaze legend trick there, would be shoving a copy of this official Atari game into their clogs for Christmas. It was naturally a big deal. Following Raiders of the Lost Ark and Tron, this was going to be one of the very first games that was adapted from a blockbuster movie, and certainly the biggest. Yeah, wasn't Tron a movie based on a game rather than a game based on a movie? I feel like we did a Business Blaze about that previously. And Atari certainly paid enough to secure the rights, which were reported to have cost about $25 million. $25 million today, I'm like, it's nothing. People buy rights for, like, insane money these days. But they probably spent a lot more time on acquiring the license than they did on designing the actual game. What a shocker. Why is it going to be shit then? Oh, well, that's why. Atari commissioned Howard Scott Warshaw to design the game, apparently on the request of Steven Spielberg himself. Howard had previously written critically acclaimed hits for the Atari 2600, including Yar's Revenge and Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the difference was that it had been given 6 months to write each of those titles. In the case of E.T., Atari told him that they needed the game finished in the unseasonably short time frame of just 5.5 weeks in order to hit the Christmas market. I feel like this was mentioned I know it's a different company, but there's that book, Masters of Doom, which is incredible, and if you're enjoying this Business Blaze, you will love that book. I really thought that Atari, there was something about this, like how he has to rush the game out. Maybe Howard should have refused such an impossible task. He reckons, at the time, that he quite fancied taking on such a daunting challenge, but he was possibly nudged along by the fact that Atari was offering him $200,000 in, like, 1980s money, an all-expense-paid vacation to Hawaii, and a chance to hobnob with Steven Spielberg. However, the meetings with Spielberg didn't go in exactly the way that Howard might have hoped. When Howard presented his game idea to Spielberg, the disappointed movie director responded with, "Couldn't you just do something a bit more like Pac-Man?" Oh, Stephen. We assume he meant the proper Pac-Man, not the creepy Atari version. It's perhaps no surprise that the ridiculously rushed game evolved into a crushing disappointment. No one's surprised at all. It's often labelled the worst video game ever made, but I don't think that's true at all. At the time, it wasn't even considered the worst game of the year for the Atari ST 2600. That dubious honour went to a conversion of a little-known arcade game called Congo Bongo. The idea of a simple and primitive E.T. game is that you guide the alien, complete with quite a funky extending neck, around a very bland landscape in search of 3 pieces of an interplanetary telephone. Along the way, you pick up Reese's Pieces to restore energy, and you fall down pits quite a lot, which are very difficult to escape from again. Sounds like a right thrill ride, doesn't it? It's vaguely pliable, I suppose, even if it's monotonous, boring, frustrating, and not remotely rewarding. I can imagine that most kids who played it on that fateful Christmas day just never really managed to get anywhere with it, and later folded away with all the socks and Bibles and other shitty presents. Because a Bible for Christmas. Thanks, Mum, a Bible! Woo! Brilliant! The game did manage to ship 1.5 million copies over Christmas, with one retailer reporting that most of the purchases were made by clueless grannies rather than kids who knew their shit. But that still left a staggering 3 million copies unsold. Legend has it that Atari eventually decided to dump these 3 million unsold copies in a landfill site in New Mexico. I've definitely done a video about this. Although it was often dismissed as an urban myth, and the game designer himself, Howard, declared that he thought it was very unlikely it ever happened. It turns out to be completely true, though. Years later, in 2014, a consortium of budding archaeologists, including Microsoft, worked with the New Mexico government on a partial excavation of the landfill site, eventually retrieving a total of 1,300 ET cartridges caked in filth. Many of the cartridges were cleaned a bit and sold to collectors to help fund recognition of the burial site as a tourist attraction of the future. Yeah, we all want to go visit a landfill where a game was buried, said no one ever. I'm guessing New Mexico is short on theme parks. You're absolutely right, Danny. They probably don't have an empty Six Flags. It's claimed that the fallout from the ET fiasco ended up costing Atari about $537 million and was a leading factor in the video game crash of 1983. Retailers lost faith in Atari and kids lost interest in video games for a while, but the good news is that this was far from a permanent game over for the industry. When you fancy just one more go, there's always another 10-pence piece buried somewhere deep in your pockets if you just dig deep enough. Woo! That was long. This has been Business Blaze. Not quite an epic blaze. Haven't done an epic blaze in a while. Maybe I'll do another one soon. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching. Please do check out today's sponsor. Support them. It supports the show. It supports me. poundtechnologies.com/allegedly. And thank you for watching. Oh my god, who cares? I don't want to get sued by the Chinese government. Or killed. Allegedly. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. My name is Simon. I'm also known as your boy with the blaze. This t-shirt, I don't know what order these go out in, but in the last video I was wearing this t-shirt and people were like, Simon, that's going to be really big with the stoner community. I don't know if you're aware of it, but blaze also has another meaning. It's like, no, I'm completely unaware of that fact.
I'm not a drug addict.
I've never heard of it, and it wasn't a smart business decision. Oh, but it was. I have no idea what this is about. Danny has just titled it Big Things That Suck. I almost started the video a page in because Danny, in all of his wisdom, uses the same title font for the main title and also the subtitle for each section, and I had 2 scripts stacked together, so thanks, Danny.
Danny, what the fuck, man?
This is the most insanely overpriced products. Let's just jump in. I've already been waffling enough. By the way, you can acquire this t-shirt for yourself. Go to purchasethemerch.co and buy it. Why not? You'll love it. Especially if you like weed. When I last mentioned Simon Whistler decal stickers in a Business Blaze script, I figured that I probably wouldn't roll it out ever again. Although I was poking fun at the concept of someone paying about $5 for a sticker of Simon either shrugging, pointing, thinking, gasping, or even cheesing, I'd like to think that somebody out there is perfectly happy with his or her purchase. Yeah, what are you doing? And they're not even $5, they're like €7 or something. They're way too expensive. Don't buy the stickers, please. On Teespring, the company that do the merch, you can go through and you upload a design and then they put it on all of these products and you can just click, them all. And it's just like, yeah, all just go to the merch store, which includes the insanely overpriced stickers. Don't buy those. And now is probably a perfect time to buy them all before prices go up again. OG Business Blaze legend joke right there, let's carry on. I think my own timing is a bit off. Having vowed never to mention Simon Whistler decal stickers again on the grounds that the joke has run its course, the very next script topic turns out to be all about the most insanely overpriced products of all time. Oh no!
Danny, what the fuck, man?
Danny, although I get the feeling that my insanely overpriced stickers, #Ferrari funds, are going to be blown out of the water by whatever the fuck these people came up with, so let's carry on. Of course, it's worth remembering that there's an important difference between an overpriced product and a product that just happens to be wildly expensive. Of course there is. $2,000 might sound like a lot to fork out for a camera, but if it's a Nikon D500 DSLR camera, then you know it's going to take some pretty good pictures. Alrighty then. Volkswagen's Bugatti Veyron sports car. Yeah, you could just call it a Bugatti Veyron, but you gotta remember it's made by Volkswagen. Sports car might seem a bit pricey at well over $1 million for the cheapest low-end peasant wagon. Can you imagine that you're so rich and your friends are so rich that you buy a Bugatti and you roll up to, like, I don't know, rich people club, and the other Bugatti owners laugh at you because you bought the one for poor people.
Your mom is so poor she can't even pay attention.
But considering that Volkswagen spent over $2 billion on developing this line, they're probably not deliberately trying to rip anybody off. No, they're not. They are wildly impressive vehicles. $5 might seem quite expensive for a Simon decal sticker. Yeah, you're right. That is, I mean, I put no effort into making that. It was really, really minimal. Anyway, there are plenty of examples of other breeds of products that appear to step outside the boundaries of reasonably acceptable pricing, and are very probably just taking customers for a ride, and not a cheap Uber ride either. I think we made a video all about Uber. I think I remember, like, in the Uber video, people were like, oh, Simon is putting all the taxi drivers out. And I'm like, they're too f***ing bad. But, you know, we can't be Luddites. Also, Uber is better and cheaper than taking a taxi. And people are like, oh, Simon, you might get raped in an Uber. And I'm like, I might get raped in a taxi. I mean, let's be frank. I'm probably not the victim profile there. Come on, let's just be real. You're probably a cab driver if you're saying that. A London black cab ride in which the meter is already on about 40 quid before you've even climbed inside and told the driver where you want to go. Yeah, I remember taking taxis, before Uber, and you'd just see that meter ticking up and you'd be like, Especially when I travel. You travel somewhere and you'd just be like, you don't know how much it's going to cost. And you're just riding in the taxi from, like, the airport into the hotel or town or wherever you're going, and it's just like, tick, tick, tick. And you're like, why is it going so fast? Stop! One of the worst cab rides I ever had, I was in New York, and I was going to see, I think it was the Colbert Report. Like, I was going to go and watch that. And I leave my hotel, I get in a taxi, and the guy drives around for like 20 minutes. And I'd looked it up, and it was really close by. So he's driving me around for 20 minutes. And then he eventually says, I'm really sorry, but I don't know where it is. And I'm like, all right, well, just drop me off here. I've already missed it. Like, I can't go now. Like, they've closed the doors. I'm not going to see this show. And I'm like, just drop me off. And he's like, all right, it'll be like $40. I'm like, you can fuck right off, I'm not paying you. And I just get out and walk off, and I didn't feel bad about that at all. But whether we're talking about one-off products targeted at gullible rich folks or everyday goods on which we cheerfully chuck far too much money away all the time, there's certainly no shortage of occasion when companies have taken us all for proper Theranos mugs. Yes. I talked previously how much I would love to buy the Theranos brand and just have Theranos merch and call this Business Blaze brought to you by Theranos. But I said in a previous email, so many people emailed me telling how wildly expensive it's going to be. So I'm just like, it's not worth it for a joke. It's like, it'll be like 2 lines in a Business Blaze episode, and I'd have a Theranos mug, like legally, and it would be like, yeah, I spent like 20 grand on that. It's just not worth it.
This is what happens when you work to change things.
Big things that suck. Many years ago, when life took a brief and sudden downward turn, I found myself living alone in a house that had been quite ruthlessly stripped of almost everything. Danny, did you live in a crack house? For a short time, I had no furniture, no cooker, no fridge, no washing machine, and most importantly of all, no television. And I was earning a modest wage at the time, so it took me a little while to fill the house back up again with everyday essentials. Fortunately, Danny, what happened to all your stuff though? Like, did your house burn down? Yeah, your past is just a mysterious mystery. Creative wording there, Simon. Well done, you genius. Fortunately, I did have a deep fat fryer, so I didn't starve to death. And I did have a little vacuum cleaner called a Dirt Devil, so my fully exposed carpets were always clean. What's a fully exposed? Oh, fully exposed because it doesn't have furniture. It was a tiny red handheld thing which was probably just intended for car interiors or tricky corners, but it was all I had to vacuum the whole house. So I used to spend ages crawling around on all fours, vacuuming every inch of the house with this Dirt Devil until the carpets were completely clear of dust, dropped peanuts, and salty tears of anguish and regret. Oh, Danny! When I finally upgraded to a cheap upright model, that cost about 50 quid, and I felt as if I was living like a king. Far more recently, when my last Dyson died. Oh, Danny, you got fancy now. It's like, yeah, I had this Dirt Devil and no furniture. Now I've got a Dyson. If anyone's unaware, Dysons are alarmingly expensive. I'm like, no. No, I'm not buying that. So I just bought a regular ass Hoover, which was like half the price and is perfectly fine. I mean, personally, I don't know, I've never used it, but I assume my cleaning lady thinks it's fine, or she would have told me that it's shit, and I had to buy a Dyson. And by cleaning lady, I mean my wife. Not really, I have a cleaning lady. So Danny's Dyson died, and he went shopping for a new vacuum cleaner. I was quite staggered by the choice and price ranges. You can spend anywhere between about £60 to £1,000 for a piece of kit that essentially just sucks things up. Yeah, I think I paid about £60. But it wasn't the lowest of the low range. Maybe it's like 100 quid. I don't know. I don't pay attention. Like, I'm not very good at personal finance. I know the higher end models can promise higher... Although, it's like, YouTubers have a bit of a reputation for not being very good with personal finance and buying like Lamborghinis and shit. And it's like, I don't know. I just don't buy shit I can't afford. It's not that hard. Just don't have any debt. I don't even have a credit card, as we discussed on previous videos. I had a credit card, because you used to need a credit card to rent cars, and had a limit of about £500. And people in the comments were like, Simon, you've only got a credit card with a limit of £500. My credit card limit's $27,000, and I made $14,000 last year. And I'm like, I'm not sure if that's something you should be proud of, though, is it? I know the higher end models can promise, and people are like, oh, Simon, it builds up your credit. Having a credit card builds up your credit so you can buy a house. It's like, I bought a house. No one ever asked me about my credit rating. I know the higher end models can promise higher quality components, superior performance, more durable motor, digital displays, automatic height adjustments, laser dirt sensors. No. And probably an optional bagel setting and a bun warmer, just like those Theranos blood machines that were actually bread makers. I mean, they weren't really. Allegedly.
This is what happens when you work to change things.
All of this shit, though, like, I remodeled, or, like, whatever you call it, you know, when you strip out your kitchen and you put a new kitchen in. And so, to be honest, my wife led the charge on this. And it was like, okay, appliances. And I was like, I don't know, just get the good ones. And so we got these good appliances. And I'm like, oh my god, the touch screens. What is wrong with buttons? What is wrong with a knob? And I had like an oven before, which was like, oh yeah, you turn it onto the fan mode, and you turn it up to like degrees, and it goes. This one has like 14 settings, and it's like, yeah. If you just have one tray in the oven, you have to have it on level 3 or it's not going to cook properly. The number of times I've just thrown it on level 1 because I'm used to, you know, a normal fucking oven, and it's like, oh yeah, no, your chicken's not cooked and it's been in there like an hour. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Just next time, I'm just going to IKEA and I'm being like, I want the oven. The cheap one. Because it's better. It's genuinely better. But the gulf in price difference still seems incredible when you can have a very similar sucking experience with either a £60 model or an £860 model. The relatively new Massachusetts-based company... No. Shark Ninja. Oh, guys, you're not a YouTube channel. You're not a 21-year-old guy. Like, Shark Ninja is like, I feel like this guy's, you know, Mr. Beast's competition. It's like, Mr. Beast, Shark Ninja, PewDiePie. I'm going to start a channel called Shark Ninja. I can't really, can I? It's probably true. I'm going to start a channel called Ninja Shark, and it's going to be my gaming channel, where I give away money. Because that's apparently what's really popular these days. They've seemed to found a way of providing high-performance vacuum cleaners at reassuringly sensible budget price. But there are still far too many companies, like, say, Kirby Company, based in Cleveland, Ohio, who still appear to have a reputation for slapping high-end prices on vacuum cleaners, which aren't anywhere near as good as alternative mid-price models. And they still seem to be doing pretty well out of this strategy, because those customers who can't be asked to make comparisons or check out reviews just end up assuming that expensive means better. Just look on Amazon, it's not that hard. Like, when I bought that vacuum cleaner, I was in the store, I look it up on Amazon to see if it's got good reviews, and it does, and they don't seem to all be bought, which is a big problem on Amazon, and allegedly, and I'm just like, yeah, that's for me. 4.7 stars or whatever is enough. Buy it. Designing any old crap and targeting this breed of customers who are just after the most expensive model in the shop still seems to be a fairly effective business model. But if you really want to fritter away your money on the most expensive model in the shop, I'd recommend you go for the GV6 2711 model from GoVacuum.com. And if you're that sort of person, I mean, I'm just saying, I do have a website. It's purchthemerch.co. This little gem features a high-performance 10-amp motor. I have no idea what that means. A 14-inch touchscreen, a 14-inch wide cleaning nozzle complete with roller brush, anti-marring wheels, and an outer bag. Perhaps more significantly, every single component of the vacuum cleaner, apart from wheels and outer bag, is plated in 24-karat gold. Oh god, really? Why? Go Vacuum took the time and effort to properly market this monstrosity, and even commissioned a pretty funky 90-second rap jingle for the commercial, despite the fact that they only planned to make 100 of them and the price tag was $1 million for one? But I don't understand, like, if you have a gold vacuum cleaner, if you're paying $1 million for a vacuum cleaner, you don't touch the vacuum cleaner.
I know what a rich one like you should do. $1 million vacuum? Yeah, who knew? You're cleaning in style, got the gold shining through.
Well, that was the original retail price. The good news is that the sale price was only $999,999. Jesus Christ. And you also got a 0.001% discount if you liked Go Vacuum's Facebook page. The price was absurd, as the amount of gold found in the vacuum cleaner was nowhere remotely near the value of $1 million. Yeah, obviously. $1 million buys you, I mean, gold's expensive, but $1 million would buy you, like, what, 10 kilos of gold? I don't know how much gold is. I think it would buy you, like, 10 or 20 kilos. I'd guess. Which, because gold's super dense, would probably only be like this big. It's crazy. The price was absurd, and it's nowhere near, and it's not clear how many, if any, were sold. Probably 0. I suspect they built the prototype for a bit of a laugh, and then decided they'd be happy to knock up a few more for anyone silly enough to order one. Yeah, of course, that's how you do it. That's why I'm gonna start selling... What can I sell? Something with gold. I'm gonna start selling gold mugs. They're $100,000. If you buy one, I'll make it for you. Like, I will personally make that I'll deliver it to you when COVID's over. If COVID ever ends. But I think they were targeting the wrong audience anyway. Most people rich enough to blow $1 million on a gold-plated vacuum cleaner probably just have a cleaner or a maid or something and wouldn't know the one end of the vacuum cleaner from the other. The Prada paperclip. Oh, God. Without any shadow of a doubt, when it comes to insanely priced products and blatant shameless rip-offs, one of the biggest offenders by far is the entire luxury fashion industry. And who can blame them? If people are willing to hand over hundreds of thousands of dollars for a fairly cheap product emblazoned with a prestigious name, it's hardly the industry itself that's stark raving mad. Prada are not the biggest offenders here. Gucci, what's up with that? It's ugly as shit and it's mad expensive. Who wears this? Back when I accidentally became a writer for a fashion platform for a while, I ended up composing hundreds of thousands of words about the most ridiculous and overpriced products. For example, the French fashion company Vetements once released a t-shirt design based on the uniform worn by one of the express logistics group DHL. Okay, isn't that brown? I imagine that hundreds of thousands of DHL employees around the globe are given the opportunity to wear the simple but distinctive yellow and red top. Oh, yellow and red, of course. DHL's yellow and red. Who's the brown one? What can Big Brown do for you? UPS? Vetements released a version with their own name underneath the main DHL logo and then charged punters £393 for the privilege. Oh, God. I used to work in a Sainsbury's when I was a kid, and they gave you this horrible, horrible polyester polo shirt. It was so polyestery. You'd like put it on and you'd be getting static shocks. I should have kept it. I suppose it was ideal for anybody who wanted to look a bit like someone who worked for DHL without having to go through any of that annoying daily routine involved in actually working for DHL. Who wants to look like, I mean, what? What's going on? Speaking of Vetements, they also once snapped off the high heel of a leather lady's shoe, replaced it with something that looked exactly like a standard Bic lighter. Sam, I got an image of it here. Sam, do the honours. That does look like a Bic lighter. And charged over $1,000 for these pair of freshly transformed designer shoes. I do wonder sometimes if, like, you know, fashion design. I've seen Zoolander. I've read about this. I'm basically qualified. Look at my merch. This is finer. I'd rather have this than some of the crazy shit that I'd rather have this than wear some weird ass Gucci thing, which is all wild ass colours. It's all baggy and shit. It looks wrong and it says Gucci in massive letters just to let people know that you spend all of your money on clothes. Or you're actually rich and have no taste, but I do think that's going to be the minority. Or you've worked out how AliExpress works. Digging out some of the online promotional copy now, I come across such phrases as fashion-forward footwear that challenges your expectations with every daring step. Wait, Danny, were you writing about this as actually trying to sell it to people? Because it's horrible. And the words sound so alarmingly familiar to me, I'm worried that I'm the idiot who wrote them. Wait, Danny, I thought you were. I'm so confused. But perhaps one of the most unnecessary, expensive items to have hit stores in online in recent years was the Prada paperclip, which is yours for a cool $185. Oh, at least tell me that's a box. Measuring 6.25 centimeters long, oh, it's a big paperclip, and 2.25 centimeters wide. Americans have no idea how big that is. It's about this big. long and this big wide. The tiny clip is crafted from sterling silver and features the Prado branding engraving on one side, hence the high price tag. And quite staggeringly, they seem to sell pretty well. To be more accurate, it's technically a paperclip-shaped money clip, which is designed to hold together wads of £50 notes, but at that price, you might expect it to hold together an awful lot more, like maybe your grip on reality. Looking at it from another perspective, I suppose it could be the only Prada product in the world to be faintly affordable to normal people, so you could knock yourself out and buy two. Don't do that! Don't do it! I'm gonna release business-based paperclips. $185. It's just interesting to ponder that if the Canadian Carl McDonald had started off his up-trading adventure with a Prada paperclip instead of a simple red paperclip, he could have worked his way up to a farmhouse in about 7 transactions instead of 14. Oh, Danny, OG Business Blade led. This isn't really OG, because that video was like a week ago probably, or 2 weeks ago, I don't know. Cinema popcorn. This is a controversial entry because I'm going to include it here and then contradict myself by robustly defending it. Okay, Danny, have fun. And we will too. If we took a random straw poll on what consumers feel is the biggest rip-off in the world today, I'm pretty sure that snacks and beverages served at movie theaters would feature quite heavily in the final list of results. I don't. Isn't that where they make their money? It's like, I know they're expensive, but it's like part of the price of going to the movies. Also, just sneak in your own food. And it does seem a bit odd that if you're planning a night out at the cinema, you're likely to end up spending more on the popcorn and soda than you are on the actual tickets to see the movie. Of course, you're a bit stuck because you're not allowed to take in your own snacks that you purchased elsewhere. I'm not entirely sure how strictly the cinema chains enforce that rule, and I suspect it's fairly easy to shove a small ham sandwich and a couple of chocolate bars down your trousers without getting arrested or marched out of the cinema. But generally speaking, most law-abiding moviegoers are likely to get tempted by the sweet aromas of hot buttery popcorn or nacho cheese as they walk past the concession stand. And if you're going to look like a cheapskate on that all-important first date, unless you buy a massive tub of popcorn and gigantic plastic cups of Coke that could probably prove to be potential drowning hazards, oh my god, what's with all the peas? You need to get ready for some massive markups in price. It is way too expensive. I mean, the markup's absurd. I mean, popcorn is free. I mean, you go to the store and you buy like a giant bag of kernels of popcorn, it's like, what, 50p? Maybe even less. A little bit of oil, again, free. You put it in a pan, you pop it all up. Amazing. And then the cinema, like, yeah, it's 40 quid. A research conducted by Richard McKenzie, a professor at the University of California, Irving, I don't care, revealed that the lower ends of the scale bags of candy, say M&M's, have an average 313% markup rate. Moving up the ladder, cups of soda will be marked up an average of 558%. That does seem low, I mean, it's a cup, it's plastic, and it's like the post-mix. It's basically free. But the biggest offender of all is predictably the giant tubs of popcorn. Although they only cost the movie theatre about 90 cents in total to produce, they'll be flogging them to you for an average price of $7.99. Oh my god, that seems more expensive. That's definitely more expensive than I pay, making a nice and salty 788% markup. Some cinema chains will dare to go considerably higher. You might only be forking out an average of $9 per ticket for the spectacular cinema entertainment, but you could end up spending way more than that on things randomly to pop in your mouth at regular intervals while you're enjoying it. But while this may all seem a bit extortionate, those overpriced tubs of popcorn may be the only ingredient that's keeping your local cinema from running its own set of silent closing titles. From that $9 ticket fee, they usually only get to keep about $2.70 to cover all of their own expenses. That's like a 30% margin business. To cover their to cover all of their own expenses. Oh yeah, okay. So the rest of it goes to the film distributor, so they get $2.70 and then they've got to, that has to pay for everything in the cinema. That's fairly brutal. Even if they hiked up the price of cinema tickets, it still wouldn't do the theatres much good, as they'd largely just be lining the pockets of the film distributors even more, as they claim 70% of the cuts. That is brutal. But also they made the f***ing movie, to be fair. That's expensive. I haven't seen any of those Avengers movies, because of course I haven't, but I have heard they're wildly expensive. I did see that Fast and the Furious, and I hear that's really expensive as well. The one where that submarine is breaking through the ice. I walked out. I haven't walked out of the cinema in a while. It was so bad. I'm out. I'm done. I'm going home. It was so weak. I was dragged there by a group of my friends who smuggled a bunch of Corona into the cinema. Not COVID, this was pre-COVID. A bunch of Corona beers into the cinema. I drank them, got progressively more drunk. And I was like, this is not fun. In many ways, I mean, the drinking was fun, the movie was not. In many ways, the showing of the film can be viewed as a loss leader, which is just meant to get you through the cinema doors, so that the chain can try and claw some money back to you and flogging you very expensive snacks. So, in much the same way that McDonald's is essentially a real estate business that just happens to flip a few burgers, the cinema industry is rooted in the idea of finding a good spot to sell some popcorn and then building a movie theatre on top of it. Maybe we just need to start campaigning for film distributors to charge a slightly fairer price, but then we may end up with cheaper films to go with our cheaper popcorn. Tough call. Yeah, just keep the movies good. Just movies have got really good when they've got loads of money. Although also cheap movies are also good. They're just less, I don't know, I generally don't, even though those huge budget ones, unless, you know, it's like Mission Impossible or something, like those Avengers movies. Bleh. Sam's gonna be really upset at this because he loves the Avengers movies. So he's probably gonna meme this pretty hard. I'm back. I mean, you probably didn't think I went anywhere, but I had to get coffee. I made a coffee. I felt my blaze was fading, so I needed the magical energy juice. An ongoing joke that producer Sam and I have is that coffee is life force. It's good. Bottled water. I don't want to harp on too much about bottled water, as I'm sure everyone knows that it's probably the most ridiculous product of the millennium. And last millennium too, Danny. It's the most ridiculous product of 2 millenniums. Although it has a long history dating back to the 1700s when Jackson's Spa in Boston used to sell bottles of natural spring water to supposedly cure all ailments. Didn't do it though, did it, Jaxo? Except perhaps gullibility. We can largely blame the French brand Perrier for helping bottled water to become a perfectly acceptable product in the modern world, as they were first to roll out a multi-million-dollar advertising campaign for bottled water in the United States. We often get promised that the bottle of water you're holding in your hand has flowed down an ice-topped mountain in a magical realm of tranquility that doesn't show up on any map or was manually hand-cupped from a natural spring by a golden-locked virgin who is 7th in line to the throne of Narnia. Spin that story, Danny, you marketing genius! I generally think there is like mineral water and stuff that does come from springs and like volcanic water and all of that shit, which is, you know, much more expensive. But then if I'm just buying a cheap bottle of water in a store, I assume it's like come out of a tap in like Slough. For Americans watching, Slough is that place where The Office in the UK was set. That should give you a bit of a reference point. I actually used to work in an office very close to Slough. It was actually alright. I quite like that job. I'm sure we all know that most of it is just filtered water from the tap. Yes, we do, Danny. But it hasn't stopped bottled water from becoming a massive industry, generating around $100 billion in revenue from around the globe every year. And apparently, that's just a very conservative estimate. Yeah, because they spend it all on marketing. Like, do you guys watch that show Billions? You know, it's basically just a lot of rich people getting up to shit. And the Fiji, or Fiji, it must be Fiji, like volcanic mineral water or whatever, which I have to say, it does taste quite good, but I'm not buying it because it's insanely expensive. But it's like every time they're drinking water in that show, there's a bottle of Fiji water, and it's always facing the camera. Americans alone consumed 13.85 billion bottles of water last year, despite the fact that it can work out to be up to 1,000 times more expensive than just drinking it from the tap, which is actually far more closely monitored for health and safety. And barely anybody could tell the difference between a bottle of holy magical mountain healing water and tap water anyway. Truth. And as if that wasn't ridiculous enough, there's also the matter of the one-stop use plastic bottles that this nonsensical industry is creating, most of which can't be recycled. Yeah, but that I get because it's a convenience factor. Look, I would much rather drink water out of the tap. If there's a water fountain, I will drink out of it. No problem at all, as long as I don't have to touch my mouth against anything, because COVID. And also, even before COVID, I'm such a germaphobe, I was ready for COVID. I drink from the water fountain, but if not, I have to go to the store, and you have to spend like £1 on a bottle of water, and I'm like, well, this sucks, because it's a huge waste. And I know people will be like, Simon, carry a bottle of water around with you. And it's like, where? In my fucking purse? It's like, I already have a problem. It's like, even in summer, I'm often wearing a jacket, because I don't like having things in these pockets, because it's like, if you know, can you see what I'm demonstrating? If you got things in these pockets, then your pockets stick out and you look like an idiot. So I wear a jacket and you keep like your wallet and your phone and a pair of keys and a set of keys. And it's like, if I don't have a jacket, where do I keep all this shit? I don't carry a man bag. I mean, I have a bag for work, which I take to work every day. But it's like, I don't go out on the weekends with that shit. It's like, what's in there? makeup? Still, at least we can take a drop of natural comfort from the odd times when the manufacturers of madness get caught out. Back in 2007, PepsiCo were forced to make it clearer that the bottle's Aquafina originated from a public source rather than the fountain of a mermaid's pool. Meanwhile, 5 years earlier, Nestle had settled a lawsuit against their Poland Spring water brand. The settlement included $10 million in discounts for consumers and additional substantial donations to charity. Nestle had been implying in their marketing that all their Poland Spring water came from the original Poland Spring. It did not. But the pair of plaintiffs from Connecticut who filed the lawsuit argued that this was very unlikely, as the original Poland Spring completely dried up in 1967. Whoops-a-doodle. Come on with your Pepsi, do some research, allegedly. Fancy flagship phones. Finally, here is a product which has rapidly shot up in price in recent years. Yeah, oh my god, I feel like I should upgrade my phone. It's like a few years old, and I don't know, it's Apple, so after a while they get a bit shitted up. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get a new phone. And it's like, oh, it's like well over $1,000. I'm like, I'm good. I'll just wait, thanks. Although the industry appears to have hit a crossroad, and it'll be interesting to see how things pan out in the near future. It doesn't seem so long ago that you could pick up a funky little Nokia for about $50 to $100, and still come across as pretty flash when you whipped it out of the pub to answer that vital phone call from Hong Kong, or to order a kebab. Yeah, I remember, when I was a kid, I don't know, 18, 19 years old, I got one of those. I remember the fanciest phone, or like one of the cool phones, was that Razr flip phone. And I bought one of those. It was like £200, which for 18-year-old time was a lot of money. And I was like, whew, it's expensive for a phone. And now it's like, yeah, it's $1,000. It's like, what? What is going on? Nowadays, a new flagship phone from Apple, Google, or Samsung is more likely to set you back anywhere between $600 to well over $1,000. Yes! And of course, there are some perfectly good reasons for this. Today, phones are clearly more advanced than those old Nokia bricks and come packaged with far superior features which are naturally more expensive to produce. Except, like, it's technology. The more technology goes on, the cheaper it gets to produce. Another reason why the price hike seems particularly sharp in the States is because handsets only used to cost about $200 up until relatively recently, with the true hidden cost hidden away in monthly fees of the cell phone contract. Yeah, isn't that how it works? Like, I buy my phones up front and then I pay like a more reasonable price each month. But don't most people get the phone for free when you get a contract? But the contract's always it's like $100 a month or something. I'm like, f*** that. I pay like $15 for like unlimited everything because I pay for the phone up front. Nowadays, even though you can still pay in bite-sized chunks, it can be a shock to the system to see the total price displayed in full for the first time. But none of this explains why you can still pick up a perfectly decent Chinese branded phone such as those from Huawei, possibly with just a few less features, for less than half the price of a major flagship phone, because they're spying on you. Allegedly. Probably not really, but maybe. And the most frustrating thing, I had to say allegedly twice there because I don't want to get sued by the Chinese government. Or killed. Allegedly. And the most frustrating thing about all of this is that even though we often convince ourselves that we absolutely must have the best top-of-the-range phone packed with all the essential new features, most of us rarely make genuine use of any of the extra features that are missing from the far cheaper Chinese models. Of course, a lot of it boils down to the phone just being a status symbol, and the fear of being mocked by your peers for pulling out a phone from your pocket which is 6 months out of date, and doesn't even come with the quadruple triple lens multi-magnetized shuttlecock shaving technology. I don't know if phones are really status symbols. Are they? Or perhaps most likely just fear of pulling out a cheaper phone when your friend or associate has got something with the Apple logo on it. Does it even have the Apple logo on it? I don't even know. This does, but it's covered by a case. From personal experience, I always got excited when I reached the point in my contract when I became entitled to a free upgrade, and I could look forward to paying about £50 or £60 a month, but now with a shiny new phone. The last time I was due for an upgrade, I realized that I was perfectly happy with my old handset and really felt no desire to replace it. So I kept my contract running on a SIM card only basis, and now pay less than a quarter of the fees that I happily used to spend for years and years. Yeah, it's way cheaper. Like, I do pay like £15, so it is a quarter. Danny's got the same thing as me. It seems that the other consumers are having very similar ideas. Recent market research has shown that people are becoming more likely to keep hold of their existing handsets for longer instead of opting for the upgrade. This has naturally forced the tech companies into considering new strategies for the future. Some of the big players may ultimately go with the idea of making phones even more expensive if they're not going to be shifting as many units, and this could be backed up by the argument that fabulous new 5G technology is clearly going to be more expensive to produce anyway. Yeah, I mean, they've got to get all that coronavirus into you somehow. Not really. If anyone comments that there's some truth to this, or links me to some shady-ass documentary, I'm gonna ban your ass so hard from the comments. Or you never know, some manufacturers may suddenly stumble upon some magical way of suddenly dropping the higher prices so that a decent new phone becomes a more desirable and affordable prospect. While they make up their minds, Chinese brands are gaining grounds and winning more market share, so it could be the case that in the future we'll all just use Huawei phones instead. It will be fascinating to sit back with the popcorn and see exactly how things unfold in the next few years. Whatever you do, just don't buy the popcorn from the cinema. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. This felt extremely long. Reward me. Buy a die-cut sticker for the hashtag Ferrari fans. Don't buy the stickers. They're so expensive. Consider buying a t-shirt. There's the what does this even say? I'm looking in the reflection. The Keep Calm and Blaze On. There's also the Free Danny one. Those are relatively new. There's also all the classics, of course. The Past Was the Worst. Smash the dislike button. All of that stuff, and I'll see you next time. I'm gonna ban your ass so hard. I've got several YouTube channels. They do okay. I'm also a dickhead. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I feel like I'm at the circus. Danny wrote to me and was like, Simon, this one's extremely lengthy. And I was like, yeah, Danny, I can tell. We're going to be here for a while. This is not an epic blaze. Don't get too excited. Somehow, the epic blazes, longer content on YouTube doesn't generally do that awesome, but the two most popular videos on this channel are the hour-long videos, and the only reason they don't make more is because, they're 3 times as long, so I pay Danny 3 times as much, I pay Sam 3 times as much, it takes me 3 times as long, and they just make the same amount of money. So I'm like, no. If this channel had that subscription thing where you pay like $5 a month for, this sounds so expensive, this isn't worth it, I don't want to do it already.
I don't want to do it. I want to go home. I can't take the pressure of it.
Because Netflix is like, what, $10 a month, $12 a month, and you get all the unlimited content in the world, and then I'm like, yeah, for $5 a month, I'll give you 1 hour of extra content a month. That doesn't seem like a good deal. If that does seem like a good deal, overwhelm me with comments, and I'll do it. If not, I'm not going to, because like the stickers at purchasethemerch.co, don't waste your money. It took me a while. Oh, this is 3 massive frauds? Jesus, Danny, these must be massive because this script is like 10 pages.
Danny, what the fuck, man?
3 massive frauds. Let's do it. Allegedly. It took me a while, but I've just finished researching and writing an epic length script, which weaves the inspirational business story of a charming man called the Tarquin Trotter, abandoned in a pigsty as a baby. And Danny, I didn't pay you to write this, did I? Because I'm very worried that I paid you to write this. Abandoned in a pigsty as a baby and later sent to a strict boarding school for behaviorally challenged orphans, Tarquin's first job after leaving school was sweeping up the cigarette ends and heroin needles from outside the local job centre. But after attending business evening classes and watching repeats of The Apprentice on a old flickery black and white television in a shared bedsit, Tarquin went on to launch a small business selling custom-made bandanas and winter vests for farm pigs. What the fuck is going on, Danny? I'm so confused! From such humble roots, Tarquin went on to forge a mighty business empire based on transparency, excellent pig-based products, decency, customer value, and good wages for hordes of hard-working individuals who were proud to work for his company. Danny, it sounds like you need to go work for him, doesn't it, mate? Because none of these things I provide. Decency? No. Customer value? Look, you be the judge, but no. Good wages? No. Hard-working individuals? Danny works pretty hard. I'll give him that. Although he was raking in billions of dollars every year, he lived a modest life in a rented caravan on a field next to a pig farm, and gave away all his wealth to charitable organizations fighting homelessness and poverty and hunger. You're a better man than me, Tarquin. Oh god, those stickers, they're so expensive. The story has a slightly tragic ending, as he ended up dying very young after contracting a particularly bad case of swine influenza, also known as pig flu. But there are plenty of motivational moments to cover over the course of 6,000 words. Oh my god, 6,000 words! And I'm adding 6,000 of my own words. Sometimes people often ask me, like, Simon, how do you make so much stuff? And I'm like, well, I don't record every individual individually. Look, a minute ago, I just finished the most overpriced products. I stand up and I record 2 or 3 at once, and then for another channel, I recorded 4 geographics videos yesterday, and I look at how many words I've recorded. Well, some days I'll record like 40,000 words. And I'm like, that's like half a book. Jesus Christ. I am a machine. Robot sent from the future. I've just remembered this is Business Blaze, and we don't really want to hear about any of that muck. So, as a last-minute alternative, here are 3 more cases involving filthy fraudsters who were grimly determined to get more than their fair share from the business trough. Bearing in mind that so many of our recent fraud stories seem to involve Nigerians, I'm just hopeful that we can avoid any mention of Nigeria in this particular video. I've just hired a new writer, Mike, for another channel I'm working on, coming soon, and he's from Nigeria. And I was like, what? So I go to pay him. And I'm like, yeah, pay through like PayPal or TransferWise and Revolut. And he's like, Simon, I've got some bad news. In Nigeria, they don't allow PayPal or TransferWise or Revolut. Oh no, maybe they allow TransferWise. And he's like, you have to pay me through Payoneer. So I get set up with Payoneer, and it's the enormous pain in the ass. Because I think they just assume that if someone's sending money to Nigeria that they're getting scammed. I'm like, I just want to pay Mike. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. It took me like 2 weeks to pay you.
I'm going to let Mike punch me one time in the face. That's how I'm going to say sorry.
What are we talking about? The Invisible Airport. The Nigerian fraud artist Emmanuel, Nwude, maybe, once held down a fairly respectable job as the director of the Union Bank of Nigeria before he decided to give it all up and get into the trickier business of selling investment in invisible Nigerian airports. Wait, Danny, come on. Come on! The victim was the allegedly shrewd and risk-taking banking director of Brazil's Banco de Nordeste. I don't know why it's Italian. In 1985, Nelson Sakaguchi received a fax which purported to be from the Central Bank of Nigeria, who were looking for investors in a proposed new airport. On fax paper, it probably sounded like quite a credible project. Just a few years earlier, the Nigerian government had shifted the capital of the country from Lagos to Abuja. I'll ask Mike. And now it seemed like a good idea to build a major new airport for the new capital, bearing in mind that it was now the fastest growing city in the most populous country in Africa. It just made perfect sense. Shrewd Brazilian bank director Nelson agreed to meet up in a swanky hotel room in London with the director of the Central Bank of Nigeria, a guy who introduced himself as Paul Ogowuma. Don't these meetings occur in like embassy? It's like, yeah, you're going to meet up with the director of the Central Bank. We're going to do it at this random hotel. And I'm already like, oh god, there's going to be cocaine, isn't there? There's going to be bags of money, allegedly. He had a proper business card and everything. Yeah, because those can't be faked. In fact, Paul was none other than the now unemployed Emmanuel Nwude, who appeared to have fooled the cunning director of the Banco de Nordeste by just having a few business cards knocked up by Vistaprint. Vistaprint. Anyone? I don't know if they still do it, but whenever I used to order something off Amazon, it would come with a Vistaprint like printout inside, being like, hey, you want some free business cards? And I'm like, yeah, I want some free business cards, Vistaprint. I mean, I'm 14 years old and I just ordered a game, but sure, if they're free, and I go onto Vistaprint's website, and you enter your details, and they're like, oh yeah, you want more than your name on there? That's going to be like $80. It's like, what? And you're like, okay, well, I'll do the cheapest one possible. I'll just have my name. And they're like, yeah, delivery takes 28 days. And it's $400. I'm exaggerating, but that's how they get you, allegedly. I've got a fun story about, oh god, this is going to go on forever. Maybe I've told this story before, but as a student, it was about an hour's drive from where my parents lived, to where I went to university. So I'd go like back home and visit on the weekends, and I'd stop off on this service station, like a gas station or whatever, but with a McDonald's on the way home. And they had one of those machines that prints business cards. And every time I'd stop there and I'd print myself some new business cards for £3. And I'd just put like fake job titles on there. So, first of all, I had like professional legend, which is where the legend joke originally came from, why I refer to you all as legends. And then I had one that said hero/legend. And then I had one that said professional party guest for a long time. And I just hand them out to random people. And the professional party guest one was the best one because people were like, really? And I'm like, no, I'm not that entertaining. But that'd be an epic job. It was from The Sims. It used to be a job in The Sims. To be fair, Emmanuel's time working at the Union Bank of Nigeria had also given him access to confidential information which helped his scam appear a bit more plausible. He claimed he was looking for around $242 million in investment from Nelson's bank, and in return, Nelson would personally get around $10 million in commission after the airport was built. This smells like a scam. Allegedly. Nelson was asked to just be a little bit discreet about the deal and maybe not bother telling anyone else at the Brazilian bank. So Nelson agreed to stump up $191 million. of the bank's money in cash. I mean, I'm sure it's a wire transfer, but that implies that it's not going back. And then secretly transferred the rest in smaller, less suspicious packages over the next 3 years. It's quite remarkable that even after 3 years had passed, he was still trying to funnel millions of dollars to Emmanuel, despite the fact that he can't help have noticed that there didn't yet appear to be any signs of a new airport. Not even so much as a runway or a little coffee shop. And it's equally remarkable that he managed to invest the full $242 million into the invisible airport without anybody else at Banco de Nordeste noticing that the funds had gone missing, despite the fact that this investment amounted to 2/5 of the bank's entire value. Tell you where I'm not going to bank. By 1998, the Spanish bank Santander were interested in taking over Banco de Nordeste, and they naturally fancied having a bit of a go through the books. Although this prompted increasingly desperate excuses from the usually calm and calculating Nelson, he eventually had to hand them over, at which point everyone seemed to wake up from their slumber and notice for the first time that 2/5 of the bank's capital had been squirreled away to an undisclosed private account somewhere in the Cayman Islands. It's not entirely clear what happened to poor old Nelson, although as far as I can make out, he was last seen awaiting trial on charges of conspiracy. The wealthy owners of Banco de Nordeste were forced to dip into their own pocket to cover the $242 million loss. Bloody hell. I don't think wealthy owners of the bank quite qualifies it there, like ultra rich. To keep Santander sweet for the takeover, although the Brazilian bank collapsed a few years later anyway. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Noede and his associates were eventually put on trial in the Abuja High Court in 2004, where they faced 15 counts of bribery and 86 counts of fraudulently seeking advance fees. Fortunately for the accused, the judge ultimately ruled that as the alleged crime had not happened in Abuja, he had no jurisdiction on the matter, and the case should have been overseen in the Lagos High Court. Unfortunately for the accused, as soon as they stepped out of the courthouse, they were rearrested and the case was moved to Lagos. The retrial wasn't without incident. As well as a bomb scare causing an emergency evacuation of the courthouse and a slight pesky delay, Emmanuel was also found to have attempted to bribe the head of the commission with $75,000 in cash and to have orchestrated the attempted kidnapping of a key witness. Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, you've stolen, $190 million? A little bit of bribery and kidnapping is... I mean, kidnapping seems... No, these are all criminal crime. You're going to prison for a long time, whatever happens. You may as well just embrace it. Also, $75,000 when you took $190 million seems like the bribe was a bit too low. Not that I'm suggesting that's a good idea in any way whatsoever. No, I'm seriously not. Don't bribe people. He eventually pled guilty to all charges in the hope of receiving a lenient sentence, and he got one. Oh, although he technically got served with 25 years of prison time, they were dished out as 5 concurrent terms to be served at the same time, so he was released within just a couple of years. If this was America, they'd have given him the lethal injection. Although he technically, all of his assets had been seized as part of the conviction, but Emmanuel managed to get back $167 million worth of them on the grounds that they were seized before his offense was committed. Wait, so he got the money back? What? However, he's back behind bars now, currently awaiting trial for his alleged role as a ringleader of a terrorist attack over a land dispute which resulted in the death of a security guard and the shooting of 4 policemen. Oh my god, dude, what is wrong with you? If I was Emmanuel, whatever his name is, I'd be like, bro, you committed a crime, you went to prison for 5 years, and you got $167 million out of it? I'd be like, bro, you made out like a bandit. Don't be a terrorist. Just chill out. Buy an island or something.
Daddy, chill.
The Invisible Airport saga has not only gone down as the 3rd largest banking scam in history after Nick Leeson's losses at Barings Bank and the looting of the Iraqi central bank, it was also perhaps the most ambitious and lucrative variation of the old Nigerian prince advanced fee scam. Okay, this one is so huge that I'm kind of like, yeah, Emmanuel was a bad dude, but also mad props. Also, mad props, the Portugal banknote affair. During a short spell in the slammer, I imagine many convicts used the time spent in forced incarceration to reflect on their wrongdoings, consider a fresh path for the future, and maybe even find Jesus. I was reading the news this morning, and it's like, what's that guy, Trump's lawyer, who went to prison for, campaign finance violations for, 2 years or whatever. And... it's like, he's released from prison and he immediately publishes a book. And I'm like, you should have thought about this because he's going to go to prison. What do you think he's going to do in there? He's in Club Fed or whatever. He's not in rapey prison. What's he going to do? He's an intelligent lawyer. He's going to write a book. And his book is probably not going to be very flattering of the man who sent him to prison, the president. And so he releases an absolutely slamming book of Trump. And slamming in a bad way, not a good way. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah. But in the case of Portuguese criminal, Arthur Virgilio Alves Rice, his short spell in prison in 1924 just proved to be a handy backdrop to plan out his next coming scheme. And it was going to be a biggie. In fact, it would go down as one of the largest frauds in history. Arthur's life had been far from the straight and narrow. He picked up a job at the then Portuguese colony of Angola as a government railroad inspector, but only after forging an engineer's diploma from Oxford. Well, I guess if you're going to forge something, it may as well be from Oxford. Following this, he had decided to try and take over the Royal Trans-Africa Railway Company of Angola, but only after forging $100,000 worth of checks to cut costs. Oh my god, dude. And it was this scam which had earned him a prison sentence for embezzlement in 1924, although he only served a couple of months after a court decided that it was a civil and not a criminal case. Boy, that sounds like a criminal case, allegedly, doesn't it? I mean, forging checks? I'm pretty sure that's a crime. Like, a criminal crime, not a civil crime. Having not yet turned 30 years old, a freshly freed Arthur turned his attention to his next thrilling scheme, which involved the printing of $1 million worth of escudo notes. It's often claimed that the Portuguese banknote affair was one of the biggest counterfeit money schemes ever to be orchestrated, but ultimately, this was not strictly true at all. The beauty of Arthur's master plan was that he wasn't printing fake money. He managed to oversee the printing of perfectly authentic money, just without any legal authority to do so. That's amazing. I once tried printing money using my computer printer, because I was playing... I won't tell the story because we're already, like, way too deep into my stories. I'll tell it another day, but it was part of a very elaborate prank on a friend of mine, and I needed to have a large amount of fake money. And so I tried printing out, like, notes on the computer, and the printer just refuses to print them. It prints like the first little bit, and then it's like, you're trying to print money, son. Not happening. Which was interesting. I said I wasn't going to get into the story, so I'm not going to. Back in the 1920s, the Bank of Portugal had the exclusive authority to print Portuguese currency, but the bank often hired international printing companies for the actual production of the notes so that the currency could be printed with superior anti-counterfeiting technology. One of these third parties was a respected English printing company called Waterloo & Sons, who were responsible for producing the 50 and 1000 escudo notes. One day, in 1924, Waterloo & Sons was approached by a consortium of people led by the mastermind Arthur Virgilio Alves Reis, who claimed to be representatives from both the Portuguese government and the Bank of Portugal. The consortium claimed that they required a new printing order for 100 million escudos, which would be used to help develop the growing Portuguese colony of Angola. In return, Waterloo & Sons would receive a fee of 7,200 escudos. They print 100 million of them, and they get 7,200. I guess, I don't know, is that a lot of money? It doesn't seem like a lot of money. Anyway, the consortium probably looked very convincing. I suspect... do you think they're just like, yeah, just take it off the top, guys? The consortium probably looked very convincing. I suspect they'd been to Vistaprint too. Presented with a wealth of forged documentation and not bothering to make a quick phone call to anyone else in the Portuguese government or the bank, Waterloo & Sons happily took the fee of 7,200 escudos and went about printing the first order with a value of 5 million. I say first order because the operation was deemed to be so successful that the crooked consortium quickly followed it up with another order of 190 million escudos. Of course they would. They'd be like, oh my god, I can't believe this worked. Guys, can you print us, what is that, 40 times as many? And just be like, no worries. In total, this would have been worth $15 million at the time, or about $221 million today, give or take several million. These things are a headache to work out. Okie dokie. Maybe alarm bells should have started ringing at Waterloo & Sons when they were asked to duplicate existing serial numbers rather than create new ones. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, we know what serial numbers are for. They're unique identifiers. From Arthur's perspective, serial numbers that fell outside of the existing range could clearly have been identified as illegal, so he had to take the smaller calculated risk of producing duplicate serial numbers of notes that already existed, as it would be very unlikely anyone would ever spot this. He got around this strange request by informing the printers that the notes were destined for colonial circulation only in Angola, and that the word Angola would be overprinted on the new notes that had once they had reached their destination to differentiate them from the original notes. That is actually pretty smart. And Waterloo & Sons fell for it. The amount of notes they printed ended up being equivalent to nearly 1% of Portugal's entire GDP. Oh my god. These frauds are incredible! Arthur in a bad way. Arthur and his buddies initially laundered some of the new money through taxi fleets and farms, but he eventually decided that the best way of getting all of these new notes into circulation would be just to start his own bank. These guys are so bold in their criminal activities. How is there not a movie about this yet? Maybe there is, let me know. I'd love it. Following a few more crooked deals and bribes, he launched Bank of Angola in Metropole in 1925, which offered some pretty amazing deals on low-interest loans and high-interest savings. But here was Arthur's final masterstroke. He plans on raising enough funds to buy shares to take over the Bank of Portugal, the only institution which he reckons was still capable of detecting the fraud. This is Genius. Once he'd taken over the bank, Arthur could then could create backdated documents which would ensure that the original order placed at Waterloo & Sons was perfectly legit and no crime had ever been committed in the first place. And he very nearly got there too. By November of... I'm not even adding my own commentary now because this is the best story I think I've ever read on Business Place. By November 1925, he owned over 10,000 shares in the Bank of Portugal and reckons that he was only another month away from becoming the majority shareholder. However, there were problems emerging from his own bank. It was arousing suspicion from authorities as many of the deals seemed to be either too good to be true or downright unprofitable. Following an official investigation into the bank's deposits, notes with duplicate numbers were discovered for the first time, largely by pure chance, and the scheme began to unravel when the Bank of Portugal decided to make a quick phone call to Waterloo & Sons. Arthur was arrested while on board the ship Adolf Werman, which was headed to Angola. Come on, you gotta have your own massive boat by now, dude. His scheme had been so effective that it was initially suspected that government officials or representatives from the Bank of Portugal must surely have been in on the scam, and the trial dragged out for 5 years. In 1930, Arthur was ultimately found guilty of falsely introducing banknotes into Portugal and sentenced to 20 years in prison. During his time in the slammer, this is a long time ago. During his time in the slammer, the compulsive forger had to go at falsifying documents to try and imply that the Bank of Portugal had been involved in the fraud all along, but this fell flat. He was released after serving 15 years and spent the last 10 years of his life in poverty, despite being quite incredibly offered another job in banking which he turned down. I'm not surprised he was offered a job in banking. If I was in it's like the Catch Me If You Can thing. That Frank Abagnale dude, he gets out of prison, he's gonna have a job waiting for him, or even early release from prison, because he's an absolute wizard. Arthur was buried in a pauper's grave, wrapped in a bedsheet, so that his son could inherit Arthur's only suit and wear it for the funeral. If that's true, that's so depressing. The president of Waterloo & Sons, Sir William Waterloo, was dismissed from his company due to his ineptitude in the scandal, but he probably didn't mind too much as he ended up getting elected as Lord Mayor of London instead in 1929. This is so fun. But the biggest casualty in all of this mess was Portugal. Yeah, no surprise. Introducing 1% of fake currency, or a fake currency, is of your GDP is going to mess things up. As there was no way to differentiate the original notes and the new unauthorized ones, the government had no option to take all 500 escudo notes out of circulation, creating a national panic and a crisis of faith in Portugal's government and financial institutions. As there should be, to be honest. Although there were other factors at play, the Portuguese banknote affair certainly played a key role in the collapse of the Portuguese Republic in 1926, falling to the fascist dictatorship of Salazar, who would remain in power until 1968. Oh my god, I just realized I know nothing about that. I'm like, who's Salazar? I know nothing about the history of Portugal. So the next time you're thinking of forging an engineer's diploma to try and wrangle a good job, just stop to consider the wider implications of what you're doing. I'm impressed, dude. I'm impressed. The Fat Fraudster. On the 5th of November 1991, a rich, grumpy old fat man fell off his big expensive yacht and drowned. Okay. Ordinarily, this might not have made the headlines, were it not for the fact that the man in question was Robert Maxwell, and had spent much of his life publishing the headlines. I suppose he was kind of like a UK version of Rupert Murdoch. Is Rupert Murdoch American? Oh, he's Australian, of course he is. Ah, yeah, I'm so dumb. He's like Rupert Murdoch in that he was incredibly rich and successful and hated by a large chunk of the population, allegedly. But at the time of his mysterious death at the age of 68, he was certainly not considered to be a crook. And unlike Murdoch, he came from a background of poverty before fighting his way to the top. Born in 1923 in the Czechoslovak mountain village of Slatenské Doly, his birth name was Jan Ludwig Hyman Benjamin Hoch. He was one of 7 children of Jewish parents. He reckons that he didn't even have a pair of shoes until he was 7 years old. During the Nazi occupation, he fled to France, but lost his parents and 4 of his siblings to the horrors of the Holocaust. He was eventually evacuated to the UK and joined the British Army in the 1940s, where his heroism in storming a German machine gun nest was rewarded with a military cross presented to him by Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery. So far, he's doing well. I mean, other than his family dying in the Holocaust, but I mean, he's doing well considering this. It was around this time that he became a UK citizen and changed his name to the slightly catchier Robert Maxwell. So, Simon should be quite relieved that he won't have to say Jan Ludwig Hyman Benjamin Hoch again. It's no problem, Danny. It's no problem at all, actually. Mastered. I probably got it wrong. He later got into publishing academic and scientific papers before acquiring his first publishing company in 1951, which he named Pergamon Press. I feel like I've heard of that. From humble beginnings, this company had grown into a major publishing house by the 1960s. It was also during this decade that Robert turned his attention towards politics, running for election as a member of parliament for the Labour Party. He won a seat in 1964, was re-elected in 1966, and it was while serving time in parliament that he first showed surprising signs of his staunch feminism by refusing to employ male assistants. He once said, "I can't get on with men. I have tried having male assistants at first, but it didn't work. They tend to be too independent. Men like to have individuality. Women can become an extension of the boss." Yeah, feminism. dude. It's like some 1960s feminism right there. I mean, from a man. It's like some Mad Men feminism. I'm a feminist. I gave a woman a job as my secretary. He would lose his seat to the Conservatives in 1970 and failed in his attempt to win it back in 1974 before giving up on the idea. In fact, the 1970s weren't the best years for Robert Maxwell. He was found to have contrived the share price of his Pergamon press company in a bid to make it more profitable by processing dodgy transactions between some of his other private companies. Uh-oh. Dealing in Pergamon shares was suspended on the stock market, and Maxwell got booted off the board of his own company. An inquiry from the Department of Trade and Industry later declared, "We regret having to conclude that notwithstanding Mr. Maxwell's acknowledged abilities and energy, he is not, in our opinion, a person that can be relied on to exercise proper stewardship of a publicly quoted company." However, the man nicknamed the Bouncing Check by satirical news magazine Private Eye certainly bounced back in the 1980s. Not only did he regain control of Pergamon, he acquired Mirror Group newspapers in 1984, definitely out of those, responsible for the sensationalist tabloid tat, the Daily Mirror. Daily Mirror is so bad. I've mentioned it before, I used to work in the newsagents, and you can just rate the newspapers on how they are, or like, you know, how unpleasant. I mean, the Daily Express is unquestionably the worst, because it's basically what exists to make you feel like, only British people will understand this, but there's a paper called the Daily Mail, which is a piece of shit. And then there's the Daily Express, which only exists to make people who buy the Daily Mail feel okay about buying the Daily Mail, because it makes you feel like less of a racist. Mash that dislike button. By the end of the decade, he had and the Daily Mirror is just, the Daily Mirror is like, it's just tabloid bullshit. I mean, just, you know, gossip rag. By the end of the decade, he had re-established himself as a media tycoon billionaire with a mighty empire, including dozens of best-selling newspapers around the globe, a record label, a football club, a software label, a cable TV service, and over 50% of MTV in Europe. My God, that is a portfolio. It must be said. But despite his success, he was never really popular or likable. Well, these things don't go hand in hand, do they? I've got several YouTube channels. They do okay. I'm also a dickhead. True that it can be hard to maintain popularity with the general public when you're blatantly living a lavish lifestyle of private jets, Rolls Royces, helicopters, and $15 million yachts. Let's not mention that yacht again, just yet. Okay, Danny, this must be going somewhere. He probably fell off it and drowned. Spoiler alert. But Robert Maxwell was often described as an intimidating, bombastic bully by everyone who ever crossed his path. During an attempt to make an authorized film based on his story, the director remembered cautiously approaching Maxwell during the research process with a problem. He literally couldn't find anybody in the universe with anything positive to say about it. Oh no. Maxwell didn't seem to be faintly surprised by this news. Even Maxwell's own family don't mince their words. In her autobiography, his wife of 46 years described him as bullying, unfaithful, and frequently absent. His stepdaughter dubbed him the fat fraudster, while other children recall harrowing times at the dinner table when they would be screamed at and caned if they dared to present a school report that wasn't 100% perfect. Bloody hell. So there was quite a mixed reaction when he fell off his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine in 1991, and drowned, just as there probably would be if Rupert Murdoch fell into a pit of snakes and managed to climb his way out, only to get trampled to death by a herd of rampant wildebeest. No comment. But yeah. The newsreader would have to keep a solemn face, but you can imagine some sniggering on the other side of the TV. Yes, you could. The media was generally very polite. After all, this man was no criminal. Many of the press headlines were quite gushing in their tributes to the man who saved the Mirror, particularly in the papers that Maxwell used to own. What a surprise. I mean, if you're a dick, I suppose you can put out a good image by owning everything that can say anything. But the headlines quickly changed their tune a few weeks later when it turned out this man was a criminal after all. We knew it. It's a fraudster thing. So it's happening, and this is where. Maxwell's fortunes had started to wane again by the end of the 1980s. He'd been forced to sell parts of Pergamon and float shares in Mirror Group newspapers, but his empire was still close to collapse. Considering the last two insane frauds, and this is the third one, some crazy shit's gotta go down, right? And some crazy shit, people in the comments are gonna be like, Simon, have you never heard of this? I don't know. I don't care. But his empire was still close to collapse. Ideally, he needed £400 million to help prop things up, but he didn't have it. So he decided to steal it from the Daily Mirror's pension funds. Oh no, that's not a good thing. Maxwell's death had naturally prompted a good look through the books of his companies, and it was at this point that it became apparent that there was a giant £460 million hole in the pension pot designed to be distributed to the thousands of faithful employees who had been paying into it for years. How is that even possible? Surely that's got to be locked away in some, like, separate company with, like, a person who's actually got ethics overseeing it. They probably had to change the law after this. That's probably why we do have that these days, if we do? If we don't, what the f***'s going on? Fix that shit, government. The eyes of the press turned to Maxwell's sons, Kevin and Ian, who were now trying to salvage what they could from the wreckage while hiding from the glare of the media. One day, after hearing yet another early morning knock on the door, Kevin's agitated wife angrily threw open a bedroom window and shouted, "Piss off, or I'll call the police." The reply from the ground was unexpected. We are the police. Uh-oh. Although the brothers faced trial for conspiracy to defraud, they were both unanimously acquitted in 1996. It was ultimately the British taxpayer who helped cover much of the theft, although most of the employees were still only ended up with about half of their prize pension entitlement. Wait, so the government made up the pot? I don't know if that's right. Is it? I don't know. It's interesting to ponder that the grand theft may have gone unnoticed for several more years had Robert Maxwell not slipped off that boat and drowned. It's also a great pity that Maxwell escaped justice during his lifetime and we denied the spectacle of the trial of Robert Maxwell. Well, just see him as trial by popular opinion in the media and, of course, many decades later on Business Blaze. But there has been no shortage of theories regarding the mysterious circumstances of his death. After all, falling off your own boat seems a little bit careless. Some say that he faked his own death and is currently living on a private tropical island, but his body was found and officially identified. He is super rich, though. I mean, maybe he found a body double, killed him, and then escaped for himself. I don't know. Others suggest probably not. Probably not. Let's not get into conspiracy theories, or I'll get demonetized. Others suggest that Maxwell was actually either a double agent or a triple agent for a foreign government, and that he was assassinated by the Israeli National Intelligence Agency, Mossad, when they became worried their activities were about to be exposed. All the intelligence agencies get up to some crazy shit, and Mossad often comes up as one of the craziest. But it's like, this seems a bit much, doesn't it, boys? Even the UK Foreign Office officially declared Maxwell to be a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia. Oh my god, this was going on in the 90s. Even today, it's like in Russia, right? What are you up to? A more popular theory is that he was aware that the shit about to hit the fan, and so he deliberately jumped off the boat to avoid public disgrace and prison. But the Mirror's senior photographer, Ken Lennox, doesn't buy into that. He says, Robert used to get up at night and pee over the stern of the ship. Everybody knew this. And he weighed about 22 stone, 140 kilograms at the time. The ratings were wire, so I think he lost his balance because he was very top-heavy. Appropriately, his final act was to grumpily complain about air conditioning. He phoned the bridge to moan that his cabin was too hot and demanded the air conditioning be turned on. About 20 minutes later, he phoned again to say that he was now too cold. You're such a dick, Robbo. Just prior to the exposure of the scandal, Maxwell was accorded something approaching a state funeral in Israel and was buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. I'm not entirely sure why a British citizen born in Czechoslovakia had a funeral in Israel, but I don't make the rules. If only they'd buried him in Nigeria, I could have recommended a really good airport for the transportation of the body. Yeah, boy. Boom. This has been Business Blaze, sponsored by Backblaze, backblaze.com/blaze. Check it out below. Also, purchase the merch if you'd like to purchase the merch. Keep calm, blaze on. Thank you for watching. No comment. But yeah. Simon, you should have gone Android. You should have gone Android. Why don't you have an Android? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am the boy with the blaze. I guess I should say your boy with the blaze because it only makes sense for me. But if you'd like to buy this t-shirt and become a boy with the blaze yourself, or indeed a girl with the blaze, or indeed just a person who likes Business Blaze, please do head over to purchthemerch.co and consider purchasing some fine merch. There's also the hashtag Cancel Simon t-shirt, which is actually right there waiting to make an appearance. 5 of the most bizarre patents. What happens here is Danny writes us a script, I shall read it, and Sam, the video editor, professional memologist, will add some memes, and that's what goes on here. Welcome to the Blaze! Oh god. I mean, welcome to Business Blaze. I can't call myself the Blaze because there's that right-wing channel that people who are right-wing are always like, Simon the Blaze is super reasonable. But don't watch Alex Jones. Don't watch The Blaze. Look at the size of that heading. I complained previously that Danny made the size of the headings and the subheads all the same. So when I have a giant stack of scripts to get through, it's quite confusing as where one begins. So Danny decided to put it in like 0.120, which is perfect. My printer loves him. The environment loves him. Let's start with a cheerful thought. Did I read the title? This is 6 of the most bizarre patents. Oh my god, get on with it, Simon. There's already enough people complaining, being like, what's with all the jibber jabber? Get to the facts, fact boy!
No lollygagging.
Let's start with a cheerful thought. Imagine you're staying on the top floor of a swanky hotel when all of a sudden it bursts violently into flames. The firefighters are on their way, but you're not convinced they're going to make it in time. Smoke is beginning to seep through the crack of the door, and in the distance you can hear the screams of your fellow guests as they begin to hurl themselves through the windows in sheer desperation. The temperature is rising and you're finding it increasingly difficult to breathe as the smoke begins to engulf the whole room. But you feel strangely calm because you were smart enough to come prepared for such a crisis. You quickly unzip your suitcase and triumphantly take out your toilet snorkel. Oh, this is actually quite smart. I bet this was invented for people being gassed. Like, if you're in like a war zone or whatever and you need access to air because, you know, the pipes that lead into the building are going to be smelly, but they're not going to be being gassed like the room you're in. So if you can get like a hose pipe down the toilet and into that air supply, that's going to give you clean, non-poisoned air. I'm not inventing this right now. I'm fairly sure I've heard of this somewhere. Or it was in a movie, you know, where James Bond's being poisoned and he's like, what are we gonna do? Get the hose, shove it down the toilet, and he breathes it in. It probably wasn't James Bond. He's too classy for that. He'll have like something in his watch that allows him to breathe. But like, maybe Jason Bourne would be into that. William O. Holmes was granted a US patent for his toilet snorkel invention in 1981. The idea is quite a sound one in many ways. When you're trapped in a fire, the biggest threat to your life and most common cause of death is the smoke inhalation rather than the flames. If you could find a quick new source of fresh air for a few moments, it could potentially keep you going until the firefighters arrive. And William O. Holmes reckons that this life-saving source of fresh air could be found down the bends of your toilet. Maybe fresh air? It's pushing it a bit. Yes, it is! As of course you're essentially breathing in sewer gas, but this would hardly be the time to get all dramatic and over fussy. The user is meant to put on the snorkel, squat beside the toilet, and shove the tubing through the water trap of the toilet to access the fresh-ish air from the vent pipe connected to the sewer line. Wow, it's very precise. I like all these pattern drawings. They're so precise. Look at that. It's really nice. It's like a cartoon, but for engineers. In his patent description, William claims that this could provide you with several hours of new air. He also helpfully points out that if the firefighters arrive on the scene with a depleted oxygen tank, you could double the fun by sharing your toilet snorkel with him and becoming toilet snorkel buddies. What a dream. Am I right? This should help keep you both going until another firefighter with a depleted oxygen tank comes to the rescue. Oh god, there's going to be just like 17 firefighters huddled around the toilet, like all like... Puff and pass, my friends, puff and pass. It may all sound a little silly, but at least there was some rational thinking behind the concept, even if William wasn't exactly flushed with success from the results. You just can't help wondering if he could have rigged up something equally effective for the bathroom sink rather than focusing all of his energy on the toilet. No, you can't with the bathroom sink because there's a water trap in toilets. Like we just said, like look at the picture, how there's the water like on both sides. That water prevents the smoke going into the other side, obviously. In a sink, that's not there, so there's no trap. Come on, Danny! But when you consider some of the other bizarre patents to have been granted over the years, this one was actually pretty sensible. Was that the introduction? That was the introduction. Let's jump in. Early crap alarm clock. Early minds have been struggling with the concept of a decent alarm clock for thousands of years. It's believed that Plato came up with the first true awakening device at some point during his lifetime at some point during his life. No, he came up with it after he was dead, Danny. Between 428 and 347 BC. Plato's water clock worked on the principle of water dripping slowly from one vessel to another. As the water hit the final closed vessel, it forced the contained air to come out with a whistling kettle noise through a bit of tubing at its top, and alerted Plato that it was time to wake up and do a bit of philosophizing. It may have lacked a snooze feature, but this was still a fairly accurate stab at an early alarm clock. Okay, what the f*** is with my phone? I would like my snooze to be longer than 9 minutes, because I don't use the snooze function, but every morning I reach out of bed and I'm just like, and then I grab my phone and I generally, because I'm addicted to work, I check my emails in bed. But every 9 minutes, it's gonna go off until I turn it off. But I don't want to turn off the snooze feature because on the very rare occasion, which hasn't literally happened in years, but I'm still worried about it, that I do fall back asleep after my alarm has gone off, I do want the snooze feature. But I don't want it to be 9 minutes. It's always 9 minutes. And for the life of me, I can't work out how to change it. I don't think it's changeable. I think I even looked it up and they were like, you can't change it. Why? And everyone in the comments being like, oh, Simon, you should have gone Android. You should have gone Android. Why don't you have an Android? No one cares. Oh my god, what is going on? What goes on here? Oh, shit. By the late 19th century, the alarm clock had moved on to slightly more practical mechanical devices, but we still hadn't quite reached the stage of electronic devices that could wake us up instantly with a loud blast of David Hasselhoff. What else would wake you up in the morning? Personally, I've Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono, you're such a terrible artist. So terrible. I think I'm going to release a spoken word version of Yoko Ono's albums, and it would be better, and I wouldn't even be trying. I'd just read the lyrics. Release them on Spotify, and honestly, it would be better. It would be better. It would be 100% better.
Let's come together and cherry blossoms in full bloom. It's very simple, you know, but...
A guy called Samuel S. Applegate from Camden, New Jersey, was becoming increasingly concerned that the human mind was getting accustomed to hearing the sound of the mechanical alarm bell, and we were learning to completely ignore it. Yeah, that's a problem. Because we don't have bells waking us up anymore, Sam. If this situation was allowed to carry on, all the kids would be late for school, nobody's chimney would get swept, and the Sinclair C5 would probably never get invented. OG Business Blaze legend joke. I was reading, I'd heard of the website TV Tropes, and Danny was like, Simon, have you seen this review of Business Blaze on TV Tropes? And I was like, no, but I read it, and it's just like Business Blaze started out as a Simon Whistler channel that was just slightly more casual than the rest of his things. It then, over a period of months, devolved into, I don't think they said devolved, because it was quite a nice write-up. It changed into just being a sea of in-jokes and memes, and I was like, yes. So Samuel came up with an alarm clock that was a bit more welly. He patented his invention in 1882, which would quite literally wake you up by smashing you in the face. The snappily named device for waking persons from sleep, well done you marketing genius, perchthebirch.co, consisted of a large frame of dangly cords with softwood or cork blocks attached to the end, and this whole frame would hang directly above your sleeping head at night. What the f*** is going, dude? No. The frame was attached to a standard mechanical clock, and then as the clock strikes the appointed hour, the frame drops and the cork blocks strike you in the face for what could best be described as a rude awakening. What the f*** is going on? Who would want this? Samuel was keen to point out that the blow should not be strong enough to cause actual pain, but I do wonder if a softer choice of material than wood or cork may have been more palatable. Perhaps feathers. Tassels or something. Either way, there's no escaping the fact that the whole cumbersome bit of kit looks a bit like a death trap waiting to ensnare its sleeping victim, and the whole idea was quickly forgotten like the cloudy remnants of a long summer dream. It was beautiful, Danny. Beautiful. You wordsmith. The gerbil tunnel vest. What the fuck is this? I used to know a bloke called Poole who kept ferrets. He was probably a bit weird. The slightly weird thing is that he used to shove them down his jumper and take them out with him on walks. I've actually heard of this. People you can put a ferret under, and it, I don't know, it likes it. Weird. I'd often bump into him in town, and I could be talking to him for a good 10 minutes before a ferret's head popped out of his jumper to make his presence known. This is also weird, like people walking cats. I saw a guy walking a cat the other day, and I was like, that's weird, but respect. And if I had a cat, if I didn't think everyone would look at me like I'm a total weirdo, I would walk the shit out of my cat. I'd put it on a little cat leash, and I'd take it around. I'd take a little milk with me. I'd feed it some milk. I'd take it to the pub. It'd be great. Me and Paul could hang out. Do cats eat ferrets? I'm pretty sure Paul would have loved the gerbil tunnel vest if the 1999 patent had ever made it into production. I'm not sure why inventor Bryce Belle-Isle, okay, specified gerbils in the patent descriptions. I'm pretty sure it would work equally well for ferrets, hamsters, mice, rats, guinea pigs, snakes. Jesus, snakes. I don't like snakes. And a couple of rabbits at a push. I don't think they should go in there together. The snakes are going to have a good time. Everyone else is going to have a bad time. It's clearly not very practical to walk around with your gerbil or hamster on a leash. It might get trod on by strangers or stolen by a crow. The vest and belt combination is integrally formed with tubular passageways which extend around your body and terminate in the pocket-like chambers of the vest for feeding times and retrieval. So it's a bit like a maze or an activity center for your rodents, allowing them to freely wander around the tunnels of your jumper while you're on the go. Okay, this is just so strange. I mean, it's so specific. The vest is made from waterproof materials to guard against undesirable leakages from your furry friends. Yeah, dude, what about your pool friends? That gerbil's pissing all inside. That ferrets? Gerbil? Whatever. It's pissing all inside your jumper. It's about time.
I can walk.
They can walk.
But my favourite part of the design is that the outer walls of the vest are completely transparent, so that strangers in the street can see exactly what's going on and then quickly cross the road to get away from the village loony. Yeah, dude, I mean, look at this picture. Even this guy's smiling face. Look at that guy. He looks like a weirdo even in the pattern, and we just described, like, they're cartoons for engineers. The guy in the toilet one, he's literally breathing air out of a toilet and he doesn't look like a weirdo. The guy with the ferret jumper, look at him. Why is he so happy? No one should be that happy. The inventor, Bryce, also helpfully points out in his patent description that the gerbil tunnel vest shouldn't be put through a washing machine and that you should try to avoid falling down while wearing it. You should just try to avoid falling down anyway. If you're outside and you're walking along and you're actively not trying to avoid falling down, what is wrong with you? I'm sure there would have been a couple of people out there who would have found this stylish, fashion-forward invention to be quite useful. Someone like my mate Paul. But for the other 7.5 billion members of the population, I can't help thinking that Bryce Belle appears to have devoted a considerable chunk of his life to fixing a problem that didn't really exist in the first place. That's right. Like most inventions. Look, most of them are just dumb. So someone approaches you, tells you, look, I've got this great idea for an invention. Odds of it being done? 99%. 99%. The reward candy dispenser. As I'm sure most of us know from personal experience, being chained to a computer desk for 852 hours without a break can become mentally draining after a while. Danny, we talked about this! Danny has been disciplined. It won't take long before your attention starts to wander, and you become consumed by distracting thoughts of checking the news, visiting social media, or wondering how it would be physically impossible for mermaids to reproduce. I have thought about that. I mean, how? Well, the good news is they're not real, so we don't have to worry. Before long, you've fallen down a rabbit hole of 5G conspiracy theories, Trump tweets, and the very fishy theories about mermaids. Oh my god, I gotta read you this tweet. Hold on. This is so good. Because I'm quite anti-conspiracy theory, I make fun of the 5G people because they're so dumb, and the pandemic people, you just stop being dumb. Obviously, they're very extreme and they're very hardcore. So they love leaving some crazy-ass comments on this. Someone recently tweeted one at me. Hold on. Oh, my internet sucks. Just a sec. Oh, yeah. Follow me on Twitter, by the way, at Simon Whistler, for more like this. Someone called a Right. Oh, no, is this not the main one? Okay, this one will do. It wasn't like the leading comment on the description. By the way, douche. It does. Hey, Sam, pull this off my Twitter because the spelling's fantastic, so just pop it up here. By the way, douche, it does make sense if you're not a brain-dead sheep. I post this all over Whistler's stupid comment section solely because the arrogant moron claimed he would ban anyone who said 5G and COVID in the same sentence. By the way, an issue I have no opinion on. Dude, I've read your other comments. You clearly think that 5G causes COVID. You've been literally posting it all over my shit. Well, YouTube doesn't work that way. There's no banning people making, and then it says read more, I didn't click on it. And then I'm like, I just post to my Twitter, like the option on YouTube that says hide user from channel. So it's like, dude, the idea that I can't ban people making comments is false. There is a button. There are many people who are banned. Yeah, don't be crazy, people. Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy or I'll just ban you. Because your voice doesn't deserve to get people to be like, free speech! Free speech! I just like, shut the f*** up. And on my channel, I can shut you the f*** up if you don't like it. Too f***ing bad! And if you're watching... But imagine how much more work you could get done at your computer if it rewarded you with a candy treat every time you hit a milestone or accomplished something of significance. I like that. The reward candy dispenser for personal computers was dreamed up by Anthony Peter Vanderberg in 1998, and the initial idea was for the invention to be installed in schools to work in tandem with educational software. As Anthony notes in his patent, computer programs often reward young students with little celebratory sounds or graphic special effects on the screen when they solve a puzzle or answer a question correctly. It's called positive feedback. It's good. And this probably seems fairly impressive and gratifying the first time around, but it's only a matter of time before students realise this was a bit shit, really, and begin to lose interest and start stabbing each other in the eye with pencils. Yeah, it's true. There's only so far that rewards can go. It's like, I really think that internal motivation is just such a huge driver of success in life. And luck and all that other shit, but it's like, if you need to be rewarded to do something, I don't think you're going to be that successful. But if you just are driven for no particular reason at all in a crazy way, you're going to be successful. Anthony's battery-powered invention looks and sounds quite complex in his patent description, but it's essentially nothing more than a simple computer peripheral which programmers can implement into their own software design. I would smash that open so fast or work out a way to cheat it. There's not so much in the way of wires or cables as everything is controlled by a photosensor diode element in the device. Essentially, the software program will send a graphical signal to the device after the student has successfully completed a task or puzzle, and this will release a small bit of candy into a chute as a reward for your achievement. It's like you're a little mouse in an experiment. So it's a bit like a gumball machine, but it works on the expenditure of mental energy instead of 10-pence pieces. Sadly, the idea didn't seem to generate much interest, but I think that maybe the scope of the original patent just wasn't ambitious enough. The kids would only get bored with candies after a few goes anyway and start lobbing them at the teacher. But imagine how much more work you might get done if your computer rewarded you with a pickled egg and a glass of tequila every time you managed to stay on Facebook or Twitter for half an hour. Yeah, but I mean, after, 5 hours, you're going to be pretty f***ed up. Something like this could increase global productivity by about 278%. Danny, you've obviously done the research. I just think they need to chew over the approach and design for a little longer. The amusement urinal. Or, as Americans will say, urinal. Weird. Let's spare a thought for the great scientific minds who are currently working on the unusual concept of gamifying the gents urinal. Well, it's not entirely to do with fun and games for the sake of having a laugh. The driving force behind the concept is about trying to get drunk men to aim a bit straighter in the gents of pubs and nightclubs so that owners, or more likely the cleaners, don't have to wade through a sea of piss the following morning. Oh my god, like nightclub toilets. Fucking hell, it's like, what is this situation? One simple idea was to place a big red and blue target at the center of the bowl, but this was deemed to be ineffective in nightclubs where the patrons are often too inebriated to appreciate such a passive device. A later idea, which proved to be popular for a short while, was to attach a miniature propeller into the bowl. This was partly intended to be fun for the user as he attempts to make the propeller spin with the force of his flow, and it was also meant to eliminate spillage, although this didn't actually work as it often resulted in the urine getting propelled right back into the user. Yeah, what's up with, urinals? Or urinals. Urinals. Where it's like you're having a piss, and it's like, I swear this is designed to splash back on my hands. Like, where am I supposed to be to not get it to splash onto myself? What the f*** designer? And then you'll use another urinal, and you're like, well, they've done it, haven't they? No splashback. Why is that not the urinal in every toilet? What the f***? And don't even get me started on troughs, where you have to pee into a trough, like a big metal thing, and there's just dudes standing next to you, and their pee's hitting the thing, and you're like, what the fuck? I had this at school when I was 11, it was bad enough. I'm a grown-ass man. But one of my favorite patents came from Lewis R. Douglas in 1987, who came up with the amusement urinal. The idea is that the urinal is fitted with multiple sensors which send an electrical signal to a control unit when it detects fresh flow. This activates a connected video screen or speaker, which springs into life and provides audio and visual stimulation which can be varied according to the direction and strength of the stream. Weirdly, the patent doesn't go into much detail on exactly what kind of dazzling entertainment the user is likely to find himself immersed in. In fact, the patent description is surprisingly dry in tone. The resulting structure is a device which interactively captures the attention of users who are not otherwise fully aware of their actions and provides entertainment to users who would otherwise amuse themselves by directing their urine outside of the toilet bowl or urinal. Urinal. Oh my god, I just completely turned off on that. I hope you guys were paying attention. Normally when this happens, it's boring. Like I'm reading something, I'm like, what happens? Normally it's when I'm making a video about baseball, and I'm like, I have no idea. I just finished the video and I'm like, no idea. Someone could ask me a question that was addressed multiple times in the video and I wouldn't know the answer to it because I just read it and I'm just like, wow. Surprised it sounds good because I was paying no attention whatsoever. So I'm getting the feeling his description was boring. It even says surprisingly dry in tone. Oh my god. Spot on. But a big part of me thinks we could get quite ambitious on this. The user could get involved with a forensic blast of Space Invaders, or maybe a new digital adaptation of the famous Buzzwire game in which you'd have to navigate your way across the wire without touching it and setting off the buzzer, which would send an electrical shock through your member. Fucking hell, no. Might just need to reword that original slogan for the game. You'll need a steady hand to beat the buzz. The Santa Claus detector. My voice is getting tired from all the shouting today. And we had a previous one which was also a bit shouty. I'm going to get a glass of water, I'll be back. There are usually a few clues that a young child might spot on Christmas morning, which indicates they've received a visit from Santa Claus in the middle of the night. The mince pies and carrots have disappeared. There's a stack of new presents in their stocking, and there's reindeer shit all over the living room carpet. Yeah, that was always my parents did. Be like, look, Santa's been here. There's feces everywhere. But some of the more cynical kids may need a little more convincing. And you can't argue with clear-cut scientific proof that Santa came down the chimney last night. First patented in 1994 by Thomas Kane, the Santa Claus detector is essentially a big tripwire for anyone foolish enough to be travelling down your chimney. The invention is centered around a simple stocking which you hang on one side of your fireplace. Inside the stocking is a light source and a switching mechanism. A decorative pull cord in the style of a fancy Christmas ribbon is attached to the toe of the stocking. What is going on? There's a picture. I'll move to this side. There's a picture, Sam. The minute that Santa drops down the chimney, he breaks an electrical circuit housed in the original stocking and sets off a flashing light, delivering concrete evidence of his presence to the young doubting mind that wakes up and inspects the Santa trap the next morning. Now, before we go any further, I think it's time we address the glaringly obvious problem. Yeah, Santa's not real, is he, kids? It's very possible that Santa Claus could have a nasty accident when he crashes through the wire, and Santa is the one guy that kids really don't want to piss off. Yeah, or that could be the problem. That could also be the problem. I suppose there's also the other very minor niggling issue that he doesn't exist, making the whole invention a massive waste of time. I'm not even sure how exactly parents are meant to use it. Are they meant to pull the tripwire themselves last thing at night after they've polished off Santa's mince pies and sherry and binned the carrot? Or are they meant to see if it actually worked and then face the risk of a grisly, disappointed child the next morning? A child that wakes up to the cold, harsh reality of the generosity of his parents. When I start giving Christmas gifts to my kid, I'm going to be really annoyed because they'll be like, oh, thanks, Santa. And I'll be like, you didn't pay for that. Give me some credit! I suppose it could have been put to better use as a very jolly and festive 19th century chimney burglar detector. But I think a better idea would be to come up with an invention that doesn't just trigger a flashing light. It actually ensnares Santa in a noose and keeps a tight grip on him until the child decides to free him the next morning. You can't get much more solid proof than that. The only downside would be my getting risk placed on the naughty list next year for holding Santa under false imprisonment. And as we all know, kids on the naughty list are only destined to receive a small lump of coal and a gerbil tunnel vest next Christmas. Ba-da-bum-bum! This has been Business Blaze. I have been the boy with the blaze. You can purchase this shirt and other shirts, including #CancelSimon at purchasethemerch.co. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Wow, that ending was good. I'm getting good at this. Come on, Danny! Welcome to Business Blaze. I'm your boy with the blaze. I've got a brand new t-shirt. It says, I'm pointing at my computer. People are often like, what's Simon looking at when he looks over there? And it's like my monitor, so I can make sure that I'm in frame, that you can see the glory that is the boy with the blaze t-shirt. Now available in the merch store at purchasethemerch.co. What happens here, if you're wondering, is there are some ad reads. But more importantly, Danny Salter writes me a script. I read it. Sam. I realise I don't even know how to pronounce Sam's surname. I think it's Avrila, but I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry, Sam. Maybe you can inform me via memes.
No, I don't think I will.
This is the worst product recalls ever. Let's jump in. There's always one smart ass in the school classroom. But in the case of a 10-year-old boy called Cody... For f***'s sake. Cody Mosier? No one cares, Cody. Who attended Ticonderoga. Danny, why? You have to choose the places with the hardest names to pronounce. Where the f*** is Ticonderoga? Elementary school. Oh, it's in New York. Thanks, Danny. I think he deserved an award for pointing out to a group of grown-ups the dangers of not thinking things through properly. Back in 1998, the Bureau of At-Risk Youths distributed stacks of anti-drug pencils to the lucky children of New York. Emblazoned on the side of each pencil was the powerful slogan, "Too cool to do drugs." Yeah, all those pencils really kept me away from drugs. It wasn't, the social support and like a functional family and, education about the danger of drugs. It was pencils. You heroes. If that doesn't keep kids away from heroin, then I'm flat out of ideas for what will. Well, Danny, I just gave you some ideas, didn't I? Simon 2020. But there was a problem with the pencils. The slogan began at the business end of the pencil and ran from left to right to the eraser end of the pencil. And it didn't take long for kids to notice that the more you sharpened and shortened the length of the pencil, the more the message seemed to take a pro-drug stance. Oh, Danny, you've left me a picture. Sam, please. After a few sharpenings, the logo would become cool to do drugs. While later sharpenings at the end of the pencil's hedonistic life would expose the short and snappy message, do drugs.
Just do it!
Now that's my sort of pencil. 420 Blaze. I'm sure a lot of kids had fun with this before Cody decided to write to the Bureau and point out its design flaw. Oh, Cody, you grass. You're taking away everyone's fun. I'll get a giant pack of those pencils, and I'll get one of those big, like, you know, the automatic pencil sharpeners, you know, and I would just sharpen everyone down until it said cool to do drugs, and then I would distribute them. You're welcome.
Anarchy! I don't even know what that means, but I love it!
And obviously, you know, cool to do drugs on pencils really encouraged more kids to do heroin. It made a difference. It didn't. All the pencils were immediately recalled, and Cody received a letter apology and a box of t-shirts for his class. You can't sharpen those. I'm not sure what was printed on the t-shirts, but I imagine it was something like snort coke to get good grades. That's the philosophy I live by. Woo! Not really. Ow, that was really painful. And not because I actually did drugs, just because I faked it. Wow. Allegedly. The Bureau created replacement set pencils with the same slogan and printed it in the opposite direction, which is maybe what they should have done in the first place. Yes, maybe. Maybe they were on drugs. But this video is not going to get monetized because I've already said drugs and cocaine and heroin so many times. But if you want to recreate the buzz of the late 90s, some enterprising soul now sells pencils bearing the original version of the message with pimp-it-up psychedelic swirls and patterns. Look, guys. I don't know if Teespring will allow me to do it, but I would absolutely make a shirt that says snort coke to get good grades if there is demand for it. When bright young Cody was asked why he thought the Bureau never noticed the design flaw before distributing the pencils, he simply shrugged and said, I guess they didn't sharpen their pencils. Cody, you've got a career in comedy ahead of you with gems like that. Look, I know I can't talk, blah, 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 blah. Simon is not funny. I'm not here to be funny. I'm here to bring you important messages about business. Forget Business Insider. Business Insider is an absolutely massive channel, but I have faith in the Blaze. And when it is bigger than Business Insider, I will know that I've made it. Subscribe. Tell your friends. Preach the Blaze. The best way you can do that is with a t-shirt. Purchthemerch.co. Thank you, I'll take your money. It's true that whoever thought up the idea may not have been the sharpest tool in the box, but at least the Bureau was able to carry out a relatively simple product recall and erase any evidence of the mistake. But boom, boom, erase evidence of the mistake. I sometimes miss the puns when reading this, and everyone in the comments is like, oh, Simon, you missed a pun. So what, dickhead? Here are 5 more cases of product recall in which things get far more smudged. Oh, wait, these are worst product recalls ever. Oh, so these are... Danny sometimes takes my title so literally. I'm like, Danny, do a video about the worst product recalls ever. And so I meant, like, you know, products that went wrong and had to be recalled. But Danny has literally taken it to mean the companies screwing up the actual recall of the products. I love it. So specific. I probably should learn to use commas or something.
Do you speak English?
No, I don't, sorry.
To kick off the worst product recalls ever in a typical, the Chicago Tylenol murders. Oh, Danny, we've talked about this. Death isn't funny. To kick off the worst product recalls ever in typical contrary Business Blaze style, let's take a look at one of the best product recalls ever. I think we can get away with it because it was massive, involves murder, always a win, and had a huge long-term impact. Back in the summer of 1982, there was some mysterious shit going down in Chicago. Adults in the Chicago area, Adults and children were dropping dead from what appeared to be potassium cyanide poison. I have to say, like, you know, I'll say there, and I misread it, and I'll just say Chicago. And I wanted to correct myself, because there will absolutely be someone in the comments be like, Simon, this actually happens in the Chicago suburb of blah, 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 blah. It's not Chicago. I live there. It's not Chicago. We're not from Chicago. And it's like, bro. No one cares. Adults and children were dropping dead for what appeared to be potassium cyanide poisoning. The youngest victim was just 12 years old. Another victim's death was almost immediately followed by the fatal poisoning of his brother and sister-in-law. A total of 7 deaths by cyanide poisoning were recorded in the space of just a few days, and all in Chicago neighborhoods, not in Chicago itself. It was quickly discovered that all of the victims had recently bought bottles of extra-strength Tylenol, and the leading brand of over-the-counter painkillers at the time, and was Johnson & Johnson's best-selling product so far. There was obviously no sign of sabotage during manufacture, and no hint of foul play from Johnson & Johnson. Not murdering your target audience is lesson number 1 at business school. Although, I would just assume if I was investigating this, that's the first place I'd go, because they're like, okay, well, the product's up. You probably made a mistake. I don't think you're intentionally poisoning your customers because, you know, business school 101. But I'd still assume that something went wrong in, like, the manufacturing process.
But Professor Utonium accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction. Chemical X.
The fact that all the deaths had occurred in the same small spot led police to conclude that someone was going around the local neighborhood stores, acquiring bottles of extra-strength Tylenol, adding cyanide to the capsules, and then putting them back on the shelves. You are an insane person. I have heard of this story, and this isn't surprising news to me. It's fairly famous. You've probably heard of it. But you're an insane person. The murders inspired hundreds of copycat attacks through the 1980s, and the bad news is that the original poisoner was never brought to justice. Although New York resident James William Lewis sent a letter to Johnson & Johnson demanding $1 million ransom to stop the killings, and the Department of Justice investigators concluded that he was probably responsible for the poisonings, there was not enough evidence to charge him. Lewis has always denied carrying out the poisonings, but he did end up serving 13 years in prison anyway on extortion charges. Bloody hell. I mean, surely on that one, they're like, look, it's like Al Capone and his taxes. Look, we can't pin you for poisoning all of these people, but we're just gonna absolutely throw the book at you for extortion. Like 13 years. But the good guys here at Johnson & Johnson, despite the fact that they were completely blameless for these appalling crimes, they pulled off a flawless product recall which set the benchmark for how it should be done with zero pissing about. They spent over $100 million on promptly recalling all 31 million bottles of Tylenol from right across the United States, even though they were unlikely to be contaminated anywhere outside of Chicago. They also suspended all national advertising to focus on full-page notices warning customers not to use Tylenol, and offered free replacements for any customer who had an existing bottle. On top of all of that, they redesigned the bottles in a bid to make them tamper-proof as possible, which in turn prompted the FDA to issue new tamper-proof seals on all over-the-counter products as an industry standard. I don't remember a time when there wasn't tamper-proof shit on this, because it's like, yeah, people are crazy. It's kind of shocking. I mean, yeah, before this happened, you just wouldn't think of it. You wouldn't be like, yeah, someone's going to poison medicine. People aren't that crazy, but they are. Wow, in this case, good guy Johnson & Johnson. I know this is business plays, and we often just blaze the shit out of companies, often following up with lots of allegedly. But wow, good guy Johnson & Johnson. You get the business plays thumbs up today. Don't worry. I'm fairly sure, as Danny mentioned, we're going to do plenty of shit on everyone later. It would have been perfectly understandable and wildly unfair if this crisis had completely destroyed all customer faith in Johnson & Johnson products, and predictably the share price of the company plummeted in the following months as Johnson & Johnson's market share dropped from 35% to just 8%. Oh my god, can you imagine that? It's insane the amount of power that one person can wield over a company. Just like you poison one product and it's like, I would definitely be looking at people who sold Johnson & Johnson real short. Can you imagine if you just had a bad feeling about Johnson & Johnson, you're like a stockbroker, and you sold like, I don't know, a $5 million position in Johnson & Johnson like days before, and then its market value collapses or whatever. Or I mean, I know its market share collapsed. Is Johnson & Johnson a parent company? Isn't even publicly traded? I don't even know. But if it was the case and if someone did short sell them, you'd be like, oh god, I'm gonna get in trouble. I did poison anyone. But it looks like you did. But thanks to the company's confidence and proactive handling of the product recall, the company rebounded very shortly afterwards, and by the end of the following year, the share price had climbed higher than it had before the product recall. So as early as 1982, Johnson & Johnson led the way in showing everyone exactly how a product recall should be done, and there should be no excuses for any other company making a complete hash of this kind of thing in the future. Good. Oh my god, but are they going to make a hash of it? I can already tell the year 1906 saw the blossoming of a beautiful business relationship between the Ford Motor Company and Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, which would last for almost 100 years. The American businessman Harvey Firestone, owner of the most epic name ever. Look, I like my surname. I think Whistler's quite a cool name. Like, yeah, Whistler. But like Firestone, I'd trade. He'd forged a global tire company 6 years earlier and become good buddies with Henry Ford. Henry chose Harvey's company to supply new tires for his Model T car, which would end up becoming one of the most influential automobiles of all time. And 96 years later, the relationship between the two companies was still going strong. There was even a wedding along the way when Harvey's granddaughter married Henry Ford's grandson in 1947. But sadly, the relationship between the two companies was to break down irretrievably in the year 2000. Oh, well, it did last for like 100 years or whatever. It's not bad. They're like, my relationship with Audible is not going to last 100 years, I can tell you that for sure, because I'll be dead. When a disastrous product failure ended up with Ford and Firestone squabbling and blaming each other for the mess, and it was a pretty lethal mess. An investigation had been launched into a potential defect on the tires of the still relatively new Ford Explorer, an SUV which go on to retrieve legendary status in later years, but it certainly had a few teething problems. It was found that the tread of the tires tended to quickly separate and peel off, often causing the vehicle to roll over. That's what we would call a mistake. In fact, the tires were linked to no less than 271 deaths on the road and over 800 injuries in the US alone. Dude, you killed is this allegedly? I don't know if it's allegedly yet because we haven't got to the ends, but I'm just going to say allegedly. You allegedly possibly killed a lot of people, bro. With the full global figures likely to be horrifyingly higher. Although I don't know what a Ford Explorer is, so are they popular abroad? Both Ford and Firestone are alleged to have known about the defects and the tire death and the death rates for a few years without ever making the information public. Allegedly. We don't know that for a fact. People have speculated. A few design tweaks had secretly been implemented, but the problems persisted and the death toll continued to rise. By the year 2000, the federal government got involved with their own investigation as lawsuits started to fly in thick and fast. Yeah, couldn't see that one coming. It's like many people have allegedly died. And the government were just like, yeah, I guess. Let's leave it to the civil courts. Firestone announced that it was recalling 6.5 million tires, but also pointed out that the real problem seemed to be with the design of the Ford Explorer, and to be fair, they had a bit of a point. During development of the SUV, tests had revealed that the top-heavy vehicle was prone to rolling over. Engineers had recommended that the design of the front suspension should be completely modified, but the problem for Ford was that this would have been very expensive to implement. You remember as Good Guy Johnson and Johnson? This is not Good Guy Ford, is it? The board meeting. I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, but it turns out that the vehicle is very top heavy and it rolls over really easily and might kill people. It's going to be very expensive to repair, then don't repair it.
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
So instead, Ford's makeshift solution was to advise owners to underinflate the tires. What? This technically worked and improved front-end stability, but it also reduced durability and lifespan of the tires. And more alarmingly, when an underinflated tire gets overheated, it tends to turn the rubber all gooey and makes it come apart at the treads. Firestone argued that this was the main reason for the high number of rollovers and fatalities. But Ford wasn't having any of that. Look, prima facie here. I don't know what's going to happen. I guess they're going to reach some sort of settlement, because of course it happens. And no one's going to prison. I just sense it. I just sense this isn't a prison one. This isn't a prison one. It's like, it's too, even though lots of people died, it's like there's too much blame being like, prima facie, I'm going to say, like, if Firestone makes a tire and they say inflate this to, like, I don't know however many bars of pressure, that's how much you have to inflate it to. And if the company that sells you the car tell you to underinflate the tires, that ain't the tire's fault. Without first informing Firestone, Ford announced that it'd be recalling an additional 13 million of the defective tires at their own expense. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, we're recalling this other company's tires at their own expense. Talk about, like, you're just doing that to cover that shit, bro. In retaliation, Firestone announced that it would be severing all ties with Ford, citing a lack of trust in their former partners of nearly a century. Mopping up this mess proved to be costly for both companies. Firestone spent about $2 billion on the tire recall and ended up closing down one of their major facilities in Decatur, Illinois? Decatur. Meanwhile, Ford informed his shareholders that the tire recall would cost the company around $3 billion. And that's not to mention the costs involved in the flurry of lawsuits, which accused both companies of knowingly selling unsafe vehicles and tires. Allegedly. The outcome of the lawsuits remains largely undisclosed. One attorney reckons that Ford had spent about $590 million settling 1,500 cases, while Firestone was reported to have set aside $800 million to handle lawsuits. So that's roughly $1.4 billion. Some lawyer got mad rich. I'm assuming that's going to mostly be class actions, and if the lawyer takes a third... But although Ford's reputation appeared to have been damaged, they soon bounced back with a redesigned version of the Ford Explorer in 2002, which rather cleverly didn't keep rolling over all the time. Woo! Imagine if they'd just done that the first time round. Hasbro, easy bake ovens. Some kids' toys are designed to really fire up the imagination, like a space mission rocket ship playset or a Lone Ranger action figure, complete with mechanical rear action horse or a gay Ken doll with an earring. Sam, meme it up. Got to meme it up. And other toys seem just designed to emulate the quite mundane and boring things in life, like a toy vacuum cleaner that doesn't really suck anything up, a toy record player that only plays nursery rhymes, and a toy telephone on which you can't make any calls. Yeah, my kid has this kind of stuff. And all they rather do, I don't understand it. Like, we buy them these toys, it's like, oh, look, it's a nice phone that doesn't call anyone. Oh, it's like a flute, you know, a recorder even. And they're just mostly interested in, like, oh, yeah, you like the thermometer that we measure your temperature with. Oh, you're more into the bag of wet wipes. I don't know. Is that just me? Is that just my kid? Doesn't like toys, just likes adult. The Easy Bake Oven initially appeared to fall into the latter category, although, to give it due credit, a kid can actually bake with it, so it's not completely useless. What? Originally released by Kenner in 1963, the toy is a purple and pink plastic oven with a small heating element. The idea is that you shove a bit of cake mix and water into a small slot at the front of the oven and wait patiently for a nice warm cake to magically pop out again. I still think I would have preferred the Space Mission rocket ship playset. Nah, I'd like the cake baking sh**. That's cool. It seems really dangerous though. My kid's just gonna drool all over that. It's gonna be powered by electric, right? That doesn't sound good. Shit's gonna go down. By the turn of the millennium, around 60 million of things had been sold, long after Kenner had been eaten up and spat out by Hasbro, who continued to produce new versions of the toy. It was later even inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame. What an honor! Maybe it probably is in that industry. I'm just making fun of, like, their highest award. But who cares? Which is quite an achievement for a toy that traps the fingers of kids into front-loading doors and then frazzles them. Oh god. After Hasbro launched a new model of the Easy Bake in 2006, they received 29 reports. Dramatic! Of kids getting their fingers caught in the mechanism of the front door, which included 5 reports of serious burns. Danny, didn't the last one kill like 300 people? Allegedly. Caught in the mechanism. This prompted Hasbro to advise parents to stop kids under the age of 8 from using the toy, and they also issued a voluntary recall program which encouraged parents to send back the toy and receive a replacement model with an additional plastic gate which acted as a barrier to keep precious fingers away from the heat. But they maybe should have spent more resources on getting the message out there, because despite the good intentions of this retrofit program, it appears that not enough parents took Hasbro up on the offer. And by the following year, an additional 249 incidents were reported, including 77 burns, 16 of which were either 2nd or 3rd degree, so they're not messing around, those burns. The most shocking incident involved a 5-year-old girl who got her finger stuck in the oven and ended up having part of it amputated. Holy shit. But still, Danny, last entry, 300 people died! One girl had a little chunk of her finger cut off. I mean, it's bad. It's not the end of the world. Perhaps you can't blame Hasbro entirely for this second wave of accidents, particularly after they'd already issued warnings that 5-year-old kids shouldn't be using the toy in the first place. Don't shit up in the first place, Hasbro. Simple. Test it. But a second product recall was launched that year, which affected just under 1 million Easy Bake Ovens, and this finally seemed to do the trick. This time, customers were also given a $32 voucher to spend on other Hasbro products, which may have helped to persuade more parents to get off their asses and send their defective ovens back to the company. I imagine that many parents chose to redeem the voucher on something a little more child-friendly, like Hasbro's often overlooked My First Gas-Powered Easy Chainsaw. Look, if I got this product and it burns my kid, I would throw it away and I'd never think about it again. I'd also probably be like, Hasbro on Twitter, and then never buy anything from Hasbro again. Allegedly. Dodgy Chinese milk. There can often be severe consequences for those companies who dare to fraudulently, you dare to fraudulently sell defective products. If you're in the UK, you might get a bit of a slap on the wrist. If you're in the US, you might face a few years in prison, which could get extended to 30 years if your crime involved defrauding investors. So true. Like, any time we make a business plays, it's like, yeah. And then in the UK or Europe or anywhere else, you know, it's like, yeah, they got a massive fine and had to do some community service and they can't have a business again. In the US, it's like, they got hung. Hanged, I believe is the correct word to use there. In Nigeria, you might end up serving 50 years in prison, which run in separate concurrent sentences that flow backwards through time, so you end up getting released before you even started your sentence. What the f*** is going on? Oh yeah, of course. We made the video about the dude who was like, he got sentenced to a bunch of years in prison because he stole like $200 million or something insane, and he got out after like 5 years. But in the case of the Chinese milk scandal of 2008, it ended up with the 2 main perpetrators lined up in front of a firing squad. Oh my god, I was joking about getting hanged. And they actually got killed. They execute people all the time in China, it seems. Like, yeah, this official, it seems he was just a little bit corrupt, so we shot him. It's like, oh my god. Look, corruption is bad. Corruption is 100% bad. Fraud is bad. All this bad. Let's not shoot people though, okay? Look, even Bernie Madoff is a bad dude. Bad dude, deserved to go to prison, doesn't deserve to get shot. Chinese authorities had discovered in 2008 that certain milk suppliers were diluting milk with a bulk filler called melamine, which, in order to give the illusion of high protein content and pass quality control testing. Often used in fertilizer and plastics, that's not good. The ingestion of melamine can lead to kidney stones, reproductive damage, and bladder cancer. That is definitely not good. And although the focus of the original investigation focused on one specific company, the Sanlu Group, it was later exposed that an additional 21 companies were topping up their milk with this poison. This means that the contaminated milk was leaking absolutely everywhere, including milks provided at school and baby formula. Dudes, come on. Why? It was reported that 300,000 babies had been made sick from the dodgy milk, and this tragically induced 6 deaths. Oh my god, this is awful. But it's also speculated that this is a conservative or downright misleading figure. What? China? Releasing misleading figures? Weird. Chinese authorities recalled millions of dollars worth of poison products and overhauled the company's entire dairy industry. But the impact on trade was devastating. After the World Health Organization declared the incident deplorable, 11 countries immediately halted all imports of Chinese dairy products. Yeah, of course you would. You'd be like, most of it up. All the plants responsible for the contamination were closed down. The director of the Administration of Quality Supervision, Inspection and Quarantine resigned in disgrace, and 19 government officials and private businessmen were sent to the slammer, with many of them facing life sentences. Okay, yeah. I mean, you killed people. Your active cheating and fraud killed people. I'd say, I don't know, life sentence, and probably means like life, like without parole. It's pretty intense. And Chinese prisons probably no, cakewalk. The two individuals with the dirtiest hands of all were revealed to be a dairy farmer called Zhang Yujin and a milk salesman by the name of Geng Jinpeng. Both were executed by firing squad in 2009. But perhaps one of the most disturbing points about this whole scandal is that the Chinese press are alleged to have known about the tainted milk much earlier than they let on. But they sat on the news for a while because they didn't want to put a downer on the 2008 Summer Olympics being held in Beijing. Oh, authoritarian governments! I don't think this is the media's fault. The media would blow the whistle. They don't give a shit about the Summer Olympics. But you know who does? The central government. Allegedly. I'm going to get killed someday. On a positive note, China came out on top of the medal table with that year with 48 gold medals. Brilliant. I'm so happy about that. It makes up for all of the people who died. No, it doesn't. Toyota. Finally, a quick word on what turned out to be one of the biggest and costliest recalls of all time. I would imagine it's always a bit of a concern if you're driving along in your car and it suddenly accelerates wildly out of control. Yeah, boy, you bet it is. And this was a pesky problem faced by drivers of the whole range of Toyota's cars in 2009, including Lexus, Pontiac Vibe, and the Camry. There was Danny's written Toyota's cars, including the Lexus, the Camry. Aren't those sub-brands of cars? Lexus definitely is. I don't know what a Camry is, and a Pontiac that's a different car. That's a different brand. So I guess they're all owned by Toyota. I'm so confused. There was no need to worry. Toyota had this under control, unlike the type of acceleration that their cars were doing, allegedly. But there's no, maybe this one's been proven and we don't have to use allegedly. Let's see. Carrying on. But there was no need to worry. They reckoned that it was just a minor problem with the pedals getting a bit stuck under the unsecured floor mats. So they recalled 3.8 million vehicles and replaced the mats with versions which were a bit less likely to make you crash into a wall at high speed. However, it turns out that wasn't the only problem. There was also a mechanical fault with the accelerator pedal, which caused it to get stuck and cause unintended acceleration. But there was no need to worry. Toyota had this under control. They recalled a further 5.3 million vehicles to fix the problem with the pedal so that the driver was a bit more in control of the acceleration of the car he was driving. As if that wasn't enough pissing about, Toyota was then forced into launching a third product recall when it was discovered that there was another issue with their hybrid anti-lock brake software. Dude, what were you doing? Were you asleep when you were making this car, guys? By 2010, the company had recalled 9 million vehicles. Oh my god. I do vaguely remember this. That's insane. Roughly the same amount of vehicles as sold by all US car makers combined. So they recalled as many cars as are bought in the US every year. That's mad. The government reports that 89 deaths may have been caused directly by the faults in the defective cars, and Toyota is still drowning in a sea of lawsuits. The actual product recalls are estimated to have cost Toyota about $3 billion, while the company also reached a $1.2 billion settlement to avoid prosecution from the Justice Department for concealing the safety problems with its vehicles. So you can just be like, yeah, I'll pay a $1.2 billion fine, just please go away. If I was Toyota, I'd be writing that check so fucking fast. But it's unclear if any of this is likely to have much of an effect on Toyota's long-term future, as today it's still the largest company in Japan by revenue and market capitalization. And that's probably something to do with Toyota's very clever marketing. I suspect that following the aftermath of its triple recall disaster, they sent out free pencils to drivers around the world emblazoned with the words, "Losers don't ever buy Toyota." Buy Toyota. You gotta sharpen it down. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by Audible, audible.com/Blaze. If you'd like to get a boy with the Blaze, fine t-shirt, go to purchasethemerch.co, and thank you for watching. I hope you find it entertaining, because I'm already bored. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. Winter is coming, and so you'll notice today that I'm not wearing a t-shirt. I'm wearing a hoodie. It's the boy with the blaze. You can get this as a hoodie. You can actually get most of the merch as a hoodie, which is fantastic as we move into the colder month. I'm actually going to take this hoodie off because I think this mic's going to be getting all f***ed up by brushing against the fabric, so we're going to go t-shirted. I guess I could have worn merch under the merch, but I didn't. Disappointing. What happens here is I am your boy with the blaze, as the hoodie implicated. Danny writes me a script. I read said script. Afterwards, Sam, our resident memologist, resident in the basement, along with Danny, edits this thing and adds some wonderful memes. So let's jump in. This is Rivalries, Adidas versus Puma, and I remember this. I said to Danny, "Hey Danny, do me Rivalries, Nike versus Adidas," because that's what I thought it was. And Danny's like, "Simon, I don't think Nike and Adidas had a particularly big rivalry. Did you mean Puma?" And I was like, "That's what I said, Danny!" And he was like, "You didn't." And then I gave him some lashes. If you ever find yourself in the German town of Herzogenaurach, not far from the city of Nuremberg, you could be forgiven for believing that the small population of locals have no faces. Oh my god. Or at least they have something very wrong with their necks. This is because you're wandering through the cobbled streets of the town of Bent Necks. The locals are likely to check the brands of your footwear before they decide whether you're worthy of their attention. What is going on? Fortunately, this unusual approach of greeting a stranger is not so common in recent years, but it was far more of a problem in the last century, when the small town was split in half by fierce, divided loyalties between two footwear brands, Adidas and Puma. I thought these were aren't these Asian companies? Why is this town in Germany up in arms about it? Who cares? Who cares about shoes? All of these, the people who are super into sneakers and all of this it's like, yeah, this pair of, Air Nikes or whatever, it costs, £1,000. It's just, but it looks fucking awful. It's like a giant, bright shoe that seems to come halfway up your ankle, like a boot, but it's a sneaker. What the fuck? Who wears this? Why?
It's called style.
It's ugly as sin. Just get a normal pair of shoes. It was a split in the fabric of the town created by a mysterious rift between two brothers, which would go on to shape the future of the sports footwear industry, for better and maybe for worse. It's a story that's, and also just in general, people who are divided between, I mentioned on a recent video, Android and iPhone, Nike and Adidas, or I believe Americans say Adidas. We say Adidas. I don't know why we pronounce all of these sports brands different in the UK, but we do. It's really, this whole thing, it's or Mercedes or BMW, these kind of big rivalries, and people get really into one side. And I'm like, who cares? Why do you care so much? It was a split in the fabric of the town created by a mysterious rift between two brothers, which would go on to shape the future of the sports footwear industry for better and maybe for worse. Wait, are Adidas and Puma German? Because, I don't care about any of this stuff, so it wouldn't surprise me to find out they were, but I really thought they were Asian, because I read that Phil Knight book, Shoe Dog. I vaguely remember that, but maybe I'm wrong. It's a story that spans over just a century, which by a staggering coincidence is the same amount of time it felt like it actually took to write this script, considering that Simon originally asked me to cover the rivalry between Reebok and Nike. What are you talking about, Danny? No, I didn't. Before we moved on to Nike versus Adidas, and then Adidas versus Puma. Oh yeah, there was an extra step, sorry Danny. Which has far more juicy bits in it and isn't all about Kanye West. Okay. Adidas and Puma are actually the cracked halves of the same family business, which was doing pretty well for a while until the family started to fall out big time. The original company was founded by the two Dassler brothers, older brother Rudolf and younger brother Adolf. Oh no. It's he was born before the 1930s. My neighbor in my old apartment building was called Adolf. He was really old, and you know he was really old because he was definitely born before the 1930s. The latter preferred to be called Addy in later years to avoid association with a certain other Adolf. But as the older brother only shares his name and with a famous prancing reindeer, we'll stick with Rudolf for him. Good. Born and raised in the tiny town of Herzogenaurach, which had a population of 3,500 at the turn of the 20th century, their father had only recently turned his hand to shoemaking for the first time, whilst their mother ran a popular laundry. So they are German companies. Who cares? Not me. In their younger years, Rudolf and Addy Dassler used to help out in the laundry and became known as the Laundry Boys, which sounds like the worst idea for a cartoon series ever. It does. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like the name of a weird band as well. Like the Beach Boys. Like the version of the Beach Boys. Version of the Beach Boys. Go, get around, I get around. The outbreak of the First World War obviously shook up this happy family scene and perhaps even laid down the foundations for future family relations between the Dasslers. Our older brother Rudolf was drafted to fight in the war while Addy was too young to serve and stayed at home learning the craft of shoemaking from his dad. It was during this period that Addy became one of the first shoemakers to seriously consider the advantages of creating specialized shoes for individual sports and came up with a design for one of the world's very first spiked sneakers for track and field events. When Rudolf returned home from the war, he initially had plans to become a policeman, but he was so impressed by his younger brother's budding business venture that they decided to join forces and launch a new company, Sportfabrik Gebruder Dassler, or GEDA for short. Yeah, that's easier. Someone once said to me, Simon, you know, with the pronunciations of like the foreign names, just attempt to do the accent for it. And say the words like that. So it's like Sportfabrik Gebruder Dassler, and people, and then, you know, your sarcastic German accent actually does the pronunciation better. And I'm like, yeah, but it does sound a bit racist, doesn't it? I feel like you can get away with it for some countries, like Italy, Germany, Russia. But if you started doing it for like Asian countries, people would be like, Simon, that's racist. I'd be like, yeah, I can't disagree. Initially, they ran the business from the back of their mum's laundry premises. Young Addy was the quieter of the two brothers. He would mainly work on the design and crafting of new sneakers, while the more extroverted older brother Rudolf would handle the sales and distribution and general management and shouting. Shouting is an important part of any business. Right, Daddy! Didn't take long for the Dassler brothers to find modest local success with their new ranges of spiked sneakers, and they moved out of the back of the laundry and into a fancy new factory within just a couple of years. But their biggest moment was to come during the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin. Hitler had hoped that the Berlin Olympics would help to illustrate the superiority of the Aryan race, but he hadn't banked on the incredible success of the African-American track and field star Jesse Owens, cocking up his plan a bit by romping to victory with 4 gold medals and grabbing all the attention of the media. It's awesome. It's like, the Aryan race is the best! Adolf, why is this black dude, why is he winning all the medals? I don't know! I guess I was wrong. If only.
Es ist unmöglich unter diesen Umständen zu führen.
Now, it's worth pointing out at this stage that both Rudolf and Addy Dassler were, like many other Germans at the time, proud members of the Nazi Party. Exactly how devoted they were is a cause of something that would later be investigated and became one of the most important elements of the brotherly meltdown. This is always the case. It's like, yeah, there's some good guy history. It's like, he was a Nazi because he had to be. He was forced to be. But while Hitler was most likely seething with rage at the success of Jesse Owens, Rudolf and Addy were probably giving themselves a bit of a pat on the back. Because Addy had predicted the triumphant results from the athletes, and before the Olympics had properly got underway, he managed to track him down in the Olympic Village and wordlessly hand him a pair of Gouda shoes with dark spikes and 2 leather straps on the sides.
Es war ein ungeheurer Verrat geübt am deutschen Volke.
Hitler will be like, he was successful because of the Aryan German shoes. He wasn't, Hitler, chill out. Jesse seemed happy to accept this shrewd gift and wore the shoes during all 4 gold medal victories in the 100-meter dash, long jump, 200-meter sprint and relay. In the past, I feel like the Olympics was a lot more casual because today, surely this, the Olympian who's going to win 4 gold medals, he'll definitely have some sort of like sponsorship agreement. He'll have like 1,000 pair of shoes that are worn in. He's probably got people wearing in his shoes for him. They've been like scientifically tested. They've shaped to his feet. Back in the day, they're like, what, you didn't bring shoes with you? Suddenly, Gouda sneakers were in the global spotlight for the first time and sales shot up to 200,000 a year. This was the company's time to shine, and they were poised to dominate the industry. But then another world war came along, and this one really cocked things up. big time. The Dassa's factory was forced to abandon shoe production and produce anti-tank weapons instead for the duration of the war. That's a bit different, isn't it? By the time the war was over and shoe production was finally allowed to recommence in 1949, the two brothers had fallen out so badly that they split the Gedder company in two and barely ever spoke to each other again. Addy kept the original factory under the name of Adidas, while Rudolf set up shop at the other end of the town with Puma. But what exactly had happened to cause the rift that would end up splitting an entire town in two? Why does the whole town care? Why? It would be like if there were two pubs in a village, and some people went to one and some people went to the other. No one gives a fuck. Although I suppose if there were two football clubs, people would be beating the absolute shit out of each other. But that's just because football fans are hooligans. Smash that dislike button. Soccer fans, for my dear American friends. But what exactly happened to cause the rift that would end up splitting a whole town in two? We said that. There are plenty of theories and oft-reported stories that all boil down to a simple understanding in a bomb shelter. Addy and his wife had climbed into the shelter during an Allied bombing raid in 1943 to find that Rudolf and his wife were already taking cover inside. Upon spotting his brother, Addy is reported to have said, "The pig dogs are back." Addy claims he was referring to the RAF, who were currently trying to bomb them all to bits, and this sounds quite reasonable to me. But Rudolf was convinced that the comment was directed at him and his wife. Okay, someone's a snowflake. However, the truth seems to be a lot more complicated than that, and the tensions had been brewing in the Dasta family for quite some time, even before the breakout of war. The two brothers shared the same villa with their respective wives and children, but it was far from a happy household, and it seems that the two wives often clashed over suspicions that the other husband was trying to take over the whole company. When war broke out, young Addy was called up for military service, while Rudolf was allowed to stay at home this time and oversee the weapon production at the family. Addy only served 3 months in service before he managed to get an exemption and was allowed to return home, and this was possibly helped along by Rudolf pulling a few strings and insisting that his younger brother was needed at the factory. I'd be like, dude, going to war or working in a factory, I'd be like, oh, thank God. So, I didn't want to go to war. But during this short period while Rudolf was solely in charge, their sister Marie had asked him if her two sons could work in the factory to avoid getting sent into battle. Rudolf point-blank refused the request, growling that there was enough family problems at the company. I'll be like, thanks, Rudolf. Now my kids are going to go off to war and die, you prick. Just because you're slightly uncomfortable. Marie's two sons, the nephews of Rudolf and Addy, were sent to war and never came... Oh my God, they actually died and never came back home. Yeah, I wonder why there was a rift in the family, Rudolf. You knob. Addy was reportedly furious about Rudolf's decision on his return. I wonder why. Maybe it's because his kids were dead. It's like, yeah, well, it was either the thing about him essentially killing his children, or it was the pig dog thing. I'm gonna guess it was the killing the kids. Rudolf can't have been too happy when, after trying so hard to get his brother back home, he found himself getting called up for military service in 1943, and he wouldn't return home for another 3 years. Even after the war was over, he would spend the last year of that period in a prisoner of war camp, seething in frustration that his younger brother had taken complete control of the factory. Not feeling too sorry for him right now, it's gotta be said. Before the breakout of war, also because he was a Nazi. Before the breakout of war, Rudolf and Addy's families had often engaged in disputes about which side of the family were most devoted supporters of the Nazi cause. Oh, the past. No, I'm a bigger Nazi. I am the best Nazi. I make these beautiful shoes that have swastika patterns all over them. After the war, they were having very similar arguments in reverse, because this time they were facing the denazification panel. Now they were insisting that the other side were the bigger Nazis, while they were only a tiny bit Nazi. It's like, no, it's not this. This is not a shoe with swastikas. This is a shoe with ancient Buddhist symbol. The biggest concern for both brothers was that if they were classified as serious Nazi offenders, they would face prison sentences and lose their stake in the family business. But both Rudolf and Addy also realized that if the other brother was to get thrown in the slammer, this could prove a handy route to gaining complete control of the business. Oh, guys, this was quite a fallout when you're accusing each other of being Nazis. Even though before you were like, Nazis are great. So Rudolf claimed that while he had been held as prisoner of war, Addy had been producing German weapons for his own profit and giving out strong political speeches on the work floor. In retaliation, Addy claimed that Rudolf had been secretly working for the Gestapo while he was in the service. Ultimately, the authorities decided that they couldn't really be asked in pursuing either of these two clowns, and they were allowed to reopen the factory for shoe production. The rift between the two brothers had now understandably become so great that they refused to work with each other and split the company in half. half in 1949. The Gator employees were allowed to decide which half of the new company they'd like to work for. The majority of the sales staff decided to go with the older sales and management brother Rudolph and join him at the other side of town at the Puma factory, but the remaining two-thirds of the staff decided to stay put with the younger design and development brother Adi, now rebranded as the Adidas factory. Wow, so Puma and Adidas, both like OG Nazi companies. There you go. I mean, allegedly. What? Even the by Nike. Nike. Even though the new rival factories were situated at the opposite ends of town and separated by the river Orak, which ran through the middle of the town in German that I don't want to try pronouncing again, it's worth remembering that the town was very small and there was only a couple of miles between the two. Yes, in many ways, the town of bent necks, or the town of lowered gaze, felt divided by something that almost felt like an invisible Berlin Wall. By the 1950s, at least one person in each household in town worked at either the Adidas factory or the Puma factory. And families associated with one firm avoided any contact with families associated with the other firm. They would patronize completely separate bars, bakeries, butchers, banks, barbershops, beer merchants, and belly-button piercing studios. Wow, and that's just the bees, Danny. And there were even two completely separate football teams for the tiny town with separate sponsorships from one of the two shoe giants. The rivalry was savage. Wow, yeah. The football hooligans, they'll be beating the shit, they'll be stabbing each other in this. I mean, no, they do that anyway. What's more violent than stabbing? They'll be shooting each other in this one. The idea of a family member marrying into the family of the other brand was considered to be almost sacrilege, and tongues would certainly wag with fury. Oh, it's like the Montagues and the Capulets. So exciting. The only guy in the whole town who could get away with wearing both brands was the mayor. He naturally had to be quite diplomatic under these tense conditions and would often wear odd shoes at official events to ensure that both brands were represented. Oh my god, who cares? How is this so important to you? Aren't you rebuilding after the war? Why? Why do we care? The only other guys who really benefited from the feud were the tradesmen who were fortunate enough to be invited to carry out work at either Adi's or Rudolph's houses. They would deliberately show up in the wrong brands of sneakers, knowing full well that the owner of the house would dish out free pairs because neither brother could bear the thought of having the opposing shoe anywhere in his house. Both brands were keen to adopt a distinctive look for the shoe, so it would always be easy for anyone to spot which brand was being worn by triumphant athletes. Adidas became known for using a color on the three straps that was different to the color of the main shoe, and the three straps logo would become the signature trademark of Adidas that's still going strong to this day. Of course, because you got the three stripes. As a kid, I thought, and I didn't realize it was false, but I thought Adidas stood for All Day I Dream About Sport, but obviously it doesn't. It stands for Adolf. The original logo was designed by Finnish sports brand Karhu Sports, who were paid about €1,600 and 2 bottles of whiskey. Meanwhile, Puma experimented with a few different styles and designs before settling on the form stripe, a horizontal stripe that starts around the back of the shoe and then widens as it moves along the front side before turning down towards the sole. Isn't Puma like a puma head or something? Both companies would experiment for the first time with screw-in studs on football boots during the middle of the decade with game-changing results, although unsurprisingly, there quickly followed arguments as to which brother had actually invented them. Oh my god, I hated playing football at school. It would suck, and we'd have to have these football boots, or football studs as they're called. They're these dumb shoes which have these little buttons on the bottom so you don't slip around in the mud. And I'm like, why the fuck are we going out in the mud? It's fucking cold. I don't like it. And I don't like kicking the ball. And I don't like being tackled. And I don't like tackling. I don't like it. I always just wanted to be in defense, because then it'd be like, you don't really have to do anything, and if the ball comes, you just be like, you make a half-assed effort to stop it, and then be like, oh, I hope the goalie does his job, because, yeah, this. There's one thing I care about less than mobile phones, like iPhone, Android, and all that shit. It's sports. But we could stand here all day and talk about shoes. They're almost irrelevant in any battle between any company involved in the sneaker wars. It's not so much about the shoes themselves, it's more about the profile of the athlete you can persuade to step into them. Puma was the first of the two to get a gold medal when the 1,500 meter runner Josie Barthel of Luxembourg won gold while wearing Puma at the 1952 Olympics in Helsinki, Finland. But Adidas scored a bigger business goal during the 1954 World Cup in Bern, Switzerland. Very little had been expected from the West Germany team, but Adidas had taken the opportunity to sponsor the team and provide them with uniforms and boots. Against all odds, West Germany battled through to the final, but were still very much the underdogs against the heavily tipped opponents in the final, Hungary. Most German fans were just hoping their team would put on a half-decent show and avoid getting utterly humiliated. Just before the final, Adi Dassler unveiled his new secret weapon for West Germany, his new screw-in studs, which allowed various lengths of spikes to be screwed on to suit the football pitch. The team ended up coming back from behind to win the match 3-2 in what what has become known as the Miracle of Bern, and West Germany's manager declared Adi Dassler to be a key contributor towards his team winning the World Cup for the first time. Fascinating. I'm sure this is one of the most exciting moments in World Cup history, and I'm just like, I could not give less of a shit. I just couldn't care. If England were in the final since the first time since, I don't know, it's been a while. I'd be like, people would be like, you're not watching that? I'd be like, obviously not. I've got anything better. I've got better things to do. And literally anything would be better. Listening to ETA go on about 5G COVID conspiracy theories would be better. At least that would be remotely entertaining. One enterprising German athlete tried his hand at cashing in with both companies during the 1960s Summer Olympics in Rome, but his attempts fell a bit flat. Armin Harry had previously worn Adidas during sporting events and had asked Adi for official sponsorship, but Adi had refused. Instead, Armin turned to Rudolf, who agreed to give the athlete financial compensation if he wore Puma during his events and any subsequent appearances on the medal's podium. Armin went on to win gold in the 100-meter sprint while wearing Puma, but in a bid to get cash from both companies, he sneakily switched over to Adidas when he took the podium. What he actually ended up doing was pissing off both companies so much that he didn't receive a cent from either of them. Yeah, dude. It seems like I'm sure there was a contract, and I'm sure you broke it. Rudolph scored a major victory later in 1970. This script has turned into being way too much about sport for my liking. I hope you find it entertaining, because I'm already bored. Rudolph scored a major victory later on in 1970 when he convinced the Brazilian football legend Pelé to wear Puma. Is it Pelé? To wear Puma during the World Cup. Pelé led Brazil to victory that year, but just before the opening whistle of the final, he asked the referee to hold fire while he seemingly innocently laced up his boots. The eyes of the world were on Pelé as he bent down and took the time lacing up his distinctive Puma boots. Of course, it was cleverly planned and probably heavily paid marketing ploy, which saw a significant surge in Puma sales shortly thereafterwards. Look, sports companies, if you'd like me to wear your shoes while I record business plays, I'm open to discussion. Maybe you'd like to branch out into the people who don't like sport realm. I'm there for you. And obviously you'll never be able to see them, but you'll just have to trust I'm fulfilling my contractual obligations. I probably won't be, because right now I'm absolutely barefoot. I mean, not barefoot, I'm wearing socks, obviously, you just saw that. Over the next few decades, big names like Muhammad Ali and Franz Beckenbauer, never heard of Franz Beckenbauer. I know who Muhammad Ali is. He's pretty famous, but Franz Beckenbauer? Nope. They chose Adidas while the likes of Maradona and Boris Becker went with Puma. I know Boris Becker, actually. Tennis is the one sport that I find quite acceptable. Maradona, no idea. But it has to be said, people were like, in a previous video, there was some famous athlete. I don't remember who it was, but I said she was a she and it was a dude. And it's like some famous British athlete. And I'm like, oh. Because they had a girl's name. But it has to be said that Adidas were always at least one league above Puma. Although Puma enjoyed sponsorship success in track and field events, for a long time they were primarily seen as a strong national brand, whereas Adidas developed into a major European company. It could be said that the fierce rivalry between the two helped to spur on innovation in the industry. But it could also be argued that they were so busy competing with each other that they took their eyes off the ball when it came to other potential rivals emerging on the scene, like Nike and Reebok. When Nike first launched their new lightweight sneakers in the 1970s, both Adidas and Puma dismissed them as crap, flimsy slippers and went back to scrapping between themselves. Nike is now the biggest sportswear manufacturer on the planet by far. I'm glad Nike came in and crushed these guys. They sound like dicks. Adidas currently in second place after finally taking notice of Reebok and buying them out in 2005, while Puma have been pushed down to third place. It's interesting to ponder how things may have looked very different if the original Gita company had maintained a united front against potential new rivals instead of splitting up and focusing their efforts against each other. Rudolf Dassler died in 1974, although Adi was invited to talk to his older brother on his deathbed, he declined the offer. His own death came just 4 years later in 1978. Yeah, I think there are some things you can't forgive. It's like, yeah, Rudolph, you didn't save my kids from dying in the war. By the end of the 1980s, the Dassler family had lost control of both companies following a downhill period, which was again made more difficult by the emergence of their new rivals and the fact that all the cool kids had moved over to Nike's Air Jordans. Oh, Air Jordans. Not Nike Airs or whatever they're called. Puma had been passed over to Rudolph's son Armin against his father's dying wishes, as Rudolph thought his son was a bit of a plank. Even though Armin had been written out of his father's will, he managed to seize control of the company over a legal technicality. However, by 1987, Deutsche Bank had seized control of Puma to stop it from going under and promptly fired Armin. Incredibly, it was a very similar story over at Adidas, as Adi disowned his son, Horst, who at one point was diverting millions of dollars worth of Adidas money into shell companies. Feeling certain that his own father would inevitably fire him one day, what for all the money he stole from the company. Shocker! Horst was building up an illegal nest egg to prepare for that fateful day. Despite the fact that this was exposed, Horst continued working for the company, and then battled with his sisters over control of the company after his father's death. He won the battle when his mother sided with him over his sisters against his father's dying wishes. Again, let's just repeat, I'm glad that Nike is now king. Because also Phil Knight is a bit of an absolute legend. Horst died young of cancer in 1987, and within a couple of years the struggling Adidas company had been bought out by the French industrialist Bernard Tapie. After over 40 years, the Dassler War was finally over. Although that small town of Herzogenaurach is still divided by a river, the divisions in brand loyalty have thankfully mellowed in more recent years. Nowadays, the locals of the town of bent necks are more likely to poke fun at people wearing the opposing brand rather than avoid all social contact with them. On United Nations Peace Day in 2009, a friendly football match took place involving employees of both brands in what some felt was an official truce. I'm disappointed that they chickened out just a little bit by avoiding a direct contest between Adidas and Puma. Instead, the match involved the management of both brands pitted against the workers of both brands. The big bosses won 7-5. But the feud between Rudolph and Adi Dassler may well jog on into eternity. They've both been buried in the same town cemetery in blah 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 blah. But at the exact opposite ends. Fascinating. Way too much sports. If you enjoyed this video though, please do smash that like button below. Remember to support the show. Get yourself some fantastic... That was the right way up. Boom! Get yourself some fantastic cereal from Magic Spoon. Link below. And thank you for watching. Nazis are great. I am a super spy ninja. This is another in the series, Fake Facts That Everyone Thinks Is True. Originally it was called Facts That Everyone Thinks Are True, and then people had an absolute hissy fit in the comments. They were like, Simon, facts can't be facts have to be true. They're facts, Simon. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? The fact is, yes. Also, very little care given. Oh, also, I realised I have a brand new shirt. Oh, I've got a better... are you buying things online? Like the merchandise. Hashtag cancel Simon. Well, make sure if you're shopping in a public place, which honestly you shouldn't be right now, stay inside. If you're like using unsecure Wi-Fi, maybe around a mate's house, and he's a bit dodgy. Maybe he's got one of those computers which has that green text in it because he's hacking your shit. Use a VPN. Use a VPN to buy the merch. Purchasethemerch.co, and that VPN must be Surfshark. You're welcome for the double plug. By the way, Surfshark. My pleasure. Just pay me double. Okay, it's alarming to think that what happens here is Danny writes as a script, I read the script, Sam, the wonderful video editor, adds some memes. Let's do it. It's alarming to think that approximately 73% of what you read or hear on the internet is questionable to some degree, while around 55% of it is downright wrong. The other 45% is my content, which is 100% always correct. Don't doubt. It's also intriguing to consider that approximately 91% of all statistics are made up on the spot to fit a narrative. I was thinking I'd love to start, because I think conspiracy theories are 99% of them are dumb, because 99% of them are like the 5G COVID dumbass shit. I'd love to start and use all of my channels and all of my influencer, and I'm very much like this, power to start a fake conspiracy theory and just see how far it goes. When faced with the surprising, harsh truth that makes us question everything we think we know, many of us choose to bury our heads in the sand like an ostrich. That they don't actually do that. Ostriches don't bury their head in the sand, so that's 55%. I'm bad at this. I'm bad at my job. I have one job, present facts, and I'm shit at it. Except it turns out that ostriches don't bury their heads in the sand at all. Alright. I should read these ahead. I should. I really should. And more importantly, the ostrich is one of the fastest animals on two legs. If it ever sniffed trouble, it would be far more practical to just leg it. Can't outrun a bullet though, can it, Danny? I want to go ostrich hunting. The myth may derive from the fact that ostriches dig big holes to bury their eggs in the ground that will occasionally dip its head below the ground to check that everything's okay and that the eggs haven't started fighting among themselves. Alright then. But in the face of imminent danger, it is far more likely to scarper than to try and suffocate itself in the bowels of the earth. So that's one myth rapidly debunked. Here are 5 more. How exciting! This has absolutely nothing to do with business. Welcome to Business Place. # cancel Simon. Purchasethemerch.co. Lemmings are suicidal morons. Oh my god. Let's play the game again. You can play along at home. How many of these do you know are fake before we start? I know this one's fake. Again, at the risk of Danny repeating everything that I'm about to say in about 2 minutes, I think there was a Disney movie where they filmed these lemmings and they made it look as if they were running off a cliff to their death, and then they weren't actually, and this isn't the behavior of lemmings. So that's what's up. Next one. No, we have to read Danny's words because I paid him to write them. Stop crying, Danny! Getting paid in stickers counts! We kick things off with a myth wrapped within a myth. Like a lot of people in my rough age group, I didn't really know much about lemmings until the arrival of the legendary computer game in the early 90s, which made an appearance on the Amiga, SNES, and many other formats. I remember this. With the lemmings, and you had to try and save as many as possible. The idea behind the game is to try and stop as many of the idiot lemmings from plummeting to their death as you possibly can, based on the concept that if lemmings are left to their own devices, they will simply commit mass suicide by jumping off big cliffs. Walt Disney gets a lot of the blame for perpetuating this myth. F***ing Disney, am I right? What a knob. The 1959 Oscar-winning nature documentary, White Wilderness, depicts lemmings clumsily stumbling to their doom and giving themselves to the sea, and it's often claimed that Disney invented the idea of lemmings being gormless suicidal morons intent on their own destruction.
Seemingly indestructible lemmings.
But that's not the whole truth either. My facts were wrong. Danny, why? Misconceptions about lemmings have been around for centuries, but a rather miserable 1920 poem titled The Lemmings by John Masefield certainly helps to ignite speculation about the suicidal tendencies of these furry rodents, and Disney appeared to draw inspiration from this when filming their documentary. The filmmakers were keen to show the mass lemming suicide in action, and the final film does indeed appear to show large groups of lemmings jumping off a cliff to a watery grave in the Arctic Sea. But in fact, it was all down to camera trickery and more than a hint of genuine animal cruelty. The scenes were actually filmed at the Bow River near downtown Calgary rather than in the Arctic Sea. That's a little bit different, isn't it? And the filmmakers were disappointed to find out that the perfectly happy lemmings didn't seem the slightest bit of interest in making a kamikaze jump, so they gave them a helping hand. Oh god, I thought it was just camera trickery. But they murdered all of the lemmings. Oh, the past was the worst. It's like animal cruelty. Animal what? Taking a small group of a dozen lemmings and using tight editing to make it appear as if the group was a bit larger, the filmmakers placed the poor creatures onto turntables to make them dizzy and confused, and then pushed them towards the edge of the cliff. Oh god, nice. And this film won an Academy Award. What for? It sounds shit. I hope that any future screenings are prefaced with a warning which admits at least a dozen animals were hurt during the making of this film, the bit where we shoved them right off a f***ing cliff. It is like, yeah, I mean, in all movies nowadays, it's like, this movie was made under the auspices of the RSPCA, and you're like, alright, I mean, I'd be a bit surprised if you were torturing the animals or something like that. It's 2020. Future screenings are perhaps unlikely though. Although White Wilderness was very briefly made available on the new Disney Plus channel, it was almost immediately pulled and has now very probably gone the way of Song of the South. Oh, I've heard of Song of the... Isn't that one that was like really quite racist? It's like, Disney, come on. Really? Walt Disney himself is said to have been unaware of these dodgy filmmaking techniques. Oh, sure you were, Disney. We all know you're a monster. Of course, the truth is that some lemmings do fall off cliffs, but then again, so do some humans. Lemmings are unlikely to get very far on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but they're not inherently dumb. They're not going to get very... They don't even speak, Danny. They just get a bit carried away during periods of migration. When the population density becomes too big to handle, large groups of them will pack their bags and go off in search of a quieter spot, but many of them will face accidental death from venturing into completely fresh territory and making the wrong call or getting pushed off ledges by their overexcited buddies. Yeah, of course. I mean, humans do this well. Like, we migrate to new places, like in history, we migrate to new places, and many of us die. The majority of the migrators should be absolutely fine, so long as they can avoid the Disney film cruise. Ba-da-bum-bum! Carrots help you see in the dark. I know this one's fake. I think there's some, like, vitamin in them or something that is good for vision, but it's like, yeah, you get enough of it anyway, it's just gonna make your vision not shit. Like, if you don't have it, maybe you go blind or something. I think I know this one. I'm gonna give myself a point only if I get it right. I give myself a point for the last one, because Disney did fake it. I don't know what Danny was talking about. Like, They did fake it. Whatever. Carrots help you see in the dark. The most extreme version of this myth is that the humble carrot can enhance your night vision, while there are other more modest claims that carrots can generally improve your eyesight. I don't think they improve your eyesight, they just make your eyesight non-shit. That's what I'm going to say. One of my old teachers, Mr. Bottomley, oh no, if your teacher and your name is Mr. Bottom, you're gonna have some fun made out of you. Was always a big advocate of this. Whenever a kid questioned his dubious claims, he'd always fire back that, well, you never see Bugs Bunny wearing glasses, do you? Flawless logic, Mr. Butt. Flawless logic. When I was at primary school, there was a kid, and his name was William Butt. And I'm like, dude, like, to his parents, your surname is Butt, and you call your child Willie. Really? I once tried pointing out that Bugs Bunny did indeed wear glasses in the 1948 short film Hair Splitter, and he gave me a detention for trying to be clever. Is Danny making a joke there? Because hair splitter? Like, that's pretty clever. The truth is that carrots are The truth is that carrots are a source of vitamin A, which is good for maintaining eyesight. Simon, you're a genius. Oh, full point. And it's certainly not a super vegetable, packed with incredible night vision properties. However, there's an interesting story behind the roots of the myth, which is all about the British trying to get one over on the Germans during the Second World War. Back in 1940, the Luftwaffe would often strike Britain under the blanket of darkness to give them a better chance of avoiding early detection. Britain responded by turning even more lights off with citywide blackouts, so the Luftwaffe would struggle to see what they were meant to be bombing to bits when they got there. What has this got to do with carrots? But the cunning British had also secretly been working on a new type of onboard radar technology called Airborne Interceptor Radar, or AI for short. Oh, AI means something else now. This could help the RAF pinpoint enemy fighters and take them out before they got anywhere near the British Channel. What has this got to do with carrots, Danny? In 1940, an RAF night fighter ace called John Cunningham would earn the nickname Cat's Eyes by becoming the first pilot to shoot down an enemy plane using AI technology. Means something else today. Anyone else see that movie Stealth about the AI plane? That was shit. This was the first movie. I think, I can't remember where I was. I might have been, maybe it was Atlanta. It was somewhere in the US, and I went to the movies. And it was the first time I'd ever been to the cinema in the US. And it was an experience. Someone gets up, I think I've told this story before, someone gets up at the end of that movie and just shouts, "That man is a true American hero!" And I'm like, what's going on? Why are you shouting at the screen? And people are rowdy in the cinema in the US. It's weird. In the UK, it'd be like if someone's whispering to each other. Someone will tell them to shut the f*** up. And recording a further 19 kills under the veil of shadow. The Ministry of Information was keen to keep knowledge of AI from the Germans, so they came up with a fictional reason why the RAF started to have got dead good shooting down enemy planes at night. The pilots ate a lot of yummy carrots. Oh, this is the best you could come up with, MOD? Really? It's not clear the Germans fell for it. Probably not. I mean, they were the enemies. They're not dumb. Although there are some stories of the Germans suddenly deciding to feed carrots to their own pilots, there's no concrete evidence that this ever really happened. Yeah, well, why not go a step further, MOD, if you think you're so smart? Be like, yeah, it turns out feeding massive doses of cyanide to the pilots helps them see well in the night. Why don't you try that, Germany? But weirdly, it was the British public who seemed more likely to swallow the tail. Faced with the new difficult period of food rationing, the UK government's food ministry ran a series of adverts encouraging the public to grow their own carrots and help dig for victory. Dig for victory posters are famous in the UK. They were like a big wartime poster thing. Some of the adverts boldly claimed that carrots can help you see better in the blackout, while the fabulous cartoon character Dr. Carrot enticed kids into eating carrots on sticks as a delicious alternative to the ice lolly. Brilliant. Carrots on sticks, and we think 2020 is bad. That is one thing. It's like, I was thinking the other day, we've been in this period of extremely long peace. Like, there has been peace, global peace, no wars between the world's major powers for a very, very long time. And we're like, oh, this virus comes and we'll have to stay inside. You know what? I'm glad that it's not 1940, because I'd have to go to war and it would be f***ing worse. And they clearly put no thought whatsoever into the development of Dr. Carrot because they had him wearing glasses. Oh, come on, guys. MOD, come on. Get it together. Ninjas wore cool black costumes. No, they didn't. That's just made up, obviously. Giving myself another point. This one is possibly one of the silliest myths of all when you think about it. Considering that back in the day of feudal Japan, ninjas were meant to be agents of surprise and deception and espionage, they were hardly likely to dress up in a funky costume which gave the game away right from the start. Be like, because ninjas were spies. I think samurais were more warriors, ninjas were spies. They practiced, I think it's ninjutsu, awesome name, but which was basically spying. And can you imagine if you come across a modern day spy and he's just dressed up in some crazy outfit, like that everyone associates with being a spy? Be like, well, that guy's a spy, isn't he? I'm not going to tell him any state secrets. The the myth derives from shows put on by classic Japanese dance dramas known as kabuki theatres, which have been going since 1603. Wow. When faced with putting together a costume for a ninja character, they naturally had a bit of a problem, as ninjas were actually the masters of disguise, so they didn't have an instantly recognizable uniform look. What, so you give them one? Realistic. The theatres got around this problem by shrouding the characters in black costumes and masks, which revealed only the eyes to create a sense of mystery and enigma. Yeah, I mean, you gotta suspend your disbelief, right? It is the theatre. And it was this new look that seemed to catch on for the rest of the world. Okay, theatre's an interesting one. Like, I just want to comment on theatre real quick. It's not really relevant. It's just, like, my thoughts on theatre. At school, I was into acting, theatre, all of that stuff through university. I love it. Being on the stage, acting in front of people is awesome. Going to the theatre, I don't really enjoy. Like, I love being in it, but I don't enjoy watching it. Because I'm like, wait, didn't movies fix this? Like, with theatre, yeah, you go in and you watch a story and it's acting and the chairs are more comfortable, there's more people, you can't go out to use the toilet unless there's a break and all of this stuff, the sets are less elaborate and all of this stuff. And I'm like, movies are just awesome theatre. Are movies what, like, theatre evolved into? It'd be like going, yeah, no, I just like watching, like, movies on Super 8, just because I prefer it. Or like, I like watching movies in black and white. I prefer it. It's better. Or it's like, I enjoy that as well. It's like, no, I don't enjoy any of those things. I enjoy movies, movies, modern movies, in the movies, not in black and white. I mean, if it's a black and white movie that is only available in black and white, great. Also, but theatre just doesn't seem that great to me. I don't get it. Also, don't even get me started on musicals. And it was this new look. What new look? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, the ninjas dressing up in black with just the eyes visible. This caught on with the rest of the world. Off the stages of theatre, the true ninjas blended seamlessly into the background of a crowd. They could potentially dress up as farmers or peasants or priests or street performers or astronauts. You could just say anything, Danny. You could. Depending on the environment they were working on at the time. If a ninja looked like anybody at all, it would just be like the person standing right next to him. Although some people claim that the stereotypical black costume was intended only for night missions so they could blend into the darkness, even this isn't true. Yeah, because at night it's never fully dark, and people have, like, I don't know, gas lights or heating, or torches, or I don't know, what do people have back in the day? Like, how they illuminate stuff, or the moon. It's like if I'm just walking around and I see a dude dressed fully in black with just his eyes visible, it's a lot more obvious than if he's just wearing jeans and a t-shirt, isn't it? They would still generally strive to wear ordinary clothing at night to avoid the alarm being raised if they were spotted. The very last thing they would want to do when deep undercover on a covert mission is to wear a uniform that practically screams out, I am a super spy ninja. Yes, indeed, agreed. Chameleons change colour to blend in with their surroundings. This is a controversial one, as some people will swear blind that chameleons change colour to avoid detection from predators, while others will swear blind that this is definitely not true on any level. And the truth is, it's a bit of a camouflaged mixture. And I know it's chameleon. That's a How I Met Your Mother reference. Although I still see comments on that video where I was like, oh yeah, Levis jeans. And people were like, and they didn't watch the end where I'm like, I know it's Levi's. I trolled the shit out of you. And you didn't watch the end. Only legends watched the end, and obviously you're not a legend if you commented that, are you? Anti-legend, in fact. It's hard to figure out if we picked the right name for the Disco Lizard. Actually, I think Disco Lizard might have been a better name. Ba-da-bum-bum. The term chameleon implies someone who changes their opinions or behavior based on the situation, and this kind of fits in with the idea of a lizard adapting to the colors of its immediate environment. So if Simon was to let loose a chameleon on his desk, some might believe that it could magically take on the red, blue, and green colors of the Enron logo so that it blends in perfectly with its new scenery. I wish I had an Enron desk. Unfortunately, it's just black and plastic. Sadly, it won't, and any YouTube video which purports to show you this kind of thing in action is a fake. Well, normally, it's the thumbnail, isn't it? It's like, yeah, there's the chameleon, and it's perfectly blended into something, and then you're like, whoa, that actually happens, and you click on the video, and at like minute 8 of 9, it's like, yeah, that's not actually no, chameleons don't do that. And you're like, and I get accused of clickbait? But the thing is, the name still kind of works, because chameleons tend to hide in the backgrounds of their natural habitat without the need to color shift. Because even in their natural state, chameleons share the same colors as leaves and bushes and twigs and things. Hiding is pretty much all the defense they have, seeing as they're not poisonous, they don't carry guns, and they're a bit slow on their feet. That's not to say that chameleons don't change color at all. I think they do it like, they do it for some other reason or something. By stretching and relaxing special cells which contain guanine nanocrystals and pigments, they can affect which wavelengths of light are reflected and which are absorbed. This is largely a matter of mood indication and reaction to temperature, so they'll adopt a lighter color when trying to reflect reflect heat or a darker color when they want others to know that they're feeling a bit pissed off. The males might also put on a bit of a light show during courting rituals, but it's unlikely to have anything to do with purposefully trying to blend in with a fireworks display going off in the background. There's a lot of this episode. However, before we dismiss the idea completely, an evolutionary biologist at the University of Melbourne called Devi Stewart Fox has been studying chameleons for 10 years. It took him that long to find them in his laboratory as they were disguised as Bunsen burners. Did he really say that? He gets the for that one. But he reckons that chameleons do change color of skin to match their environment, only to a very limited scale and using a tiny color palette. So the truth seems to be that chameleons are technically capable of changing color to fit in with their environments, but with barely noticeable results, as it's certainly not a primary reason why they do it. They should probably have a go at just sticking their heads in the sand. Oh my god, again. This is going for a record here, Danny. Next up, Mother Teresa was the salt of the earth. It's about time we got around to giving Mother Teresa a good kicking. Yeah, Danny. I mean, we've been doing this a year? And we haven't yet shit on Mother Teresa? Come on! The former saint of the gutters has since been elevated to real sainthood and honoured in the Catholic Church as Saint Teresa of Calcutta. The Albanian Indian missionary has become the nun poster girl for her benevolence and kindness and compassion and self-sacrifice and general all-round loveliness in helping the poor and the sick. She's won a Nobel Peace Prize and has been celebrated and honoured by the likes of Indira Gandhi, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Princess Diana and the Dalai Lama. But when it's all said and done, was she actually a bit of a dick? #cancel Simon. The English-American intellectual and author Christopher Hitchens once famously described Mother Teresa as a lying, thieving Albanian dwarf, which sounds a bit harsh. Did he really? But is this a slightly more accurate description of someone who, along with David Hasselhoff, is one of the most beloved and celebrated humans that ever walked the earth? Look, there's Mother Teresa, and then there's David Hasselhoff, right? Not really. That bloody dwarf. To kick off with the minor points first. She obviously had alarming opinions on contraception and abortion and homosexuality. But you'd kind of expect that from the Catholic Church anyway, so that's no big surprise. Maybe she was also into children. Yeah, you can. Smash that dislike button. Former members of the Missionaries of Charity have revealed that nuns were instructed by Mother Teresa to secretly baptize the dying without their knowledge or consent. Oh no! If Mother Teresa was secretly baptizing me, I'll be like, just f*** what difference does it make? No difference whatsoever. I mean, I find it stop wasting my time, get out of my room. The nuns would pretend that they were simply cooling terminally ill patients' bed with a wet cloth, when in fact, they would also be discreetly uttering the required words for baptism to ensure that their patients were given a one-way ticket to heaven. Oh my god, thank goodness for this. What a difference that made. I'm not sure I'd really give a toss if some nun wanted to perform a harmless voodoo on me. Danny and I. Mwah! But you can see how a terminally ill patient of a different religion might have felt violated by this act. Mother Teresa also moved into quite dodgy circles. She accepted big donations from the fraudsters Robert Maxwell, Charles Keating, and right-wing Haitian dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier, who was later charged with the torture and murder of thousands of his own people. Yeah. Although, I mean, if this Jean-Claude dude was like, dude, bro, I love business, he's probably dead, right? Whatever. He's like, I love business place so much, here's $1 million Haitian dollars, which is probably 50p. But if it was a lot of money, I'd be like, thanks. But the most controversial point about the life and work... Oh, by the way, some absolute legend. You might think this is an ordinary party cup. But no. Someone was like, Simon, you should be able to drink coffee out of one of those solo cups, and they're made of plastic, so you won't be able to. So I've sent you a ceramic party cup, which there's actually a plastic one here. That's pretty legit. Thank you. Also, I saw on the packaging that it cost you $60 to send this to me. So thank you. But the most controversial point about the life and work of Mother Teresa is that despite receiving millions and millions of dollars in donations, the exact figure is unknown, very little of it seemed to get spent on actually genuinely trying to heal the sick. In fact, the German magazine Stern estimates that only 7% of donations were used for charitable purposes. Dude, that's not good. The so-called medical centers didn't appear to have much medicine in the cupboards. Any offers of potentially life-saving medical equipment and machinery was turned down, as untrained volunteers worked in appalling unhygienic conditions with drastic shortages of food and painkillers. Why didn't they accept the donations? It appears that Mother Teresa was far more interested in converting patients to religion so that they could die at peace with God, rather than anything practical which might actually help them to live a bit longer. And all the religious people are like, yes, it's equally worthy. I've got news for you. It's not. Even more worryingly, she appeared to glorify the sickness and suffering of those in her care. She once said, "There is something beautiful in seeing the poor accept their lot, to suffer it like Christ's passion. The world gains much from their suffering." You're sounding like a bit of a serial killer there, Mother. I don't know what Mother Teresa's first name is. Mother. It's also worth pointing out that if Mother Teresa was ever in need of medical attention herself, she certainly didn't pop into one of her own medical centers. No, she forked out a fortune for the best private care in America. So, where did all those millions of dollars in donations end up? Up her nose. The majority of the dough is likely to have ended up being used to fund missionary work, to convert people to the faith, although little of it seems to have been tracked. Following Mother Teresa's death in 1997, a successor to as the head of Missionaries of Charity, Nimala Joshi, reckons that there was no need for official records of any kind. She said, "God knows, he's our banker." Oh god. I think Enron should have maybe tried that one. Even Mother Teresa's elevation to sainted was a bit dodgy, although of course you can't blame her for that. The canonization process usually takes 181 years, but Pope John Paul II rushed it through in about 18 months and officially recognized Mother Teresa had performed 2 miracles in her lifetime involving the magic healing of 2 patients, which of course is easily disputed with things like medical facts. What the guys. It could also be argued that Mother Teresa never intended to become a beloved figurehead for kindness and caring. It's just something that happened on her zealous mission to convert everyone to her faith. I'm just waiting for the shock revelation that she blew loads of money down at the casino. Casino. The tongue taste map is a lie. I know this one. I didn't know the Mother Teresa one. Sorry, I should have said. I didn't know that one. That's shocking. I have to say. The tongue taste map is a lie. Know this one. Finally, in my continuing quest to convince everyone that putting your kid through school is not just a minor inconvenience for the kids, it's also a massive waste of time, here's a myth which still gets taught in schools today, despite the fact that it's been discredited for the best part of 50 years. You might remember the tongue map or the taste map for your own completely wasted years in education. It's a colourful schematic map which points out how different sections of the tongue are responsible for experiencing different broad tastes. So, the back of the tongue is where you absorb the taste of bitter stuff, the front of the tongue is for sweet and salty, the middle is for savoury, and the sides are for sour. It sounds like a sweet idea, but it's absolutely bollocks. Of course it is. Who would think that? It's not like, look, I'm eating a candy and you put it on this part of your tongue and you just don't taste it. Said no one ever. Theory originally stemmed from research of Harvard psychologist, psychologist? I'd think a physiologist would be a bit more expert on this, but what do I know? Dirk P. Hanig, who in 1901 discovered that some parts of the tongue are able to detect a taste before other parts of the tongue. The difference is so minute that if you never notice it, or care in a million years of scoffing jars of pickled eggs, but the difference is technically there, except it's not. While he was measuring these thresholds for taste perception for his paper, he put together a famous diagram called the taste belt. The infidels next door are making noise again. Part of the problem is that so many people misinterpreted the diagram. Some of the blame does lie with Dirk P. Hanig for coming up with a bit of a rubbish diagram in the first place. The graph lines in the original diagram were meant to plot the relative change in taste sensitivity on each segment of the tongue, rather than comparing which parts of the tongue are responsible for experiencing different tastes. But this doesn't come across very clearly in the final diagram, Sam. And the problem was intensified a few decades later when another Harvard psychologist, god damn it, Edwin G. Boring, your surname is Boring, drew a new and particularly bottom and boring today, drew a new and practically meaningless version of the taste map which added all the different taste sensations. It's been known since at least the 1970s that our taste receptors are actually distributed all over our tongue, and that the so-called taste map is nothing more than a load of cheap mouthwash. And it's not very difficult to taste out for yourself. Just find something salty or sour and place it on different parts of your tongue to experience the undeniable taste of truth. It'd be interesting if the kids tried this out for themselves in class to make the teacher look like a fool next time he gets taught as fact. I don't remember being taught this at school. Isn't this just something you read on the internet or like in books that are wrong? Decades after the misinterpretation of Hanig's paper, some schools are quite unbelievably still teaching the taste map today. It's no wonder that the modern education system is heading for a suicidal leap into oblivion. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. I've said many offensive things today, so don't forget to #cancel Simon and pick up this shirt at purchasethemerch.co while using Surfshark VPN. There is a link below to them, and thank you for watching. Come on! I'm disgusted by you, but I hope my God forgives you. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one is a little bit experimental, and whenever I try to do something experimental, you guys are like, read the facts, fact boy. Make the funny Dance, monkey boy. But what's going on here? This is actually, I believe it was a viewer suggestion or someone emailed me or something like that and was like, have Danny write a script, have several entries, have him make up some and have the others be real, and then afterwards, the answers will be revealed. So the way this is going to work is I have got these answers and I was like blurring my eyes while I folded them up. So I don't know the answers either. I believe there are 5 entries and they're all folded up here. So the first one is here. We're all going to play this together. So I'm going to read the first entry. I imagine there's an introduction. Oh, there's an extensive introduction because welcome to Business Place. So I assume all of this explaining is actually going to be explained by Danny. Let's do it. It's called Fake or Real. Oh my god, I must be... I need to do some exercise. I got out of breath doing the monkey boy dance. Here we go. The other day I popped into my local cafe, or as we sometimes say in Britain, CAF, the Hungry Hippo. Danny, is your local cafe really called the Hungry Hippo? For a quick socially distanced lunchtime coffee. It was an excellent coffee too. I spent a good 10 minutes enjoying every sip. It was just a shame that I had to spend about 2 hours fiddling around with my dodgy Chinese phone to get the app working so that I could order it from a healthy social distance. And on that Chinese phone, Danny's running Android. Oh my god, Android Apple thing. Someone commented on a video that it's like, Simon, you obviously do care. I don't, I really don't. I've had both. I don't care. During that time, a mysterious figure sat several meters away from me. I'm already not sure, is Danny's story fake or real? I'm guessing fake. Hungry Hippo is an unrealistic name. If my phone was closer, I'd Google map that shit. Although Danny's giving away his location, watch out Danny, the weirdos are gonna come. He sat several meters away from the table, snapping his fingers at me to get my attention. He only seemed to be able to keep this up for a few seconds before he felt the need to return both of his trembling hands to his glass of water. Although he seemed a bit of an odd bloke, he turned out to be a keen viewer of Business Plays. Oh, it's fake. Not that many people watch Business Plays. He said he had watched all the videos in chronological order since the very first one, and his favourite video was all of them. I take back what I said, he is not odd, he is the ultimate legend. Then he started talking about a great idea he'd cooked up for a future video. What if I was to write a script which covered 5 or 6 slightly ridiculous business stories, but not all of them were true, and Simon had to figure out which stories were genuine, and you guys play along at home, and which ones were fake news. Simon wouldn't even know how many were meant to be true or false. Oh yeah, I don't. They could all be true. They could all be false. The possibilities! This would have made the game even more difficult. I actually thought this sounded like a pretty good idea, and the mysterious bloke was becoming more and more excited about it. I'm not sure if this guy came up with... I don't even remember where I got this idea. Maybe Danny even suggested this idea and this is actually true. It came from somewhere. My life is just going from one thing to another like a crazy person, so I do forget all of this stuff. He thought it was a perfect idea. A tremendous idea. Probably the best idea that anybody in the universe has ever come up with. Sounds like a fellow we know. It was at this point that I realized that the mysterious figure was Donald Trump. Oh, there we go. It was like, just after it took him 5 minutes, I was like, oh, aren't you arguably the most famous person in the world? And it was shortly afterwards that I remembered that I didn't live anywhere near a cafe called the Hungry Hippo. As the walls of the cafe began to slowly melt away into puddles of rainbows, I reminded myself that I really should avoid eating those moldy mushrooms that I keep finding down here in the basement. Oh no, Danny! We talked about this! Of course! None of this absurd story is remotely true. I've never spent more than an hour and 40 minutes trying to order a socially distanced coffee from my phone. And fake or real ideas popped up in the comments from Business Plays viewer Ben Stanfill. Oh, Danny, you're a better man than me. And Ben, you are welcome, Ben Stanfill. Of course, it can be quite difficult to fool Simon, bearing in mind that he's probably made a video about everything that's ever happened ever. But it's worth a shot. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I like that I don't know these either. It actually makes it fun for me, whereas normally these are a f***ing nightmare. Not really. It's a laugh. Let's go. Reddit was built on a lie. Don't spoil it in the comments, by the way. If I see people spoiling it and getting loads of upvotes, I'll f***ing delete that shit. Before moving on to the main point of this opening story, I want to kick off with a personal memory that is unequivocally true. I'm just not entirely sure if I should be admitting it. Years and years ago, I picked up a peculiar job for a new global social media platform which was apparently going to take over the internet. I don't think that I should reveal the details or nature of the platform, as I might get into trouble. My cousin had a really weird job. He was like a writer, and he wrote the descriptions that you read on porn websites. That was his job. also just watching porn and having to write descriptions for websites. But the problem was the platform was so new that nobody had joined up yet. It's one of these platforms where it's like, it's going to be the next Facebook. It's like, whatever someone says, I'm like, it's not, is it though? It's not. Statistically, it's not. And frankly, you're not talented enough. And the owners of the platform wanted to give the illusion that it was already quite popular. So they employed me to set up hundreds of bogus accounts on the platform. Sounds like a recipe for success. And then use these to create hundreds and hundreds of conversations between the accounts which could be viewed by any new visitor. So I was essentially being paid to talk to myself. How little things change. Danny, you should be happy. I gave you Sam. Allegedly. I'm pretty sure it wasn't breaking any laws. It's maybe just cheating a little bit. I don't think that the platform ever took over the internet. But I was surprised to discover that Reddit was built on a similar foundation of lies and deception. The American social news aggregator website may now be considered the front page of the internet, a revolutionary powerhouse, and the internet's biggest influential tastemaker. But back in 2005 when it first launched, the site was understandably very quiet. And I will just point out, just in case this is completely made up, this is all part of a game, Reddit lawyers. Please don't sue me. I mean, if it turns out we're making this up, because it shall be revealed. It's a game. Relax. When it first launched, it was understandably quiet, so the co-founders, roommates Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohanian, decided to spice things up a bit by generating tons and tons of submissions from completely fake accounts. I'm gonna say this is real. I feel like I don't know this, but I have an inkling that I've read about this somewhere or heard about this from something, and it also sounds entirely believable and honestly like quite a good idea. Because it's not like they're faking social interactions, they're posting things that people would find interesting. You know, it's Reddit, that's, you know, someone has to kick it off. Reddit quickly became crammed with content, but it was all from the same small team who actually worked for Reddit. As well as providing the mirage of popularity, this also helped the team shape and define the tone and direction of the website. And although it could be argued that the first few months of Reddit were more or less a complete fictional sham, the strategy worked. Yeah, it did, because you've heard of Reddit and you're probably addicted to it. The team was eventually in a position... I used to be addicted to Reddit like no end. Like, I was like, oh my god, there's so much good stuff on here, I can never leave. And then I had to get one of those Chrome extensions that blocks me from accessing Reddit because it's too good. I don't even know why you're watching this business place right now, just go use Reddit, it's better. The team was eventually in a position to let go of the fake accounts when they'd got enough real people to the seemingly lively service. Today there are approximately 330 million Reddit users, generating over 1 billion monthly page views. Good lord. But this revelation about the origins of Reddit is unlikely to go down well with is it only 1 billion monthly page views on Reddit? That actually doesn't seem that high. But this revelation about the origins of Reddit is unlikely to go down well with all the users who have found themselves getting permanently booted off the platform for pulling the exact same stunt with fake accounts. So much for practicing what gets preached in the Reddit terms and conditions. The site was born from breaching its own rules. Yeah, but they probably wrote those rules later, didn't they, Danny? It's not like they started out writing rules like no fake accounts and then just made loads of fake accounts. They probably added the fake accounts thing later. Also, isn't half of Reddit fake accounts where people post things that they don't want their real name attached to because they're too embarrassing? Or here's another mind-bending thought. Maybe Reddit is still playing the long game and you're the only real person on there. Reddit have a huge team then. I'm gonna say this is absolutely 100% true. And I don't know how to play along at home, but, you know, maybe come to your answer right now because... the answer is... Did Reddit cheat with tons of fake accounts to kickstart their own company? Real! Reddit co-founder Steve Huffman was happy to publicly admit the slightly dodgy origins of video of Reddit. I'm going to fold that over a little bit because the last line's not there. In a video produced for Udacity, an online source for education and lectures. Okay, 1 for 1, Danny. Challenge me, Danny. Meteor Fizz gets lost in space. Okay. This was a bit before my time, but during the 1970s, all the cool kids in UK playgrounds were drinking thrillingly themed cans of pop produced by a fairly small Scottish soft drinks manufacturer called Padbury and Hines. Oh god, I've never heard of any of this stuff. Some of them were backed with compelling TV commercials, and the biggest seller of all was Meteor Fizz. I'm not entirely sure what it was meant to taste like, as the marketing campaign just banged on about how it was the thrilling taste of the future. My guess, I've never heard of any of this. Like, I feel like the last one I was like, I've heard of this. So I think it's real. Whereas this one I've never heard of. So... Let's see how we do. My guess was that it was a bit fruity, maybe with a dash of lime. That's what the future tastes like, I guess, Danny. To me, it probably tastes like processed grasshoppers or whatever, you know, that food that we have to eat in the future when the world's been destroyed and we can no longer eat delicious animals and we have to eat, like, the less delicious ones and insects. But sadly, the problem for Padbury and Heinz is that the 1980s came along. While their marketing stayed very much rooted in the 1970s, the ads began to look dated and cheesy and embarrassing, and the cool kids turned to umbungo instead. That's real, I've heard of that. Most of the company's drinks disappeared from the shops completely, and Padbury and Heinz looked as dead and buried as an ET cartridge for the Atari 2600. OG Business Plays legend joke right there. But then the much bigger Scottish soft drinks company, Bar, heard of them, came along and acquired Padbury and Heinz for £150,000. Bar are most famous for, I was just going to say, they make this weird Scottish drink called Iron Brew, which tastes so weird. But Scottish people, they like it more than life itself. It's quite strange.
Damn Scots! They ruined Scotland!
Which is probably not widely known outside of the UK, but the best way of describing it is orange, fizzy, cheap, and a bit like liquid bubblegum. Yeah, it's a bit weird. After whiskey, it's probably the second national drink of Scotland. Yeah, it's mad popular in Scotland. £150,000. I had a coffee. Oh, did I leave my coffee in the coffee machine? I'll be right back. Ding ding! Problem solved. It's a little bit cold now, unfortunately. £150,000 might sound like a lot to fork out for a practically dead company with barely any products in store, but considering that Padbury and Heinz had produced a whole range of memorable and instantly recognizable brands in their 70s heyday, it was actually a staggeringly good idea. And Bar had set aside an additional £750,000 to relaunch the good YouTube in there, Simon. Take a sip of your coffee in the middle of a sentence. You legend. Relaunch the product that interested them the most. They wanted to bring Meteor Fizz into the 1980s with a new, slick advertising campaign that would reignite interest in the contemporary school playgrounds. The money was spent, the new commercials were produced, and the cans were ready to hit the shops again. Then Bar encountered a slight snag. I'm getting the feeling this is fake. There's too much backstory. I feel like whenever there's too much backstory, it's like, it feels wrong. But then it could be completely true, so who knows? British people are probably saying, oh, I can't believe you've never heard of Meteor Fizz, Simon. Are you even British? Are you even British? During the acquisition, it seems that nobody had bothered to ask whether Padbury and Heinz had still held the registered trademark to the Meteor Fizz drink. That seems like an error. Someone's lawyers are gonna get sued. And unfortunately, it turns out that the trademark had long since lapsed and had been bought for practically peanuts by a very small private company who are now taking issue with Bar over the proposed relaunch of Meteor Fizz. I think this is indicating me towards fake, because as we've talked about extensively on this channel, like my desire to purchase the defunct Theranos trademark and rename this channel Business Blaze, brought to you by Theranos. And I think this has maybe laid the seed of an idea in Danny's mind, and now he is presenting it as one of the false stories. But it could be real, and then I'll be like, wow, yeah, I was wrong. It also does feel a bit obscure, doesn't it? So it could be real, because it's just so obscure. And unfortunately, it turns out it had been bought by this private company, which was now taking issue with Bar over the relaunch of Meteor Fizz. The good news is that the new trademark holders were quite happy to sell it to Bar, as they didn't appear to be doing anything productive with it anyway. The bad news is they wanted £1.2 million for it, and they weren't prepared to budge an inch. They knew that they pretty much had Bar over a barrel of fizzy pop. Bar ended up paying more for the trademark rights to Meteor Fizz than they had paid for the acquisition of the whole company and the massive marketing campaign combined. I think, 1, it's unrealistic they paid 10 times as much. 2, lawyers don't fuck up that bad. 3, the seed of an idea for Danny. I think this is fake. I'm like 70% sure this is fake. It seems as if they just about clawed the money back with the promising early sales of new Meteor Fizz, so it wasn't a total disaster. But considering that the drink of the future had disappeared from stores again within 12 months, they probably now wish they hadn't bothered. And why did it disappear? Why would it disappear if the early sales were good? I think this is so fake. Did Bar end up getting screwed with the registered trademark for Meteor Fizz? Vote now, people at home. It's fake. 2 for 2. Challenge me, Danny. There was no such drink as Meteor Fizz, but if there had been, I like to imagine it would have tasted exactly like the future. No one knows what the future tastes like, Danny, except for me. It tastes like processed grasshoppers.
Tastes like shit. What do you do? Take a dump in it?
Ticket to heaven. One of the trickier hurdles to overcome. I'm enjoying this, by the way. I'm having a great time. People are going to be like, Simon, just do the regular Business Plays. It's much more fun, and we don't like your fake shit. And I'll be like, whatever. I'm having a good time. You're probably still going to watch. Smash that dislike button. Ooh, look very appropriately today. Smash the dislike button. You can buy this, and you can support the show. The show doesn't need support. I make enough money. At purchasethemerch.co. Buy the shirt if you like it. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Don't buy the shirt to support the show. Buy the shirt because you like it. I don't want anyone being like, Simon, I bought the shirt to support you. Don't waste your money on that. I don't need your money. But if you like the shirt, this is how business works. I really feel like, look, I'll make some good shirts. If you like them, you can buy them. We don't need all this bullshit around it. One of the trickier hurdles to overcome in ensuring that you spend the rest of eternity in the kingdom of heaven, I don't know why I sang that, where there's a free bar in every pub and your garbage gets collected twice a week without fail. Wait, my garbage gets collected twice a week without fail? I mean, I think I just put it in the big communal bins and they're never full, so I don't really worry about it. First world problems is that in the Christian religion, at least, you'll first need to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. I'm fucked then, aren't I? I accept the spaghetti monster. But what if you could get a shortcut past the pearly gates? Ooh, now I'm interested. I mean, honestly, if I die and it turns out Jesus and all that is real, I'll be like, oh, it's real, sorry. Yeah, you were right. And they'll be like, welcome to heaven. And if they send me to... I don't know why I'm even speculating on this, because it's clearly all bullshit. Brother, I deliver good news. Ooh. In much the same way that you can buy fast-track tickets at theme parks to bypass the queues of peasants, you can now buy a ticket to heaven without having to stop at the gates and be judged by St. Peter. I heard that you can go to Disney, and you can get someone for like $500 an hour to take you around the park and just put you in the front of every queue and tell you which rides are best. And I'm like, that is cool. As you can now buy a ticket to heaven without having to stop at the gates and be judged by St. Peter, all you need to do is spend somewhere between $12 and $16 at the website, reserve a spot in heaven. This is so absurd, I think it's true. Of course, it's not hard to believe that anybody would make such a ridiculous website, and it's not so many miles away from the idea that getting a star named after yourself or flogging a plot of land on the moon, yeah, both of those things are fake, don't fall for them. But it really did become a genuinely successful business venture with thousands of paying customers. The cheap Essential Kit provides you with a first-class ticket to heaven, a heavenly issued certificate of reservation with a unique ID number, an official heaven identification kit, and a mini information guide. For a few extra dollars, you can also grab an all-access VIP pass which grants access into the most exclusive zones of heaven, like the land of milk and honey. Whoever made this, if it's real, you're going to hell. But I'm going to bet that the person who made this doesn't believe in any of that malarkey. Smash that dislike button. The best bit is that if you don't get into heaven after purchasing the kit and eventually dropping dead, the website guarantees a complete 100% refund. You can't say fairer than that. People often be like, Simon, why do you just make fun of Christianity? It's like, no. I think all religions are ridiculous, and I'll make fun of all of them, except for that one that they might kill me if I make fun of it, because I don't want to be killed. Freedom of speech. Yeah, I don't want to die, okay? I just don't want to die. I just don't want to. I haven't reserved my spot in heaven. Reserve a spot in heaven has attracted a lot of criticism. One outraged Christian declared that you are making a mockery of the salvation only God can guarantee us. I'm absolutely disgusted with your immoral conduct and hope God will have mercy on your soul. Well, that's very nice. It's like, I'm disgusted by you, but I hope my God forgives you. The Seattle-based company reports that approximately 1 in every 10 emails is an abusive complaint from a Bible basher. I hope they wrote it like that. But the website was doing pretty good business for a while, racking up around $12,000 worth of sales in the first 2 months alone. It's pretty impressive. Sadly, the website now seems to have disappeared into another realm, and it's no longer possible to reserve your one-way ticket to paradise for $12. Perhaps heaven just got full after this unexpected surge in new residents. This is true. This is so true. I'm 80% sure. I'm more sure about this one, which I've never heard of, than the first one, which I've sort of heard of. Am I about to embarrass myself? Was Reserve a Spot in Heaven thriving online business venture? Cast your votes. Real! That's right. It's possible that this is so fun. I'm having such a good time. It's possible that most of the customers were buying the kits as gag gifts, but it's reported that many of the purchases were made by lost souls who felt they really were buying a valid ticket to heaven. And quite bizarrely, many of them took the time to question the mechanics of the refund policy. Challenge me, Danny! Next up, pigeon droppings, sorry. No idea what this could be about, but Nikola Tesla loved him some pigeons in some really weird ways. I made a podcast about that. I started a podcast called the Simon Whistler Podcast, and I don't know, it just wasn't very good, so I stopped doing it. People are like, where's the podcast? And I'm like, I try a lot of that doesn't work. Like, only the successful channels remain. There have been channels and ideas and things that I've tried that have just faded away because they sucked. If you're planning to release a new tennis game for consoles, it would be quite a smart idea to time the release around the most important event in the tennis calendar, Wimbledon. The French, the Australians, and the Americans might beg to differ with you on that one, Danny, although I completely agree. Wimbledon is obviously the most important championship. And that's exactly why American software, we're talking about too much sport, and it's even the sport I like. And that's exactly what American software label Acclaim did when they launched Virtua Tennis 2 for the PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast in 2002. The next logical step would be to thrash out some kind of PlayStation 2 in 2002. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. The next logical step would have been to thrash out some kind of sponsorship deal with the tournament or one of its star players, but that wouldn't have come cheap. So Acclaim came up with a cheaper alternative to take the game to the courts of Wimbledon and into the faces of potential customers. They branded 20 pigeons with the Virtua Tennis 2 logo and trained them all to invade the tennis courts and proudly flap the logo in the faces of several members of the crowd before heading back home to a secret location in the southwest of London. Nah, this sounds fake. The media were invited to observe the pigeon training sessions for themselves, and Acclaim was keen to point out that their marketing campaign would not directly interfere with the prestigious competition, as the pigeons would only be released during pre-match warm-ups. Wait, so they announced this was going to happen? This sounds like bullshit. The company also stressed that no harm would come to the birds, as they would simply be coated in a water-based paint. So they were painted with this, logo? No one's painting pigeons. This is fake. This is definitely fake. Although it's so absurd that it could be real. But the Lawn Tennis Association, the national governing body of the sport in the UK, may have put a spanner in the works over the alleged safety of the pigeons. Fearing a disruption of the event along with the risk of paying members of the audience finding pigeon shit in their strawberries and ice cream, the Lawn Tennis Association reported to have invested in a pack of hawks that would be trained to identify and kill any promotional pigeon getting in on the game. No, they wouldn't. They'd just get a court order to stop Acclaim doing this. It's fake. Acclaim grew concerned that their branded pigeons getting mauled to death live on television might not send out positive vibes about their new game. This wouldn't send out positive vibes anyway. People watching Wimbledon don't want to see pigeons flying around the court, and they're not going to buy your game. So they were forced to drop the whole idea at the very last minute. So the world never got to see Acclaim's flying billbirds in action, but we came very close. And it may not have mattered much, as they still generated plenty of media coverage and sales from the aborted plan anyway, even though the game was reportedly absolute pants. It's fake! But it's so absurd that it could be real! What number is this? We just did Heaven. I think it's fake. It's so fake. It's so fake. Cast your votes. Real! No! You can't be serious. No one's painting f***ing pigeons. Acclaim has a long history of coming up with wacky promotional ideas that never quite take flight, but the flying billbirds was weird even by their standards. That's nuts. So they were really going to paint pigeons. That doesn't... Well, you just gotta hold that up and be like, yeah, just get that Virtua Tennis logo in there. What the f*** Acclaim? Well, that's incredible. Danny, you got me. I like it. Next. I think this is the last... Is this the last one? Oh no, there's another one. There's another one. Excellent. Baker's Dust-Up. The small town of Ludlow in Shropshire, England, was home to one of the fiercest business rivalries of the 20th century. And right in the heart of this war were toasted muffins and apple strudels. I do love some toasted muffins and apple strudels. That all sounds delicious. The Little Ludlow Pantry had first opened its doors in 1953, while Bramble's Bakery opened a little while later in 1958 and was situated just a couple of streets away. For the first few decades, both of the small independent bakeries seemed quite happy to coexist alongside each other and enjoyed a fairly friendly rivalry. But during the 1980s, the original owners of both bakeries handed their baking empires over to their respective sons, and this was when the shit really hit the fan. I love that expression. Peter Bramble became the new owner of Bramble's Bakery, and one of his new marketing strategies was to start slagging off his competition. Oh no, Peter, don't do that. It's like a low blow. It's like the politicians where they're like, yeah, he's a dickhead. And it's like, can't you just say something good about yourself rather than saying something bad about the other people? Or like, I mean, come on. I'm recording this, and there was that Trump-Biden debate yesterday. And it's just like, you're both terrible. It's uncomfortable. You're adult men. Roger Frey, the inventor of the Little Ludlow Pantry, took this up a notch when he started putting up his own window signs which read, Bramble's Bakery, a filthy lie crooks. Get the real deal at the only genuine bakery in town. What's a fake bakery? It's like, nah, he just buys all the shit from Tesco and puts it in his shop. But the feud intensified over the next few years as customers found themselves getting banned for life if they were ever spotted in the rival bakery. Well, that's a good way to get rid of your customers forever, isn't it? Just be like, hey, actually, you went to the other bakery, I've got a better deal for you. I'll give you a little discount. I'll give you a little bit of free muffin on the side. Free muffin. Who doesn't love that? But things reached baking temperature. I did that one silent. Why not? I like to mix it up. Smash that dislike button. But things really reached baking temperature on the 24th of June, 1995, when Roger Frey, the owner of the Little Ludlow Pantry, was wandering by his arch-rival's shop one morning and peered through the windows to find that one of his own most loyal customers, an elderly lady called Rita Pollard, was at the counter buying a vanilla slice. Roger stormed inside the bakery and began ranting and raving at Miss Pollard, who had once claimed to him that she had never been inside Bramble's bakery in her whole life. Oh, Mrs. Pollard, you traitor! Or maybe she just really wanted a vanilla slice. Calm down, Peter, for fuck's sake. Or Roger, whoever this is. No one cares. No one cares. If this is fake, I believe this. I mean, I've never heard of it. It doesn't seem important at all. It seems like two small-town bakers, fighting against each other. It's a nice story, but... Pete Bramble was behind the counter at the time, and he seemed to find the situation quite amusing. He added fuel to the flames by casually informing Roger that Mrs. Pollard was one of his best customers, and she came in every day to buy the expensive stuff for herself, then popped into the Little Ludlow Pantry to buy cheap crap for her dog. Oh, Peter. You guys. He was probably less amused when Roger responded by having a complete meltdown and started smashing the shop to bits. Holy shit. He just goes absolutely fucking nuts. I really hope this is true. I'm gonna vote for this one to be true because I love it. With the help of a couple of customers, Peter eventually managed to manhandle Roger out of the bakery, throw him out onto the pavement and warning him never to step inside the Little Ludlow Pantry ever again. If someone smashed my shop to bits, I'd be like, mate, you're paying for that. The police are coming. I'll Karen the shit out of you. But Roger came back the very same night under the veil of darkness when the bakery was closed, and he brought with him a tub of gasoline. Oh no! Bramble's bakery was burned to the ground that night, and sadly it also took down a neighbouring pharmacy in the flames of Roger Frey's anger. Roger, you're going to prison, mate. I'm sorry. On that very same night, Mrs. Pollard got a brick through the front window of her home and a little note attached to it, which simply read, "Nobody likes a liar." Mrs. Pollard's like, oh my god, oh no. I just imagine this super old, codgery British lady, Surprisingly, Roger Frey was never charged with the latter incident, claims that the brick through the window was a stitch-up. Maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it was. I didn't even read that, and Danny comes up with the same thing. I'd like to think Roger would at least have the decency to attach one last fudge cookie around the brick. He also claimed that burning down of Bramble's bakery was a stitch-up too, but he didn't get away with that. Roger served 6 years in prison for arson. During that time, his own business closed down and the Bramble Bakery never bothered to reopen again. And now Mrs. Pollard's not going to be able to get anything anywhere. The poor dear. But the good news, Mrs. Pollard, all good, and the rest of Ludlow's, that a brand new bakery opened shortly afterwards and is still going strong today. Let's just hope nobody has the bright idea of opening up another one anytime soon. It seems that there really is only room for one bakery in this wild town. I'm going to say this is real, because it feels like something Danny would, read about in, a local paper and really enjoy and remember and then look up. And I also want it to be real. Oh, it's fake! Ah, Danny, you got me again! But you can get a nice almond croissant from the Ludlow Bakery for just £1.85. It's a pretty good deal. Well done, Danny. I asked you to challenge me. And you did. $67 million pants. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for me in this last story to repeatedly use the word pants when I know in my heart that I should be using the word trousers, which is far more sensible. Yes, in Britain. These are trousers, and what I'm wearing underneath them are my boxer shorts, also known as my pants. Bearing in mind that so many Business Plays viewers are from the United States, I'll try my best to stick with pants. You're welcome, Americans, you're welcome. And all the British people, stop pandering to the Americans, Simon. Chill the f*** out. Look, there should be more of you. There should be more. There's 300 million of them. There's 70 million British people. Their number is 4 to 1. Over the years, America has seen more than enough lawsuits which could best be described as frivolous. But perhaps the one that really takes the biscuit is the story of a judge who once claimed that his local dry cleaners had given the wrong pair of pants and subsequently filed a lawsuit for $67 million. Oh, I have to declare a conflict. Oh, I've just given it away, haven't I? I'm pretty sure I've heard of this. Pretty sure I've heard of this. This is a problem with the game. When I've heard of it, I'm just giving it away like a dickhead. Especially when I was like, don't spoil it in the comments below. And here I am being a complete knobbo. Okay, the nightmare began in 2005 when an administrative law judge in Washington, D.C. called Roy L. Pearson Jr. hopped into his local dry cleaners, which was run by a South Korean immigrant family called the Chungs. Piers drops off the pair of pants, quite a flashy and distinctive pair, with a trio of belt loops on both sides of the front waistband. This is remarkably specific, and then returns later to pick them up. Unfortunately, there was a slight delay in getting them back, as the Chungs had mistakenly sent them off to another dry cleaners that they owned. But when the Pearson family got them back, he claimed they'd been given the wrong pants and demanded $1,000 in compensation. Understandably, the Chungs declined the generous offer and insisted that it be given the right pants back right away. Yeah, it's like, dude, for what? $1,000? You can right off, mate. So Pearson took the only course of action he felt available to me, filed lawsuit in the District of Columbia Superior Court for $67 million. Dude, are you smoking? Are you a judge? You're a judge. What are you smoking, son?
Is it crack?
Now that might sound a bit steep, but let's be reasonable here. I'm really wanting to see how this gets there, Danny. His claim included $500,000 for attorney's fees, $2 million for discomfort and inconvenience and mental distress, $15,000 to cover the costs of renting a car every weekend to drive to the next nearest dry cleaning service. What is going on? Perhaps the most bizarre part of this story is that the Chungs ended up offering a fairly substantial settlement to end this miserable episode, which had made them consider moving back to South Korea, where you don't get any of this kind of crazy shit. I'd be like, what the f*** is going on? This is insane. There was an outpouring of public support for the Chungs, and a dedicated website had managed to raise a pot of money dedicated to helping support their legal defense. At one point, the Chungs offered a $12,000 settlement for the missing pants. What is going on? Which doesn't sound like a bad deal at all for Pearson. But Judge Fancy Pants was sticking to his guns. What a cock, allegedly. The best he was willing to offer was a slight reduction to $54 million. Where are they going to get $54 million? Judge. During the course of the trial, Pearson at one point broke down in tears over the frustration of losing his favourite pants, and a short recess had to be declared. Thankfully, the courts ultimately ruled in favour of the Chungs, who had the right to try and recover $83,000 from Pearson to cover their own legal fees. Good lord. But as they had already managed to raise over $100,000 from supporters, the Chungs decided not to pursue the motion in the hopes that Pearson would now drop the whole thing, move on, and not appeal the court's decision. Pearson appealed the court's decision. Oh my god, dude. What is it? You're a judge. Are you smoking crack?
Exactly. Yes, I have smoked crack cocaine.
He lost that too, and at one point considered taking the case to the US Supreme Court, but he decided against that in the end. Finally, you're turning out to be smart. Can you imagine you go to the Supreme Court with that and they'll be like, listen, judge, we're taking away your judgeship. Because you're dumb. You're so dumb. Allegedly. Maybe a friend is probably going to sue me for $67 million. Allegedly. Maybe a friend with an ounce of sanity had a little word in his ear. Although he wasn't directly fired from his job, Pearson's initial 2-year term as administrative law judge expired in 2007, and a panel decided against offering him. Oh no, they did take away his job! Decided against offering him a further 10-year term on the grounds that his lawsuits had demonstrated a lack of judicial temperament. Pearson's response to this was to file a lawsuit against Washington, D.C. This has to be real because it's so absurd. And I feel like I've definitely heard of it. For wrongful dismissal, but he lost that too. The weirdest thing of all this is the pants returned to Pearson by the Chungs did have those very distinctive belt loops, but most people agree that he'd been given back the right pants all along. It's gotta be real. 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 It's real! The Great American Pantsuit went down in history as one of the most blatantly frivolous lawsuits of all time. Guys, if you didn't like this, smash that dislike button. You are more than welcome to do that. This felt really long, but I had a great time. Thank you for watching. Purchase the merch.co if you'd like to buy the smash the dislike. There's also tons of other shit that I got here. There's the Allegedly shirt. You can also pick that up. Oh, it just says legend, but it does say Allegedly. What else do we got here? Oh yeah, the boy with the blaze. And all of this stuff is not just available in t-shirts, hoodies, etc. Also available. Thank you for watching. Rah! Flies or lies. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I thought I would just mention it at the start that this t-shirt, the biggest comment that I got was, Simon, is this t-shirt available in green? The answer is yes, it absolutely is. Enjoy. Purchasethemerch.co. Let's see what Danny's written for us today. If you're new here, what happens is Danny writes us a script. I shall read the script. It might be related to business. Sort of. I mean, yeah. And then Sam will add some memes. This one is Famous Pattern Wars, the Wright Brothers versus Curtis. As I've never heard of Curtis, I'm going to assume that the Wright Brothers won this one, because didn't they invent planes? I mean, I know, like, they were like first in flight and all of that stuff. I mean, planes sort of existed. They did something that was with us something. Let's just see what Danny writes, because he's smart. During the winter of 1886, a young scoundrel named Oliver Crook Hoare was, it's spelled H-A-U-G-H, but Oliver Crook Hoare. So your surname is Hoare, and your middle name is Crook. That is unfortunate. Was about to violently change the course of the future with a big hockey stick. stick. What is going on? Even Oliver Crookhaw's name suggests that he was a bit dodgy, but like an ox. By the age of 15, he had built up a reputation as a neighborhood bully in Dayton, Ohio, and locals claimed that he was never without the wish to inflict pain or at least discomfort on others. When you see it, it's like the kid who's torturing cats. Let's keep a close eye on that one, shall we? But maybe it wasn't entirely his own fault. Suffering from mild tooth decay as a child, he'd been regularly provided with bumper supplies of cocaine tooth drops to help him keep the pain at bay. Oh, the good old days. I mean, I'm serious about that one. I mean, that sounds pretty awesome. And this may have been the catalyst for his teething problems with drug and alcohol addiction. Shocking. It's like, well, what did you do? Well, we gave the kid cocaine, and now he's got a drug problem. Might have had something to do with it. Well, I mean, it might not have. I mean, definitely my buyer would be like, it wasn't us. Heroin, the less addictive version of morphine. Just a couple of blocks away from Oliver lived the Wright brothers, Wilbur, aged 18, and Orville, aged 15. It turns out that they invented a plane to fly away from the bully who wouldn't leave them alone. Great things are expected from Wilbur. He'd proven to be an outstanding student and a champion athlete at high school, and he was tipped to go to Yale University. But then, one day, no mention about Orville. It's like, Wilbur, we expect great things from you. You're an amazing child. What about Orville? Oh, Orville. But then, one day, in 1886, Oliver Crookhawk came along and smashed him in the mouth with a hockey stick. It's not known whether this was an accident or a deliberate act of brutality. I'd put my $10 on the latter. Yeah, no, he sounds like this crook guy sounds like a knob. But the effect on Wilbur Wright was devastating. Most of his teeth were knocked out, and there followed serious digestive problems, heart palpitations, and bouts of depression. I mean, okay, one, obviously this was him getting that was quite the whack. I mean, he got hit in the mouth with a hockey stick. I mean, I played hockey at school. People got hit in the mouth and the face with hockey sticks, and it's like, you might crack a tooth, you might lose a tooth. I think there was one kid who lost a tooth. It's not the end of the world. I mean, to get your entire set of teeth whacked out is pretty intense. But also, he sounds a bit like, oh no, I got whacked in the mouth and now I've got depression. It's like, get the f*** over it, Wilbur. I'm not asking anyone to whack me in the mouth with a stick or anything, or saying that obviously you can't have post-traumatic stress disorder or anything like that. But I think if I got all my teeth knocked out because someone whacked me in the face with a hockey stick, I'll be like, well, that f***ing sucks. I'm gonna have to spend a long time in the dentist. But I don't think I'd get depression from it. I think there's something more going on here. Anyway, so he spent 7 years recovering, and then he couldn't go to Yale. But it's interesting to ponder how if Oliver had not smashed him in the face with a hockey stick on that fateful day, Wilbur Wright would probably have pursued a more traditional education and career, instead of turning his troubled mind to invention and teaming up with his brother to spearhead, oh god, this wire, I'm tripping over it again, to spearhead the aviation industry. As for Oliver Crookhawk, he went on to be convicted of 16 murders. I told you we should keep an eye on him, including his own parents and brother, and was sentenced to death by electrocution in 1907. Still, one big smack in the mouth for a man, one giant leap for mankind. Yet, although the Wright brothers were to be celebrated in some quarters as pioneering heroes, it could also be argued that they became so obsessed with fiercely protecting their inventions that they ended up running their own enterprise into the ground and crippling American aviation at a time when it was most desperately needed. Yeah, when I think of America, they never got planes working. It is absolutely wild. There's 1890s, 1903? When was that fateful flight? 19-something? 1903? I see here? 66 years ago, there was a dude landing on the moon. Perhaps the writing was on the wings, when the Wright brothers chose to conduct their early experiments into solving the flying problem under very secretive conditions. I wish the flying problem. It's like an impossible task. We'll just call it the something problem. Like the faster than light problem. Let's just approach it that way. It's a problem to be solved. Obviously, that's a different level of challenge because, one is impossible and one is not. Because, we can look at birds and be like, well, they could clearly do it. Whereas we don't look at other and be like, well, the Starship Enterprise could clearly travel faster than the speed of light. Earlier experiments, such as those conducted by Octave Chanute, maybe, I'm sorry, Octave, you have a weird name, in 1896 at Lake Michigan, had prompted a flurry of media attention. But Wilbur and Orville's first experiments with manned gliders at the turn of the 20th century went largely under the radar. It could be argued that they were trying to avoid the distractions of a media circus, but they were also very keen to avoid the risk of giving away their secrets. Right from the very beginning, the Wright brothers seemed more focused on how much money they were going to earn from their hard work, rather than any prestige attached to propelling mankind into the skies. Well, yeah, because you need money to live. You don't need prestige to live. It's like, how am I going to feed my family? Well, all of this prestige prestige. It's like, no, you need money. No one should blame them. Money's also good. It's nice. It buys you things. It makes your life comfortable. Ask any person with money, do they like having money? They'll tell you yes. Ask any poor person, do they wish they had money? They'll tell you yes. It's not complicated. And so it was that on the 17th of December 1903, when the brothers made what many consider to be the world's first recorded, controlled, powered, and sustained heavier-than-air human flight in the motor-operated airplane The Wright Flyer, a crowd of just 5 people witnessed history in the making at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. At least one of those had probably just got a bit lost on his way to the hot dog stand. Again, bada-bum-bum. Someone the other day was like, does Simon think that he invented bada-bum-bum? And I'm like, I think I did invent it. I mean, I obviously didn't invent bada-bum, or however the bada-bum. I don't even know how a regular rim shot goes anymore, but obviously I didn't invent that. But can someone point me towards who originally came up with the extended rim shot? Because I assumed I must have copied it from somewhere. I have no idea where, and I'd like to know. If not, I'll proudly be the inventor of the double extended rim shot. Thank you very much. Random internet commenter. Perhaps the secrecy worked against them in many ways, as not everyone believed them. The European press were quite hostile in their response to the Wright brothers' claims, particularly the French, who dubbed the brothers bluffeurs, and ran headlines such as flyers or liars. It wasn't until public demonstrations of the other day I made a video and I said, like, there's some accents you can get away with doing and not sound racist, like German, Russian, all of these. I think French falls into that camp, rather than, if you do an Asian accent, that just sounds racist. I think it is okay to do the French accent. It wasn't until, let me know in the comments below, French people, because all the German people at the last one were like, nah, it's cool. It's pretty funny. And I'm like, okay, cool. Thank you. It wasn't until public demonstrations of the rebuilt airplane took place in 1908 on a horse racing track just outside of Le Mans in France that the doubters were made to eat their words. But that's quite a long time between the original flight and the first public demonstration, and that's partly because the Wright brothers wanted to make sure that they'd secured the patent before anyone else got the chance to take a good look at their airplane. And that even included the US military, obviously, and incredibly sensibly, because the US military is definitely not above stealing your ideas. The Wright brothers had offered to sign a manufacturing contract with the US War Department, but they were only willing to let the department have a look at what they might be buying after it had paid a massive deposit. The Wrights wouldn't even let the US War Department have a look at a photograph of the plane until the big bucks had been handed over. Having already wasted tens of thousands of dollars in previous years on crackpots who claimed to have invented the airplane, the department politely declined the offer. The Wrights had originally applied for a patent in 1903, they had overseen the whole procedure themselves, and the patent was swiftly rejected. Perhaps their drawings weren't quite cool enough. Yeah, I mean, all of this is like, getting a patent, it's so expensive. I don't have a patent, a friend of mine has a patent, and it's so complicated and so expensive. But after hiring the services of a specialty patent attorney, probably smart, in 1906, they were finally granted a US patent in 1906 for a flying machine. And I have to say, getting that patent that's got to be one of the coolest things. Like, what's your patent for? Like, my friend's patent's for some like obscure engineering thing that he made. I don't even know what it does. I don't even remember what area it's related to be honest. Something to do with like machine design. 2160. A man patents a time machine. Next coolest thing. Before we look at the patent, it's worth, although he'd probably patent his time machine whenever the he likes. Because he has a time machine. No one beat him to the patent office. Can you imagine if there were 2 people racing to invent a time machine? Whoever gets there first beat them by a long way, no matter how close it was. Before we look at the patent, it's worth looking at what the Wright brothers had actually invented. They had figured out that the key to conquering the flying problem was grounded in the importance of lateral stability to flight, or put it another way, wingtip to wingtip stability. The Wrights had got around this problem with the invention of something they called wing warping. They used a series of wire pulleys to twist or warp the wood and fabric wings of the airplane in opposite directions, so one side of the craft would automatically go up when the wingtips on the opposite side were pulled down. Oh my god, it's 100 and something years later, and I don't understand how planes work. I don't understand this. Oh god. The breakthrough in the study, and I have another channel that does, called Mega Project, subscribe, that does loads of airplanes, and it's like, I mean, I've definitely been explained how wings work. I'm still like, I'm a bit confused. Isn't it magic? The breakthrough in the study of aeronautics meant that full control of an airplane could be achieved for the first time by harnessing the changes of the lateral margins of the wing. So unlike earlier attempts, which had seen airplanes capable of just generating lift, the invention of the Wright brothers meant that you could actually control the damn thing, make banked turns and climbs and dives, and ideally avoid crashing into a tree. That would be incredibly useful. But the granted patent was surprisingly open-ended. Although it included specific details of wing warping and the steerable rear vertical rudder and the wing design and the forward elevator and all other clever technical stuff that Simon definitely doesn't understand. I know what a rudder is. It also seemed to indicate that the wing warping was an optional approach and that other alternative methods could be used, which would also be covered by the patent. Really? If you're like, yeah, no, I invented a plane, how does it work? Well, it's got a propulsion device and I'm patenting that. The jet engine comes along and people are like, oh, fuck, we gotta pay those fucking Wright brothers again. Those cocks. How did they patent everything? It'd be like Lufthansa are putting in a new chair. Oh, the Wright brothers! They patented chairs on planes! What the Wright brothers actually granted was a patent on the concept of lateral control of an airplane. And bearing in mind that lateral control would go on to be an essential component of pretty much all future airplane designs, they had in their eyes been granted a patent on every single airplane that would be manufactured in the future. That is a pretty solid patent, I must say. And they felt that they were perfectly justified in seeking such a reward for their efforts. As Wilbur Wright put it, "It is our view that morally, the world owes its almost universal system of lateral control entirely to us. It is also our opinion that legally it owes it to us." Alright, I don't know if Danny feels like this is negative. The wording kind of feels negative, but I'm kind of like, well, they did invent it, didn't they? He does deserve to profit off his, genius invention. One of many men who had quite a different opinion on this was Glenn Curtis, the American. Oh yeah, this is about someone versus someone. Oh my god, I should pay attention. So this Glenn Curtis dude, he's an American motorcycle pioneer who was born in the Finger Lakes region of New York, and his star sign was Gemini. Star signs, it means nothing. Smash that I'm a Taurus. Oh my god, you're a Taurus. I'm a Gemini. Glens, if you believe that stuff, you're dumb. You're just, there's no other, you're just a bit dumb.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Glenn's very first job was at a place called Eastman Dry Plate and Film Company. Oh, that went on to be Kodak, which would later become more famously known as the Eastman Kodak Company. Thanks, Danny. Oh, during his brief spell there, he invented a stencil machine which would become later adopted by the company. He also invented a primitive early camera. Glenn later turned his attention to motorcycles and spent a short period of 5 years. Is the short period of 5 years? 5 years is a long. I've been doing YouTube 5 years. That's a long time. I feel like I've been doing this forever. It wears on me. Not really. It's awesome. I'm very grateful. So I get to stay inside during the Corona times. He's officially the fastest man in the world on a V8 powered bike that he knocked together himself in Ormond Beach, Florida. Alexander Graham Bell regarded Glenn as the greatest motor expert in the country, and he was happy to give Glenn a call on a telephonic device that Alexander didn't really invent but still managed to secure the patent on anyway, and offer him a position at the Aerial Experiment Association. I guess it's only fair we get this guy's background as well. Between 1908 and 1910, the AEA produced 4 increasingly impressive aircraft, including the Red Wing, the White Wing, and perhaps most famously of all, the June Bug. Yeah, that was what we call in the plays. Red Wing, White Wing. What should we call the next plane? June Bug, which was primarily designed by Glenn Curtis. The latter was the craft that really propelled Glenn into superstardom. Whereas the Wright brothers had been performing their early demonstrations in secret, the first flight of the June Bug garnered huge media attention and became the first pre-announced public flight of a heavier-than-air flying machine in history. Glenn won the Scientific American Trophy for his effort, but perhaps most annoyingly of all for the Wrights, he was issued with the U.S. Pilot's License #1 from the Aero Club of America. You can't have it all, Wrights. You can't have it all. Wilbur Wright actually received his license at the same time, but because the first batch of licenses was issued alphabetically, the poor lamb had to make do with number 5. Look, Wilbur Wright, I understand you. I've got sympathy for you here, because I'm also a W. You get everything f***ing last. I remember times when the teachers at school were like, well, today we're going to do... It would happen like once a year or whatever. It'd be like, today we're going to start with the other ends of the alphabet. Simon. And I'd be like, great, I'm always last, bitch. What the f***? You think doing it once a year is enough to make up for this? I'm not really that upset about it, honestly. I probably didn't want to go first. That's what I tell myself at night. When I'm crying myself to sleep.
I don't care!
Now Glenn thought that he had been quite clever and avoided any risk of patent infringement, coming up with an entirely new system of conquering lateral control. Instead of borrowing the right swing warping technique, Glenn decided to use ailerons instead. These are I've heard of those, so maybe that's actually what people use today. These are a system of separate movable flaps placed at the back of each wing. The basic principle is still used by today's manufacturers, and in fact, the history of ailerons goes back further than Glenn's first use of them. But we'll return to that pivotal thought a bit later. The point was that Glenn felt that his new system, which also included adding wheels on an aircraft for the very first time for less bumpy takeoffs and landings, had steered well clear of the Wright brothers' patents, and he didn't have to pay them a cent. I have to say, this does sound fair. It's like you achieved the same thing. It'd be like, yeah, you can't patent something and then have dominance over every way of doing that thing, right? I mean, this doesn't seem right. I'm now coming around to Glenn's side. Good guy Glenn. Wilbur and Orville Wright disagreed. They felt that the patent covered any form of three-dimensional lateral control, and so they filed a lawsuit for patent violation. It wasn't the only lawsuit they filed. In fact, they took the time to sue a long chain of competitors and aviators right around the globe. By this time, the Wright Company was a big entity with an esteemed board of directors. Sadly, though, it seems the company was now almost entirely devoted to patent protection, rather than, say, designing any new planes. Yeah, this is it. Like, I don't know, the more I do, and I don't want to complain, but it's like the bigger your business gets and all this stuff, I spend way more time like sending emails, managing shit, paying people, and I'm like, I like making videos. Oh yeah, it gets that way. I'm still a tiny ass business. I spend most of my time making videos, which is great, but you can see how this creeps up on you, and you're like, oh, why am I running a company? I don't want to do this. Glenn Curtis was openly scornful of how the Wright Company were filing lawsuits left, right, and center. His team once declared that if anybody dared to jump in the air and wave their arms around a bit, the Wrights would pounce on them with a lawsuit. Most smaller competitors would never have dreamed of taking on the Wrights in court, and they were happy to hand over the required fees to the Wright Company to avoid litigation. But some of them, these Wright brothers, they're the OG patent trolls. But some of them were quite brave and took on the mighty new company, and the results were mixed. For example, a French court ruled in favor of the Wrights, while a very similar case in Germany saw the Wrights walk away in a defeat. But it was the Wright brothers and Curtis case that was destined to generate the most headlines and drag on for years. By now, Glenn was happily selling his own airplanes to aeronautic societies, while the Wright brothers stamped their feet in rage and screamed that he wasn't legally allowed to do this. As the case rolled through the courts for the next few years, the Wright Company found itself floundering in stagnation. There were reports of underpaid and poorly treated managers who never hung around for very long. But more importantly than that, their competitors had got their noses out in front by quite some way. In the absence of any innovation, the Wright Company's planes were now considered outdated and slightly embarrassing, while other companies were manufacturing superior craft. Honestly, the Wright brothers seem to have actually got onto something pretty smart here, because they're like, yeah, we'll just patent it and then take effort, the work from everyone else. Just let's abuse the patent system and do that rather than create anything. I mean, it's kind of shitty, but it is pretty smart. So, why would we make a new plane? We just take money from all of you guys making new planes. I'm gonna go chill out in Hawaii or whatever. Glenn Curtis' own new company had now slipped into first position to become the biggest manufacturer of aircraft in the United States, while Wilbur and Orville just kept turning up to work to discuss the latest developments in their lawsuits. Wilbur Wright never lived to see the outcome of the lawsuit against Glenn Curtis. In April 1912, he was taken ill with typhoid fever during a trip to Boston and died shortly thereafterwards, leaving his younger brother Orville to continue the flight alone. I thought one of them died in a plane crash, so I guess it's Orville, but I might just be wrong on that altogether. The family accused Glenn Curtis of being directly responsible for Wilbur's death. What the f***, Wright family? It's like, are you just... No! As Glenn's refusal to back down led to the loss of Wilbur's health over worries and stresses about his patent battle. You started it, Wilbur, you dick. Allegedly. It was the battle that the Wrights were destined to win, though, in 1913. Yeah, he didn't really win, though, did he? Because he died. Oh, sucks to be you. My opinion on them has changed. In 1913, the US courts sided with the Wright Company and ordered Glenn to stop manufacturing airplanes with ailerons. The case was dragged out for another year when Glenn appealed the decision, but the verdict was ultimately upheld in 1914. The Wrights had technically won the patent war, but it would turn out to be something of a hollow victory. Following the verdict, Orville Wright now had the perfect opportunity to effectively close down his major competitors and build up a new monopoly on an industry with his own increasingly inferior crafts, but he couldn't really be asked. Yeah, he's got fat and lazy from all that patent money. He's probably eaten too many whatever people eat in Hawaii. What's that weird thing in a bowl? I had one. It's called like a poke bowl? A pokey? A pocky? I got one the other day. It wasn't that. It wasn't all that, to be honest. And don't be like, oh, Simon, you need to just try it from this one place. It's incredible. I'm like, well, I got it from a place that had great reviews, and I just don't think it's for me. It was a bit weird. Maybe the patent fighter completely drained him of any motivation to continue, or maybe he just felt satisfied enough by victory over Glenn Curtis that he felt that his work was done, or he's fat and rich. Either way, he sold his company to a group of investors for a reported $1.5 million and walked away into relative obscurity, probably wishing that he'd just invented something like thermonuclear weapons for a simpler life. Bada boom boom. I'm gonna patent that now I know how. At this point, things get a little messy. Orville's former company, it's like, yeah, like those guys who tried to patent reaction videos. It's like, guys, it makes you look like dicks. Meanwhile, Glenn Curtis was now building up his own large collection of aircraft patents. Between them, I missed a line. Danny had a go at me for missing lines the other day. It's like, Simon, sometimes you just skip lines. And I'm like, yeah, because, I lose my place because I'm not very smart. And he's like, Simon, sometimes the videos don't make sense when you skip lines. I'm like, oh, God. I'm sorry, Danny, I'll try harder. Look, I'll go back for you. At this point, things get a little messy. Orville's former company briefly merged with Glenn's company, although the original union was short-lived. Wow, that was kind of important. I probably shouldn't have skipped that. Meanwhile, Glenn Curtis was now building up his own large collection of aircraft patents. Oh no, Glenn, you've gone to the dark side. Why? Between them, the Wright company and the Curtis company had more or less blocked the building of new air... Well, I know why, because he saw how f***ing successful it was, didn't he? This isn't their fault. This seems to be the patent system's fault. They'd blocked the building of new airplanes from competitors and had stifled the development of American aviation as they owned the patents to just about every potential component and would actively sue anyone else who dared to infringe on a patent. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can see that nasty mark on my hands. I burned myself. I was building a fire and I was taking my hand out of putting a thing in and I accidentally brushed my hand against the chimney. Turns out it's outrageously hot and now I have quite a nasty burn on my hands. Looks a little bit infected, but I don't think I need to see a doctor just yet, because I might get COVID. Also, they're busy with COVID. And this proved to be a massive problem in 1917 when the US finally decided that it was about time they got involved in the First World War, but realized that they didn't own a single aircraft suitable for military service because all the main manufacturers had been too busy fighting each other instead of designing anything useful. Guys, come on! The US initially had to make do with French aircraft until a solution could be found on home soil to put an end to their patent stalemate which had crippled the industry. A young politician by the name, you might have heard of him, Franklin Roosevelt, then serving as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, came up with a solution. He convinced the intellectual property holders to form a new patent pool, which every manufacturer would be legally required to join. It's like, yeah, convince them to do it by making it the law. It's like, yeah, Simon, we're convincing you not to murder people. How? Oh, well, it's the law, and if you murder anyone, you'll go to prison forever. So, okay. Follow me convinced. This meant that new manufacturers would be allowed to make use of all the patent technology in return for a very modest blanket fee. And for their part, the Wright company and the Curtis company would each receive $2 million to help soften the blow of not being able to financially screw anyone over anymore. And this was $2 million in, like, 1917. That is a lot of money today. Like, a lot. This proved to be the real closure of the long-running patent battle. Although the new pool was originally meant to last only for the duration of the war, it actually continued way beyond the war until the patents finally expired. Now that the Wright brothers were no longer actively involved, it just seems as if nobody else could be bothered opening up a fresh can of worms. The two opposing parties did eventually come together for a more successful union in 1929 when the Curtis Wright Company was formed. Orville Wright had long disappeared from the scene by this point and he died in 1948, and I'm guessing because Danny doesn't mention it, he didn't die in a plane accident, and it must have been some other aviation pioneer, maybe someone... I feel like I definitely made a video about this at some point, so hit me up in the comments below and tell me I'm dumb. The curious thing about this case goes back to those ailerons that Glenn Curtis used for his early airplanes as an alternative to wing warping. It turns out that Glenn didn't exactly invent ailerons, he'd more kind of reinvented them, as they'd actually been invented by a British guy in 1868, but had never even put to good use and had become largely forgotten. If anybody had remembered this earlier invention of ailerons, it's suspected that the Wright brothers had indeed remembered them but chosen not to remind anyone else. Smart move, Wright brothers. Then it's very possible that the Wrights would never have been granted a patent for lateral control in the first place. or they would have lost the patent battle if it had ever been revealed in any of the subsequent lawsuits. Sadly, although, yeah, can you imagine being the Wright brothers to be like, don't fucking mention ailerons. Don't fucking mention 1868. Sadly, although the Wright brothers were originally regarded as pioneering heroes, they would later be viewed in some circles as greedy patent trolls who played a big part in stunting the growth of the American aviation industry. I think they can be both. They can be aviation pioneers and patent troll dickheads. They are not mutually exclusive. Like, I make YouTube videos. I'm also a dickhead, as I've said before. You know, not mutually exclusive. I wouldn't describe myself as a pioneering YouTuber, though. Although I feel like the whole reading off the script and shit is new and kind of shit. Oh! Things may have worked out very differently if someone else had secured the first patent for a flying machine. Maybe Oliver Crookhorse should have been a bit more choosy about who is whacking in the mouth with a hockey stick. Obviously, he was not choosy because he went on to murder like 16 people. Jesus Christ, whore. Bonus fact, the original 1903 Wright Flyer ended up making its way to the moon, or at least a tiny part of it did. When Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon in 1969, he was carrying a tiny torn piece of muslin fabric from the left wing of the Wright Flyer in his spacesuit pocket. The fabric was meant to represent the bond between the original Wright Flyer. The stained bit of fabric may not look like much nowadays, but it still managed to sell for $4.57 million at auction in 2019. God damn, they didn't leave it on the moon? It's a shame Neil hadn't stuck a Big Mac in the other spacesuit pocket and kept it perfectly preserved for 50 years. That would have made proper big money, ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching. It has been my pleasure to have you here with me as we blaze. This shirt, Keep Calm and Blaze On, is absolutely available in green. Blaze on, and I will see you next time. Ah! Shove that bitch up there. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. Maybe this was a suggestion that someone came up with, maybe I saw this somewhere, whatever. I thought it was a super interesting story. So I said, Danny, write me something beautiful. And Danny said, I shall provide. I mean, he said it. He actually wrote it on a note and slipped underneath the door from the basement. And I will read it. Sam will add some memes. Let's do this. This is entirely empty. I wish I'd filled it up before I started recording today. I never realized until today that there's apparently a certain degree of honor and nobility in being a slot cheat. There is? Who knew? One famous trickster who went by the name of Timothy John Charles was once perfectly happy to put down slot cheat as his occupation when he was applying for a loan. I'm not sure if the loan was ever granted, but you can't imagine him being quite so honest about his true profession if he was a bank robber or a pickpocket. Yeah, I don't know ever what to put on those forms. Like, you know, you go to a country, it's like you're filling out a form for like a visa application. You can't really write YouTuber because, you know, it just, I don't know what to put, so I always just put, like, advertising. I work in advertising, because technically it is advertising, like Backblaze, who pay my bills. So I just say I'm in advertising, it makes everything go much smoother. Except once I applied for a visa to go to China, and I put, like, yeah, advertising. And they Googled me.
Ironic.
And they were like, we need to talk to you before we grant this visa. And they made me sign all of these crazy documents saying that I wasn't going to China to film videos. And I wasn't. I was just going there for holiday. It was kind of scary. I have to say, I had to go to their embassy and I had an interview with some consul person. It's like, okay. But the point is that there's a significant difference between cheating at a table game in a casino and cheating at the slot machines. When you're cheating at the poker table, you're effectively swindling everybody else who sat at the table and trying to enjoy a fair game. Yeah, with poker. With blackjack, you're not. You're just swindling the house, right? I don't know how any of this works. I don't gamble. I don't cheat at gambling. It's all just a big waste of money. Unless you can cheat effectively. But then you're probably going to get beaten up in some back alley by some scary dude who works for a casino security. So it's not a good time. With the slot machines, it's just a direct contest between you and the casino. And apparently this makes it far more socially acceptable because those casinos are raking in tons of money anyway, so they're not going to go crying over a few missing millions. Oh boy, they are. They're definitely going to beat you up in some back alley. It's going to happen. I've seen movies. People will be like, Simon, you haven't seen movies. No, I just haven't seen the movies that you think are important. Like Casino. I've never seen Casino. I don't even know what it's about. It's probably about casinos. I suppose slot cheats are a bit like the Robin Hoods of the casino world, in that they steal from the rich and, no, they just give to themselves. Danny just lets it trail off with a ... and it's like, no, they're keeping it. Actually, I think they just pocket the stolen cash for themselves, so the analogy doesn't really work at all. But they still make a fascinating argument against the popular misconception that the house always wins, because the house will also lose if you're smart enough to come up with the tools of the trade and tip the balance far more heavily in your favor. And Tommy Glenn Carmichael was one of the most notorious engineers of slot cheating. I have to say, this does sound incredibly appealing to me. Like, I love the idea of working out how something works. There was this game, it was a computer game from back in the day, like, I was on, I don't remember, but it was like a fruit machine, is what we call a slot machine in the UK. And you could simulate spin, so you could put in money, and it would spin the little fruit thing, and if you got like 3 cherries or whatever, it would let you move on to that little thing that, jumps up. So it's like £1, £2, £1, £2, £1, £2, and you have to hit it when it goes on to £2, and the higher it gets, the faster it goes, and obviously most of the time it's like rigged so you lose. Except I just practiced it so much that I just win every time, and I was like, if only that this game was real, then I would destroy that slot machine every time. Born in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1950, the only thing I know about Tulsa, Oklahoma is this where Chandler goes in Friends, and it's really boring. The early life of Tommy Glenn Carmichael was remarkably similar to that of Sir Clive Sinclair, in that he took an interest in technology from a very early age and loved taking things apart to see how they worked. But unlike Sir Clive Sinclair, Tommy then went on to a life of juvenile mischief, racked up a few minor drug convictions, and had gone through 3 messy divorces before it even had the age of 30. Oh my god, dude, don't get married again. Like, you got divorced 3 times before you're 30? Marriage just isn't for you, is it? Again, another Friends reference. This guy's like Ross from Friends. Why are we talking so much about a TV show from the 90s? I don't know. Welcome to Business Blaze. Tommy tried to turn his life around in the 1980s when he opened up a small shop in his hometown of Tulsa, which he named Ace TV Sales and Service. By day, he juggled his time between the repair shop and the community service he'd earned from his drug offenses, and by night he earned a bit of money on the side as a pool hustler. By the end of the decade, Tommy was facing hard times again as he struggled to keep up with the biggest stores that were opening up all over town. He was already on the brink of closing down the shop when he received a visit from a good friend that would change his life forever. Ray Ming had just popped back from Las Vegas, and he had something in the trunk of his car that he wanted to show Tommy. Thankfully, it wasn't a dead body. Yeah, I mean, when my mates go, dude, I got something to show you in the back of the car, I don't immediately jump to, oh, it's a body. I jump to be like, okay, I'm curious, I don't know what it is, but I mean, dead body is down there. But it would have been nice if Ray had brought back something that was going to help Tommy get his life back on track. Maybe a new product that was going to help revitalize the fortunes of Tommy's floundering repair shop, or maybe even something that could become a springboard for a completely fresh and legitimate business venture. Again, when someone's like, come take a look at this thing in the back of my car, I'm not like, oh wow, it's going to be some revolutionary thing that's going to change my career. I don't think it's going to be a dead body. I think it's going to be something boring, like, I bought a new dog, I wanted to show you my new dog, or it's like, oh, I've got to move all this shit to the skip. Will you help me move this stuff? I'm moving out. It's like, okay. Those are things I expect. Things I don't expect, revolutionary business ideas and bodies, Danny. What is going on? But no. Ray Ming opens the trunk of his car to reveal a miniature slot machine and a very rare and remarkably crude cheating tool called the top-bottom joint. The bottom part of the top-bottom joint was a piece of guitar string which you shoved into the left corner of a slot machine so that it went up against the circuit board and sent low-wattage electricity pulsing through the cabinet. The top part was a simple piece of metal curved in the shape of the number 9. You shoved this bit into the coin slot until it completed a circuit powerful enough to hotwire the coin hopper, the part of the machine where all the coins are stored, and trick it into emptying the payload. This is so cool. I love all this stuff. I love this the same way that I love heist movies. It's like people beating the system. And, being criminals. I'm not going to do this in real life. I mean, unless things go really badly. Be like, oh, I guess I just have to do heists now. Well, I've played lots of GTA 5, so I have an understanding of how it works. Although Tommy was fascinated by this new toy, he wasn't a greedy man, and he wasn't prone to making rash decisions. Didn't he get married 3 times before he was 30 and have drug offenses? It sounds like he made some rash rash decisions, Danny, doesn't it? After getting to grips with how the top-bottom joint worked, he popped over to Las Vegas to have a go with it, because have a go at one of the nickel machines. Within a few minutes, it managed to pull over $35 out of the small fry slot. Now that this intense period of research was complete, he pops back home, sold his shop, and went to the Las Vegas Strip to make his fortune. Dude, he's not a man prone to rash decisions. Tommy spent the next 5 years cheating the big league casinos out of their money with the top-bottom joint. I can't believe it lasted 4 years. 5 years. How many years? 5 years. And how many times did he get absolutely beaten the out of? It's quite remarkable how he managed to get away with it for so long, as it would have been very difficult to use this big, cruel tool with any level of discretion. I imagine that he was only able to whip it out when pretty much everybody else in the casino was taking a quick nap. Despite these challenges, he did pretty well out of it. In fact, he raked in millions of dollars. I guess if he makes $35 in like just a whoosh, whoosh, then yeah, you can get up to $1 million pretty fast. Millions! That's incredible. Also, how do you get, the bank's not suspicious? Why do you have so many coins? But as the 1980s progressed, Tommy's new occupation became more and more problematic as the high-end casinos began filling up their halls with new machines and more advanced technology. The new machines implemented pseudo-random number generators, which kind of took the power away from the coin hopper. So you could try hot-wiring the hopper as much as you liked, but it wasn't going to give up the treasures. This forced Tommy into much smaller gambling halls, which hadn't got around to updating their slot machines yet. And, in fact, when Tommy got arrested on Independence Day in 1985, it wasn't in a casino at all. It was in a little restaurant west of the Strip that just happened to have a slot machine in the corner. Poor old Tommy was quite happily minding his own business, committing crimes, using the top-bottom joint to screw the restaurant owners out of a few dollars when the police barged in and slammed him against the wall. American police, you're way too extreme. Just be like, sir, I'd like it if you would come with us. Just arrest him. He's not a violent criminal. Why do you have to be so violent? I watched the news. What the fuck? When they searched him and found the cheating tool in his pocket, Tommy lamely claimed that it was a device he made himself to help start his knackered car. It probably would have been a far more effective strategy to try and batter the police around the head with his tool and make a run for it. Yeah, but then he's going to prison. I mean, maybe he's going to prison anyway. It's America. But, I mean, if he assaults a police officer, he's going down for years. The outlook wasn't good for Tommy. He was still on probation for those minor drug offenses 5 years later. And this was obviously taken into account when he was found guilty of slot cheating. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Oh, dude. Although he did get millions of dollars out of it. So, I mean, that's a pretty serious financial crime, however you want to look at it, even though it was little bits at a time. But it wasn't all that bad. During his spell in prison, Tommy hooked up with a guy called Michael Balsamo, who was serving time for very similar offenses. Prison, the breeding ground for future crimes. Together, they began to hatch up new schemes and devices which would enable them to become the slot machine wizards of Las Vegas. The problem that faced Tommy upon his release in 1990 is that technology had moved on during his incarceration. There was at least, I mean, if you went to prison for 5 years right now, there'd be like iPhone 13. You'd be like, whoa! It's the same. It's got a faster chip. Woo! Got a bigger camera. It's got a shitter battery life. The old mechanical machines on which Tommy had won his fortunes had now pretty much been rendered obsolete by the new, more high-tech machines, which were more reliant on microprocessors and software. In effect, the slots had moved from machines to computer games, and this meant that Tommy was going to need something a bit more advanced than the old top-bottom joint. He worked hard in several different minimum wage jobs until he'd saved enough money to buy a new poker slot machine from Bally, an international game company, and then he spent about 6 months tinkering with the insides until he hit upon the idea of his new flashy cheat tool, the monkey paw. I'm surprised they sell slot machines like random people, because there's got to be dudes like this who's just going and taking them apart. The ATM people are probably the same. You can buy one of those ATMs, and you know that those hackers who go to that... there's that amazing video of the guys hacking the cash machines at that DEF CON conference in Las Vegas, and that is so cool. I love all this shit, as I've said already. Made from spring steel and guitar wire with a can't get away from that guitar wire, it's super useful apparently. With a wedge tip, this new device slid directly up the payout chute of the machines and tripped the micro switch which emptied the hopper. So it was less about trying to fool the hopper and into making the wrong call, and more about just directly activating the switch which releases all the loot. Sounds pretty smart, to be honest. This worked well for a couple of years, but again the technology moved on and Tommy was again faced with the problem of keeping up to date with new machines. This time he didn't want to spend 6 months fiddling about with the insides of a new machine to try and get get to grips with how they worked. So instead, he came up with a new plan to speed up the learning process quite considerably. In 1992, he wandered into the showroom of Balian International Games Technologies, posing as the owner of a new upcoming casino who was interested in purchasing one of the latest newfangled machines that were going to hit the market. He asked an engineer to open up the machine and explain exactly how it worked. Genius! Love it. The engineer duly obliged and went into so much long-winded detail that Tommy actually started to panic. He was worried that the engineer was deliberately trying to stall him until the law arrived. Nah, engineers just love it. You ask the engineer, like, how did he build this shit? He's gonna spend all day telling you how he built this shit because he built it. And someone asked and someone actually cared. Rather than his boss, he's like, people can't cheat it, right, Jeff? And he's like, yeah, people can't cheat it. Good job, see you tomorrow. But it turns out the engineer was just a helpful kind of guy. By the end of his demonstration, Tommy knew exactly what he needed to do. He went away and designed what has become his most famous invention, the light wand. Okay, getting on with it. In appearance, it wasn't a million miles away from either the top-bottom joint or the monkey paw. It was a long, wiry thing that you shoved out the payout chute of the machine, but this one came packaged with a camera battery and a miniature light bulb. And the idea was that the light wand would blind the machine's electronic sensors with bright light and make them lose track of how many coins they were dispensing. So the machine wouldn't realize that it had already paid out the correct amount and would just keep spitting out coins in a state of blind confusion. Again, I love it. A big advantage the light wand had over its predecessors was that it was smaller and lighter, so it looked slightly less dodgy when you were shoving it up the inside of a slot machine. Yeah. I don't know how big these things are. I'm sure Sam's put up pictures, but you just imagine this guy like, what is that? It's for starting my broken car. Why is it in the casino? No reason. Shove that bitch up there. And the best bit is that it only cost $2.50 to build, and Tommy was able to develop a new revenue stream by selling the new cheap tool to fellow scoundrels who were willing to pay through the chute for it. Ba-da-bum-bum. I'm always skeptical about people who sell this stuff. You've invented something that just can make you loads of money. I'd be like, I'm keeping that to myself. Imagine the amount of cool shit there is. I bet there are people who like cheat ATMs and they just shut the up about it because they don't want to sell it to anyone. Because it's like, why would you sell it when you could just go get infinite free money? No one would sell it. It's the people who are like, yeah, I'll teach you how to make millions on the stock market. And it's like, so why are you selling me a course for $100, you knob? In the 1990s were generally a pretty good decade for Tommy Glenn Carmichael. He started off making around $10,000 a day from his own use of the light wands, and the collective use of the device is estimated to have cost casinos tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, you bet it has. It's made him 10 grand a day. Tommy was now living the high life with his own house in Rancho Bel Air. He had where's the Rancho Bel Air? Is that like country version of Bel Air? I walled up to a house about 7 or 8. He had a fancy car and took several cruises a year so he could screw over casinos right across the tropical zone. And now he had a few buddies to help him with some of the trickier bits. For example, you can't help wondering why the surveillance cameras were failing to pick up any of Tommy's dubious wand-fiddling activities, but this is largely because Tommy's new gang, including his former prison buddy Michael Balsamo, had all had different roles to play in the operation. In return for a slice of the winnings, some of them would take on the role of blockers and stand in strategic positions which would block any camera views of Tommy, while others would become lookouts and keep an eye out for security guards. By the mid-90s, the operation had become so slick that the gang had reached a point where they were pulling in a fortune every week, and there was barely a casino left in the strip that hadn't been scammed by Tommy and his magic wand. Surely the casinos at some point are like, guys, why are our slot machines making so little money? Normally, they were just absolutely financially destroying people, and now we are getting financially destroyed. It looked as if he had really achieved his dream of becoming the slot machine wizard of Las Vegas. But with an operation like this, you suspect it's only a matter of time before the slot machine cheat gets caught red-handed. And sure enough, one day in 1996 at the Circus Hotel and Casino of Las Vegas, so good they named it twice. Circus, what is that? Tommy's luck appeared to have run out. He was unaware that the casino had recently installed new hidden surveillance cameras which could see right past his team of strategic blockers. As soon as Tommy started fiddling around with his wand, security guards swarmed the scene. Tommy made a dash for it and dropped his light wand on the floor, but the security guards managed to pick up both Tommy and his cheating tool. It looked as if the game was over. But it actually wasn't. We know that because there's several pages left. Although Tommy was charged with possessing, manufacturing, and using a cheating device, the charges were quickly dropped as, quite unbelievably, it was felt there wasn't enough evidence for prosecution and he was released from custody within 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, of course there wasn't. Because this was the time he got caught. Every other time before that, it's like, I mean, what evidence do they have? Maybe he was cheating before. Now here's what I would have done at this point if I were Tommy Glenn Carmichael. I would have f***ed off to the Bahamas or wherever they can't get me, to be honest. Bearing in mind that I'd already served a 5-year prison sentence and I'd just had a very lucky reprieve from a further longer sentence, and I was still rolling around in the money I'd managed to rake in from the casinos, I think I would have just knocked all this shit on the head. Yeah, you don't even have to go to the Bahamas. You're not a criminal. You could just stay at home and do no more crimes. Maybe I would have opened another TV repair shop or just retired on my winnings to somewhere hot and sunny that is not so big on casinos. But although Tommy did harbour dreams of retirement, he wasn't quite ready to call it a day just yet. Now, very much on the radar of the police and every sensible casino in town, he would be arrested several more times over the next few years and released without charge every time. You can't help wondering if the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department just really didn't like paperwork. But Tommy had a big plan for a brand new device called the Tongue. This new tool would quickly load up each machine with thousands of credits and then instantly cash them out. Tommy's new plan was to snatch a few more $1 million with the Tongue and then retire a rich man. He must have so many coins. The problem is that the FBI knew just as much about the Tongue as Tommy did, thanks to an increasingly long string of informants and wiretap stings. Uh-oh. The FBI finally caught up with Tommy in Atlantic City in 1999, and this time they were positively drowning in evidence. But in 2001, Tommy pled guilty to operating an illegal gambling enterprise and was sentenced to a year in jail with a further 3 years probation. He got off light. Didn't he get 5 years before? And this is way more serious, like he's got millions of dollars. He lost his 2 homes, his flashy car, and he was ordered to stay at casinos upon his release, but the sentence still seems surprisingly lean for a man reported to have swindled at least $5 million from slot machines. Yeah, dude. But was Tommy prepared to turn over a new leaf? You can bet he wasn't. Towards the end of his life, Tommy ran a small pawn shop in his home city of Tulsa and cared for his aging mother. He died in 2019, but in the years leading up to his death, Tommy announced that he wanted to right a wrong. Oh, he did change his ways. This is great. I mean, it's not about the money. I really don't think it's about the money at a certain point with these guys. It's like, it's exciting. I get why it's exciting. Like, a new slot machine comes out, and I'm really good at cheating slot machines. I'm gonna want to cheat that slot machine even if I don't need the money. I feel you just gotta find, like, an effective way to let that out. Like the guy, Frank Abagnale from Catch Me If You Can, the movie. It was like, yeah, he was really good at conning people, so he went to work for the FBI, where he can help them catch people who are conning people. It's probably not as satisfying or as exciting as conning people, but it's at least, like, challenging, and it will keep your mind off conning people. Tommy had invented a new device which, for the first time, would work with the casino rather than against it. The Protector was intended to be a new... He did exactly what I was saying! What a legend! The Protector was intended to be a new anti-cheating device installed in every slot machine. It would immediately close down the unit if it detected any light source or tampering or wand waving or general mucking about. Tommy was hoping to hook up with the Nevada Gaming Commission to get the Protector installed as an industry standard. And although it did end up getting installed in casinos on a couple of cruise lines, the industry in general was not particularly interested in Tommy's latest tool. The concern, of course, was that Tommy's anti-cheating device could easily be adapted into a cheating device by a bloke who knew his way around a slot machine. Yeah, it's like, I wonder why they have trust issues. And bearing in mind Tommy's woeful track record, it's maybe not completely unlikely that the Protector was meant to be his final master plan. An opportunity to get his foot inside the mechanics of every slot machine in town and bring down the whole industry from within. Alas, following Tommy's death, we'll never know for sure. His sniffy response to rejection from the Nevada Gaming Commission was, "They cannot stand the thought of me righting a wrong and possibly making a little money off it." Tommy Glenn Carmichael would have probably led a happy and comfortable life if he'd only cashed in his chips a little earlier in the 1990s. But while Tommy's successors continued to work on new cheat devices, very probably with names like the Turkey Baster and the Spotty Elephant Grabber. Yeah, he does have a way with names, doesn't he? The Tongue and the whatever the other ones were. My advice would be just to skip Las Vegas and head to the grim northeast of England instead. Okay. The machines you'll find there are so ridiculously outdated that you can probably still rake in a few quid by just deploying the classic coin on a string trick. Yeah, but then you have to go to the north. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze, also known as Simon. Please do support this show by supporting our fantastic sponsor Backblaze with a 15-day free trial. There is a link below, and thank you for watching. So it's not a good time. I really need more crack. So I'm starting a GoFundMe to get more crack. Welcome back to Business Blaze. 5 more Kickstarter fails. I put a sponsor on this one because I gotta make my sponsor videos do better, and the last Kickstarter video did really well. So, I mean, to be honest, there's so many train wrecks on Kickstarter that we're gonna be good for a while if this turns into a series. Let's do it. I don't think I've got a very long bucket list. Oh, Danny. That's either because you're not very, you don't really dream big enough.
Have you ever had a dream that you had...
You're trapped in a basement, or you did it all already. It would be nice to think that this is because I've already done absolutely everything I ever wanted to do in life, and now I'm cruising in contentment to my grave. But it's more likely that I can only think of things that I'm unlikely to ever get off my ass and do anyway. I wouldn't mind taking a hot air balloon trip over the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, or going llama trekking across the Jura Mountains, just north of the Western Alps, or going for a haircut in complete silence without having to talk where I've been on for my holidays. Oh yeah, I don't miss that. Like going to the hairdressers or the barbers or whatever, it's like, oh god. Oh, conversation. It's the worst.
Fuck you, and fuck you! Who's next?
Also, I rode camels once, which I assume has got to be like riding a llama. I mean, they're pretty similar. It was not brilliant. Camels are really mean. They're really uncomfortable. It was a bad time. I didn't have a good time. I've rode horses a few times. I don't like that either. I just crunch my balls, if I'm honest about it. It's like, and if I'm not, I'm just in constant fear of that happening. So that's horse riding for me. Llama riding, camel riding, hard pass. Or finally getting my hands on a limited edition of the 4-patty Big Mac from McDonald's. Done that, Danny. Done that. I haven't done the balloon trip. I've done the trekking, that was okay. I haven't had a haircut in complete silence. I have had a haircut in complete silence because I do it myself and I don't talk to myself. I even cut my hair myself before I went completely bald. I was just like, yeah, I'll just give it a trim. It'll be fine. Or getting through an entire business play script without making a reference to a previous video. That'll never happen, Danny. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I could just come up with quite a long bucket list after all. I just need to somehow get a bit more motivated to turn these ambitions and dreams into reality. And help could be at hands with a project on Kickstarter called My Bucket List. The team behind the project sound a bit full of themselves. Well, yeah, it's Kickstarter. The mother and daughter and auntie or something team have apparently been enjoying entrepreneurial adventures together since 1993 and have previously come up with all sorts of thrilling ideas for products that you've never heard of or needed. They recall the fateful day when they were all shopping on a shopping trip and overheard a fellow customer talking about her bucket list. They claim that immediately light bulbs went off in their entrepreneurial minds, which is a bit odd in itself, as I always thought the mental light bulb was meant to turn on when you had an amazing idea. Maybe this is where the team is going disastrously wrong. Oh yeah, that's a reference to an earlier joke, because I was like, wait, doesn't the bulb turn on when you have the idea rather than the light bulb itself appear? I don't remember what this was. It was a long time ago. So confused. Anyway, here's the idea, and you need to make sure you're sitting down before I reveal it to you. In case your brain starts to get fizzy from such an amazing revelation, well, I'll let you know how it goes, Danny. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I'm down here on the floor. Floor gang. What if your bucket list was written on an actual bucket? Oh, it's amazing! Danny, this is going to change the world. Yes, what the team had done here is to get hold of a standard bucket, print a few blank lines on the side where you can compose your own list, and charge you £30 for it. Why would anyone buy this? Why? Your entries can be rubbed off if you achieve your goals, change your minds, or die. Well, that's grim. And they've thoughtfully included a little coin slot on top so that you can save up for your forthcoming adventures or pass it around at parties and get your guests to contribute. This is so shitty. It's like, hey, welcome to my house. I really want to go llama trekking in the Alps. There's a bucket over there. If you want to drop in a few quid, that'd be really welcome. Also, that's expensive. That bucket's going to need to be really full. Apparently, there's even a patent pending on this remarkable new invention. If that ever gets improved, I'll film myself eating a massive bucket of jelly deals. We'll hold you to that, Danny. From what I can gather, you can now buy My Bucket List directly from the team's website, although this had nothing to do with the Kickstarter project. They originally had hoped to raise just under £40,000 in pledges. Yeah, good luck with that, guys. But although it gets funded on Kickstarter all the time, that is utterly useless and bad. Fortunately, they raised £92. Now the most 3 people bought this. Really?
Fuck you, and fuck you!
Now the most pressing entry on my own bucket list is to come up with 5 more examples of Kickstarter projects which are cringeworthy enough to make my bucket list seem like quite a charming and potentially promising business idea. Well, Danny, like we say on Business Place, always start strong, and then Danny leads with one that he hopes to outdo himself with. Well, I thought it was fairly shit, which is what we aim for here, so I think we're good to go. Triton artificial gills. Imagine being able to breathe underwater without the need for a massive air tank or a big long snorkel. You could go swimming with dolphins, go hunting for lost Nazi gold, or recover that shopping trolley that you threw in the river during that drunken night out in 1997. Oh no. I went to university. It was like a big campus university. Definitely would never do something like that. I just seen it happen many times. There was this shop, and this was actually not the one near me, but it was near a friend of mine's halls of residence, and the student's so lazy that what you do is, you've got your shopping trolley, and instead of leaving it, you put the 50p in there, which is like no money or like very little money, and then you just wheel the shopping trolley all the way home because you're like, I'm not going to carry all my shopping. I don't have a car. I'm just going to wheel it like the 10 minutes walk home and then just leave it in my halls of residence. And the great thing was, like once there's one trolley there, you can just plug your trolley into that one that's already there and get your 50p back. So that's a bit of a problem. And then the shop introduced this line around the supermarket parking lot, which somehow when you push the shopping trolley over it would lock up the wheel so you couldn't push it anymore. But if you lifted the shopping trolley high enough and threw it over that line, it wouldn't activate the wheel locks anymore. So yeah, that was still okay. The mysterious Triton company, who are either from Stockholm in Sweden or somewhere in South Korea, okay, or depending on where you get your information from, reckon they'll come up with the answer in 2016. Triton claimed to have developed the world's first artificial gills rebreather. It was a pretty compact device, which kind of looked like handlebars on a very small bike, except you wrapped it around your head and breathed into it. Sam, there's a picture here for me, so I assume you will have it. Ha-da-da-da-da! It's pretty cool. I mean, if this was real, that's f***ing sick. Triton has said that, but it's obviously not going to work, is it? Triton said that the device used a microcompressor to extract breathable air from the water and store it in a tiny tank. Powered by a lithium-ion battery, the device would give you the freedom to happily breathe underwater for almost an hour. The company was hoping to raise $700,000 from crowdfunding the artificial gills and get them into the shops at around $300 a pop. If this was real, I'd buy the shit out of that. It's super cool. But also, aren't you going to get like all of that? I mean, you can't just go diving without learning how to do it, because you'll die. I mean, if there's like a device you can buy for $300, just go like underwater for an hour. You're going to have like a brain thing or whatever, where you get the bubbles in your brain, or like in your... It's going to go bad. And the campaign certainly started to attract plenty of attention, smashing its target goal within weeks and generating just under $1 million in pledges. But the product had its doubters. For starters, Triton had no address or phone number listed on their website and social media pages, just an email address, which they never bothered to use to respond to the flood of queries. Secondly, they provided no plausible explanation of how exactly their artificial gills worked, and the company didn't appear to have any scientific background. Yeah, I mean, this is like, you just made up something fake. It's like, yeah, I invented X-ray glasses, and they actually work. You could totally see through walls and women's clothes and all that that, I don't know, teenagers want X-ray glasses from the back of comics. But they're not real. Don't make a Kickstarter project for them. But most importantly, if their claims had been true, these artificial gills would have been one of the most remarkable breakthroughs of modern times, solving a problem which has eluded the greatest scientific minds for centuries. And you don't usually need to drum up investment from crowdfunding platforms for such a game-changing invention. Big league investors would be queuing outside your door to throw millions of dollars at you. Yes. After bubbles of concern first rose to the surface, ba-da-boom-boom, Triton eventually felt compelled to clarify their position and refunded all the pledges in case anyone had felt misled. What, by actually not having a product that worked? They now claimed that the product wasn't technically the world's first artificial gills rebreather or after all. It was more of a kind of new and updated oxygen canister approach which relied on liquid oxygen and probably wouldn't last very long underwater. So, it was fake. It was fake. Details are still a bit vague, but quite incredibly, they relaunched their campaign and within just a few hours still managed to pull in another $47,000. The revised campaign ended up attracting $240,000 in total from people who must surely have been on the same mental level as Plankton. Harsh, Danny, harsh. I mean, people get suckered in by scams all the time, because they're like, oh my god, that's so cool, I want one. And then you pay your money, and then you're like, oh, it doesn't exist. And you'll be like, surely they can't lie about that on Kickstarter. Well, allegedly they can. Totally can. Allegedly. But the platform eventually stepped in and closed down the campaign until more concrete information about the product can be provided. 4 years later, we're still waiting. It's probably best not to hold your breath. Ba-da-boom-boom! I get the feeling we're about to move on to another topic. Yes, we are. The fish on wheels. There's a picture here, which I've seen already, so Sam... here's something equally as fishy as the artificial gills rebreather. Ba-da-boom-boom! Oh, I'm getting tired. I often wonder what drives somebody to splash out on goldfish for pets. I can only assume they're meant for either very busy people or very lazy people. They're more like art, aren't they? I mean, it doesn't really do anything. You have to feed it, but it's like, oh, it's pretty. Look at that. Look how nice it is. A fish tank. It's not like it's not like a dog or a cat or something. It's not like you can pet it. I once looked after a pair of goldfish for some neighbours who were going on holiday. I don't think they'd ever been given proper names, so I called them Bert and Ernie. But as I sat back and watched them mooch around in circles in the same small tank, I started feeling sorry for them and got a sudden urge to let them loose into the wild. Oh, Danny, no! Maybe it's a good job I didn't go through with it in the end, but when I handed the goldfish bag over to their owners, I kind of felt like I'd let Bert and Ernie down. It seems Dutch company Studio Dip was thinking along very similar lines to me. Their Kickstarter campaign boldly announced that finally some freedom for our aquatic pets that have been so far limited to their fish tanks. This is so dumb. It's just going to scare the out of the fish, isn't it? Fish on Wheels was a tank mounted onto a small cart that was equipped with motion sensors. So the fish can effectively steer their owners or go-kart around your house as the wheels will turn in tandem with the direction in which the fish is swimming. Why? I mean, it's kind of cool. But why? Part of the problem here was the price. It would cost you around £250 to get your hands on the cruising buggy for fish, and the studio were looking for around £36,000 in pledges to get started on production. Another slight issue that I have is I'm not entirely convinced the fish would appreciate this expensive gesture, and perhaps most importantly of all, I do wonder how long it would take for the novelty to wear off of an invention that doesn't really achieve much more than getting a chance to watch a cart randomly banging and crashing about your house, knocking over things and spilling drinks and tripping up visitors. Also, it's like, that could go down the stairs, it could go out into the garden. It's not going to be a good time if you've got a cat, the fish is f***ed. Maybe it would have been better marketed as the world's most expensive cat toy. Danny and I, same page. Despite these reservations, Studio Dip felt supremely confident of their success with the fish on wheels. They reckoned they're not going to do it. They're definitely not going to be able to get enough of this sold. They reckoned that they received hundreds of emails and telephone calls about the product after the campaign was first launched on Kickstarter. Most of those emails were just one subject line. Really? Question mark? Exclamation mark? Question mark? But this didn't seem to convert into pledges. The project stalled at £4,811, and the studio admitted that the project was just too expensive for what it was meant to be. What I'd really like to see them work on next is a fish tunnel jumper, so you can take your fish for walkies the next time you're shopping or due to make a court appearance. What the f*** is a fish tunnel jumper? I have no idea what that means. Danny, I don't get it, but that's okay. The Earth is flat. Bob's sure of that. Back in 2017, American musician Bob, maybe it's B.O.B., I don't know, I've never heard of him. You never heard of Bob? No, absolutely not, and honestly, he sounds terrible. Decided to launch a campaign on GoFundMe, which was looking to raise $1 million, okay, I guess he's not that terrible, to help convince him that the Earth is round. Now this begs the immediate question, who on earth is Bob? Yes, I'd never heard of him, and apparently his name is pronounced B.O.B. Okay, could have led with that, Danny. Instead of just plain old, I'm going to call him Bob. I like it more. But he's a hip-hop recording artist from Decatur, I don't even know how to pronounce where he's from, in Georgia, who contributed to a few hit singles and collaborations at the beginning of the 2010s, but hasn't really managed to sell anything for the best part of 10 years. Now, Bob currently holds a firm belief that the Earth is flat. So not only is he not very successful or good, he's also an idiot, allegedly. He's been involved in several social media spats over the years, including people who haven't the foggiest idea what they're talking about, like astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, why would the astrophysicist know what he was talking about? Bob. But Bob is willing to be persuaded otherwise if he can see the proof for himself. So he proposed a very vague plan on GoFundMe to launch multiple satellites into space with the ultimate goal of finding the curve. I don't think we need to spend too much time discussing why this is such a ridiculous idea. No, we definitely don't. The Earth is round. Smash that dislike button, you crazies. The same people who believe in this the same people who think Bill Gates is injecting microchips, that 5G causes COVID. Oh my god, you f***ing morons. There is no other way to describe you. Smash the dislike button. I'm pretty sure we don't need to give a largely forgotten hip-hop artist $1 million to tell us that the Earth is round. The Greeks figured it out about 2,000 years ago, yes. But the quite alarming thing about the campaign is that Bob managed to raise $6,888 in his hazy quest to find the curve of the Earth. And there's probably a very good reason why he chose GoFundMe as the platform to raise his money. Also, he has no idea how much launching a satellite costs. That's mad expensive. $1 million ain't gonna cut it, Bob. And there's probably a good reason why he chose GoFundMe as the platform to raise his money. Yeah, Danny, this is supposed to be about Kickstarter, come on. Although, GoFundMe, we should just call these crowdfunding fails, because Kickstarter actually has some remote standards, whereas GoFundMe just seems to be like, I really need more crack. So, I'm starting a GoFundMe to get more crack. Or for me, I prefer cocaine. Don't forget, supporting Blinkist helps support me and my drug habit. The rules and regulations on GoFundMe are generally a lot less strict than other platforms, and this makes it an ideal hunting ground for scammers. There's no target goal to reach here. You can take home whatever you're donated. As long as you don't do anything illegal with the funds or purposefully mislead investors, then you get to keep every cent. There's almost zero accountability. So Bob could in theory have raised $1 million and made out that he'd launched some satellites in space, but couldn't find the Earth's curve, and then pocket all the money, having proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat. Now this, good luck with that, Bob. Not that he would have realistically been able to launch anything into space anyway, as it usually costs anywhere between $10 million to $400 million to send a satellite into space, yeah. It's difficult to tell whether Bob was just trying to claw back some attention, or the whole thing was a scam, or he really is a loony. I have no idea who he is. No one cares. Let's just forget him as quickly as possible. The good news is that GoFundMe did eventually decide to wake up from the slumber long enough to take positive action. Although they were keen to point out that Bob hadn't technically violated any of the platform's terms of service, they've frozen the project and the funds until such a time when Bob can provide a bit more useful information. So wait, GoFundMe just hold on to the money for now? Okay. That seems a bit shady. Allegedly. Since then, the project appears to have flatlined, and we haven't heard much about Bob in recent years. Maybe he fell off the edge of the world, let's hope so. The bath suit. Oh god. The Italian inventor and designer Bruno Anselmo outlines one of the biggest problems facing the world today in his Kickstarter campaign from 2018. At present, there are no t-shirts that can promptly provide a bag for vomiting in cases of car sickness, seasickness, or air sickness. You hit the nail right on the head there, Bruno. I don't know if Danny's being sarcastic, but I get car sick, I get a bit travel sick. Not so bad on planes, boats are a f***ing nightmare, and cars sometimes if I'm looking at my phone. It is a problem. Thankfully the bath suit, like, I was in the back of the Uber the other day, I'm looking at my phone, I'm like, oh my god, I'm really feeling sick. And I can't just ask, can you pull over, I need to be sick. It's corona time. People are going to be like, oh fuck, he's got the corona!
Coronavirus!
I don't have corona, as far as I know. But my throat is sore, but I think it's because I've been shouting a lot in the last 2 videos. I recorded another one just before this. Batch that shit. Thankfully, the bath suit has finally landed to deal with the problem which has been hindering the progress of mankind for centuries. To be honest, a part of me thought that something like this might be genuinely useful for a typical Friday night out in Rotherham. As everyone knows, you've rarely enjoyed a proper night out unless you've been violently sick everywhere at some point. Preach, Danny, preach! And so some sort of emergency vomit clothing might prove to be quite helpful and eliminate the risk of blowing chunks all over that important first date. Oh god, Danny. I was more thinking about a night out with the boys rather than like getting absolutely violently ill on a first date. Sadly, Bruno's invention doesn't quite slice the carrots for me. It's really just a t-shirt with 2 googly eyes near the top and a big pocket at the bottom. Look, Danny, as long as that pocket is waterproof and sealable, we're all good. And can be washed in a washing machine and tumble dried. The idea is that I'm not touching that. The idea is that you keep vomit bags with you at all times, and when you feel you're about to blow, you shove a bag in the big pocket and clip it to the 2 eyes, transforming the t-shirt into an effective vom suit. I just want it to be a pocket down here that's waterproof, and then you can just hold it up and be like, bleh. That sounds far too much like fiddling about in the heat of the moment for my liking, and besides, if you're worried about being sick and you're already equipped with vomit bags, why would you even really need the t-shirt at all? Bruno raised just £2 of his £910 goal. Oh, Bruno, and your goal was so modest. And you couldn't even get there. But he said, I'll be back stronger than before. No, you won't. No, you won't, Bruno. The belly boggles over with what he might come up with next. Ba-da-bum-bum. Fairly weak. It's all good. Finally, here's a contender for the either... Oh, finally. We're already near the end. Oh my, but it's a long last one. Finally, here's a contender for either the silliest, cleverest, bravest, or downright suicidal crowdfunding campaign of all time. Oh my god, build it up, Danny. It was first launched in 2014 on Indiegogo by oh wait, there's 3 of them. Indiegogo, GoFundMe, and Kickstarter. I was getting Indiegogo and GoFundMe confused. But there's a 3-man comedy group from Chicago called FND Films. I'd never heard of them until today, me neither, Danny, but apparently they gained something of a small cult following, posting comic sketches on YouTube from about 2005 onwards. Holy shit, OG. Like, I was on YouTube like 10 years after that. But they went a little quiet from 2012 after having little success in making the transition from YouTube to theatrically released films. Yeah, it's a bit of a jump. Like, you know, no one's putting Simon in any movies, are they? Feel like they've seen business plays and it's not going to be a good PR decision, so we've decided not to pursue this at this time. It's like, okay, probably smart. But look, Tom Cruise Productions, if you're looking for someone to go into space with you next year, I am your boy. I have the blaze. We could do it, Tom. We can do it together. You and I. I'm not joining Scientology, don't get any ideas. I might join Scientology if I can go to space with you. Just putting it out there. However, they did manage to secure $11,000 in funding from Indiegogo to produce a 40-minute comedy called Punching. You need $11,000 to produce a 40-minute comedy? I mean, these videos are like 40 minutes long. They're definitely not comedies, they're definitely not informative, they're definitely not good, but they also don't cost $11,000. And just a couple of years later, they set their sights a little higher. In 2014, FND Films launched a campaign to produce a full-length feature film, which would be entitled It's All Good. Investors weren't furnished with too many details, except that this would be an epic action comedy that blended absurd humor with an intricate plot. Without a doubt, it would be the comedy trio's biggest project yet by quite some distance. The hardcore fans were happy to dip into their pockets to get the film funded. A relatively small group of just 603 investors raised a quite staggering $77,915 to propel the film into production. And then, well, nothing much happened for 3 years. FND Films went worryingly quiet. On the rare occasions that they did raise their hands above the parapet on social media, it was to post photographs and videos of themselves enjoying vacations around Europe and drinking cocktails on big boats. They ran off with your money. maybe someone's going to prison. Some of the backers, although it's only, it's 70 grand. It's like 100 grand each for those people. £100 each, $100 each. And if this is America, maybe they're going to prison. Some of the backers began to wonder what exactly all their money had been spent on. One fan politely inquired, "Can you guys give us an update on the project?" The lack of communication with your backers and fans. It's even this bad taste in my mouth. Another backer gave a slightly more blunt response to seeing yet another picture pop up in his newsfeed of the F&D Films team partying in Italy. He wrote, "Are you fucking serious? Where's the f***ing money?"
Where's my money? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna guess it's in some Italian bar. Shortly afterwards came the devastating announcement. One of the team posted a downbeat of slightly half-assed apology video online in which he vaguely explained that due to complications beyond their control, the new film could no longer be completed. Complications beyond their control, probably that big-ass boat you rented. He would later explain on Fox News that they'd only managed to get about 10% of the film completed, and it wouldn't be possible for fans to get a refund. On a slightly more positive note, he thanked the disappointed fans and hopes that they would continue to support new F&D films in the future. Good luck with that, mate. There was a brief meltdown and several backers threatened lawsuits over their former heroes, but then came the punchline. F&D Films were just pulling your leg. It turns out they had secretly completed the film after all. Oh, you turnaround legends, I love it! And in what some might describe as an epic and expertly executed exercise in trolling, the film was about a group of independent filmmakers who raise about £75,000 from crowdfunding and then blow it all on partying. Oh, this is meta. I love it. I actually love it. So it was, how have I never heard of this? So it was a fictionalized version of what their own fans had briefly believed to be true. Whilst this might be considered as exceptionally clever, I can't help feeling that pissing off your most devout fans and getting them to consider legal action against you is not the smartest thing you can do for your long-term career. I don't know, I have such deep appreciation for how meta that is. But I'm like, look, I mean, I'm never going to be able to fund something like, or do something like this in the future because you guys would be like, that's Simon. He liked that FND thing. He's going to blow all our money on coke and then make a video about how he blew all the money on coke. I love it. I actually love it. One of the team recalls receiving an email from a former fan which just consisted of the word murder repeated hundreds and hundreds of times. And honestly though, this is all great material for the sequel, isn't it? Still, the film seemed to go down well in the end, so it's all good. But that was the name of the film. And if such a small group of investors can raise so much money so quickly, it gives me hope that we might see Business Plays the movie one day. Oh, the dream! Indiegogo.com/Business Plays the movie. Not really. So, what would that be about? What would that be about? Simon being a dickhead everywhere, partying it up with cocaine. Simon would just need about $100,000 to repair the broken light in the back. Fuck Danny. In the background to get a few more plastic cups. I'll stick this idea on the bucket list. Also, stick on your phone the Blinkist app because it's incredible. 7 days for free. Link below. Support the show. Why am I holding my hands like this? I feel like a preacher again. Thank you for blazing with me today. Why would anyone buy this? Why? Dude, no. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Plays. This one is ABSCAM, a cesspool of corruption. I have no idea what this is. I'm not even familiar with it, so maybe Danny asked for this one, or I came up with it and then forgot. I am quite forgetful. So one thing you should not forget is to purchase the merch. Go to purchasethemerch.co and you can buy something like this Smash the Dislike Button t-shirt, which is possibly something you're going to be considering doing in this video, because I'm going to say things you probably don't like. Let's crack on. Throughout the many what happens here is Danny writes me a script. I shall read the script. Sam, afterwards, our resident memologist, and I can say resident now because I finally trapped him in the basement, he will add some memes and a video shall be made. Let's do it. Throughout the many job interviews I've endured in my life, I was very often asked to list some of my biggest strengths. Job interviews are such bullshit. Like, tell me about your biggest strengths. Tell me about your biggest weaknesses. So, I work too hard. This is like, I always feel like for graduate jobs, and they have these books, and they have guides, and you can have mock interviews, and they always ask the same questions, and you just memorize answers. It's like being in a play. I really really filled with those whenever I go to like a job interview. Fortunately not anymore. Maybe someday when I finally get cancelled, but then no one wants to employ me. You just memorize the answers. You be a character that they want you to be. And that seems to work quite well, but it's all bullshit, isn't it? When I was a kid, I've discussed this story before, I worked in a supermarket called Sainsbury's, and I remember going for the job interview there. I must have been like 16 years old. And I go in and they sit me down in this room, and they're like, okay, Simon, we're going to give you a test. What you have to do, just fill out the test to the best of your ability. And I'm like, all right, I mean, I'm not applying for management. I'm going to be stacking shelves. And so I fill out the test and it's like multiple choice. And it's like these most basic questions you could possibly imagine. Like, if a customer comes into the store and needs help with an item, do you A, tell them to insert that item into their anus? B, be polite and helpful? I'm like, I guess it's B. And then the woman who was interviewing me, like the deputy store manager, comes back in, marks my test and is like, did you cheat on the test? And I'm like, did you like something about knowing the answers or something? And I'm like, no, it was just really easy. And she was amazed. What's with that test? I'm secretly a genius. We've got 2 lines in. Let's do what we're here to do. Smash that dislike. I told you. Touchthemerch.co. After a while, I settled in on the same 3. Here's Danny's greatest strengths. I'm a punctual timekeeper. I can convincingly pretend to listen to some idiot yapping on for hours and hours. And I'm completely impervious to any form of corruption. I should have said that. Why would you be a great fit for this firm? Oh, I can't be bought. I probably shouldn't have bursted out the first one during all those interviews when I was late because I missed the bus. But that latter point about corruption is completely true. I hope that this is partly because I'm a man of fierce integrity and unswerving virtue. Or maybe, Danny, no one has ever offered you enough money. You know? It's like, no, I can't be bought. Danny, it's $50,000. I can be bought. It's like me and Raid Shadow Legends. Like when they wouldn't stop. I've told this story before, but if you're new here, Raid Shadow Legends will try to get every YouTuber in the world to be sponsored by their allegedly shitty mobile app. And I got so sick of emailing them, I just said like, I'd like an absolutely absurd amount of money, well into the 5 figures, for an ad read. And they were like, no, but we can do this slightly less absurd 5-figure sum. I was like, no, I'm good. But I can be bored. Just, be a little generous with your boy. But mainly it's because I can't be doing with the stress of getting involved in anything illegal. I guess my example's not illegal. But of course there are examples where it's illegal. I'm sure I've done a few dodgy things in my younger years, just like everyone else, but these days I just enjoy the peace of mind in knowing that there are no crooked skeletons in my cupboard. I wouldn't want the potential threat of exposure and consequences hanging over me every day like an ominous dark cloud of Trump ice water. Oh, if you're new here, there are a ton of references and throwbacks to previous videos which aren't funny if you're new, so I apologize, smash that dislike button. I'm sure that most Business Blaze viewers are equally honest and honourable. Except for you, Peter. We all know you're a shifty fuck. But there are plenty of other fiends in this world who would find it harder to resist illegal temptations. If they ever get offered an enormous pot of cash in exchange for a simple dodgy act which seems unlikely to be detected, these people are most likely to shrug and just think, why not? And this, of course, is the great entrapment dilemma. Should these suckers be punished for taking the tempting bait in a crime that wouldn't even have existed if an organization like the FBI hadn't created it? Well, someone's got to create the crimes, don't they, Danny? Otherwise there'd be no crimes. It's like murder. No, it's not a crime. Someone's got to make it a crime, don't they? It's a dilemma that sat at the heart of one of the biggest ever corruption probes in history. And the weird thing about the ABSCAM investigation is that it was never even planned. A fairly modest original brief accidentally escalated into something way bigger than anyone could have imagined at the time. And it all started when the paths of 2 very different people from the Bronx collided in 1978. I have no idea what ABSCAM is. It's got to be... Seems like it's been pretty huge. I guess I just missed it. Melvin Weinberg, more commonly known as just Mel, spent most of the 1950s and 1960s trying to swindle people out of their money via increasingly dodgy tactics. He started off working in his dad's store, which sold plate glass, but they had an unusual approach to drumming up new business. Instead of shoving flyers through the doors or placing ads in the local newspaper, young Mel would go around smashing the windows of every nearby store so that they needed to buy replacements. It's like, oh yeah. Oh, it's like a protection racket, isn't it? You'd think someone may have cottoned on when every store in a 5-mile radius, except for the plate glass store, was getting their windows smashed on a regular basis, but apparently not. I suppose it was the Bronx. I'd smash if I was this guy, I'd smash my own window in occasionally. just to be like, yeah, look, me too. Except I get to replace it, for free. In later years, Mel tried a few little side hustles of his own. He once managed to sell 5,000 pairs of socks that had been produced with no soles, and he passed off a load of cheap crap glass as expensive Italian stuff just by slapping Made in Italy stickers all over it. Mel was even happy to scam his own cousin, and then threatened him with a fictitious mob contract killing if he ever dared to open his mouth. Holy shit, Mel. I'm glad I'm not related to you dickhead. But eventually, Mel Weinberg settled down into the lucrative business of international banking and investments. That's quite a shift. It's like, what were you before? I was a small-time crook. What are you now? I'm an investment banker. I'm gonna get the feeling there's something crooked going on here. I don't know why. It's probably because this Mel guy's a bit of a shifty f***. He set up London Investors, which was based in lavish offices in Melville, Long Island, and arranged million-dollar loans from international banks for business people with poor credit. Or at least, that's what his clients were told. In reality, they stumped up a few grand for appraisal and processing fees, and were then left waiting for months and months until they finally received a rejection letter from an international bank that didn't exist. It's like the Nigerian scam, the, hey, dear Simon, or normally they don't get the name right, dear sir, dear Peter, I am the Prince Turbo of Nigeria, and I've got $17 million to put in a bank account for you. All you gotta do is
suck this cock good. You're gonna suck this cock clean.
All you gotta do is send me $200 processing fees. I was like, oh, all right, Prince. Here we go. Don't do that, those are scams. Yep, it was a particularly ambitious advance fee scam, which managed to ensnare some celebrity victims, including cheesy Las Vegas entertainer Wayne Newton. Never heard of him, no surprises there. Mel was so good that he even managed to scam some people twice, and it's believed that many of his victims remained blissfully unaware that they'd ever been swindled at all. For the time being, at least, crime was paying rich dividends for Mel Weinberg. These days, the Google reviews would do him out, wouldn't they? Because someone would write on Google reviews, yeah, I applied for a loan, didn't get it, and then everyone else would say the same thing. Be like, oh, he's taking our money, isn't he? Whereas back in the day, you probably don't want to talk to your friends about needing to get a loan from, because you can't get a loan from a regular bank or something. Meanwhile, another Bronx native, John F. Good, had taken a slightly different career path. After serving in the Navy, John F. Good had followed in his father's footsteps and joined the FBI, originally serving in Illinois and Texas, before settling down for a while in New York City in a supervisor's. By 1977, John was keen to get away from the desk job and back into the thick of the action. Sounds like an action movie. So he transferred to a new role as senior resident agent at the FBI's Long Island office. But he found to his dismay that he wasn't really back in the thick of the action at all. Not much exciting was going down at the Long Island office other than tracking down draft dodgers and soldiers who had gone AWOL during the Vietnam War. Yeah, it's got to be pretty boring. It's like, who are our criminals? People who don't want to go off and die in a war. Ah, those bastards. John F. Good wanted to reel in some bigger fish and catch some proper criminals. He didn't even particularly care what breed of criminal. Fraudsters. Well, if he doesn't care what breed, go after the draft dodgers. Come on. Jesus, John. Fraudsters, drug smugglers, art thieves, Heineken drinkers. OG Business Plays reference? Anything would do, just so long as he didn't have to hunt down yet another poor guy who hadn't really fancied the idea of getting shot in Vietnam. Danny and I, same page. But John felt that he might need a bit of help from the other side of the law in putting his new plans together, and that help finally popped up in the shape of Mel Weinberg. Mel's good fortunes had started to slide by 1977 when he went to scam too far. His bogus investment company had ripped off a real estate guy from Pittsburgh to the tune of a few grand, and unlike many of Mel's victims, this guy wasn't prepared to just let it lie. Yeah, dude, how long are you gonna go by before, someone realizes what's up, looks up the international bank, and I know this was harder back in the day, being like, oh, that's not a bank, that guy ripped me off, and you just happen to be a bit of a hard man who's gonna go up Mel Weinberg or whatever his name is. Instead, he alerted the FBI. Oh, I thought he was just gonna go beat him up, but I assumed he was a gangster or something. He basically went to the FBI, which led to Mel getting indicted for wire fraud, mail fraud, and conspiracy, and sentenced to 3 years in prison. That seems light. 3 years in prison? Seems light for America. Fraud and stuff. This guy's just 20 years. It's I mean, don't commit fraud, but that's a bit heavy, isn't it? Of course, Mel's base of operations was in John F. Good's neck of the woods in Long Island, and a routine memo had been sent to his office. As John finished off his blueberry pancakes and skimmed through the memo, why is he eating blueberry pancakes? A light bulb smashed to bits in his head like a Bronx store window. Ba-da-boom-boom! The FBI could strike a deal with this hustler, then Mel could turn out to be a native guide in an undercover operation, leading John to those bigger white-collar fish that they wanted to fry. Mel Weinberg must have taken a while to chew over the options that were now being presented to him. Option A, serve 3 years in prison. Option B, get the sentence cut to probation in exchange for taking a job with the FBI as an undercover agent, which would pay about $3,000 a month, plus big bonuses when he got results. I wonder which one I would choose. Although, option B does give you the potential of getting murdered by someone, you know, who just doesn't like you talking. Option A, you just go to prison for 3 years and it all goes away. I think it's harder than Danny makes out. Mel eventually decided to plump for the latter option, and the seeds of ABSCAM were planted in the Long Island soil. The initial remit of the investigation was fairly small and was only awarded a total budget of $32,000. There was no hint of entrapment in the original plan of recovering stolen art. What does this have to do with Mel and lending money? I'm so confused. John wanted Mel to act the role of intermediary to a rich potential buyer who was interested in splashing out a fortune on pieces of art that had gone walkabout from the galleries. And they got quite imaginative about the whole thing. Mel was given the freedom to set up a completely bogus company in Long Island, Abdul Enterprises Limited, which was owned by a fictional sheikh from the Arab Emirates called Kambir Abdul Rahman. What is going on? The idea was that the sheiks were looking to invest their fabulous wealth into stolen art. So what sort of investments are you looking for? Some index funds, stolen art, the huge. Mel Weinberg was the dodgy, foul-mouthed, fast-talking, cigar-munching middleman who would help set up the deals with the podgy criminal underbelly of New York. This was round about the same time the name ABSCAM was first coined for the investigation. Although the term is now officially understood to be an abbreviation for Abdul Scam, that wasn't the original intention. The FBI had initially meant it to stand for Arab Scam, but following a later complaint by the American Arab Relations Committee that the term could be considered quite offensive, a judge diplomatically suggested that the name was clearly meant to refer to the Abdul Scam. Sure it was. Abdul Enterprises looked on paper like an authentic company, which was even backed by a major bank who would happily vouch for Abdul's wealth. Yeah, when you got the FBI behind you, I'm sure you can fake all this shit, right? It's not like, just trying to fake tons of money in a bank. The FBI can make it happen. It's the FBI. I've seen movies. And just to add to that extra layer of credibility, Mel even recruited one of his gang to take on the role of Abdul Rahman whenever required, so that the crooks had a chance to hobnob with the big cheese himself. Actually, this took a few attempts to get right. One of the first guys to play the role didn't speak any Arabic at all. It sounds as if they just stuck him in makeshift Arab roles and headscarves and hoped for the best. But eventually, after they'd ironed out these early wrinkles in the robes, Mel had come up with a credible team of characters ready to do business. And the early results were better than expected. It sounds like, I know I don't really know what the rules of entrapment are, but it's like, you can't encourage people to commit crimes and then arrest them for committing crimes, right? That seems a bit dodgy. This sounds like exactly what's happening. As Mel himself would later testify in court, we had a big honeypot, and all the flies came to it. Several other thieves were arrested, and a couple of valuable missing pieces were recovered, which had been missing in action since 1966 and had a total value of over $1 million. At least they're recovering some art. This is fantastic. For his part, Mel got an extra $10,000 bonus, although he would often complain that the FBI were being a bit miserly with his salary. Dude, you were going to go to prison for 3 years, you should be working for free, and also $10,000 in 1970s money is like way more money, so it's got to be like 70 grand. Following his early success, ABSCAM cast its net a bit wider as Abdul Enterprises appeared to be getting a bit more ambitious. Abdul was now interested in snapping up casino licenses in Atlantic City, along with titanium mines and applications for permanent residency in the States. What is going on? He was also making it clear that he was happy to dish out big loans to the mob with a bit of interest, naturally, as Islamic laws prevented him from doing this on his home turf. Yeah, because as soon as you're not home, that's fine. You don't have to obey the religious rules when you're in another country. Why would you? Obviously not. A big turning point in the investigation occurred when Mel hooked up with a convicted fraudster called William Rosenberg, who'd already spent time in the slammer for stock fraud. This was shortly after New Jersey had just approved a referendum to legalize gambling again in Atlantic City, signaling the end of a ban that had spanned the best part of a century. Mel informed Rosenberg that his client Abdul was interested in investing $100 million in new casinos, which would help turn Atlantic City into the Vegas of the East. There was just one little niggle. If the wealthy sheik was going to invest so much dough into the venture, he wanted a cast-iron guarantee that Abdul Enterprises would be granted a gambling license, otherwise he might just end up as the proud owner of a string of particularly flashy laundrettes. Yeah, okay, so he's entrapping someone. I mean, there's gonna be a bribe at some point for some city official, but the thing doesn't even exist. This doesn't seem right. Like, you can't encourage people. You can't be the government. Can you? I don't know where I stand morally on this. I don't think you should be encouraging people to commit crimes and then arresting them for committing the crimes. Right? Or maybe that's not what happened. I haven't read this, so let's crack on. William Rosenberg told Mel not to worry because he was on very good terms with the mayor of Camden, New Jersey. And the mayor was as bent as a butcher's hook. I see where this is going. I saw where this is going, because it's blindingly obvious. Angelo Ericetti was an influential Democratic politician who at the time was serving as both mayor of Camden and in the New Jersey Senate. A meeting was arranged between Mel and Angelo on the 1st of December 1978, in which Mel presented the mayor with an ice-breaking gift from his mysterious employer. A priceless, gleaming tribal dagger. Well, I say priceless, but Mel had actually just picked it up from the local flea market for $2.75. Oh no. Angelo made it clear that he could arrange casino licenses and pretty much anything else that Abdul desired in exchange for about $400,000 in bribes. He's remarkably straight up about it. Yeah, no, that's going to cost you 400 grand. Is that some sort of governmental fee? No, that's my bribe. During the first encounter, Angelo revealed, "I'll be your rabbi. I'll give you Atlantic City. Without me, you do nothing." So not only is he like, yeah, no, it'll be 400 grand, and if you don't give me the bribe money, you're f***ed. You won't, your casinos will be worthless. I will sabotage the shit out of your application. Allegedly. It had probably never dared to cross his mind that the whole meeting might have been secretly videotaped. And you can't blame him, really. This was 1978, and it was the first ever time that secret videotaped conversations would be used as legal evidence by the FBI. Yeah, but they had audio stuff before that, right? They were definitely recording stuff on audio. Mel found Angelo to be a strangely likable figure. He said of him, he was a nice guy, but he was just an unbelievable crook. He had no fear. He didn't beat around the bush. He just wanted to make money. FBI agent John F. Good was probably quite keen on Angelo too. Almost by complete accident, the mayor of Camden had turned the initially modest white-collar investigation into a full-blown probe into congressional corruption, and Angelo was quite happy to open all the doors and reveal exactly which members of Congress were on the take. Oh my god, this is exploding. This is interesting. It's like how crime works, right? You catch the one little guy, you get him to turn on his boss, and then you get that guy to turn on his boss, and the next thing you know, you're taking down Congress. Holy shit. It's like a movie. How high does it go? Over the next couple of years, Mel and his team of fictional characters would meet up with a whole string of Congress members, nearly all of whom were Democrats, but they did have a majority back then. Meetings and parties were held aboard expensive yachts and chartered jets in which Mel and Abdul would thrash out bribes and narcotic deals and counterfeit money schemes and all kinds of crazy shit with the finest upstanding representatives of the day, all of whom were blissfully unaware that these special moments were being recorded for prosperity. Again, this doesn't feel right. You shouldn't be entrapping these guys. They should be committing the crimes, and then you catch them. Don't be encouraging people to commit crimes. And then be like, you committed a crime. Doesn't feel right. I don't know. These guys, who knows? One of them was Michael Myers. Not the Wayne's World star or the troubled throat slasher from the Halloween films. This Michael Myers was the Philadelphia Democrat who was captured on film uttering the immortal words, "I'm going to tell you something real, simple and short. Money talks in this business and bullshit walks." And it works the same way down in Washington. In return for guaranteeing Abdul a green card and looking after some of his US investments, Michael Myers walked away from the hotel in the JFK airport carrying a briefcase stuffed with $50,000 in $100 bills. I guess this was the 1970s, but that does seem quite cheap for just getting a green card. Welcome to America! Another one was Representative John W. Jenrette Jr., who agreed to introduce a bill which would allow a wealthy Arab to immigrate to the United States. He was caught on film saying, "I got larceny in my blood. I'll take it in a goddamn minute." Although he originally demanded $150,000, he ended up agreeing to make do with just $50,000. But perhaps the biggest fish of all was Senator Harrison H. Williams. Harrison had served more than 2 decades in the US Senate, and the Democrat had previously been celebrated as a champion of social welfare and pension rights. It looked for a while as if ABSCAM were wasting their time on this one. He was filmed rejecting a proposed bribe from Abdul, but the FBI seemed quite determined to ensnare Harrison A. Williams one way or another, and they eventually struck titanium. Harrison was promised a hidden 18% interest in a titanium mine in Virginia, a stake which would officially be owned by his lawyer. If the senator used his powerful influence to steer big government contracts to the mine, Abdul would throw $100 million at the venture. Harrison appeared on film to be much more open to this new offer. As the 1970s drew to a close, so did the ABSCAM investigation, as the whole story was leaked to the press at the beginning of 1980, which would have made any further probing quite tricky. Besides, the FBI had by this time promised hundreds of millions of dollars in bribes that they couldn't actually deliver on. In total, the FBI had already spent about $500,000 on this $32,000 investigation, and Mel Weinberg had walked away with around $150,000 for his efforts. Mel made out of this like a bandit. It was probably quite fun. He didn't have to go to prison, and he made $150,000 in 1970s money, which is a lot today. But it's fair to say that Congress wasn't entirely happy when the story first hit the front page of the New York Times. Yeah, because they were like, you entrapped my friends, who never accepted a bribe in their life until you offered them an absolutely wild-ass amount of money. Although some members of Congress were reportedly embarrassed about this leaking cesspool of corruption, others argued that ABSCAM was a rogue investigation which went way beyond the FBI's remit, who had recently faced inquiries from Congress into alleged brutality and abuse. To say I'm kind of siding with the Congress on this one. U.S. Attorney Edward Plaza declared that the FBI shouldn't be relying on a convicted fraudster to get results, and even claimed that the whole thing could be a scam within a scam. Well, he did do very well out of it. I also don't think that it's wrong that they can use him to conduct this investigation. That was like the most legitimate part. It's like, let him out of jail, work for you guys, get something cool done. What's the problem? I don't understand. He said Weinberg was scamming the government officials trying to monitor the operation. Undercover operations are a necessity, but you have to monitor them. You don't just turn someone like Weinberg loose. But he was being kind of monitored, wasn't he? Meanwhile, public opinion was divided, with many applauding the FBI's attempts to expose corruption at the highest level, while others felt the Bureau had stepped way over the line with their entrapment tactics. I get it. I get why they did it. I think they stepped over the line.
They must be honest!
It can be both. And this brings us back to the great entrapment dilemma, which still provokes fierce debate today. So the entrapment dilemma isn't about, like, whatever I thought it was about originally. It's about whether the police should entrap people or not. Whenever I hear the word entrapment, I often think of the murky UK press trying to ensnare sports stars into accepting drugs or throwing a game in a bid to generate a front-page story. And in those situations, I can't help but feel the press should be a bit more focused on reporting the news instead of trying to create it. Yes, agreed. If you're doing that, you should also, that should be a crime as well. Encouraging people to commit crimes? Surely that should also be a crime. Though this is an entirely different kettle of casino chips. In such a long and sprawling investigation, there are bound to be elements of it that worked, and perhaps elements of the investigation that are a bit harder to defend. Yeah, it's not black and white, is it? If the principal law enforcement agency of the United States were able to demonstrate that multiple members of Congress were willing to accept bribes at the drop of a hat, I reckon that's a matter of public interest. But maybe they shouldn't have pursued some of their leads with quite such a dogged determination. For example, they should have arguably let Senator Harrison A. Williams off the hook when he originally refused to accept a bribe, instead of continuing to hound him for months with increasingly lucrative offers. Yes! Then again, maybe the end result was justified in showing that even a previously respectable senator had a price. Everybody has a price! I mean, not everybody, but most people have a price.
Maybe this will refresh your memory.
I don't know, it's still kind of hazy.
How about this?
Yeah, I remember.
The faintly reassuring news is that not everyone in Congress was a crook. For example, John F. Good freely admits that ABSCAM aggressively chased Senator Larry Pressler from South Dakota into accepting a $50,000 bribe in exchange for a bill which would secure residency for 2 arrows, but Larry Pressler point-blank refused all illegal advances.
Just do it!
Well, yeah, because they didn't offer him bloody $18 million, did they? There's a lot of difference between a year's salary and $18 million. The Washington Post proudly declared on its front page that thanks to the FBI's undercover sting operation, there now exists incontrovertible evidence that one senator would not be bought. Way to go, Larry. Again, my argument about how much is offered still stands. Sadly, one senator, 6 representatives, and 5 other government officials paid the price for their temptations and were convicted of bribery and conspiracy. The flamboyant mayor of Camden, yeah, that guy, I mean, mean, he was corrupt from the beginning. He was like, yeah, it'll cost you $400,000. There was no entrapment. It was like, well, there was, because they were like, we need this. But it wasn't so... See, this is why it's complicated, because that seems like, okay, that guy was crooked. But the other guys, yeah. Angelo Aschetti served 3 years in prison and later worked as a consultant in real estate. Representative Michael Myers served 21 months in prison, but remained indignant about the whole ABSCAM operation. What was Michael Myers up to? Oh yeah, he was the guy who got the green card for the guy for $50,000. Again, yeah, that seems fair. 3 years in prison. 21 months in prison. The man who accepted the briefcase containing $50,000 later whined, "It is just outrageous to go after people who have never done anything wrong. I feel I didn't do anything wrong, and if anybody offers me $25,000 this afternoon, I will take it." Wait, so you got caught for corruption? And then you're like, yeah, no, I'd have taken half that amount and I still would. You had to go to prison, dude. Learn your lesson. Just a couple of months prior to writing the script, Michael Myers has been charged with fraudulently stuffing the ballot boxes for specific candidates in primary elections, bribery of an election official, falsification of records, voting more than once in federal elections, and obstruction of justice. Oh, Michael, allegedly you're going to prison again. Dude. No, like that original thing, like the 50 grand, I could be like, okay, yeah, it was that entrapment thing, that kind of sucks. You're a bad guy. Learn your lesson. Don't then say, I'd do it again, and then do it again and do worse crimes. Why, Michael? Why? Meanwhile, Senator Harrison A. Williams resigned from his seat to avoid facing the inevitable expulsion, which would have made him the first senator since the Civil War to be expelled from his seat. Instead, he had to make do with the first senator in 80 years, being imprisoned, serving 2 years in the cooler. Was this the guy with the 18% share and 100 million for that mine? I feel a bit bad for that guy, because he was just so hardcore bribed. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay, so he went 2 years in prison. His later request for a presidential pardon from Bill Clinton was refused, and Harrison continued to protest that he was a victim of FBI misconduct until his death in 2001. It's worth noting that at least one linguistics expert believes that the FBI's video footage is far from conclusive, and that the lead juror in the trial now claims that had more evidence been made available at the time, he would not have found Harrison guilty. I'm feeling a bit bad for Harrison. John F. Good left the FBI in 1986 to become a private investigator, while Mel Weinberg stuck to the straight and narrow right up until his death in 2017, having led what he felt to be a charmed life. Yeah, no kidding, dude. You did some crimes, you didn't go to prison, you got paid for the stuff you did for the FBI, and then you went and had a regular life. Good for you. He received another $25,000 when he sold the rights to his life story for a project that evolved into the 2013 movie American Hustle. I've seen that! Although the film was only very loosely based on real events. Abdul Rahman became the richest Arab in Atlantic City before falling to his death while scrambling around a titanium mine in Virginia. But one of the most notable consequences of the whole ABSCAM scandal were the new guidelines which Congress forced the U.S. Attorney General into issuing in 1981, which make it harder for the FBI to investigate an elected official without being hampered by red tape and getting approval from a review committee and jumping through hoops of fire. Yeah, that's definitely not just in their self-interest. It's like there was this big investigation into Congress. Congress has decided that there will be no more big investigations into Congress. That's more corrupt than the corruption in this story.
You betray the law!
Allegedly. In other words, ABSCAM may have succeeded in the clumsy and unintended exposure of massive corruption in Congress. Thank you, Danny. Yes, same page. But in a time where money now plays a more powerful role in Congress than ever before, Congress long ago made quite sure that an operation like ABSCAM could never happen again. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. Why not pick up a merch item if you like it? There's the smash the dislike button. There's other stuff as well. There's the allegedly t-shirt. There's, oh my god, I have a glorious new mug. A glorious new mug. I'm gonna get this for you. Hold on. Some absolute legend made, can you guys see that? I'll hold it back a little bit more. There we go. Some absolute legend made a mug that is it says Blaze, but it's designed to look like the Enron logo. I love it. You can get this, and there's a little ETA's Wilson face down there where the R would be. This is so great. Thank you so much, you absolute legend. You can buy this in the merch store. You can, there's also shirts and hoodies with it as well if you want that. Thank you for watching. Dude, why are you writing down all your crimes? What's going on? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This is the 50s quiz show scandals. Oh my god, this is going to be a nightmare. What happens here is Danny writes us a script. I will drink some coffee. I will read the script. Sam will add some memes and edit the video, but mostly memes. That's what goes on here. I've said this a million times, but I'm always aware someone new could just be dropping into the old Business Blaze channel, and you're like, ooh, 50s quiz show scandals. Sounds like something I could be interested in. And now you're thinking, what the f*** is this bullshit? Welcome to The Blaze. Just a couple of weeks ago on British television, a 57-year-old school teacher from Telford in Shropshire scoops the jackpot on the UK version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And even though it's the first time this had happened in 14 years, and it generated a few headlines, it felt a bit flat to me. One, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is still on TV. That is a show from my childhood. I remember when the first woman, Jesus Christ, can I even remember the first woman's name? I think her name was Judith. And she was the first woman to win like a million, first person, not just woman, to win £1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire UK. I remember that. I definitely remember that happening. The most legendary of legends, though, is the American one. That dude, where he's just like, he gets to the $1 million question. He's got all three of his lifelines remaining. And like, American Chris Tarrant or whatever, who presents the American one. And for $1 million. And he just looks at him, the guy, the contestant looks at him and says like, yeah, I'd like to use my phone a friend. And American Chris Tarrant's like, who are you gonna call? And he's like, I'm gonna ask my dad. And he phones his dad. And all he says is like,
hi, Dad.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million.
And ends the call. And I'm like, you fucking baller-ass legend. One of the greatest clips on TV. And he's so serious. He's like such a serious dude. Like, no breaks, no smile. Just like, I did it. Executed like a boss. Maybe it's because the show wasn't allowed to have an audience during these socially distanced times. Maybe it's because the show ran out of steam years ago, and it's currently hosted by the controversial broadcaster and writer Jeremy Clarkson, a man who started out as a journalist for the Rotham Advisor. He really was. Is that true, Danny? Rotham is the town Danny comes from, and I don't know it, because it's in the north. And I think I'm pronouncing it right. I think it's Roverham. I don't know. I don't care. And is now most famous for getting sacked from the BBC in 2015 after punching his producer over a dispute about catering. Yeah, I remember this. I do like Jeremy Clarkson, though. I think he's very funny. And I greatly enjoy Top Gear, and obviously not anymore, and now the Grand Tour. Clarkson was promised a steak, but had to make do with soup and a cold meat platter because the chef had gone home early. That is a bit of a dick move, though, isn't it? But I'm sure there's more to it. In fact, there was something about, like, all sorts of going wrong. Because no matter how much of a dick you are, you don't punch someone in the face for just that. Or maybe it's because we've seen too many big money, and it's like Jeremy Clarkson's like, oh no, I had to go work for Amazon, who have much more money. Or maybe it's because we've seen so many big prizes getting dished out to complete strangers on television in recent years that nobody really gives a shit anymore. Although I do, like, when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire first came on the TV, it was like, their prizes were much bigger than other, like, on like other shows, you'd be like, hey, you win £12,000. It's like, woo! On Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's like, yeah, you walk away with 64,000 if you're just not dim. It's like, that's incredible. But this got me thinking back to a time when things were very different. When I was a young kid, there were usually two questions that popped into my inquiring mind when I was watching a UK quiz show. The first would be, why is this so shit? Yes, Danny, we have all wondered this. Quiz shows are just generally irredeemable piles of rubbish. And the second would be, I mean, less so nowadays because they got smart, but like back in the day, that was really bad. Like that one we have to guess the prices of shit. What the fuck is this? The second would be, why can't they ever afford to give out half-decent prices or vaguely respectable amounts of money? Yeah, the amounts of money were really, I don't want to say £12,000 is a lot of money, but if you're winning a fucking game show, it should be more. It seems odd to me that TV at the time had a budget to produce action-packed dramas with car chases and explosions and dragons and stuff, but they couldn't bring themselves to give heroic quiz show champions anything much more than 20 quid and a set of matching mugs. It turns out there was quite a good reason, and despite the fact that we often think of quiz shows as being a permanent fixture of US and UK television screens since the 1950s, there was actually a period in between when quiz shows and big prizes largely disappeared from our screens for several decades. And it's all because the producers of those early golden age shows from the 50s weren't really playing fair with the audience. I should say that I know a little bit about this because I read about this and I was like, oh my god, the 1950s and quiz shows are fascinating. I'm not going to spoil it for you, so let's just jump in. That whole little aside was entirely pointless. Welcome to Business Blaze. Smash the dislike button if you'd like to look as awesome as me and, represent the Blaze. Purchthemerch.co. Quiz shows have been around on radio and TV since the 1930s, but were often in the form of crap spelling bees, or just very simple and dull question and answer contests in which the jackpot prize was nothing more than about $50. The real game changer arrived in the United States in 1954 when the Supreme Court ruled for the first time that TV giveaways were not gambling, and so quiz show producers now had the freedom to offer jaw-droppingly huge cash prizes and transform their shows into genuine primetime entertainment. The first really big one was the $64,000 question from CBS in 1955, in which you can probably guess the size of the ultimate jackpot from the show's title, unless you were watching the lame UK version, which even as late as the 1990s was only giving away a cheeky £6,400 as the jackpot. That is weak. Because $64,000 in the 1950s is probably like $1 million today, and £6,400 in the 90s is probably like 10 grand, or 8 grand, or less. I don't even know, but it's not as much. It's like literally 100 times less. What the f***, UK? It makes you wonder why the UK even bothered to buy the rights in the first place. They may as well have just come up with a brand new show of their own and called it Crushing Disappointment. Ba-da-bum-bum. This is Business Place. Sometimes that happens. 1956 saw the arrival of a new quiz show on NBC called 21, produced by Dan Enright and Jack Barry, the later of whom served as host. The format wouldn't sound wildly exciting nowadays, but 21 briefly became one of the biggest shows on US television. In glorious black and white, two contestants are shoved into separate isolation booths and given a pair of big earmuffs so that they can't hear each other's answers. In the middle of the two contestants, the likeable Jack Barry asks the questions as he stands in front of a podium branded in giant letters with the logo Geritol, the supplier of dietary supplements who sponsored the show, because of course they did. It's like, oh, what's in this diet pill? Speed and tapeworms. Welcome to the 1950s. The aim of the game is to reach 21 points, and you could pocket $500 for each point of the margin of victory. So a victory of 21 to 13 would win the contestant $4,000, which is a lot of money in the 1950s. But it was also possible for a game to end in a tie, in which case the same contestants would return next week and the stakes would be raised. The eventual winner stays on as champion and faces a new challenger the following week. The simple setup was managing to pull in 50 million viewers every Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. That's a lot of people watching that show. And the live broadcast on December the 5th, 1956 was destined to go down in history as one of the biggest nights in quiz show history, but for all of the wrong reasons. Oh no, maybe corruption's involved. Who knows? Herb Stempel was the reigning champion, and he'd so far managed to win $69,500 over the last 6 weeks. Good lord. He was a bespectacled brain box with a chubby face and a slightly odd manner, which hadn't really endeared him to the viewing masses. Over the last 3 weeks, he'd been struggling to shake off the challenge of a charming and handsome guy called Charles Van Doren, who had clearly become the people's favourite. Probably because he's charming and handsome. The last 3 weeks had all climaxed, and also the underdog. What are they? Is this set up? I mean, who could possibly guess? The last 3 weeks had all climaxed in nail-biting ties, and so this week the contestants were playing for a record $2,000 per point of margin of victory. The big event was promoted heavily on TV and radio throughout the week with the slightly curious tagline, "Is Herb Stempel going to win $100,000 tonight?" It's a very literal tagline. He would have been the first man in history to win such a big amount on television, but it was a huge ask considering the margin he would have to win by to take home the total winnings of $100,000. Herb Stempel himself would often see and hear these advertisements cutting into the main programming, but he didn't share the enthusiasm of the tens of millions of viewers who were going to tune into the live broadcast on Wednesday night, because Herb already knew the answer to the question was a resounding no. This would be Herb's final appearance on 21 because he was under strict instructions to throw the game. So let's rewind to the start of the show. The very first episode of 21 was played completely legitimately, but the problem was that it turned out to be laughably bad bollocks. The two contestants failed to answer 17 questions in a row, and the show ended up turning out to be 30 minutes of toe-curling embarrassment. The host, Jack Barry, was trying his best to laugh along with the audience, but it was painfully obvious to the viewers that he just wanted the studio floor to open him up and swallow him. He was not a happy man. You didn't test this before? I feel like it would be insane to me if quiz shows didn't bring in random people and test that on them. Or just like the cameraman. Just get a cameraman for another show or like something filming on the next lot. Bring them in, ask them some questions and see if they can answer them. If they can't answer all the questions, they're too hard, change them before you bring in a live audience and your host wants to, disappear. And the sponsors Geritol weren't particularly happy either. They had thrown a considerable amount of money at this television disaster, and following the broadcast of the first episode, they locked horns with Jack Barry and co-producer Dan Enright and told them they needed to quickly sort out this shit, or otherwise the sponsorship deal was off. It was at this point Surfshark would be like, Simon, sort this out. What are you doing? This is not the professionalism we have come to expect from YouTubers. From YouTubers? It was at this point that Jack and Dan came to a controversial decision in order to save the show. If we're being generous, we could say that they decided to change the format from quiz show to scripted drama. Oh! If we were feeling so forgiving, we could say that they decided to hoodwink the audience and rig the game. When I was a kid, I went on this, weird TV show where part of it was like a quiz show, but it wasn't really a quiz show and there's nothing you could win. I don't remember what it was called. It was very low budget and it was very bad. But they definitely rigged it. They were like, you gotta come second, you gotta come third, and go. And it's like, this is what? I don't think I even got paid. I was in like a drama club, like a theatre club when I was a kid, and I got to do that. And I was on a TV show called Art Attack, which was actually pretty fun, because I loved that show. Later that year, the show caught the attention of Herbert Milton Stemple, who decided to write a letter to the producers asking if he could be a contestant. Raised in a Jewish family in one of the roughest areas of the Bronx, Herbert showed outstanding intelligence at school and even skipped a couple of grades before enlisting in the US Army. He even had a bit of experience in quiz shows, having appeared as a kid on the radio show Americana Quiz and winning a whole stack of glorious Eversharp fountain pens. Herb had an IQ of 170, a slightly pudgy appearance, and a terrible haircut. That is a massively high IQ. Jesus. Co-producer Dan Enright was so intrigued by Herb's letter that he decided to go visit him at his apartment in Queens, and he seemed to like the cut of Herb's jib. By the end of their meeting, Dan had offered Herb the chance to make $25,000, but not by playing the game fairly. Instead, each episode would be choreographed down to the very last detail. Herb would be shown the questions and answers before the cameras started rolling and was informed which ones he would answer correctly. He was coached on how to build up the suspense by taking long dramatic pauses and nervously biting his lip, and the air conditioning in his isolation booth would be turned off at frequent intervals so that viewers could see the man from the Bronx sweat like a pig. Dan Enright even personally selected Herb's wardrobe, purposefully choosing clothes that were a bit too big for him and didn't look quite right. And Herb was instructed to address the host as Mr. Barry at all times, rather than Jack, as all the other contestants did. This is, couldn't you have just made a good show? Like, why go to all of this trouble? Why not just make it, why not just make a good show? The idea was to build up Herb's character as a bit of a nerdy computer brain without the faintest hint of charisma. The viewers would watch him hit a winning streak until it reached a point where they couldn't wait to see him bumped off the show by a challenger who was a bit more human. And that challenger would eventually come in the shape of Charles Van Doren. Charles is a well-spoken academic from New York City whose mother was a novelist and whose father was a Pulitzer Prize-winning poet. Jesus Christ. Not many people win the Pulitzer Prize. He was smooth, good-looking, humble, smiled a lot, enjoyed banter with the host, and his star sign was Aquarius. In sharp contrast to Herb's big brain persona, Charles was clearly groomed to become the new people's champion, and Herb suspected that his goose was cooked as soon as he was introduced to Charles for the first time. Herb was eventually informed that his winning streak would come to an end on the 5th of December 1956, and as usual, he was told which of the questions would prove to be his banana skins. On that much-anticipated night from the NBC studios in the Rockefeller Center, tens of millions of viewers watched as a typically sweaty Herb Stemple was asked a surprisingly easy question by Mr. Barry. Which motion picture won the Academy Award in 1955? I have absolutely no idea. How would I possibly know that? This probably seems quite tricky now. Yeah, this is because, when was this happening? Like 1957, so it'd be like 2 years ago. So which film won the Academy Award for Best Picture 2 years ago? Was that the Jimmy Kimmel year? In that case, it was Moonlight. But that could have been 3 years ago, the year where it got messed up. I'm gonna say it was Moonlight. So that'd be 2018, but I think that could have been the year before, and then I'd have no idea. The Shape of Water, yeah, I guess that other one was the year before. I never saw The Shape of Water, I never saw Moonlight, I never saw the other one, the one that they got it confused with, the LA something, the musical. I hate musicals. But you have to remember the question was asked back in 1956. Oh, so it was the one from last year. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. Surely a brainbox like Herb was bound to know the answers. Some viewers probably would have popped into the kitchen to put the kettle on. But those viewers still glued to the screen were surprised to see Herb struggling with the question. Beads of sweat were dripping down his face as they turned off that damn air conditioning again. Following a well-rehearsed and agonizing pause and look of bewilderment, Herb eventually offered up an answer of On the Waterfront. In fact, the answer was the romantic drama film Marty. I've never heard of either of those movies. This proved to be the key question in Herb Stemple's defeat on 21, as Charles Van Doren romped home to a glorious victory and became the show's new long-running champion. And Herb must have found it particularly painful to pretend that he didn't know the Marty question. Not just because it was so easy and getting it wrong made him look like a fool, but also because Marty just happened to be... Why would you look like a fool? It's like, so you don't know what the movie was. Who cares? We all have gaps in our knowledge. But it was also because Marty happened to be one of Herb's favourite ever films. Oh no! And he had seen it at cinema 3 times. It's like Simon getting a question about Raid Shadow Legends completely wrong. It just wouldn't happen in real life. I don't know anything about Raid Shadow Legends other than it's a bit, allegedly a bit shit. Herb now admits that he seriously considered double-crossing the producers by giving the correct answer to the question, and it might have been interesting to see how this would have panned out on live television. That would have been fascinating. Not interesting, whatever your name is. That would have been epic. I'm not sure what the producers could have really done about it, other than give Herb a good beating after the camera stopped roll. Turn off his air conditioning and lock him in there. Or maybe just keep him locked in the isolation booth with no air conditioning. Wow, Danny and I, same page or what? We'll never know. As under the pressure of the studio lights, Herb chickened out and stayed on script. And Charles Van Doren went on to become a celebrated hero of the small screen, even making it onto the cover of Time magazine. God damn! Doing what, son? Cover of Time. Dreams. I'd love being on the cover of Time magazine would be epic. Life achievement right there. He remains undefeated on 21 until March the following year, having racked up a record $129,000 in winnings, the equivalent of well over $1 million today. And his success didn't end there. Following his last appearance on 21, he bagged himself a $50,000 annual contract with NBC to host a regular spot on the Today Show, serving briefly as Washington correspondent before settling into a more suitable role, covering cultural and literary events. As for Herb Shrapnel, well, he was just kind of forgotten about, really, and returned to normal life as his rival and conqueror soaked up all the glory. Poor Herb. This Van Doren guy, he did well out of this. He was so cool. They were like, you were a contestant on the show. Loved it, Van Doren. You're now going to host something. That's got to be a dream, right? That's pretty epic. But although some versions of this story paint poor old Herb Stempel, did I call him Shrapnel once? As the wronged victim and Charles Van Doren as the chiseled-jawed villain, the truth is a lot more complex than that. Herb obviously understood what he was signing up for, just as Charles did, and he clearly made a substantial amount of money from essentially just an acting role on television. He may not have walked away with the full $69,500 that he appeared to win on the screen, but he did receive a pre-agreed figure which was probably closer to the original $25,000 that Dan Enright originally offered to him in his apartment. But Herb was wronged. In a way. Dan Enright also offered him $250 a week as a question consultant on 21, along with a job as a permanent panelist on an upcoming quiz show in development called High Low. The question consultant job never materialized, and although Dan Enright and Jack Barry did go on to produce High Low, Herb was never asked to appear. Poor Herb. Still, Herb Stempel may have been content to disappear back into obscurity, and the whole rigging scandal may have never been exposed, were it not for a couple of subsequent critical events. Firstly, silly old Herb blew all his money on cocaine. No, he didn't. On investments, like an idiot, so he suddenly felt himself skint again. He had an IQ of 170. Make some good investments, Herb. Come on. Then, while flicking through a copy of TV Guide, which had the face of Charles Van Doren beaming at him from the cover, Herb came across an interview with Jack Barry in which the host explained why Charles was such a perfect quiz show contestant. Oh no, just forget about it. No one would have ever dug this up. Why? This is the kind of contestant we really want, because he's not a freak with a sponge memory. Incensed that Mr. Barry appeared to be having a very public pop at him, aware that he was now desperately short of cash and suddenly feeling aggrieved about broken promises, Herb angrily approached Dan Enright and told him that he wanted $50,000 in cash or else he was going to sing like a canary to the press. Oh my, we've just jumped to blackmail. But the meeting went a bit tits up for Herb. Dan Enright secretly recorded the conversation, then threatened to go to the police with this evidence of blackmail unless Herb signed a legal statement declaring that there was nothing remotely fraudulent about the 21 show. Wait. So Herb blackmails him, and then he reverse blackmails him. And then Herb's like, well, I just recorded that conversation, but I'm going to the police with it. Stalemate?
Maybe this will refresh your memory.
Although he signed the statement, Herb still went to the press anyway. Shouldn't have trusted him, should you? But despite spilling the beans to reporters from the New York Post and New York City Journal American, Herb now encountered another problem. Nobody believed him. Feeling that Herb was probably just a sore loser and keen to avoid legal action from NBC without any concrete evidence to back up the allegation, the newspapers refused to print the story. The saga could well have ended there, were it not for fresh rumours of several other quiz show scandals that suddenly began to surface. Joyce Brothers became the first contestant to win the jackpot on the $64,000 question, but it turns out that the producers had never wanted her to win. They were getting a bit fed up up with her long winning streak and had tried to engineer her ousting from the show by purposefully coming up with questions which they believed would fall outside of her field of knowledge. Ironically, Joyce Brothers won anyway and went on to host their own TV show and become a household name. What a legend. It's like they tried. They made it more difficult for her. She was just such a genius that she won anyway. More significant than that, the quiz show Dotto came under scrutiny when a standby contestant discovered a notebook backstage belonging to another contestant, Mary Wynn. The notebook contained all the questions and answers that Marie was miraculously answering correctly live on television at the very same moment. Oh my god. The standby contestant informed the Federal Communications Commission of his discovery, and the show was swiftly taken off the air without explanation as rumors began to circulate of the possible reasons why. At least he didn't go blackmail them. Or maybe he did and they never, and then he cheated, and then he betrayed them anyway. In the wake of these scandals, the press looked again at Herb's story and decided to go ahead and print his allegations. And although Dan Enright initially tried to fiercely dismiss the story on the grounds that Herb Stempel was a bitter, mentally disturbed blackmailer, the case made it all the way to the New York County Grand Jury. And this is where things got really dodgy and weird. Around 150 former quiz show contestants gave testimony to the grand jury, and it's now believed that over 100 of them, including Charles Van Doren, lied under oath to protect themselves from any social repercussions or shame. But then, to everyone's astonishment, after 9 long months of testimony, the judge decided to seal the conclusions, which, to this day, have never been made public. Even now, nobody has the foggiest idea why. Surely there could be like a Freedom of Information Act request. Couldn't you find that? This had never happened before in 497 grand jury precedents in New York State dating back to 1869. It might have been more understandable if he had been involved in a presidential scandal or the leaking of military secrets, but it remains baffling why a judge would choose to seal the conclusions from a 9-month investigation into a silly old quiz show scandal. Maybe he just didn't want Americans to lose their faith in television. Or there's more to it. Maybe there's like some big conspiracy here. Probably not. US Congress didn't like this one bit though, and swiftly followed up with their own investigation, which began in the summer of 1959. Charles Van Doren was now under pressure from his new bosses at NBC to testify, but instead he went into hiding to avoid the committee's subpoena. Is that allowed? I don't think you could just run away from a subpoena. It's a subpoena, you have to go. But in the meantime, another 21 contestant called James Snodgrass had really begun to spill the beans during his own testimony. Snodgrass had also played a role in the rigging of the show, but with some initial reluctance. The producers apparently persuaded him that it wasn't illegal or even wrong, it's just how TV worked. I mean, yeah, just call it a drama. Problem solved. But cautious Snodgrass had decided to play it ultra safe by writing letters to himself every day which outlined everything that he had been asked to do by the show's producers and then posting them to himself via registered mail. That's pretty smart. Although he's like, yeah, they're like, no, it's not illegal. He's like, it is though, isn't it?
Those are illegal!
When the district attorney came knocking at his door in 1959, he simply handed over all the unopened letters, which were found to perfectly match with the events of the show. Clever old Snodgrass. Alright, so he wrote letters to himself about breaking the law. But he was still breaking the law then if it was illegal, wasn't he? Like, in another situation, if they discovered the letters, they'd be like, dude, why are you writing down all your crimes? What's going on? Sensing the game was up, this prompted other contestants to come clean about their dodgy involvement with quiz shows, and even Charles Van Doren eventually emerged from hiding to confess to Congress that he had originally lied under oath. The scandal may now have been blown wide open, but the problem was that none of this was technically illegal yet. Okay, so what's the problem? The only crime that Charles Van Doren and over 100 other contestants had committed was second-degree perjury, and for this he was given suspended prison sentence. Nobody was banged up for any of this. How did he perjure it? Because he didn't show up for the subpoena. Whoops. But it did prompt Congress into amending the Communications Act of 1934, making it illegal to fix television quiz shows in the future. However, the biggest casualty in all of this was the quiz shows themselves, along with the bond of trust that had developed between American viewers and that funny new little box in the corner of their living rooms. Even President Dwight D. Eisenhower waded into the scandal, labeling it a terrible thing to do to the American people. And in the wake of the scandal, pretty much all US quiz shows, including 21, the $64,000 question, High Low, and many others, vanished from the screens, leading directly to the rise of the slightly less serious game show format in which intelligence and big cash prizes were replaced by wacky games and the chance to win a vacuum cleaner. So the biggest catch of all of this was like we had so much TV for so long. The scandal also led to the long-running success of the answer and question show Jeopardy, which was born from a desire to resurrect the tainted quiz show format but with much lower stakes. It also led to the rise of TV westerns, as the networks had to find something else to spend their money on. Okay. Funnily enough, the UK had gone through a similar scandal with their own version of 21, but on a much smaller scale. Yeah, because they weren't giving away as much money. When contestant Stanley Armstrong revealed to the press that had been given definite leads to some of the questions, the show was pulled from the schedules and the independent Independent Television Authority placed a permanent winnings cap of £1,000 on ITV shows. That is so little. After going to a game show, what's the grand prize? £1,000. Although the cap increased very slightly over the years, it remained in place until the 1990s, and this kind of answers my original question as to why the quiz shows of my youth seemed so stingy with the prizes. The reality was that they weren't legally allowed to offer anything decent even if they wanted to. It was the lifting of the UK cap in 1993 that more or less led to the resurgence of big money quiz shows in the States and, well, around the world. Now free from the shackles of tight restrictions, the UK went straight for the jugular with the launch of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I never even knew, so that's why suddenly all these other quiz shows are super lame and the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire comes along and it's like, we're giving away £1 million. It's like, holy shit. Which was developed into over 100 international the UK one was first, I didn't even know. International versions leading to a new generation of global $1 million quiz shows and bringing the story full circle. And of course, modern quiz shows have seen their fair share of scandals too, such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's famous coughing major, which is perhaps something we can look into in a future video. Yeah, there was this whole story where this guy cheated, his wife and friend were like, when the correct answer came up, obviously now they couldn't do that because everyone were like, holy shit, they got COVID! But it was, yeah, I think he went to prison, I'm not sure. But what are the key players? If you're interested, we can do a video about it. But what are the key players in this story? Co-producer Dan Enright seemed to get away with it, really. He walked straight into another job in Canadian TV, where he happily remained until making a return to US TV in the 1970s. Co-producer Jack Barry had a tougher time as the public face of the scandal, and he was effectively blacklisted from TV until about 1969, but he did eventually manage to resume his working relationship with Dan Enright in the 1970s, and together they masterminded revivals of old quiz shows such as Joker and Tic-Tac-Doe to great success. What a clever name. Charles Von Doren lost his job at NBC and his celebrity status, but he found work as the editor at Encyclopedia Britannica in Chicago and penned a few books. He is a flexible chap. He died in a retirement home at the age of 93 in 2019. Weirdly, Herb Stempel died almost exactly a year later at the age of 93. He had returned to normal life, finished college, and worked for the New York City Transportation Department for a few decades. He very nearly made a return to the quiz show stage when he expressed interest in appearing on Jeopardy, but changed his mind when he was told that he would have to audition for it like everyone else. How disappointing for him. It seems that Herb felt he deserved a free pass, because you went on a TV show in like the 1960s and no one cares about anymore, Herb. But it's interesting to ponder how the US television landscape may have looked very different without the 1950s quiz show scandal. Maybe it wouldn't have felt the need to dumb down quite so much with the game show format, or maybe it would have taken far longer for viewers to realize that they shouldn't believe everything they see and hear on the TV screen. What might have happened if the scandals had never taken place? Or if Herb Stempel had blown all of his winnings and had acquired an appetite for revenge? That's the $69,500 question. Bonus fact. The saga turned into a 1994 movie directed by Robert Redford called Quiz Show. Charles Van Doren was played by Ralph Fiennes, but Charles turned down an offer of $100,000 to serve as a consultant on the film. He did, however, state afterwards that he greatly enjoyed John Turturro's portrayal of Herb Stempel. Herb wasn't so sure, though. He reckoned the film was about 40% true. He was disappointed that Turturro had portrayed him as a nerd and a square. Herb and his wife Ethel got the chance to meet John Turturro at the film's premiere, and the actor joked to Herb that if he punched me in the nose, I would understand why. Herb laughed along, but Ethel didn't quite see the joke. She reportedly exclaimed, "Step aside, Herb. I want to take a crack at him." Okay then, aggressive wife. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by Surfshark. You can get Surfshark 83% off, 3 months for free. There is a link below. You can also acquire some fabulous merch, like the Smash the Dislike Button t-shirt at perchthemerch.co, and thank you for watching. I'm going to go off script and onto another script and probably go off that script. Number of people I've killed in real life, f***ing 0, allegedly. Welcome back to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze. This one is, I'm not wearing my own merch. I had the hoodie on. I recorded 2 videos in a row. By the way, okay, so look, winter's coming. Get yourself a hoodie. This one says, "It's your boy with the Blaze." But there are hoodies in multiple designs available, so grab one of those. I throw it on the ground to represent what high quality, resilient material it is made out of. It's called fabric. It's good. Oh yeah, this one. I don't even know what this one's about. Okay, so normally what happens on Business Blaze is Danny, the channel's writer, writes me a script, and then I read the script to you and Sam adds some memes. But what has happened today is it was requested in the comments, and I'm sorry, like, I know I should credit people who come up with the ideas, but it's logistically tricky, and I'm lazy. So, but keep giving me free ideas, everybody. I'm a bad person. People were like, Simon, just have Danny write a script about anything. Don't let him tell you what it is. So, I have not read today's script. The only thing that I've done to this script is write dash lane, pre-roll. And then somewhere in here there's this thing that reminds me that I have to do a dash lane ad in the middle. That's all I know, other than the fact that it's called the Business Blaze Mystery Box. So let's jump in. On February the 21st, 1848, the German economist and philosopher Karl Marx, Danny! If this is all about communism, I'm going to be upset. He published the Communist Manifesto, of course he did, which called for a working class revolt against capitalism. The little pamphlet has since gone down in history as one of the most influential documents of all time, which inspired the catchy slogan, "Workers of the world, unite." Don't even think about it, Danny! If you unite with Sam, I will crush you! I've read the Communist Manifesto, like every good capitalist should, and the whole time, all I'm thinking is like, this is fine, it's all fine, it's why capitalism is bad. But that's all. It's just like capitalism is bad because of this and this and this. And we should take away the capital from the capitalists. It's like, okay, but I mean, I could, that's it. It's kind of disappointing. Smash that dislike button, communists. But to be honest, it would take several decades before anyone really gave a shit. By a startling coincidence, several decades is also the same length of gameplay that you're likely to get with Shadow Legends. Just so long as you keep throwing stacks and stacks of money at this freemium mobile classic. The only reason it's classic is because it's come a meme, because it sponsors everything, except for any of my channels. And people are like, Simon, I've seen you do Raid Shadow Legends ads, and I'm like, I think I'd remember. And stacks of money is exactly how much Phil Collins has earned. Oh god, Danny, is this script just memes? Is this script just OG Business Blaze jokes? This chat, we've got like 200,000 subscribers as of me recording this. Probably where we're gonna stay, if I'm honest. Tell a friend, by the way. Tell a friend how much you love blazing business with your boy. And we'll get some more subscribers that way. And just warn them it's going to be weird, but they'll get the in-jokes eventually, and then they'll like them, and they'll feel like they're in some sort of exclusive club with 199,999 other people. And your boy. So Phil Collins was up to something, has earned by releasing music which is probably best appreciated when it's being pumped into an elevator. There's something in the air tonight. Oh Lord! A malfunctioning elevator on fire, in which the soothing tones of Phil spitting out the speakers are the only thing to take your mind off the fact that the elevator is rapidly hurtling towards everyone towards a very sticky doom. Danny, what is going on? Of course, I'm sure this is a very unlikely scenario. I did start considering writing a script on how many double amputee war veterans have perished in bizarre elevator accidents, as the jokes would practically tell themselves. But I'm not convinced. But I'm convinced that elevator design is rooted in the core concepts of safety and reliability, and this got me thinking. Just what exactly is involved in the day-to-day working routines of a typical elevator designer? Oh, Danny, I still don't know what this is about. Your intros, bloody hell. Those elevator boffins are the unsung heroes of modern civilization. I started off thinking this was going to be all about communism. Then I thought it was going to be all about mobile games. Then I thought it was going to be about bad musicians. I quite like Phil Collins, but Yoko Ono. More heroic than Chuck Norris, Mr. T. David. More heroic than Chuck Norris, Mr. T. David Hasselhoff, and the Farmer Bro, all rolled into one tough-talking super fighting machine. Oh, well, I hope that Chuck Norris, Mr. T, David Hasselhoff get together and beat the shit out of the Farmer Bro, because, as we've discussed previously, he has the most punchable face in the world.
You be a ghost for real, motherfucker.
That's not my joke. Someone commented, there's like a meme about him having a punchable face, but boy is it true. But maybe not quite up there with one of my all-time biggest heroes. And the hero I'm actually going to get around to talking about in this script perhaps became better known for his glorious failures than he did his spectacular triumphs. But he's still a hero in my eyes. The man is Sir Clive Sinclair, and welcome to an episode of Biographics. Biographics, if you don't know, is another channel I do where we do biographies. The naming was genius. I remember I was doing some exercise one morning, and I was like, I really like biography. I read a lot of biographies, and I'm like, one of my favorite biographies, Arnold Schwarzenegger, is actually right back there. And I was thinking new channels always, new channels, what to do, and I was like, I should do biographies, and it should be called Biographics. And I love the name so much that that's how the channel was born. We've briefly touched upon Sir Clive in previous Business Blaze episodes, in which we discussed the disaster of the Sinclair C5 and the brilliance of the ZX Spectrum. But I wanted to look deeper into the story of a man who is unquestionably a maverick genius and is widely regarded as one of the most influential British inventors of all time, and yet never quite seemed to get it right with the things that he actually cared about. It's not a story that involves fraud, or scams, or murder, or lawsuits, or prison sentences. Well, Danny, it's probably not going to do very well then, is it?
Well, I'm out of here. Goodbye, everyone.
Also, because the title's going to be random, it's also not going to do brilliantly. So, it's a slight change of tone for Business Blaze, but it does involve friendships that turn sour, public punch-ups, lap-dancing brides, late-night poker, and the immortal phrase, "You f***ing buggering shit bucket." Oh, I like that. On first glance, he looks a bit like a science teacher who runs a very quiet and calm classroom, but you probably wouldn't want to risk getting him angry. A friend of mine once attended a posh party about 15 years ago where Sir Clive was one of the VIP guests. He must have done something right, because they invited him, didn't they? I was gobsmacked when I first heard this news, and settled back to hear the flow of inevitable anecdotes from this experience, but there weren't any. Apparently Sir Clive just lingered in a corner all night and barely said a word to anybody. But it was maybe the wrong crowd for Sir Clive, who seemed more at home in one of Peter Stringfellow's infamous nightclubs. Oh, Stringfellow's is a strip club, isn't it? By day, he was a man who fiddled around with circuits and amplifiers, but at night, he turned into a disco-dancing scientist who it's claimed would dance with the vigour of a prawn plugged into the mains. That is quite the analogy there. As you might expect, he was a bit of an odd child. Born Clive Miles Sinclair in 1940, he didn't always enjoy school and preferred the company of adults to his peers. Inspired by a puppet character called Mr. Inventor from the children's TV series Toy Town featuring Larry the Lamb, young Clive turned his hand to fiddling around with gadgets, and by the age of 12, he'd designed a one-man submarine. Sounds like a bit of a legend so far, if I'm honest. During his teenage years, when his peers would probably have been chuffed to bits at getting a letter printed in Eagle Comic, Clive had already got his first technical article published in Practical Wireless magazine. His parents had assumed that he would go to university, and he certainly breezed through the qualifications. But Clive had been offered a holiday job writing for the same Practical Wireless magazine, and had convinced his parents that this had better prospects. And he was right. Shortly after he started work at the magazine, the editor retired through illness, and then the assistant editor buckled under the strain of stepping into his shoes. By the age of 18, Clive had found himself practically running the publication single-handedly. That is mighty impressive. After moving on to become assistant editor of Instrument Practice and writing a few books with such thrilling titles as Practical Transistor Audio Amplifiers for the Home Constructor, which sadly didn't make it onto the bestseller lists, Clive eventually... what a shocker. Clive eventually raised enough money in the 1960s to start his own business in Cambridge, Sinclair Radionics. It sounds kind of radioactive. The company specialized in mail-order miniature radios and audio amplifiers in kit form. I built one of these when I was a kid. Like, you could make, what are they called, crystal radios or something. You'd solder all little pieces together and it would make a little magical radio. It was great. I used to like doing electronics. I'd solder all this together. It was fun. You could make all these different little projects. I don't have hobbies anymore. As the name suggests, this was an absolutely tiny amplifier kit which hobbyists could put together in under 2 hours, and it was a fairly big success for the one-man mail-order company. But not every product was a hit, and the company developed a reputation of producing cheap and cheerful products that didn't always work terribly well. One customer was a young guy called Chris Curry, who had recently bought one of Clive's X10 PWM amplifier kits and found it to be a bit rubbish. Despite this, or who knows, maybe because of this, Chris Curry ended up accepting a job as an engineer for Sinclair Radionics in 1966. He would go on to develop a close friendship with his boss, and would himself go on to be a key figure of the Cambridge computer boom, but more on that in a moment. In the meantime, Chris was happy to work alongside Clive, although he described his boss as an oh god. I don't know this word. Irascible, maybe. I'm not going to look it up and pretend that I'm smart. He was always a person. He was always charging up and down, shouting and throwing his slide rule around. There was always a new product to be developed, but Sinclair had a tendency to go for the lowest possible cost of assembly, often at a sacrifice to quality. Perhaps Sinclair Radionics' most notable success was the release of the Sinclair Executive slimline calculator in 1972. It always sounds better when it's executive. Like, oh, what's that? It's my executive desk. It's my executive cup. It's my executive penis. I don't know where that came from. It delivered only very basic maths functions, and it cost a bomb to buy, £79, which would be over $1,000 in today's money. For a calculator! But it was one of the world's first ever portable pocket calculators, and it became something of a British status symbol. The past was weird. It's like, what? Nice watch, nice car, nice calculator. Woo! I got that money. It's like no one was wearing those ridiculous Gucci sweaters. Which is an OG Business Place legend joke. God, those things are fucking hideous, aren't they? But it's like they didn't have those. They just had calculators. Pimp. It's hard now to imagine how flashy would have looked in 1972 if you were sat in a pub and suddenly whipped out a pocket calculator and started entertaining everybody at the table with basic maths functions. I'd entertain them by the fact that you can make boobies. You could type in boobies, turn it upside down, you know? Woo! That was $1,000. Are you impressed? This works with all the ladies. There were further flops to follow, including the Black Watch in 1975, which was a wildly expensive digital watch in kit form. The idea was that you needed to activate the watch every time you wanted it to display the time, but the problem was that the kit was almost impossible to put together. Also, the batteries only lasted 10 days, and they were a nightmare to replace. Sounds a bit like the Apple Watch, doesn't it?
How innovative! I like it!
So many were sent back to Sinclair for repair that it very nearly crippled the company, and the UK government's National Economic Board had to step in to save Sinclair Radionics from going bankrupt. Another big flop was the Microvision in 1977. Sir Clive had been passionate about the idea of inventing a tiny portable television and had been tinkering around with the concept for well over a decade. By 1977, it managed to secure a £1 million grant from the National Research and Development Council, and the Microvision family finally went on sale for under £100, or about £625 in today's money. The problem was that Clive had grossly overestimated just how many people would be willing to spend that amount of money on a crap tiny TV. The company lost another fortune, and most of the Microvision ended up getting flogged for peanuts to people with exceptional eyesight. By 1979, Sinclair Radionics had evolved into Sinclair Research, and Clive had turned his beady eye to personal home computers. The next 5 years or so would see Clive spearhead a British revolution in the home computer industry during his brief golden period of glorious success. It's maybe a bit of a shame that the other 45 years of business weren't quite so great, so let's focus on the positives now. Well, I hope we get to the negatives, because, I mean, all the, business success, yay, it's so great, and woo, everyone's great. But, when you get to really rip into something, for some reason that is more entertaining. I don't know why. Humans. Schadenfreude. Clive's idea was to launch a programmable computer that everyday people could actually afford to buy, bearing in mind that the only alternatives at the time were massively expensive computers from Commodore, Apple, and Tandy, which could generally only be found in corporate offices, laboratories, and teaching establishments. The Sinclair ZX80 wouldn't win any awards for aesthetics. In fact, it looked a bit like a sawn-off typewriter, Jesus. But it only contained 1 kilobyte of RAM, which would perhaps make a slight mockery of the marketing tagline, which claimed it could quite literally do anything from playing chess to running a power station. But the real selling point was that it only cost about £100 in kit form, or £150 in assembled form for people like me who didn't have the slightest clue of how to start putting it together. I'll be a bit disappointed with my computer, although, to be fair, I built my computer with the help of a friend of mine, built the computer, because I wanted to choose all the parts. But I guess this shit had to be, soldered together. There wasn't much of a gaming scene around Clive's early computers, but that wasn't really the point, as Clive didn't have the slightest interest in silly games anyway. The whole idea was that families could have a computer in their home for the first time and learn how to write simple, basic programs. And the kids could quickly learn how to make the word boobies fill up the screen with just a couple of simple lines of code. Did Danny know about my earlier... Danny did an unintended callback to my previous joke. Hero. The ZX80 sold around 50,000 units, but has paled in significance when compared to its successor, the Sinclair ZX81, released the following year. Despite the fact that this new machine really didn't have much to offer in way of improvements over the original, it managed to shift 1.5 million units, and how it did that is going to be the focus of this business place. But the real game changer came with the arrival of the Sinclair ZX Spectrum in 1982, and I've talked about before how this was one of the greatest and most enduring machines of all time. I think this was the one that everyone really loved because they could play games on it, and Sir Clive was like, oh, this wasn't what I intended at all. It's supposed to be an educational tool. It's like, Clive, look man, people like find other calculators. Like, they play game, you know, it writes boobies, it writes Bible, it writes hello. Look, we literally think of anything to do other than work. Clive, you should have thought about this. Despite the computer's limitations and its 48 kilobytes of memory for the superior model. Wait, Danny, we said it didn't have any sort of significant upgrades, but it seems to have 48 times more memory. It did certainly manage to cram in plenty of magic within the small black casing, and the price tag of £175 was worth every penny. The sound capacity was largely limited to quiet beeping noises, yet this proved to be the enchanting soundtrack of the bedroom of many a mesmerized youth. And it was also one of the first computers to deliver a full-color display, even if the colors unfortunately tended to bleed into each other, so that a character in a game would adopt the same color as the background that he was passing by, and become very difficult to actually spot on the screen. Sounds a bit doesn't it? Can you imagine, like, they're just releasing these, like, new Xboxes, the PlayStation 5, and it's, like, 4K. If someone took a picture of it, you'd probably be like, yeah, it's a photograph. Like, it's incredible. Even those, like, I play GTA 5 with my friends sometimes, and it's like, it looked wild. You know, the game's like 10 years old now. I guess they've upgraded it and stuff like PC or whatever, but it's beautiful. I mean, when you shoot people, you can really see the blood just out of their bodies and their heads. It's great. It really, there's a lot of violent video games that make you violent in real life. No, they don't, you idiots. It's like number of people I've killed in GTA, thousands. Number of people I've killed in real life, zero. Allegedly. But from Sir Clive's perspective, the ZX Spectrum started out life as a failure. It originally intended to be seen as a serious programming computer, much like its predecessors. During the machine's development, the BBC had initiated a computer literacy project which would involve the Broadcasting Corporation trying to get more computers into schools. All the BBC needed was a suitable model for them to put their branding on and get it into classrooms. So they invited manufacturers to tender their bids. Clive felt sure that his new ZX Spectrum would be the only obvious contender for this project, and he felt the big bucks deal was already in the bag. It would have been a massive moment for Sinclair research. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched, Clive. If we've learned anything from Business Blaze, it's that. You're welcome. But there turned out to be another serious contender, and it involved his former friend and associate, Chris Curry. Oh, Chris, you traitor! What have you done? Chris had left Sinclair by this point, no surprises there, following a disagreement over which new computer models to develop, and had gone off to form the Acorn Company. I've heard of that as well. Just over the road from Sinclair's offices in Cambridge. Acorn at this point were developing their new Proton computer, and Chris felt that this new machine might just be what the BBC was looking for. It's believed that Clive Sinclair was so convinced that his new Spectrum would be chosen by the BBC that he began to display surprising levels of arrogance during negotiations. That's not a good sign. Don't do that. Even if you're 100% sure you've got it in the bag, just assume you don't. It's always best to, because, you know, it's better not to be disappointed and look like a complete knobbo. When the BBC brought up the possibility of his company making modifications to the system, he point-blank refused. He was only offering them a chance to brand his ZX Spectrum in BBC colours, and that was the only deal on the table. Clive, they are the ones with the money. In contrast, Chris Curry and Acorn were willing and ready to work with the BBC on anything they requested. Acorn won the contract, and their Proton evolved into the BBC Micro, which ended up in the classrooms of every school in the UK. Now swamped with new orders for their machine, Acorn had won a major battle in the 80s computer war. Things reached a boiling point between Clive and Chris when Acorn subsequently released an advertisement which claimed, rather cheekily, that Sinclair computers were shoddy and unreliable. Wow, Chris? Clive? Chris? Yeah, Chris. That's a bit of a low blow. I mean, although, to be fair, like, wasn't Chris working there when everything was shoddy and unreliable, allegedly? I hope there was a big allegedly on the bottom of the poster. It's like, Sinclair computers are a bit shite, allegedly. Chris Curry was enjoying a quiet pint in the Baron of Beef pub when he suddenly saw an enraged Clive Sinclair marching towards him, armed with a rolled-up newspaper. This is going to be the most British fight ever. He just starts whacking him. With the now legendary Clive, you f***ing buggering bucket, Clive Sinclair started attacking his former friend and associate around the head with the newspaper in full view of the packed pub. It's the most British thing ever. There followed a bit of angry pushing and shoving, and the debate still rages as to whether actual punches were thrown. Probably not. They're both, like, British Cambridge dudes and computer guys. They probably just shoved each other a little bit. It wasn't Clive's finest hour. I don't know about that. But he did later apologise and the two made up shortly afterwards. Clive said, he'd slagged off my computer and I took exception to that. It was nothing too vigorous. I think he was pretty shamefaced, but we soon patched things up and we remain friends. I'm not embarrassed about it. Yeah, you shouldn't be, Clive. Good for you. You defended your computer's honour. Acorn may have won a major battle, but they ultimately lost the war. One of the main problems with BBC Micro is that it was generally seen by the kids as a stiff and boring school computer. They would work on it during school hours and then they'd go home and play cool games on their Spectrums and their Commodore 64s. Chris Curry recalls walking into a local computer store and noticing with dismay that all the kids were excitedly hanging around the bulging shelves of games for these other computers, while a couple of titles for the BBC Micro were hidden away in a quiet corner of the shop. Yeah, because everyone loves games and no one loves work. We've discussed this. Acorn was taken over by an Italian company in 1985 and pretty much disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, the ZX Spectrum shifted over 5 million units worldwide, so it all worked out well for Clive. That's nice. By this time, Clive Sinclair had become a bit of a British celebrity. On the advice of failed ice cream inventor and convicted milk thief Margaret Thatcher, he was awarded... I just did a video on Biographics, my other channel, about biographies about Margaret Thatcher. It was interesting. I hope it was balanced. Margaret Thatcher is a very divisive subject in the UK. He was awarded a knighthood in 1983 for leading a renaissance of British industry, but he often appeared in the tabloid headlines for reasons that had little to do with his business. After divorcing his first wife, with whom he had 3 children, in 1985 Sir Clive was often photographed strutting his funky stuff in nightclubs. He was romantically attached to a long line of women young enough to be his daughter, and his good friend Pete Stringfellow once revealed that Clive has a smooth way with the ladies. This is not how I imagine this dude. But there we are. One notable relationship was Angie Bowness, a former beauty queen turned tap dancer. Oh, lap dancer, that's a different thing. Clive first met her at Stringfellow's nightclub, where she charged him 10 quid for a lap dance, and then he asked her out for a meal. In many ways, it sounded like a match made in microchip heaven. It did. Angie once remarked, he didn't use a lot of words that I'd never heard of. He's actually incredibly attractive to women, you can tell from the pictures. What is going on? But Angie also revealed the small quirks in her relationship with a man 36 years her senior. Pop music like All Saints. All I could find in his flat were classical CDs, and I like to watch TV, but he prefers to read books. What a surprise. That's how I imagine the dude. Despite these cultural differences, Angie ended up becoming Lady Sinclair when she later married Sir Clive, and the marriage would last 7 years. 1985 was the year that Sir Clive launched the disastrous Sinclair C5 vehicle, a topic we've already covered in the Inventions Nobody Needed video. Yeah, this was like it was a ridiculous electric-powered tricycle or something that just seemed totally bad. I think I made a joke that if you got hit by a car, you'd just be missed afterwards because it just looked so bad. Oh, as the title of the video might suggest, the C5 was a laughable failure due to the fact that it looked absurd, it was a pain to drive, and you were likely to get mowed down by a truck if you ever did anything as foolish as taking it out on the road. Danny and I, unsurprisingly, on the same page here because we've covered it before. But following this mighty flop, Sir Clive turned his attention back to personal home computers, feeling probably a smart move there because, you know, you're good at that. Feeling compelled to move away from the gaming scene in which he had zero interest, Sir Clive wanted to go back to the roots of serious computers used for programming. He felt kind of embarrassed by his greatest invention, which was largely seen as a toy, and Clive craved more respectability with a proper computer. His knighthood wasn't enough. No one respects me! Clive, you were given a knighthood. People respect that at least in the UK. Sort of, I think. I think they do. He originally predicted that the Sinclair QL would shift around 100,000 units per month, but the release of the machine was heavily delayed. At the official launch event, Clive was trying to generate orders for the machine that didn't even have a working prototype. When the QL was eventually unveiled, it would prove to be a massive damned squib with cheap technology and a crap disk drive. The fact that Clive had refused to produce any gaming software at all for the machine didn't help matters. This is what the audience wanted and what Clive had already reluctantly given them with the ZX Spectrum. But he wasn't going down that path to riches again. Only 60,000 units were ever sold, and Sinclair Research lurched ever towards bankruptcy. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like, this Clive dude. He just assumes stuff's going to be wildly successful. Which, I don't know, whenever I launch a new YouTube channel or do another video, I'm like, it's going to be a flop. It's not going to work out. I mean, hopefully it will, but I just assume people are going to hate it and not watch it. And it's nice when they do, rather than being like, this one, bigger than PewDiePie. Business Blaze, bigger than PewDiePie. Mega project? The greatest. No, I just assume it's a bit shit. And then some people will be like, it's a bit but most people seem to like it, which is nice. Both the Sinclair C5 and the Sinclair QL had been huge financial disasters for the company, which was now being propped up by continued sales of the old ZX Spectrum, and even these were starting to dry up as customers began looking towards the next generation. Sinclair research was now in dire need of rescue. In 1985, the press announced that the fat fraudster Robert Maxwell had mounted a £12 million rescue bid for Sinclair, with the proposal being that Clive would stay on as life president and consultant, but Maxwell would effectively run the company with a new team. It's like, yeah, Clive, you're president for life. Get the f*** out. At the time, Sir Clive said he was tickled pink by the announcement, but the deal never happened. Some say that Maxwell later looked through the books and decided that it wasn't viable. It's like, yeah, I'll give you £12 million. Now I'd like to look at your accounts. Never mind. Others reckon that Clive was never remotely serious about the deal, and it was all just a plot to try and calm the nerves of panicked investors. Either way, Robert Maxwell skulked off back to his big, expensive yacht for a date with Destiny. Of course, he's the fat dude that fell off the boat in the previous videos. Sinclair research limped along into 1986, when it received a new offer from Alan Sugar and his Amstrad company. Alan Sugar. He's our equivalent of Donald Trump, except less successful, and that's saying something. And I believe he once said there's no money in software or something. And he just went into hardware. And that's why he runs Amstrad, and Bill Gates runs Microsoft. Or used to run Microsoft. Now he just gives away all his money, and people hate him for it for some reason. Idiots. Now more widely known as the host of the UK version of The Apprentice, back then, Sugar was better. Smash that dislike button, by the way. I saw an episode where Bill Gates is being interviewed about the coronavirus vaccine, and it's mostly dislikes. It's like 60% dislikes, and he's just talking about how he's giving money away. And they're like, he's injecting us with microchips! He's not a health expert! What does he know? And it's like, I don't know, he's just giving away money. He's employing experts to tell him things, and he's incredibly smart. Hell. And now this video will have like a higher percentage of dislikes because there are crazy people. Shut the up. God damn. The meeting held between Sir Clive and Alan Sugar in a Japanese karaoke restaurant must have been an intriguing clash of cultures. Sir Clive was the quiet, softly spoken inventor, while Alan Sugar was the loud, working-class cockney who spoke his mind. Clive later described Alan as delightful, very pleasant company. A witty man. Alan wasn't so kind in his response, taking the piss out of Clive's carefully cultivated Etonian accent and intellectual pretensions. But a deal was struck that day which involved Amstrad buying the rights to the Sinclair brand. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what do you expect? The guy who's like super proper and polite, even if he thinks Alan Sugar is a prick, which he probably did, he's going to be like, oh, yes, delightful chap. Yes, jolly good. Really enjoyed my lunch with him. Excellent. Jolly good old bean. And Alan Sugar is like, he's a bit of a cock, wasn't he? Even though in Clive Sinclair's mind, he's like, what a knob. Allegedly. But a deal was struck that day which involved Amstrad buying the rights to the Sinclair brand and the existing Sinclair products for £16 million, while Sir Clive was allowed to spin off Sinclair Research as a small research and consultancy company. Interestingly, the one existing Sinclair product that was not included in the deal with Amstrad was the Sinclair C5. But I'm sure Sir Alan didn't have too many qualms about that. Alan Sugar naturally dropped the Sinclair QL after he bought the rights to Sinclair, but he continued to produce pimped-up versions of the old ZX Spectrum, which extended the shelf life of the machine for another few years. But it was never quite the same again, and the golden age of Sinclair was well and truly over. During the 1990s, Sir Clive's new research company had shrunk to just himself and 2 employees. By the end of the decade, he was working completely alone again, just as he had started out with Sinclair Radionics in the 1960s. He later seemed more interested in poker than products, popping up as a celebrity guest on the UK's late-night poker TV show and attending major professional tournaments around the world. His biggest ever recorded win was $30,000, and he's currently ranked 57,454th on the all-time earners list. I'm guessing that's not where he made the majority of his money. But although he's pissed about a bit with new electric bikes, he's still alive? Kind of assumed he was dead. There we go. Which look alarmingly like the old Sinclair C5, and C-scooters and wheelchair drive units. Sir Clive has remained largely under the radar since the 1980s. So under the radar, I assumed he was dead. Today he doesn't have much truck with the internet or modern computers. He says our machines were lean and efficient. The sad thing is that today's computers totally abuse their memory, totally wasteful. You have to wait for the damn thing to boot up, just appalling designs. Absolute mess, so dreadful it's heartbreaking. This guy sounds like Donald Trump. Totally wasteful. Absolute mess. So dreadful. Considering just how much power and magic Sir Clive managed to cram into that 48 kilobit spectrum, you kind of do see his point a bit. Yeah, I know. Why do things take so long to load? Come on. I just never turn my computer off, problem solved. You know, it's only having after written this script that I'm beginning to think that Sir Clive was less of a hero and more of a hopeless dick in so many ways. I knew I should have gone with Yoko Ono on the topic for this one. Danny makes another callback to a joke that I made. Incredible. His problem seemed to be that he devoted most of his resources into things that nobody really wanted, such as tiny TV sets and crap electric tricycles. His one crowning glory was something that seemed to embarrass him, and after scoring huge, almost accidental success and acclaim with the ZX Spectrum, he ran away and designed more stuff that nobody wanted, like a serious computer without any games. No one wants a serious computer, Clive. It's all about the games. If only he had followed trends a little more carefully, and he would be a billionaire by now, and the British computer industry might have not fallen so quickly to American giants such as IBM and Microsoft and Apple. Alas, we've got Amstrad though, don't we? The UK computer giants that dominated the scene of the 1980s have long since driven off into the sunset, presumably on a battered old Sinclair C5 with a knackered battery. Ba-da-boom-boom. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. This video was sponsored by our friends over at Dashlane, so please do check them out. Link below, and thank you for watching. It's like, yeah, Clive, you're president for life. Get the f*** out. No one wants to eat shit. I mean, it's why we have the expression, eat shit. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon. You can purchase this Blaze Enron style shirt at purchasethemerch.co, but more importantly than that, you should get yourself something for free, zero charge, much like this episode, except every time I see that, it's like, oh, well, I'm watching all the ads, aren't I, Simon? I'm just like, well, you're not paying for them, are you? Although they are paying me, thank you. I'll stop being a dick about it. This is an episode all about the world's worst restaurants. What happens here is Danny will write me a script, I will read the script, and then Sam, afterwards, will add some fine vintage memes. And sometimes he adds modern memes, like the, Daddy chill. I originally intended the starter course of this script to be a personal anecdote based on a memorable experience of dining out in an utterly absurd themed restaurant. But after racking my brains what feels like seconds, this is the high quality. Danny puts a lot of time and thought into Business Blaze scripts. I can't remember ever eating out in a restaurant with a particularly strange theme. Maybe we're not quite as big on themed restaurants here in the UK as in other parts of the world. Indeed, I can't really think of any themed restaurant that I've been to. I mean, I think maybe the biggest theme we would possibly have would be like American restaurants. Like you can go to a place and it's like it has those, you know, diner-style couches that have an American menu. They'll call things cell phone. OG Business Blaze reference right there. That kind of shit. The best I can come up with is I once got dragged along to a cat cafe in the grim north of England, in which you get to enjoy a coffee and a tuna baguette in the company of a clutter of cats mooching about the place and puking up furballs everywhere. Yeah, I've been to a cat cafe a couple of times, and I just found the cats, they don't want, like, you go to the cat cafe and you're like, sweet, I like cats. You're gonna be like petting some cats and they just mostly want to be left alone because they're not your cat. The whole place stank of cat piss, but the food was pretty good, so I got an 8 out of 10. Generous, Danny. I'll be like, the baguette can be good, but if it stinks of cat piss everywhere, it's going to affect my experience. Although I know, you know what you're getting into. You're going to a cat cafe. But the whole concept of themed restaurants is quite odd when you think about it. I understand why it might be exciting to take kids to a restaurant in the shape of a tank or a space rocket. And I can see the reasoning behind theming a restaurant around the culture of the cuisine. For example, there's an Austrian restaurant in London in which you can enjoy random yodeling in the background, cowbell shows, and live accordion music. That sounds terrible. Not exactly my cup of Weizenbier, but at least there's some logic behind it. Actually, thinking about it, it wasn't a themed restaurant, but like thinking of restaurants, you know, in a rocket or a tank or whatever. On the border between Czech and Austria, like if you just drive directly south, there is a plane from Niki Lauda, who's a Lauda, or however you say it, was a Formula 1 driver. I think he bought an airline, and this was one of his planes, like a Niki Lauda airline plane, that has been put up on a thing, and it's been turned into a restaurant. I mean, I've never eaten there because I'm like, why would I want to eat inside of a plane? But I've driven past it a few times and I'll be like, well, I'm sure the food's terrible. However, if anyone asked me to recommend a good local restaurant, I would normally assume that they're interested in hearing about the quality of the food and the customer service and maybe the pricing. After all, nobody wants to pay $50 just to get a bowl of really crap guacamole thrown in their faces by a grumpy waiter. I wouldn't expect them to be asking me to recommend the restaurant with the most exciting and unusual theme. Yeah, can you imagine this? Like someone else, yeah, so we're just in town for a couple of nights. You got somewhere you'd recommend going? Oh yeah, there's a great Mexican place. If you just go 2 corners over, just right there. Brilliant tacos, brilliant. But does it have a theme? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's Mexican, but I mean, it's not in the shape of a giant rocket or like a tank or anything like that. It's just a regular restaurant, alright? I guess our little TripAdvisor. Maybe some people do think along those lines. I don't give a shit what they put in front of me or how much it costs. I just want to be entertained by decor and trimmings based around a completely irrelevant subject matter. No one said this ever. Fortunately, for these weirdos who demand a bit more spice in their dining experience, there's a ridiculous restaurant out there to suit just about every taste. Modern toilet. Maybe this is where I came up with this idea, because there's a toilet, I think it's in Japan. The whole restaurant is themed around the shit. Why? There are all kinds of stories relating to what exactly the greatest scientists and inventors were doing at exactly the moment they had the light bulb moment. We've all heard of Archimedes leaping out of the bath with a cry of eureka and Isaac Newton getting clobbered over the head with an apple. And of course, most of these stories are made up as a smokescreen to hide the embarrassing and indisputable fact that 97% of the greatest ideas in the history of humankind were hatched while sitting on the toilet. But a former banker from Taiwan called Dao Ming Zi is refreshingly happy to admit that he was sitting on the toilet when he first cooked up the idea for a brilliantly original new restaurant venture. If I was being hypercritical, though, I would say that his wild imagination didn't dare to venture outside of the walls of the bathroom in any way. I've spoiled this one, haven't I? Because his restaurant's themed around toilets, and now Danny's explaining how he got there. I know I should read these ahead because it would make for higher quality content, but this has just become a meme on the channel at this point. If you're new here, I'm sorry for letting you down. Because Dao Ming Zi had decided to launch a restaurant based entirely on a bathroom, with particular emphasis on the toilet. When you walk into a modern toilet, you'll find that toilets and showerheads and plungers elegantly decorate the walls as you're escorted to your seat, which is actually a porcelain and thankfully non-functioning toilet. I don't know, it'd be quite convenient. You're just like, I'm really full. The table is a bathroom sink covered with a glass top, while your meals and drinks are served in miniature toilet bowls and plastic urinal-shaped vessels, respectively. You're even allowed to take the latter home with you if you like. Perhaps the most disturbing thing on the menu is the chocolate ice cream. Oh no, I can see where this is going. Why? No one wants to eat shit. I mean, it's why we have the expression, eat shit. Which may not sound too ominous at first. It's like that. Oh, what's the movie with Adam Sandler? Is it Happy Gilmore? Where he's like, the bad guy's like, oh, you pieces of shit, like you for breakfast. And he's like, you eat pieces of shit for breakfast? Wah! Which may not sound too ominous at first, but when it arrives, you'll find that the restaurant has gone out of its way to present the dessert in the style of a curly pile of feces. Probably best to just go for the vanilla. It's like that Nathan For You episode where he persuades the owner of an ice cream shop to make a shit-flavored ice cream, and they go through this scientific process of preparing it and all of this, and it's not popular or successful.
It smells like it is Austin.
It may sound like a business destined to disappear down the plug hole, but a bum bum. But at one point, the chain had expanded into 20 different branches across Taiwan and Hong Kong. Oh my god. But not without the odd little accident, which perhaps shouldn't have been entirely unexpected. Yes, in May 2018, one customer in a Hong Kong branch got a little confused and decided to unleash her chocolate Thunderbird rockets, Danny, no, into the non-functioning toilet on which she was sitting. You've got to be so dumb to do that, right? Really? The restaurant was evacuated and closed down for 2 weeks. Someone's getting sued. Which seems like a surprisingly long time to sort out that kind of shit. Ba-da-bum-bum. Still, only those wacky East Asians would turn such a balmy business idea into a thriving success, right? Well, that feels vaguely racist, Danny, if I'm honest. Well, no, not really. Inspired by the modern toilet revolution, similar restaurants started popping up. Oh, again, bada-bum-bum. Across the US, including the Magic Restroom in LA, of course it's LA, where you could order a chocolate sundae called Black Poop or a vanilla and strawberry sundae called Bloody Number 2. That is not right. Sadly though, the Magic Restroom was closed after just 8 months. of doing its business. Good. No one wants this. The bloody number 2, what the is wrong with you? Smoking crack? Devil's Island Prison Restaurant. I always thought that the reward behind making the effort to go out for a restaurant meal was to enjoy an experience that is likely to be more enjoyable than just staying indoors again and munching on some microwavable pizza pockets while watching the world turn to shit on the news. God, that's depressing. But if you're thinking of soaking the ambience of Devil's Island's prison restaurants in China, I'm not entirely convinced that a pleasurable experience is listed anywhere on the menu. Situated in the eastern port of Tianjin, the restaurant is designed to emulate the thrilling experience of living the life of an incarcerated criminal who got caught banged to right. Which I feel like, you know, in Europe or America, it'd be like, yeah, okay, so you're in like a prison canteen, there's like a metal table, you get served on a metal tray, all of this shit. Whereas in China, they're just like, no, it's just, well, yeah, we're gonna torture you for a little bit. There's gonna be feces everywhere. This is just how I imagine Chinese prison. You might even get executed. As soon as you've stepped through the sinister steel entrance, you get photographed and fingerprinted, and are even given the option to get handcuffed too, but I suspect that would make consuming a meal far trickier than it needs to be. Bloody hell, especially when you have to use chopsticks. After you're guided through the murky corridors adorned with chains and barred windows, you arrive at your mocked-up cell guarded fiercely by staff in prison officer uniforms, and you can place your order with a waiter dressed in a traditional stripy black and white convict outfit. This actually sounds kind of fun so far. It sounds more like, you know, interactive theatre in a way. The food itself is served on a standard metal tray and designed to look like simplistic prison grub, albeit with optional fried bread in the shape of coffins. Why? Why? But the reviews seem to indicate it tastes alright, so the experience is not entirely drenched in misery, and you're not getting served genuine prison slop. Apparently, the original idea behind the restaurant was to frighten people away from criminal activity. But this seems like quite a bizarre premise on which to build a dining experience. Maybe some religious group should try launching a restaurant on fire to ward non-believers away from the perils of sin and eternal damnation. Don't do that. I can't say I'm really compelled to visit Prison Island restaurant, though I'll stick with microwavable pizza pockets tonight. I don't know, I'll give that a go. That sounds kind of fun. I'm into that. The Exchange Bar and Grill. I feel like I've heard of this one. Is this the one where it's like the price of drinks and stuff fluctuates based on demand? I thought this was cool. I'd like to go there. Just directly before I started writing full-time for a living about 10 years ago now, I spent a year working from home as a day trader on the stock market. In many ways, it was a brilliantly simple year. I once made a fortune before I'd even had breakfast by just repeatedly buying low and selling high on the exact same fluctuating stock all morning. Wait, if it was this simple, everyone would be a billionaire. I want to see how this ends. Of course, it's a bit less exciting when all your money is locked into shares that have fallen dramatically since you bought them, and there's not much you can do about it other than twiddle your thumbs and hope that they go up again one day. Yeah, this is like... Overall, it doesn't work out for the vast majority of people, always remember that. No matter what some clown on YouTube is trying to tell you. That was around the time that I started freelance writing just to take my mind off the ever-tumbling value of everything I owned. The shares never went back up again, so I ended up selling at a massive loss and giving up. Yeah, that's just what happens to most people who do this. But now I can relive those glory days of sitting in my pants and shouting, buy, sell, buy, to my dog by visiting the Exchange Bar and Grill in Manhattan, New York. The restaurant is themed around the New York Stock Exchange, and a giant LCD ticket tape is displayed above the long bar area, which scrolls through fluctuations in price of all of the drinks on offer. The prices rise and fall in accordance with this is so cool, with the current demands. I love this idea. So your goal is to try and seize the moment that your tipple of preference has hit rock bottom before you leap to the bar and shout, I demand a pint of Meteor Fizz. OG business place reference there. Ba-da-bum-bum. It's not quite as utterly preposterous as it might sound. Danny and I apparently, I thought themed restaurants beginning this, I'm like, this is bullshit. But all of these, except for the toilet one, sound pretty cool. It's not quite as preposterous as it might sound, just very close. The fluctuations only apply to drinks, so you can order a meal with the peace of mind that you're not suddenly going to get charged 100 times more than you were expecting. And the prices of drinks usually fluctuate in gradual increments of 25 cents, reaching a $2 plateau in either direction. So a bottle of Heineken priced at around $4 will likely climb no higher than $6 per bottle and drop no lower than $2, which sounds like a pretty reasonable price until you realize you're in America, and then it's like, oh yeah, it was $4. But it's actually $9, because there's 29% service, 400% tax, and all sorts of other weird that gets added onto the bill in America. You're like, why can't you just price it at the price that it says? I'd feel much better if you just said it was $8 and charged me $8 rather than being like, it's $4 and the bill comes and it's like, it's actually $8. I lied. The restaurant's happy hour is modeled on a market crash in which all the drinks are temporarily available at the lowest possible price. So when the bartender shouts, the market is crashing, this is met with exactly the kind of whoops of delight and joy that you wouldn't find in a real stock market. Maybe this is a bold new approach to gamifying the usual dull routine of ordering a drink from a bar. Maybe it's a clever way of trying to shift drinks that aren't moving very fast today by encouraging the shrewder boozer to play the game and buy the cheapest stock. Maybe it's just a daft novelty gimmick that creates lots of pissing about at the bar for everyone concerned. I'd get into this, and the more I drank, the more I get into it. I'd be like, buy it, come on! Either way, it may not have proved to be a wise long-term investment. Although business was booming at the Exchange Bar and Grill for several years, the bubble burst quite recently as the last order bell rang one crushing final time. Oh no! Next up, the Heart Attack Grill. I would imagine that most people book a table at a restaurant when they fancy a pleasant night out with their partner, or friends, or family. But in the case of the Heart Attack Grill, originally located in Arizona, the venue seems more like a fun euthanasia restaurant where unhealthy diners go to die. Okay. Riding defiantly against the tide of healthier living, the restaurant is themed around the idea of a hospital dishing out heart attacks on a plate. As you walk through the hospital doors, the scantily clad nurse provides you with a hospital gown, which also serves as a handy bib. After you've been weighed and had your blood pressure taken, you can order your culinary prescription from a waiter dressed as a doctor. This is all very elaborate, isn't it? The restaurant's signature dish is the quadruple bypass burger, consisting of 4 half-pound patties, 20 strips of bacon, and 8 slices of cheese, served with flatliner fries, which are deep-fried in pure lard. Oh my god. This sounds awful, but amazing. You can wash all of that down with a drop of wine, served in an IV bag, or a shot of something a little stronger from a novelty syringe-shaped vessel. This is kind of fun. The only vegan option on the menu is cigarettes. Oh, I love it. And kids can join in the fun with their own candy cigarettes. Is that even legal? It came as a surprise to me that the sale of candy cigarettes is even legal in North America. Yes, as I'm pretty sure the rest of the world has banned them 30 years ago. You can still buy candy sticks, which are exactly the same kind of thing, but they don't have the offending red bit at the end. Yeah, no, these were not legal when I was a kid. You better make sure that you clear your plate, otherwise one of the nurses will give you a spanking with a giant paddle, which you can take home as a souvenir of public humiliation. I'm not sure what that has got to do with medicine and nursing and all of that, but I mean, okay. And in quite an unusual marketing move, customers who weigh over 350 pounds, it's pretty heavy, that's 25 stone in proper measuring, can eat for free. They can eat you could just eat totally for free? What? Seems a bit weird to me to give your prime target audience a free pass, but the restaurant seems to be doing pretty well following a move from Arizona to Las Vegas in 2011. Of course, Heart Attack Grill has naturally attracted criticism in some quarters over the distinctive strategy of customers getting served with obscenely unhealthy food by underdressed nurses. I won't comment on the underdressed nurses part, but the idea of having a place that serves unhealthy food, we know what we're getting into as customers. We can choose to go there, or if we want to go to like healthy salad vegan restaurant, we can. It's up to us. What's the problem? But just imagine the storm if a customer had suffered a real heart attack while dining out of the restaurant. People, I'm sure, suffer heart attacks in restaurants every day. It would be entertainment. Someone's death would be entertainment, I suppose, but it wouldn't be like, oh my god, outrageous. It's like, fat people are eating there for free. Well, we don't have to imagine because it's actually happened twice. Okay, I should read these ahead. In one tragic case, the other customers in the diner thought that it was all just a fun publicity stunt, so they gathered around the heart attack victim to take photographs and selfies during his dying spasms. It wasn't. I was wrong. That's not going to go down well. But I bet it's still there, and I bet it's still doing fine, and it's getting free coverage here, and I'd go there. I think that sounds fun. Cabbages and condoms. Some restaurants are brave enough to promise cast iron guarantees in their catchy marketing slogans. 100% satisfaction, or your money back. We'll serve you within 90 seconds of taking your order. Our chef washes his hands at least once a week. Mwah! We don't keep any dead lions in the freezer, none at all. In fact, we don't. Why you brought it up, really? OG Business Plays joke right there. None of these promises we can make on Business Plays because your satisfaction is not guaranteed in any way whatsoever. Smash that dislike button. By the way, we actually have shirts that say smash the dislike button, which you can purchase at perchthemerch.co. Cabbages and condoms in Bangkok, Thailand serves up a different kind of promise about the dishes on offer. Our food is guaranteed not to cause pregnancy. Jesus Christ, I'd be a little bit worried if it could cause pregnancy, to be honest. I mean, how? Why? What? But although the name of this condom-themed restaurant may sound a little odd, there's actually a very important message lurking somewhere in the lunacy. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing how we get there. There's nothing particularly salty about the traditional Thai menu. It's more to do with the eccentric decor. You'll find condoms hanging in just about every nook and cranny of the venue. They're dangling from the dresses of mannequins, from the beard of a life-size Santa statue, and entire strings of lights on the ceiling are held together by condoms. What's going on? Instead of getting furnished with an after-dinner mint at the climax of the meal, you're naturally given a condom instead. But I think they may have taken the concept just a little bit too far with the waiters who are occasionally inclined to serve your food while struggling to talk or even breathe because they've shoved their head inside a giant inflated condom. I really don't understand at first where the cabbages came into all of this, but according to the founder, Mechai something, who first launched the restaurant in the 1970s, the idea is that you find cabbages everywhere in Bangkok and condoms should be equally as ubiquitous and accessible as the humble cabbage. This is very, very strange. A former economist, Mechai believes that controlling the population growth is the key to improving quality of life, and he's keen to help promote a better understanding and acceptance of family planning in Thailand. Over the years, the restaurant has supported numerous non-profit sex education and AIDS prevention groups, and has founded school-based programs to help the fight against poverty. Good for him. Condoms and Cabbage has now expanded into several branches across Thailand, and a new restaurant has very recently rolled up in the UK for the first time. You're probably still better off taking the younger kids to McDonald's, though. New Lucky Restaurant. I'm never quite sure exactly how noisy a good restaurant is supposed to be. Quiet.
Silence! I kill you!
If you're trying to enjoy your meal against a backdrop of hooligans throwing tables and pint glasses at each other while simultaneously trying to do the locomotion, I expect you might end up complaining about the chaotic atmosphere. But if the restaurant is so deathly quiet, you can hear a pin drop, some people would complain that it's as dead as a graveyard. Sometimes it seems as if the restaurant can't win. The funny thing about the New Lucky Restaurant in India is that it manages to mash up the two extremes. It's a lively and vibrant venue, which is as dead as a graveyard. Because many of your fellow diners are really dead. Oh god, what's going on? Located in the Lao Darwaza region of Amadem, the tables of this acclaimed restaurant are scattered around no less than 12 genuine coffins and burial sarcophagi, which are believed to belong to Muslim followers of a 16th century Sufi saint. This was never meant to be an intentional design theme, though. In the 1960s, Krishnan Kutty had snapped up the land for a bargain price and had plans from the beginning to build a fairly traditional restaurant on top of it. But he maybe should have looked into the paperwork a little bit more closely, or perhaps even paid a visit to the lands that he was buying. Because Krishnan was completely unaware that the site was a former cemetery, which was still scattered with bones and deathly relics from yesteryear. Clean that shit up, dude. Upon making this discovery, he had every right to quietly dispose of these 500-year-old bodies to make room for more restaurant tables. Yeah, it's okay, they're 500 years old, no one's visiting the graves. But as a mark of respect to the fallen, he instead decided to build the restaurant around the coffins, which are cleaned every day and presented with fresh flowers. On a reassure, I don't know, if I'm that dead dude in that coffin, I'm gonna be like, I don't know if I'm happy about that. I'll just put me in the ocean or whatever. Or wherever they get rid of coffins. Probably not the ocean, that'd be a bit weird. Probably just throw them away, don't they? Oh, now I don't know what I would prefer. Just cremation. Or just freeze me. On a reassuring note, it's not likely that anyone could just walk up to them and open the lid for a bit of a laugh, as the coffins are protected by iron grills. I should hope so. And Christian claims that eating a meal amongst the dead brings you good luck. He just made that up, didn't he? Which explains why you see so many people in Rotherham enjoying a midnight kebab takeaway feast out of the local graveyards. No, Danny, they're just drunk. Oh, but maybe he's onto something, or maybe he just serves particularly good butter rolls. Over 60 years later, goddamn, his New Lucky Restaurant is still very much alive and kicking. This has been Business Place. Thank you for watching. Please do check out today's fantastic sponsor, Ground News, who are linked to below. If you'd like to purchase some merch from me, we got that Dislike Button t-shirt, we got Legends merch, we've got this Enron-style Blaze merch. There's mugs as well, and hoodies and all of that shit. It's linked to below as well. And thank you for watching. Into it, I'd be like, buy it, come on! Danny, no! Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Place, Walt Disney's Draconian Murder Town. Oh, there's a story behind this one. Hold on. So, Danny and I, we have a production management system where we discuss what we're going to be writing about and what videos we're going to make. And so Danny writes to me, I'm sure you've probably seen there's an annoying guy in the comments who spent the last few months asking us to look at the story of Celebration, Disney's failed town. I'll try and find his name if we get to it. I don't know if Danny does. But it does sound like quite an interesting story. It was supposed to be Disney's a happy Disney World town, but it ended up as a creepy village with appalling schools, murders, suicides, etc. And I replied to this Hey Danny, ha 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 ha. That's what I wrote. Normally, I purposefully don't do the ones that people ask for over and over again because I'm a dick. But this one does sound pretty fun. Approved. So, annoying commenter. Here we go. You're welcome. I just had to get that dig in early on because I don't want people posting the same over and over again. It actually means I'm less likely to make it. And if you start getting all demanding, I'm just going to ban you. And people are like, oh, Simon, you're infringing on his freedom of speech. Yeah, I am. I don't care. I'm European. We don't believe in that. I never got a chance to visit a Walt Disney World resort when I was a kid. Danny didn't. I did. I went many times. It was awesome. I don't say that to elicit sympathy. No one's feeling sorry for you, Danny. If anyone's feeling sorry for you, they're just feeling sorry that you're locked in the basement, not that you didn't get to go to Disney World. I don't think that I would have ever fancied going anyway. Oh, Danny, it's awesome. As much as I love the early Walt Disney classic films, and consider Pinocchio and Dumbo to be amongst the most beautiful films ever crafted, I never warmed to the idea of traveling thousands of miles to be patted on the head by people dressed up as Mickey Mouse and Goofy. Dude, oh, come on, you were like, I don't know, when do kids find this entertaining? 5 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years, I don't know. And I'll see kids walking down the street and I'll be like to my wife, how old is that kid? She'll be like, I don't know, 3? Maybe 7? I don't know. I'm assuming as you have a kid and you see how, how they look at different ages, you get, because already I'm like, that baby's young, that baby is older, which I couldn't do before. Besides, we had our own entertainment in Rotherham in the 80s and 90s. Every Thursday afternoon, everyone flocked to see the latest public hanging in the town square, just opposite Woolworths. Danny's joking, obviously. We didn't execute people in the 80s and 90s. They used to hand out free potted meat sandwiches at halftime. Those were simpler days. I mean, it's funny, but it's also kind of up. Of course, although Walt Disney was still around to oversee the opening of the original Disneyland site in California in 1955, he never lived to see the completion of the much more ambitious Walt Disney World Resort in Florida in 1971. But in fact, even this was just one component of a much wider Florida project, which originally included plans to build Disney's very own Town of Tomorrow. I feel like I've made a video about this this is all very familiar to me, which normally means I've made a video about this on one of my other channels, and people are going to be like, Simon, I don't believe you can't remember you made a video about this 3 months ago. And whenever someone says that, I'm like, you're clearly unaware of how many videos I make. Sometimes I'll look and it'll be like, there's a video I recorded last week, and I'm like, I recorded that already? I know nothing about that. And although it took several more decades for Disney's fantastic dream to become a reality, it's fair to say that it ends up more like a Nightmare on Elm Street than anything that the great animator himself would have drawn up. Before we go, I've never seen a Nightmare on Elm Street. That surprises absolutely nobody. But before we go any further, we should just say that this topic idea was suggested, oh, here we go, by viewer Brian Cook about 200 bloody times. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Just goes to show that perseverance can sometimes pay off. Danny, no! But Brian's original suggestion about covering the failed town of Celebration is open to questioning. I'm not convinced that the town project could be considered a complete failure, yet it certainly took some surprising and quite macabre twists and turns, which feel a million miles away from Donald Duck and the often overlooked Clarabelle Cow. What the f*** is Clarabelle Cow, Danny? In October 1966, again, people are going to be like, Simon, you never heard of Clarabelle Cow? You never heard of Clarabelle Cow? You're so dumb.
I don't care about backlash.
Smash that dislike button. In October 1966, Walt Disney made a short film in which he unveiled some of his plans for Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. Isn't Epcot that convention center in Los Angeles? I've been there for VidCon like 2 years ago. Obviously not this year. No one goes anywhere this year. There's nothing to do except work. Disney had been secretly snapping up tens of thousands of acres of land in somewhere in Florida, or Osceola County, who cares? The majority of which was earmarked for the planned new theme park resort. But it also set aside about 5,000 acres of land for the Epcot project. This would be an entire city inside a climate-controlled dome, which would draw upon the very latest technology from the American industry. Instead of cars and buses, citizens would use a massive monorail, which would span the entire utopia. That does sound... Isn't the weather in Florida really good, though? It's, like, warm all the time. I mean, building, I guess, the big dome, you can, like, make it 20 degrees. But in that case, like, why not just go somewhere where the climate's a little bit more moderate? In Walt's own words, Epcot would be a real city that would never cease to be a blueprint of the future. Obviously, I've got this confused, because if Epcot is in Florida, because there's the Epcot Center. I thought that was the one in Los Angeles, but I guess I'm wrong. I'm obviously wrong, because, you know, Danny actually researches stuff and I just stand here and talk shit.
It's just the way it is. I'm just a messenger.
Walt Disney died from lung cancer just a few days after producing the promotional film, and although the Walt Disney World Resort would open its doors 5 years later, the whole Epcot project was put on ice indefinitely without Walt to drive it forward. It's possible that everyone else in the company just thought it was one of Walt Disney's sillier ideas, like Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Danny, there's so many references I don't get today. I'm like, what is... I feel like I've also done a video about mentioning Oswald, like I've heard of it, but I have no idea what it's about. Or maybe Danny's just brought it up before, or maybe it's a throwback to an OG Business Plays joke, which I don't remember. I don't know. And it's interesting to ponder just how far Walt Disney may have gone in his quest for absolute power had he lived a little longer. A notorious control freak, it's often speculated that Walt Disney's ambitions went way beyond the building of pleasant little communities. He ultimately wanted to build a private Disney government in Florida, in charge of its own taxes and roads and public amenities. He wanted to erect a Disney kingdom with himself sitting on a glorious throne. It sometimes seems a shame he couldn't just stick to drawing cartoons. I don't know, that sounds pretty awesome. Like, if you're rich and powerful, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna be king. Goals. This is just the start. First, I make a lot of YouTube channels. Take over YouTube, take over the world. Although at the Epcot project gathered dust for decades, some bright spark at Disney decided to resurrect the idea in the early 1990s. They hadn't really done much with the 5,000 acres of land in the southern portion of the Reedy Creek Improvement District. The land was kind of just isolated from other Disney developments and wasn't really within walking distance of any of the theme parks. The nearest park was 5.5 miles to Hollywood Studios. That is a distance. So Disney had always been faced with a dilemma over what exactly to do with this annexed land. By 1994, the company announced that they were investing $2.5 billion, that is a lot of money, into developing a new town called Celebration, a new utopian community inspired by Walt Disney's original vision, but without the cool monorail thing. Also, it was like 1994. When was the original one? Like 1950s or whatever? Yeah, it's like, monorails are like, yeah, it's okay. I mean, isn't it just a railway with like one track that's elevated? It's like, why not put that shit underground? We have the technology. We've had the technology longer. It's obviously better if it's underground because then you don't have an ugly-ass monorail riding around. Like, underground metros. Metros are more popular for a reason. It's difficult to grasp if Disney were looking to the future or just looking to the past when they started building Celebration. It sounds like they were doing both, Danny. Although it was promoted as a state-of-the-art town, it also appeared to build on a foundation of nostalgia. These words came from Disney's very own sale pitch. There was once a place where neighbors greeted neighbors in the quiet of summer twilight, where children chased fireflies, and porch swings provided easy refuge from the cares of the day. The movie house showed cartoons on Saturday, the grocery store delivered, and there was one teacher who always knew you had that special something. Remember that place? That place doesn't exist. It's called nostalgia. Everyone's like, oh, you know, the 1950s is the classic example. It's like, yeah, 1950s, in America particularly, like, oh, it's so rosy and everything's nice. And then it's like, yeah, except it was really racist. And wasn't everyone going to be blown up by nuclear bombs? It's like, oh, it was so nice. It's not nice. Everyone thinks the past is better when the reality is that the present is almost always better than the past. Even with this COVID that's going on right now, that's better than most times in history. It really is. It's not, I mean, it's not better than like 2018 or whatever, but it's like, it's better than, you know, the Spanish flu, the bubonic plague, any of the major wars. Some of those words would come back to haunt Disney. Okay. Chasing fireflies ended in trouble, eh, Disney? The first residents moved into the town in June 1996 after Disney held a lottery for a chance to buy one of the first 474 homes. Oh my god, people love Disney so much. Like, I'm on Twitter, and I see people, like, raving about Disney, like adults, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, Disney's cool and all that, but people would eat this up. New residents found what appeared to be an immaculate, picture-perfect town with candy-coloured houses and gleaming white picket fences and old-world lanterns. There was barely a sign of any cars or garbage cans or anything that might be considered unsavoury, as these were all hidden away in special lanes behind the homes. That's pretty clever. On a slightly surreal note, the town even had its own soundtrack of sorts. Muzak was constantly piped out to speakers hidden away in palm trees, and the setlist had an unusual focus on jolly Christmas songs. Okay, now we're getting a bit dystopian and weird. Oh, the postal workers must be driven insane. You're like, you're walking around delivering letters, it's like, ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba da. I don't know what song that is, but it sounds, you know, like Muzak. Ba 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 da ba da. Shut the fuck up! Ah! And the postal workers go postal. So even if it was the middle of June, you'd often hear blasts of Santa Claus is coming to town as you popped down to the shops to buy some milk and cigarettes and painkillers. Yeah, you need it. In a similar fashion to one of Disney's own movies, it might have all just seemed a bit too good to be true. It sounded quite painful. And I also get the feeling it's one of those places where they frown upon drinking heavily. I'll be like, well, that's boring, isn't it? As you go down to the pub, it's like, oh, what's there? Oh, we got butterbeer! Oh! And that's not Harry, that's Harry Potter, isn't it? I don't know, whatever they drink in like Disney movies, because it's not beer, is it? And everyone knows beer is awesome. And that's largely because it was completely fake. Residents would wake up to the beautiful sound of the dawn chorus every morning, but it wasn't produced by real birds. The noise was coming from those hidden speakers in the palm trees. Snow would fall every day in winter, but those thick layers of snow accumulating on the rooftops weren't made up of real snow, or even artificial snow. It was shaving cream. Oh no, why? It's no wonder the residents soon began questioning everything they saw and wondering if they'd somehow ended up in the Truman Show. If I lived there, I'd get suspicious that I was possibly spending my Friday nights drinking fake beer from a fake bar populated by creepy automatons. Yeah, dude, this sounds weird. And it wasn't too long before the cracks in the gleaming facades started to show. Getting quite excited about this. Look, Kevin, or whatever your name was, this wasn't actually a bad suggestion. You have to ask so many times, it drives me insane. One of the problems with Disney's utopian combination of the glory days and the future is that it did appear to be a very diverse version of the future. Part of the reason they ran a random lottery for the first homes was supposedly to prevent racial discrimination against home buyers. But it didn't really work because the houses were so wildly expensive, they just got snapped up by affluent white people. It's interesting to note that Disney was happy to donate $900,000 to Osceola County, or whatever it's called, to help poorer residents of the county buy houses under $80,000. But the starting price of a Celebration house back then was $125,000. Wait, that seems like obvious and blatant discrimination, guys. Do better! Yeah, we'll help you buy a house outside of our beautiful, pure, snowy white shaving cream town. Like, f***ing hell, Disney, you dicks. So Disney seemed to be giving the impression they're willing to help poorer citizens get onto the property adder just anywhere except their fairy tale town. Yes. Oh, approximately 88% of Celebration's small population was white, in comparison to the surrounding county's 59% white population. Oh, Disney! Those who were rich enough to live in Disney's town found themselves restricted by some quite bizarre rules and regulations, which were conveyed in the town's 166-page community charter, designed to make life pleasant for everyone. I'd never read that shit. That would not happen. I'd not live here. I want to live in the opposite of this. I want to live in like Mad Max town. I don't really. But this is way too good and Mad Max is way too bad. You know what works quite well? The real world. The first residents were required to attend workshop sessions to learn all about how to become a good citizen. There were rules on keeping your lawn at a certain height, what plants you were allowed to grow in your garden. I'd just be growing coca plants. What colours of curtains and blinds were acceptable, what colour of mulch was permitted to be around the base of your trees, and how many people were allowed in a bedroom at one time. Oh my. One school kid even got detention for walking to school. Even though she lived just around the corner, children were required to either catch the bus or get dropped off by their parents. Walking around the corner was strictly forbidden.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Alright, steady on Disney. You're worried about all those random pedophiles that you selected. The Celebration School had its own share of problems though. The $20 million establishment was an unusual K-12 model, taking kids in from kindergarten to the age of 12, but it seems that Disney was attempting to reinvent the typical American classroom with experimental new education techniques. Instead of one teacher overseeing a class of 20 to 30 students of a similar age, the Celebration School saw 3 teachers taking charge of a sprawling class of over 80 students. All from completely different ages. This makes no sense. Parents complained that the school was chaotic, and the lessons seemed to be a complete waste of time with serious academic shortcomings. Oh my. On top of that, traditional grading was thrown out of the class window in favours of teachers compiling ridiculously detailed report cards with blow-by-blow criticisms of every single failing of every single child. A far cry from my own school reports, which seemed quite thin in comparison and largely consisted of single sentences such as, "Who on earth is Daniel?" Sure, he attends this school. Oh, Danny, you've been bunking off. What do the Americans say? Someone told me when I said bunking off before, like, was it playing hooky or something like that? That feels familiar. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a movie I've seen. Mwah! It's a great movie.
Yep.
And what else did I want to say? Yeah, getting report cards. We used to get pretty detailed report cards from school, and they'd come like, you get them, I think it was 6 times a year, so like 3 big ones, like at the end of each term, and then 3 small ones every half term. And the first week of every holiday, like when you're away from school, was like dreading that the report card arrives, and you're like, oh, what are they going to say about me? I was often a good student, but I often was, I fluctuated wildly. Like I'd have terms where it's just like, I just didn't work. And there'd be another term where I worked really hard. So it was very up and down. One of the most notable landmarks of Celebration became famous by tragic accident. Just a few kilometers south of the main town was a large pond, which was to become known as Death Pond. Oh god. Oh no. Danny, we've talked about this. Death isn't funny. We'll try. If you happen to take a wrong turn on your way in or out of the town, you would risk plunging straight into the water, and Disney had decided not to bother putting up any warning signs to alert drivers of this potentially fatal hazard. Back in the summer of 1998, 3 young men had been enjoying a holiday in Florida, but they then seemed to vanish off the face of the earth. As you might have been able to guess, their decomposed bodies and car were later eventually found at the bottom of Death Pond. That is so dark. Rumours have since circulated that several other cars and bodies were found in the haunted Pond of Doom on that day, although I suspect that the police probably would have noted this down somewhere. That does sound like a bit of exaggeration. It's like, oh yeah, we found like 17 cars down there. Let's just not write that down, shall we? It doesn't make the town look so good. The good news is Disney did later put up a warning sign, a large wall, and flashing lights near the area. It's getting more and more dystopian, isn't it? One of the biggest problems with the weird and wonderful town of Celebration is that those wildly expensive houses turned out to be just a bit shit. Disney had used third-party contractors to build the houses, and they were placed under enormous pressure to get the job done quickly while adhering to all of Disney's quirky style guidelines, which slowed process down to a crawl. Ultimately, some of those contractors believed that this had led to rushed, subpar construction, and many of the residents completely agreed. Early complaints about outlets not working eventually expanded into bigger problems about leaky roofs, mouldy walls, and structural problems. This is not a good time, especially because, like, you won the lottery, you got one of these 474 houses allocated for rich white people, and then you're like, oh no, I'm a rich white person, my roof can't leak! God damn it! This is unfair! Maximum level Karen. Residents found themselves requesting endless repair after repair until an independent inspection was commissioned in 1999. The report concluded that Disney needed to sort out... This all happened really recently. That's only 20 years ago. The report concluded that Disney needed to sort out the flawed construction of Celebration's houses as quickly as possible, and over 70 of them required brand new roofs. There were only 400 of them. That's terrible. It must have felt a bit disappointing to splash out a fortune on your dream home in Disneytown, only to end up slumming it like a dirty peasant. Some residents were also disappointed later when Disney abandoned their town in 2004. After pulling in all the profits from the sale of the houses, the company was left in a position where it didn't seem worth bothering carrying on with any ownership of the town. Their continued investment in the town had naturally shrunk, and with the sale of every house and bit of land, until Disney eventually considered the job was done and it was time to walk away with the profits. I mean, yeah, this has got to be their business plan all along, because once people have bought the houses, I'm sure there's going to be some residence fees or whatever. But, like, the bulk of your profits have been made. Just going to keep selecting music for the speakers for free. Also, the residence fees in this place must be enormous. They sold the town to the private investment firm Lexin Capital for a reported $42 million. Lexin Capital sounds like a supervillain's firm. Although Disney included a stipulation in the deal that Lexin must uphold the same design and building standards of the town, many residents felt that Disney had sold them a dream and then just buggered off into the sunset with all of their money. Allegedly, that seems like exactly what they did, doesn't it? Allegedly. Disney are quite litigious, allegedly, so let's be cautious. But of course, the Disney brands will always be associated with Celebration, allegedly, even though some of the more recent scandals to hit the headlines might make them want to distance themselves from the town completely. In 2010, Celebration had been hit hard by the economic downturn, and they had very little to celebrate. The first sign that all was not well came with the sudden, unexpected closure of the movie theatre. It's prescient, isn't it? A focal point of the town, the 527-seat theatre. Wait, they were originally going to build a domed place? Disney should have built this. This would be perfect now. Everyone will be like, get in the dome, don't let anyone in, let's seal it off. Seal off the dome! The focal point of this town, the 527-seat theatre, was a beautiful 1950s-style construction with round spires and twin-round marquees, and had lived up to Disney's original promise of showing cartoons every Saturday morning. It was often wrongly reported that the theatre only showed Disney fluff. That wasn't true, but it did have tight restrictions on showing anything more daring than a PG-rated film, so Quentin Tarantino was unlikely to get any films shown in Celebration. Yeah, this is what would piss me off. If I'm an adult man, I want to have a glass of wine in the cinema and watch a Quentin Tarantino movie. I'm not a giant Quentin Tarantino fan, but you get my picture. You get what I'm talking about. No one wants this. We're adults. We want to drink and watch movies with blood. This is possibly one of the many reasons why the theatre never managed to make a profit, as it obviously missed out on many of the year's big blockbuster movies, if there was likely to be a hint of bad language or violence or gore. The building still stands in Celebration, but has been pretty much left to rot and decay, but the former focal point of the town is now an embarrassing eyesore. Property prices have also plummeted with the rest of Florida, after enjoying a peak average value of $712,000. God damn! Homeowners now found that the value of their property had plummeted by about 60%. 60%. Oh, that is painful. In one 6-month period alone, almost half of the house sales in the town were foreclosures. Oh my god, that is absolutely disastrous. That is, well, at least, I mean, is it just going to now become a shithole? The celebration was just about to be with something even more gruesome in 2010. The town's first murder. Look, I don't know about you, and I don't want to put, like, the murder being like, hundreds of people live here. Someone gets murdered. I'll be like, yeah, that murder sucks, but I'm going to be a whole lot more thinking about the 60% value that my house has lost. Because I'm a terrible person. Welcome to Business Place. We introduced at the beginning the fact that I am a dick. On 29th of November, a 58-year-old retired teacher called Matteo Giovendito, who lived alone with his pet chihuahua, was found to have been strangled with a shoelace and then bludgeoned to death with an axe in his bed. Holy fuck, this ain't some... I thought it would be like murder. It's like, yeah, husband stabbed his wife stabbed husband, something like that. No. This dude was axe murdered in his bed. Some Godfather shit. I've never seen The Godfather, but I assume that might happen.
Oh, here's the fucking surprise.
The chihuahua was unhurt. I was really worried for a second there, because I love dogs. A young homeless man by the name of David Murillo was charged with the murder, but it was later claimed by several sources that Matteo Giovendito had been a cunning paedophile predator, who had got away with abusing boys in the school for years. Oh my god, okay. No wonder they didn't want kids walking to school. Fucking allegedly David was around. Not David, sorry, Matteo was around. Oh! David Murillo claimed in his defense that Matteo had been making aggressive sexual advances on him the night before the bludgeoning, but this doesn't really explain why David went on to ransack the house and pawn many of Matteo's valuable items before he was arrested. He was found guilty of the more lenient charge of second-degree murder, but still received a life sentence. Okay, wait, so he did murder him, and we don't know if Matteo was a paedophile. That just seems to be allegedly. Okay. One of Matteo's neighbors who worked at an estate agent selling celebration homes, business is probably bad, actually tried putting a positive spin on the story. She said, 1 murder in 14 years? Where could he go on this entire planet and find that statistic? Tell me. A couple of days after the murder, I got a call from a man up in New York who said he'd seen it on the TV news. He said, that's a great little town. 1 murder in 14 years? That's a good record. I want to buy a condo down there. I wonder why I should say that. Maybe she's biased because she sells homes in the town. Jesus. She may have had something resembling a point, but it was soured by an entirely unrelated police standoff which occurred less than 10 days later. A former transatlantic jet pilot called Craig Fushi had been enduring a difficult year following a divorce and the bankruptcy of his business. When his estranged wife alerted the police to the fact that Craig had threatened to kill himself, they arrived at his house to find that he was armed and had barricaded himself in. Oh my god. Celebration went into lockdown for 14 hours as the soothing sounds of fake birds were disturbed by the fierce buzzing of helicopters and SWAT teams. So, hang on. A suicidal guy barricades himself in a house. He doesn't have any hostages. Why do they need to, why do you need a SWAT team? Just be like, dude, come out or don't come out. It's up to you, bro.
I'm a gay dude.
Wait, you don't get a SWAT team if someone's threatening to throw themselves off a bridge. You get, some dude who's gonna talk him down. What's going on? Oh my god, and then he starts taking pot shots at the SWAT team as they try to get access to the house, but nobody was seriously injured. Wait, is someone in there with him? It doesn't say. I assume not, right? What the That's so extreme. Apart from Craig, after sending in a robot to assess the situation, the SWAT team eventually discovered that Craig had carried out his threat to kill himself with his own gun in Disney's Utopian Tower. So why did the SWAT team need to risk getting shot? What the The dramas continue to unfold as recently as 2020. A Connecticut physical therapist by the name of Anthony Todd, T-O-D-T, Todd, is alleged to have killed his wife and 3 children in their celebration home. And this time, the family dog didn't escape the massacre. Dude. The local police were initially asked to check in on the house by the previous December by a family friend who hadn't seen them in a while. Nobody appeared to be in when the police called round, so they saw no reason to pursue the matter. It wasn't until months later that they forced their way inside to find Anthony Todd hiding upstairs, surrounded by the decomposing bodies of his family. Fucking hell. That's not... No. There's no jokes to be made. That is just... What the bro. Although he confessed to the killings, he now seems to have changed his mind and claimed that it was his wife who killed the children before killing herself. The case rumbles on, so he still had time to change his mind again and blame Mickey Mouse. Oh, dude, that is not right. But scandals and murders and suicides aside, was Celebration really a failed town for Disney? I mean, no, they sold all the houses, they were kind of took their money and run. I'm not so sure. Disney did alright out of the town. They reported to have made a profit around $550 million from the whole venture, which may sound a bit small fry for Disney, but it's still not a bad profit from developing a bit of land that they've been sitting on for decades. Around 8,000 residents still seem happy enough to live in Celebration today, and the town certainly helped to bump up Osceola Services County's tax revenue. I'm not convinced that Lexington Capital did that well out of the deal, although the standard of houses is said to have improved in recent years. The current owners of Celebration are still swamped by regular complaints, which can be traced back to Disney's Disney's original rust construction of the houses. Lexington Capital on the hook for this? I feel like if I buy a house and it starts leaking, I can't be like, hey, you sold me the house, it's leaking. Fix it. They'll be like, you bought the house, it's your problem now. Isn't that how law works? It's probably been years. It's been years. Decades. Maybe Disney failed in the sense that Celebration was meant to be a template for the perfect community of the future, which other towns and cities could learn from. What they actually created was a slightly creepy bubble town with a terrible school, lack of diversity, a death bond, stifling rules and regulations, expensive houses with leaking roofs, and nutty residents venturing far too deep down the rabbit hole. All against the jolly background noise of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer blaring out of the palm trees. I'm not sure how much of that would have been featured in Walt Disney's original storyboard. Oh my god, this should be a movie. Like, this should be a movie about this. It's so crazy. Or maybe there's an awesome documentary about it or something, because, you know, obviously here, we provide some facts, but, you know, it's kind of half-assed. Whoa, this has been Business Blaze. Please go check out Babbel, today's sponsor, if you would like to support the show and get some awesome language learning chops. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Oh! What the f*** are you staring at, you knobhead? Hello everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. This is all about, I don't actually know, search. I've really stopped even glancing at these ahead. I'm like, Danny, just do your thing. I'll read whatever you make. Sir Shifty, the fallen king of the high street. Oh, I hope this is about the BHS guy, Philip Green. Is BHS Philip Green? He sold it for like £1 to avoid a whole bunch of fees or something, or like to stop it so he didn't have to pay people's pensions allegedly or something like that. No one likes him. Everyone thinks he's a cockface. He's kind of like, who else is that big cockface? He's Australian though. Rupert Murdoch. No one likes Rupert Murdoch either. I think people used to like Sir Philip Green. I can see it in bold here. It is about him. But now everyone thinks he's a cock. I'm not really sure why. I don't really read the news that much. Let's have a look. Allegedly. There's going to be a lot of allegedly. Maybe he's litigious. It seems a shame that for every genuinely inspiring and admirable business tycoon you'll ever see in the UK, there's at least another 10 that you would quite happily toss overboard a very expensive yacht and into the waiting jaws of a great white shark who missed out on his breakfast. Not everyone can be a legend like Richard Branson. Who, I mean, Richard Branson's done some controversial stuff, but overall, he's such a massive legend. And I feel like whenever he does something controversial, he's like, yeah, it was me. Because he's a legend. And Sir Philip Green very probably falls into the latter category. Hailed in some quarters as the king of the UK high street. Isn't that the Spanish guy who owns everything? He's now the like, what's the Spanish word for king? Perona is crown. The king has corona. Oh, I'm hilarious.
Oh my god, are you like speaking Mexican?
Gary, old billionaire with a permatan and a motor mouth, has also been given the less flattering nickname Sir Shifty in more recent years, and is considered in some circles to be the British version of Donald Trump. And it's actually quite a fitting comparison in more ways than one, although Sir Philip Green has yet to be elected Prime Minister, and he has slightly better hair. I like to think, at least in the UK, we're not going to be electing someone like Trump, because we're far too stuffy for that. And you know the other reasons why, you know, you don't want Trump to be in charge. But how did a self-made billionaire from the wrong side of the tracks end up raking in a personal fortune of nearly $6 billion from little more than the gift of the gab? So he's also worth quite a lot more money than Trump. Why is the reputation and bank balance of this party-loving friend to superstar celebrities, knight of the realm and advisor to UK governments taken quite a brutal battering lately? How did he manage to take a beloved British institution and bleed it dry before selling it for £1 and scarpering? See, I knew about this, and more importantly, does this unacceptable face of capitalism really have the habit of trying to run over journalists with his golf buggy while screaming at them to f*** off? Oh, shit. Allegedly. That's why we're asking it. It's a question that we're going to explore, Phil. Well, for starters, it's only Mr. Green. Isn't it Sir Green? We called him Sir Shifty. So does he have a knighthood or not? Because he's not Mr. Is he Mr.? Did he have it taken away? Oh, did he have it taken away?
Doth mine eyes betray me? 'Tis the nefarious dark night.
You have to do something really bad to have it taken away, like be a paedophile or a murderer or something. No, he's still got his knighthood, Sir Philip Nigel Ross Green. It's like they gave him 4 names, and they're all the most boring names you could think of. He's only worth $2.2 billion. Oh yeah, because he was once worth 6 billion, and now he's not. Oh, but we can call him Mr. Green if you like, Danny, because everyone thinks he's a cock. Who likes to tell the origin of being born on the wrong side of the tracks. I'm going to call him Mr. Green. Oh, Danny explains it. I should read these ahead. Mr. Green throughout this whole script, partly because it makes him sound like a silly character from the game Cluedo, but mainly because I can't bring myself to reportedly call him Sir Philip, a controversial title which suggests respect, and which many now believe that he should have been stripped from him long ago. Did they consider stripping him? Oh my god, his controversy section is long. Knighted. In 2016, the House of Commons approved a motion asking the Honours Forfeiture Committee. Wow, there's a committee for deciding whether people get their titles taken away. That's great. To recommend Knighted be cancelled and annulled. 100 MPs voted in favour of the motion. That's a lot of them. The first time MPs ever proposed someone being stripped of a knighthood. This wasn't binding, and he paid £363 million into a pension scheme in 2017, and in 2018 they decided not to take away his knighthood. Wow. So it seems, so he paid £363 million into the pension scheme of BHS, which was the company that he sold for £1, and he gets to keep his knighthood. Like, that's a lot of money. I'll be like, no, take it away. It's not worth it. Mr. Green was actually born into a fairly affluent middle-class Jewish family in 1952 in Croydon, South London, and was packed off to an expensive boarding school called Carmel College, often referred to as the Jewish Eton. I've never heard of it. But credit where it's due. He still started off with relatively little in comparison to the absolute fortune that he was destined to make. Yeah, but then don't say that you started out with nothing. There was certainly no sign of a small loan of $1 million from his rich dad. In fact, Green was only 12 years old when his opiate-addicted dad died of a heart attack, and after failing to graduate from Carmel College, a young Green started his working life helping out on the forecourt of a petrol station managed by his mum. By the age of 21, Green had set his sights on fashion retail, and he'd launched his first small business importing cheap jeans from the Far East and then selling them onto London retailers at inflated prices. In fact, he spent most of the 1970s snapping up bulk stock at bargain basement prices from struggling international clothes retailers and then passing them on to thriving UK independent stores and market stall traders, but often with mixed results. Okay, so he started a business. It's not revolutionary, but he's obviously good at it. Green once made a packet by buying the entire stock of 10 different clothing retailers which had all gone into receivership, with the only problem being that the neglected stock was a bit old and dusty. This was no problem for the entrepreneurial Green, who had it all dry cleaned, wrapped everything up in polythene to make it look brand new, and then rented a temporary shop to shift it all at high-end prices. But not everything worked out quite so well. Even during these relatively early years, Mr. Green had developed a reputation for quickly falling out with suppliers and colleagues and employers if they didn't dance to his tune. Employers? They'd be like, hey boss, why are you doing things my way? I don't know, because I'm a f***ing boss, you knob.
I'm in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
And he quickly went through a hectic period of starting up a new company, driving it to bankruptcy, and then quickly starting up another completely new business with fresh faces to take its place. But he certainly seemed to have a talent for drumming up investment in the face of adversity. By the early 1980s, Green, I don't like when people abuse bankruptcy law. I do think bankruptcy, like corporate bankruptcy, is a very good thing because it encourages like a liquid market and for people to take risks and all of this stuff and start big businesses. But when it's like you've gone through 10 of them in like 10 years, should be like, look, maybe this isn't for you. Although clearly it was for Philip Green because he earned a load of money. By the early 1980s, Green had decided to up his game with his first celebrity endorsement. He got 1 million pairs of jeans produced on the cheap in Hong Kong and then persuaded the actress Joan Collins to stick her name on them so he could flog them for £16.95 each. You could buy a pair of jeans in Tesco for £16.95 today. So, the past money was worth more. It was an odd pairing, which didn't turn out to be a particularly good fit, but a boom. Oh, I recorded a video the other day. There wasn't a single but-a-bump-bump. Either I just was missing all the puns or it wasn't very funny. The glamorous star of Dynasty, I've never heard of Joan Collins. I've never heard of Dynasty. Was pushing 50 at the time and had never been known for wearing jeans. Least of all cheap jeans knocked up in Hong Kong. In fact, she later decided the very idea of wearing jeans was tragic. Joan Collins' jeans faded to... they actually named them after her, so it wasn't like she wears them. They are named after her. Woo! They failed to capture the attention of teen shoppers and unsurprisingly turned out to be a massive flop in much the same way that Angela Lansbury lingerie would be unlikely to fly off the hangers. I have no idea who Angela Lansbury is. Okay, I'm just going to look this up because it's probably going to be entertaining. Yes, I see why. She's 95 years old. Oh, she is good for 95 though. But the 80s wasn't all bad news for Mr. Green. It was during this era that he discovered what turned out to be possibly his greatest strength in business, the art of scrapping out risky and complex deals that nobody else would dare touch. His party trick was to seek out a company in massive debt and heading for inevitable bankruptcy, sweet-talk the creditors into holding off collection, and then generate fresh investments and loans which would be pumped into the floundering company that had managed to buy for peanuts until it started turning a profit again. And this seems like a great idea. Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, you're gonna make a lot of money. Or to put it more concisely, he became the master of the leveraged buyout. Oh, Danny, look at all these fancy business words. Leveraged buyout, supply and demand, cost something analysis. Mr. Green's first major success came with the acquisition of Gene Genie in 1895. He seemed fixated on genes at this point, but it was a fixation that served him well. After buying the collapsing company for just £65,000, Green had managed to sell it for £7 million within the space of just a year, putting him in the big league for the first time. Yeah, no joke. That's 1980's £7 million. I mean, £7 million is a lot of money today. In the 1980s, it was obviously more. Imagine how many jeans you could buy for £16. He invested most of his new fortune into publicly traded discount fashion retailer called Amber Day, which he became chairman and CEO of in 1988. Green spent the next few years riding the crest of a financial wave as he helped ratchet up the company's profits from $5.4 million to $18 million in just a few years. But the wheels fell off in 1992 when the company failed to meet its ambitious profit forecast, and the share price plummeted as a result. Green was ousted by Amber Day's board of directors, and he vowed to never get involved with a public company again. Yeah, this is the thing, like, running a public company, you're like, oh, it's a public company. You know, that's great. If you have a company and you take it public, right, you're like, I'm gonna get rich, which is great. But then everything is like, you know, your shareholders get a say, it's public, and all of this bullshit you have to deal with. And it's like, I don't know. If I ran a giant company, I'd be like, I'm not taking that public. I like doing things my way, and I don't like the oversight of, like, the public. The public can right off. I'm gonna do things how I want. Not that I'd ever be in that position, because I'm largely incompetent. But Mr. Green really became a household name when he was announced as the new owner of British Home Stores, more commonly known as just BHS, in the year 2000. To me, BHS was always a bit of a depressing store. Like, it's kind of like a department store. I think they just sell their own shit. I'm not really sure. It's not been around for a very long time. But I remember it as a kid. And I was just like, I don't know, it always seemed a bit grim, kind of dark inside, a bit weird. Like an old, smelly shopping centre sort of vibe. Not like run down, just like a bit grim. I don't know how else to describe it. Danny probably knows what I'm talking about. Originally founded in 1928, BHS had become a beloved staple of the UK high street over the previous 70 years. Oh, okay. I guess not. Based very much on the Woolworths model. Yeah, Woolworths is also kind of though, Danny. BHS was famous for selling reasonably priced products of all shapes and sizes in their huge, sprawling stores. It was the one-stop place in town where your mum could pick up some new bedding, your dad could get hold of some light bulbs, and you could go look at all the toys. By the year 2000, though, BHS was beginning to look and feel like an outdated relic from yesteryear as everyone began to get their bedding and light bulbs from Poundland instead. Yeah, it's true. I guess I am much more familiar with the 2000s, where I was 12, 13 in 2000. So I'm much more familiar with this version of BHS than the earlier, beloved BHS. I am familiar with Poundland. You get all sorts of wild in Poundland. I used to love that as a kid, because you have so little money as a kid. You go into Poundland and you're like, I got £5, like my pocket money or whatever. You could get
peanut butter and crap.
5 off things in Poundland. It was great. Like, you could get like a big Toblerone sometimes. Mwah! Fortunately, business superhero Mr. Green arrived on the scene with his army of now blindly devoted financial backers to reverse the fortunes of this British institution. Despite vowing never to get involved with public companies again, Green swooped in and bought BHS for £200 million and then changed it into a private company. Legend. That is such a power move where you have so much money, you could take a public company private. It's like, power move. This is like, people take companies public to make lots of money, but you're never going to make more money than the company's worth, because that's where you got your money. But if you're so successful elsewhere and in other things that you've already got a public, you could buy a public guy's nuts, and I love it. Obviously, he then up. It looked as if the king of the high street had just truly earned his crown. Within just a few years, his £200 million investment was said to be worth £1 billion, as BHS enjoyed a healthy renaissance thanks to the influx of fresh investments. Many consider Mr. Green to have made one of the fastest billions in business history. Talk to that Theranos lady, and then she lost it, but she got there fairly quick. And what about that Kardashian girl? Although I think then they found out that it was not true, allegedly, or something. But yeah, 19 and a billionaire. God damn! Oh, I'm so unsuccessful. Over the years, some journalists dared to question if the new valuation of the company was entirely realistic. It's a private company. And Mr. Green seemed to have very short views when it came to journalists poking their noses into his affairs. Over the years, he's been filmed aggressively pushing and shoving journalists out of his path while hurling profanities at them, trying to escape in a golf buggy, and nearly running over a cameraman, and he once briefly seemed to consider squirting a Sky News reporter in the face with a plastic bottle of water before thankfully realizing that this may have looked a bit lame when it inevitably got shown on TV. Yeah, I imagine that's one of the things you do in your mind, and you're like, "God, I was so cool. It's like, I do whatever I want," and then, you just end up looking like a total knobbo because everyone's like, "Look, you're really rich and powerful. The journalist isn't. Don't be a dick." When the author Oliver Shah went so far as to try and write an unauthorized biography on Mr. Green, he found himself plagued with endless late-night rambling phone calls from his subjects, which often concluded with Green threatening to smack the author in the f***ing mouth or throw him through the f***ing window. I'm just going to throw in an allegedly there, just in case. Allegedly. However, Mr. Green was forced into making a rare apology after The Guardian's financial editor Paul Murphy ran a piece in the paper which studied the finances of BHS and pondered over the true valuation of this billion-dollar success story. Green's hasty response was to call up The Guardian and let rip with an expletive-laden rant which questioned the intelligence of Paul Murphy. Green screamed down the phone, "He's a f***ing idiot! He can't read English! Mind you, he's a f***ing Irishman." Oh my, dude. Getting a bit racist there. Following a rundown of his own interpretation of the figures, Green concluded his rant with, even an Irishman like Paul Murray ought to be able to understand that. The Guardian was so taken aback by Mr. Green's words that they decided to print them on the front page of their next edition. Oh, prompting anger from Irish shoppers who felt that Green was dismissing them all as illiterate. Yeah, well, he kind of was, wasn't he? Allegedly. Fearing the threat of an Irish boycott of his growing empire, Mr. Green delivered a public apology. It was said in the heat of the moment it was not a general comment. The thing that made him really wish he'd kept his trap shut is that Paul Murphy wasn't even Irish. He was born in Oldham and grew up in Portsmouth. Ha! What a cock! Still, despite these bust-ups with the press, that growing empire of Mr. Green's was getting mightier every year, like your skills with Skillshare. He acquired the Arcadia Group, which owns a whole string of UK retail chains, including Burton, Dorothy Perkins, Miss Selfridge, Wallace, and Topman. Okay, yeah, all of these, I don't know if they're international, but they're all like, fairly cheap, fast fashion stuff. Burton I used to shop in. It's kind of junky. But here's the funny thing about Mr. Green and Arcadia. It's widely believed that he's the owner of the massive Arcadia Group, but this was only true for about 24 hours. He quickly sold it to a woman called Tina Green, and he was happy just to take up a position of CEO of the company. Tina Green is Philip Green's wife. Okay. Very little is known about this mysterious businesswoman other than that she's one of the richest and most powerful women on the planet, on paper at least. She doesn't even live with Mr. Green during the week. From Mondays to Fridays, Mr. Green stays at a swanky hotel in London and then goes to visit his wife at the weekends in Monaco. I see what's going on. She definitely owns this and lives in Monaco because I don't think they pay any taxes in Monaco. When pressed on why his wife chooses to live in Monaco, Mr. Green reveals that someone once told him it was a really nice place to live. That's not the reason. That's not the reason. I like to think that he and Tina enjoy a stroll down Monaco Harbour, pay a visit to the Nouveau Musée National de Monaco, and perhaps even taking a show from time to time at the Opera de Monte Carlo. It's barely worth mentioning the small matter of Monaco just having to be a high-profile tax haven with incredibly lax laws on income tax, capital gains, and dividends. It's got nothing to do with that, allegedly. And of course, Tina wouldn't have to pay any tax on any dividends she might potentially receive from the Arcadia Group in the UK because she was a resident in Monaco. Maybe this is something that occurred to him a bit later on. He's like, oh my, what a joyous coincidence. In the meantime, Mr. Green was enjoying the sort of lavish lifestyle that you would expect of a self-made billionaire from Croydon. He naturally had 3 massive yachts, a helicopter, a Gulfstream G550 jet, that is a big-ass jet, and the complete collection of Simon Whistler decal stickers, which I imagine he stuck on the back of his G550. And he also enjoyed inviting his friends, including Beyonce and Kate Moss, to his wild toga parties. Is that true? For his 50th birthday bash in 2002, he splashed out on a £7 million toga party in Cyprus, in which he got the opportunity to dress up as Emperor Nero and hobnob with the likes of Tom Jones, Lionel Richie, and Rob Stewart. The latter was reportedly paid £750,000 to play a brief 45-minute set at the party. Let's hope Rob was in fine voice. You could have got a whole 90 minutes of the Wurzels at that price. 220 party guests were flown down at Green's expense from Luton to Cyprus, and the in-flight safety video had a curiously distinctive touch. The video depicted a boggled-eyed pilot introduced by a narrator who revealed the captain's name is Charles. Some of you may not have been this high with Charlie before, but for others it's a new experience. Oh, he's making a cocaine joke, isn't he? Alright. Something tells me that some of his guests may have been treated to a bit more than champagne and caviar and jelly deals when they arrived. Oh my god, this is some intense-ass party. Mr. Green's fancy 50th birthday present from his wife was a Monopoly set crafted from solid gold and featuring all of his own real-life retail acquisitions on the board. This is so crazy, I'm kind of like, oh. So crazy! Tina must have made a mistake when she placed the order, though, because the board also included chains owned by the Arcadia Group, which, of course, belonged to her, and not Mr. Green at all, of course. Still, it's the thought that counts. Yeah, she's like, whoops, I don't know how that happened. Mr. Green had become so famous by this point that he was the original choice to host the UK version of The Apprentice, but he turned down the offer and suggested Alan Sugar would be a best candidate. And he wasn't just being courted by superstar celebrities and TV studios. The government were big fans too. In 2006, he was given a knighthood for services to the retail industry after a recommendation by then Prime Minister Tony Blair, who described Green as the person who thought up the dream and dreamt the dream into reality.
Have you ever had a dream that
That is possibly the most Tony Blair quote I've ever heard. The person who thought up the dream and dreamt the dream into reality. It's a terrible Tony Blair impression, but you know what he sounds like. A few years later, in 2010, another Prime Minister, David Cameron, asked Mr. Green to undertake an efficiency review of government spending. Efficient government spending, please. Mr. Green's scathing report highlighted waste across several departments and spending categories, although critics observed it was heavy on bullet points and light on useful detail. Other critics argued that Mr. Green was the wrong choice to undertake such an important review in the first place, as a few other things had happened in the interim which didn't seem to cast the King of the High Street in a particularly good light. Early in 2005, in his position as CEO of the Arcadia Group, Mr. Green decided to pay a dividend to the owner of the company. The figure was £1.3 billion and it was described as the biggest paycheck in British corporate history. And the fact that the owner was his wife, Tina, who didn't have to pay any UK tax, that's a nice bonus. Of course, he wasn't doing anything illegal here, although it was later argued that he was paying himself dividends far in excess of company profits, and the whole thing was effectively bankrolled by big loans. Dude, allegedly. Whoa, alleged, yeah. Allegedly. That is a fairly major accusation. A few years later, Mr. Green is reported to have spent £500,000 in legal fees to obtain an injunction against the Telegraph newspaper from printing allegations about Green's alleged sexual and racial abuse of his employers. Dude. The paper was, allegedly. The paper was allowed to print the story of an injunction being obtained by a powerful businessman, but wasn't legally allowed to reveal his identity. Yeah, this, I think I mentioned in a recent video, like freedom of speech, freedom of press in the UK. It's kind of a bit of a joke. I just gotta look up the Press Freedom Index, because you'd think like, yeah, UK, it's gotta be near the top, right? Press freedom. Of course, Norway, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, top guys, legends. You gotta go all the way down to number 35 for the United Kingdom, just sitting above Trinidad and Tobago, countries of note that beat the UK in terms of press freedom. Slovakia, where a journalist was fucking murdered a few years ago. Liechtenstein, which is an absolute monarchy. South Africa. Suriname. Yeah, UK. It's embarrassing. Get your together. So you can basically obtain an injunction through the courts which says that a UK-based institution which you injunct against, like the Telegraph or the Guardian, can't publish a story. You can even get something called a super injunction, which says, like in this case, he didn't get a super injunction, he got a regular injunction, which says that, a big businessman has done this, but you can't name him. A super injunction would say that you can't even say that an injunction was gained. It's insane. It's got slightly better in recent years because there was this justice who was very pro for it, and it's a long story, but it is f***ing embarrassing to be 35. So it wasn't allowed to reveal his identity. It was a waste of £500,000, though the very next day in the House of Lords, a Labour peer called Peter Hain exercised parliamentary privilege to name Mr. Green as the subject of the allegations, prompting an immediate call from some MPs for the revocation of Green's knighthood. Little is known for sure about the allegations, except that one former black employee, a brand director by the name of Wesley Taylor, walked out of his job after alleging Green had used racially abusive language on multiple occasions. Dude, it's not okay. Green denied making racist remarks, but the matter was settled out of court. Allegedly, weren't you raving about the Irishman? It's not that big of a stretch, allegedly, is it? allegedly. There have also been repeated allegations over the years that the Arcadia Group is happy to use sweatshop labor for the manufacturing of its high street sportswear range. Well, that's not unique, is it? It's bad, but it's not unique. The Sunday Times reported that the labourers in factories in Mauritius were working for 12 hours a day for just 22p per hour, while the Daily Mail recently reported that it would cost a Sri Lankan seamstress over a month's wages to actually buy one of the hundreds of Beyoncé-branded leggings that they were crafting every day. Mr. Green has always denied these allegations. But one thing that Mr. Green can't deny is that things had turned very sour for BHS by the year 2015. Profits had been steadily falling for years, although this didn't seem to affect Green's desire to continue extracting large sums of money from the company, despite the fact that it actually stopped making a profit after 2010. Uh-oh. The company had also been left with a rather alarming hole in its pension fund to the tune of about £571 million, which must have been particularly nettlesome for the employees left short, who had been paying for the plan while watching Mr. Green and his family pay themselves big dividends of £420 million. But never mind that. Green had a cunning plan. He would sell BHS and let some other sucker deal with the problem. In 2015, 15 years after buying BHS for $200 million and allegedly turning it into $1 billion empire, Green sold BHS for the princely sum of £1. His choice of buyer was quite surprising. The 11,000 staff working at BHS who were hoping for a turnaround in fortune were possibly a little disappointed that the company had been sold to a group of investors called Retail Acquisitions, creative naming, led by a guy called Dominic Chappelle, who had zero experience in retail but did have a long history of driving companies into bankruptcy. Oh, if you work there, you're going to be like, oh, we're getting liquidated for sure. Less than 12 months later, during which time Dominic appeared to splash out a few million quid on boats and sports cars before disappearing for a well-earned break in the Bahamas, BHS filed for administration, leaving 11,000 staff out of work and 20,000 pension plans with a massive deficit. Oh, shit. Mr. Green wasn't completely off the hook, though. In 2016, he was hauled before an inquiry by the British Work and Pension Select Committee to face questions from MPs on why he appeared to have systematically extracted hundreds of millions of pounds from BHS while paying very little tax and weakening both the company and the pension pot to the point of inevitable collapse for both. I kind of like... These are select committees where MPs question business people. I get why they exist, but they are a bit of a farce. It's like Mark Zuckerberg being brought in front of Congress in the US. This is the UK equivalent, and it's just as much of a joke as it is in the US. They just don't know what they're talking about because they're career politicians. Green originally threatened not to turn up, claiming that MPs were a bunch of wankers who were strongly biased against him. Of course, they are strongly biased against him. That is true. And I think this is the first time I'm like, okay, yeah, I agree. I don't know if I'd show up in his position. I'm just going to be raked over the coals for no particular benefit. And you don't have to go. It's not like you're being subpoenaed to a court. They're just asking you to go. It's going to look bad if you don't go, but you don't have to go, I think. But in the wake of renewed calls for his knighthood to be revoked, oh, he really likes that knighthood, doesn't he? Green did eventually decide to face the panel, but displayed very little humility or regret. Throughout the 6-hour session, he was angry, spiky, arrogant, and disrespectful. At one point, he interrupted proceedings to blurt out to a Conservative MP on the panel, "Sir, do you mind not looking at me like that all the time? It's really disturbing. You just want to stare at me?"
Daddy, chill.
It may sound a bit tame, but it's surely the parliamentary version of, "What the f*** are you staring at, you knobhead?"
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, I mean, it's Parliament. You've got to be polite. That would be like, whoa, whoa! Also, it's Britain. Mr. Green did concede that the gap in the pension plan was his fault. He said, "It wasn't dealt with. We're here, and we have to find a solution. It's not my style to blame anybody else." But then he followed this up with a long list of people he blamed.
Fuck you! Fuck you! And fuck you! Who's next?
For failing to let him know the true extent of the problem. Uh-oh. Several months later, Green finally agreed to pay £363 million as a settlement to help plug the gap in the pension pot. It seems like the least you could do. In very recent years, both Mr. Green's High Street empire and his wife's Arcadia Group seem to be crumbling rapidly. Even before coronavirus struck, the Green family had managed to lose well over $3 billion in their own net worth, with many critics observing that the stores have fallen rapidly behind competitors because of a stubborn refusal to fully embrace digital technology and online shopping. It's reported that Mr. Green could barely even figure out how to send an email, and the most tech he ever got was sending a text message from one of his 2 ancient Nokia phones. Of course, things plummeted to crisis point during the virus time, and the future of the Arcadia Group seems very murky indeed. If I worked there, I'll be like, oh, my pension. Oh, not again, this again, Even at the height of the lockdown, Arcadia was still generating unsavory headlines when it was revealed that they had exploited a small loophole in the UK government's furlough scheme, which would allow the company to rake in a few more million quid while leaving their redundant employees high and dry with far less pay than they were entitled. After being branded morally and ethically bankrupt, Arcadia's initial fiery response was to defend their actions by claiming, "Our actions in response to COVID-19 are no different from most other retailers in the UK." Oh my god, we're on the last page. This has been so long, but I like it. I'm enjoying this one. I enjoy most of these. We haven't done any about baseball yet, so, I mostly do enjoy it. It turns out that this was complete bollocks, as no other retailer was trying to exploit the loophole and screw over employees in this way. They later reversed the decision with a humble apology, and the UK government swiftly patched up the loophole. Today, even these giant companies, and here on Business Plays, we're often saying, yeah, companies aren't people, they don't make ethical decisions. It seems like most of them did in this case. Today, Mr. Green has somehow still managed to cling on to his precious knighted, despite the House of Commons approving a measure to ask the House forfeiture community to strip Green of the title. We spoiled this at the beginning. It now seems likely that he'll lose if those allegations of sexual harassment, bullying and racism are ever proved in court. But will he go down in history as the king of the UK High Street, or Sir Shifty? There's no doubt that he has an undeniable talent for drumming up investment and sorting out lucrative deals. Anyone who can make the leap from flogging a few cheap jeans to becoming a self-made multi-billionaire has certainly got something going for them. Yeah, this is often, it's not black and white. You can be a good businessman and be a complete dick, allegedly. In fact, I'd often say that those things are not mutually exclusive, but in fact they're probably often correlated. But it could be argued that Mr. Green's biggest strength of all was stripping companies bare of all their assets, siphoning off obscene dividends from his wife's tax haven account in Monaco, and then tossing away the bare bones of the company that had brutally ravaged, leaving tens of thousands of employees hanging out to dry. Considering all the jobs now at stake, nobody wants to see the Arcadia Group implode. If only some bright spark with the gift of the gab could seize the opportunity to snap up the crumbling empire at a bargain basement price and make himself a billionaire. Oh, it's come full circle! And the ads will come full circle now as you finish this and you click below and you subscribe to Skillshare. That would be great. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. MPs were a bunch of wankers. That's a tool of the devil! Hello, and welcome back to a brand new Business Plays. If you're new here, welcome. What happens is Danny, the finest scriptwriter on YouTube, writes me a script. I shall read it. The worst YouTuber on YouTube. And Sam!
You're not a fucking legend at all. You're a naughty, 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 naughty boy.
The video editor, or memologist, as we like to refer to him here at Business Plays, will add some memes. And let's get into it. This one is talkie pictures and other passing fads. I have no idea what talking pictures are. That's because they were a passing fad, like Tamagotchis and yo-yos. I am dating myself. I very much grew up in the 1990s. Tamagotchis were so Whoever thought that was a good idea? I remember having a Tamagotchi, and it was like, oh my god, it's like a real pet. And it's not. And it's not at all, in any way whatsoever. It's terrible. Some people get very fussy about what kind of film they're willing to watch. My mate, Fat Barry, will only watch superhero films which are in 3D and have an absolute maximum running time of 90 minutes. About the same length of time it takes him to leisurely polish off 2 family buckets of popcorn. I don't know, are there any superhero movies that are in 3D that are 90 minutes long? I've never seen any. You know, everyone's like, Simon, it's just like that. You're like, someone the other day was like, you're the Thanos of YouTube channels. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then I found that he collects rings or some shit like that. Or not rings. These magic stones that go on his fingers. And I'm like, one, boy, there is nothing I care about less. The only time I ever looked into seeing those movies, I was like, okay, look, I could go see Tin Man run around, shoot. Why is this chair here? I just realized I saw this I could go watch Tin Man shooting things out of his face and see if I like it. Probably not going to. Let's be honest, probably not going to. But then I looked at the running time and it's like 470 minutes. And I'm like, well, one, cinema, why do you never put this in just hours and minutes? Why do I have to always do the calculation myself? And two, fuck that. The idea of watching anything in black and white or with subtitles would have him waddling far away into the almost immediate distance. Then again, a more hipster mate of mine will only devote his time to non-linear 3-hour black and white foreign language musicals about war with Korean subtitles. Oh my god, yeah. Non-linear. I mean, I could tolerate 3 hours. I could tolerate black and white. I can tolerate foreign language. Oh no, I can't tolerate musicals. And I can't tolerate non-linear storylines. It's just like, why? It's hard enough to follow anyway. I was watching an action movie the other day. I think it was like an old James Bond movie. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. It's like, I guess I'm pretty dim. But they do make them really complicated. I'm like, who's the bad guy again? Why does he want to do this? Why is he always telling James Bond the plan just before he tries to kill him? Also, what was up with the last James Bond movie where he's like having his head drilled with little screws and then all of this stuff and it's like, this will really damage your brain. Ah, Mr. Bond, whatever. But then 5 minutes later he's escaped and he's flying a helicopter and it's like, well, it didn't damage his brain that bad, did it? Because he can still remember how to fly a helicopter like 5 minutes afterwards. Whatever your own preference, there's not many people around nowadays who would argue that hearing spoken dialogue in a movie is a bad idea. Why has Danny capitalized bad idea? I'm guessing there's some movie or joke that I'm missing here, because it's not like Danny's just randomly capitalized words in a sentence. It would probably be more difficult to fully comprehend the twists and turns of narrative in the compelling classics like Citizen Kane, The Shawshank Redemption, and Scooby-Doo 2: Monsters Unleashed. The classics of cinema. Yet, I've not seen Citizen Kane. I have seen The Shawshank Redemption. It's pretty good. Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed. No, just no. Look, I haven't seen any kids' movies. I mean, since I was a kid. I've not seen any of those Frozen movies or the Disney stuff. They got music in it. I've not seen, like, any of the new Pocahontas. I've not seen, what's that big one? I've seen Toy Story. I haven't seen any of the other ones. I've not seen Shrek or any of the other ones. I've not seen any of this shit.
Shrek is love, I say. Shrek is life.
Yet back when talkies were first widely introduced in the late 1920s, the entire foolish concept seemed to deeply annoy the movie stars, the critics, and even a big chunk of cinema audiences for years. Oh, wait, I guess this must be sarcastic, because talkie pictures, does that refer to, like, movies where people could talk rather than, there's some music and then it plays like, and then it's like, and Mr. John entered the pharmacy. Alright. Why would it ever catch on? Why would something like real life be worse? The 1927 musical drama The Jazz Singer is widely recognized as the first talkie to really take off, although people had been messing around with the idea of marrying images to sound ever since Thomas Edison first experimented with synchronizing phonographs and kinetoscopes back in 1885. The 1926 film, Don Juan, was one of the first films to synchronize moving pictures with a full-length soundtrack, although this didn't feature any dialogue. Instead, it features no less than 127 kissing scenes, and it sounds bloody awful. What? What is going on? I don't even understand. But The Jazz Singer was the first major blockbuster to include lip-synchronous dialogue. What a revolution. Albeit in just a few sequences, and is now considered to be the movie that spearheaded the talkie revolution. But it was a surprisingly slow revolution. And many people were quick to dismiss early talkies as nothing more than a passing novelty gimmick which was destined to be forgotten when the audience inevitably grew tired of all the noise and chatter. Yeah, this is like 3D movies. I remember the first 3D movie I saw was like, other than that Michael Jackson thing at Disney when I was a kid, was Avatar, which sucks. Like, Avatar is the biggest stinking pile of movie that I've ever seen. Like, oh boy. Also, I saw it in 3D and I was like, oh, why? It's just worse. And I was like, this must pass. And it's like, there are still 3D movies. I've not seen a single one since I saw Avatar. Oh, that's not true. I saw one of the Star Trek movies in 3D. just because it was the time that worked for me and I regretted it. And many people were quick to dismiss early talkies as nothing more than a passing novelty gimmick, which was destined to be forgotten when the audience inevitably grew tired of all the noise and chatter. Some viewers described talkies as box office freaks or squeakies and passionately believed that silence was golden. Headlines in the press ran along the lines of beauty lost in talkies and talking films try movie men's souls, while British film studio boss John Maxwell described the whole concept as a passing fad. It wasn't. Spoiler alert. Look, I mean, you're watching this right now. How great would business plays be if it was just me going like this? And then, like, some text would just scroll across the screen that reads... United Artists President John Schneck publicly declared talking doesn't belong in pictures. I don't think people want talking pictures for long. Also, I mean, at the beginning, it was also really annoying because they all had weird accents. They talked a bit like this. And many movie stars weren't particularly happy either. When a massive fire broke out at Paramount Lot in 1929, actress Clara Bow is reported to have quipped, "I hope to Christ it was the sound stages." Why? Why did you have to talk like this? This mid-Atlantic bull... Oh, for God's sake.
What the fuck is that?
And of course, Charlie Chaplin famously resisted the urge to speak on the silver screen for well over a decade. He said, "The silent picture is a universal means of expression. Talking pictures necessarily have a limited field. They are held down to the particular tongues of particular races." Well, that's true, I guess, before subtitles. But also, I mean, wasn't really that important. Or, I mean, and obviously, he was wrong. It's not hard to understand why so many of the silent actors were dismissive of talkies. For starters, it signalled the end of the careers of a whole bunch of them who failed to make the transition because their untrained voices weren't up to scratch or they had distinctive accents which didn't match up to the roles they were required to play. Yeah, this must be incredibly disappointing. You have a terrible voice and you're like a stunningly handsome man or a beautiful woman. It's like, yeah, well, we need you to talk in this thing. It's like, oh no, that's not going to go well at all, is it?
Ongeloof is eigenlijk het juiste woord. Ongeloof is eigenlijk het juiste woord dat Rijke hier hanteert.
It also meant a whole new way of working, which the production teams found to be quite awkward. Film sets had previously been lively and noisy environments in which the director was free to bark out instructions even when the cameras were rolling. But now, the sets had to be deathly quiet during filming, and actors felt more restricted as they had to make sure their voices were getting clearly picked up at all times by hidden microphones. Actors complained that this created a stiff and less spontaneous dynamic, while critics pondered over where the motion pictures had lost their motion. 1920s joke. Weak. Perhaps most importantly of all, there was a general feeling that this was all part of a perversion of cinema which had been happily and silently entertaining audiences for decades without the need for spoken language. The medium was originally meant to be all about body language and visual expression. It's a bit like the Louvre Museum making a decision to only display paintings which come packaged with a press me button for extra sound effects to accompany the visuals on the show. Okay, I kind of get it, because you've been doing something for so long, it's something that everyone likes, and then like 3D comes along, you're like, what the f***? And now it's a thing. I get it. I mean, in retrospect, it's like, really, guys? Really? And I'm making a lot of fun of them. But I get it. You can only imagine that some traditional art lovers would find this a bit odd. I'd find it better. Like, just go to the museum, press it, and like the Mona Lisa makes a sound. I don't know what that sound would be. Maybe like, where are my eyebrows? Something like that. That would be cool. The one problem is that the technology wasn't really there yet for very early talkies, which is why they're all absolute rubbish. It was only during the 1930s that studios really got to grips with new sound recording techniques and started making movies that people would actually enjoy watching and hearing. Places like Europe and Japan were still very slow to embrace the changeover to this newfangled canned theatre, but American cinemas had seen a drastic surge in admissions during the rise of talkies, jumping from 57 million to 110 million in the space of just a few years. That is a massive jump. People are like, nah, it's not very good, it's not really working. Twice as many people are going to the cinema. I guess it's working! By the end of the decade, silent films were a relic of yesteryear, as talkies finally became the newly accepted face of global cinema. The naysayers had been well and truly silenced on the potential attractions of talkie pictures, even if it certainly didn't happen overnight, and it took a while for studios and audiences to adapt to the new sound of cinema. But it's not the only time in history that a grounds-breaking new concept or invented. See, look, if this was a normal YouTube video, we'd end it here. But we're just getting started, because this is the Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze. Welcome. There's like 8 more of these or whatever. Take a seat. Pour a cup of coffee. Roll a split. But it's not the only time in history that groundbreaking new concepts or innovations destined to change the shape of the future was initially quite sniffily dismissed as a foolish passing fad. What the fork? Wait, I'm not sure if this is about things that people thought were fads that are actually things, or whether we're now going to look at things which were actually fads. I'm so confused. I don't even remember what... I usually come up with most of these ideas and I send them to Danny, and it's been weeks, so I've forgotten. Some new ideas take a little while to really catch on with the public, but in the case of the personal table fork, it took well over a millennium to get... Oh, okay, it's things that did end up catching on because, well, most of us use forks. Using a tool... millennium to convince diners that using this tool wasn't necessarily an act of blasphemy. Oh my god. The origins of the dinner fork probably stretch way back to the beginning of the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire in the 4th century BC, but it wasn't until the 10th century that they were introduced to Europe for the first time. Back then, most of us were still quite happy to stuff our faces using a combination of a knife with a pointed tip to spear the food, a communal spoon in our dirty fingers. Does kind of sound awesome. What, you don't have any fork, you just stab everything with a knife. There's some debate as to which Byzantine princess was responsible for introducing the table fork to the European dinner table. Some say it was, oh for fuck's sake, Theophano Sclerena? Maybe. The wife of Holy Roman Emperor Otto II, who first whipped out the strange pronged utensil on a European visit during the 10th century. Wait, didn't they say it was blasphemous? Someone's like, that's a tool of the devil! I guess it kind of looks like it, because he has a pitchfork, right? So people will be eating with like a... Or did the pitchfork come afterwards? I don't know. Don't care either. I'm not going to look that up right. Others claim that it was more likely to be Maria Argi someone, who turned up at her wedding to the Doge of Venice in 1004 with a case of golden forks and then got them out at the wedding feast. Either way, you could have picked up the atmosphere with a communal spoon. At the lighter end of criticism, both princesses were ridiculed for using what appeared to be a pointed and excessively lavish substitute for your own fingers. That people just work, it's like, why are you using that? You've got perfectly good fingers! It's like, I don't know. I don't want to get COVID and or whatever, you know, the 9th century equivalent of COVID was. 11th century. It's always confusing which way round those go. On a more serious, or perhaps more ludicrous note, the fork ended up getting banned by the Roman Catholic Church, as using these metal artificial fingers was deemed to be an insult to the Almighty's perfectly good design of the human hand. Now, for fuck's sake. Then get off your horse. Your legs work perfectly fine. Be a good Luddite. Poor old Maria, whatever her name was, died from the plague just a couple of years after her wedding in Venice, and St. Peter Damian paid her a less glowing tribute. He said, nor did she deign to touch the food with her fingers, but would command her eunuchs to cut it up into small pieces, which she would impale on a certain golden instrument with 2 prongs, and thus carry to her mouth. The woman's vanity was hateful to Almighty God, and so unmistakably did he take his revenge, for he raised over the sword of his divine justice, so that her whole body did putrefy, and her limbs began to wither. That's a really descriptive way of describing plague. I hope you got it yourself. Imagine what he might have said if the heathen had whipped out a bendy straw for her wedding milkshake. Hilarious. Hundreds of years later, the dinner fork did eventually make its way onto Italian and French dinner tables. It may have been helped a little by King Louis XIV of France, who in 1669 decreed that table knives with pointed tips were henceforth illegal to combat the risk of violence erupting during a typical French family dinner. This prompted more of a need for a replacement tool with pointy bits to spear the food, and the fork rapidly gains popularity across Europe. But surprisingly, it took Britain a lot longer than their European neighbours to accept the fork, and it wasn't until the First World Fair in 1851 that the fork was finally accepted onto the British dinner table. These days, the fork remains a distinctly Western dining tool. Yeah, Asian countries use chopsticks and their hands and all sorts of weird. Like, I don't know, I like a knife and fork. But also, you can always get, like, I've spent time in Asia and I've been to like a bunch of different countries where they don't eat with knives and forks. There's always the option. Like, unless you're in some random ass place, even in the most random ass place, they'll find a fork. There's gonna be a fork somewhere. And then you're like, oh my god, because this is complicated. And although it may have been ridiculed or condemned for a millennium before it finally gained acceptance over the last few hundred years, it may not be around forever. Thanks to the rise of fast food restaurants, we're now eating whole meals with our hands again for the first time since the 16th century. It may soon be time to abandon the fork and return it to the monstrous bowels of hell from whence it came. Answering machines. Back in the early 1990s, just about everyone I knew had an answering machine or a telephone messaging machine. I can remember that I only bought my first machine, complete with a tiny microcassette, when I launched my dating agency called Perfect Partners. Danny, we've discussed your dating agency before. This is very interesting. People love whenever a little nugget of Danny's life comes forth from the ground on a Business Blaze episode. People are like, "Oh, Danny's life." Well, we're about to learn more. I also remember as a kid, my parents had one of those answering machines that would have that tiny little cassette that looked like it would go in a dictaphone or something in it. Potential Lonely Hearts clients would see my classified advent in the Rotherham Record and then dial my telephone number to request free information pack and brochure, all printed in glorious full colour on my Commodore 64. I figured it would be a good idea to invest in an answering machine, partly so that I didn't miss any calls when I was out boozing all my profits away down the pub. At least he's honest about it. You've called Perfect Partners. Unfortunately, I'm out of the office right now. I'm getting absolutely based down the pub with the money that you'll hopefully be giving me. Just leave your name and number. We'll get right back to you. Assume I'm not desperately hungover. But I also let my machine answer the calls even when I was in. I thought it would come across as more professional and avoid any natural awkwardness about the request. Instead of getting greeted by a younger version of me scrabbling around for a pen, the clients were greeted by a soothing female voice who invited them to leave their details against the backdrop of gently inspiring music. For me, the answering machine was a game changer. It's like, yeah, when you want to appeal... if someone called me, it's just me in this office. Like, there's no one here. When anyone ever calls me, I'd be like, "Hello, Simon Whistler's office." And it should really have been a game changer for everyone else throughout the whole of the 20th century. Looking back now, the idea of being able to receive vocal messages during those times when you can't answer the phone seems so obvious and logical and essential. Yet despite Vladimir Paulson inventing the telegraphone, oh no, who cares, the world's first automatic telephone answering machine way back in 1890, holy shit. Just a few years after the invention of the actual telephone, the concept took about a century to become a common household device. This was partly because the early devices were massive, clunky, wildly expensive, and didn't even connect to the telephone line, which, I mean, I kind of feel like that's an essential feature. As late as the 1960s, companies were trying to shift piss-poor products like the telephone valet from Lafayette Electronics. This would set you back about $140, over $1,000 in today's money. I love how things are basically free now. Like, I don't even have an answering machine. Wait, I'm not sure I need an answering machine. I don't, like, if someone calls my phone and I don't answer, it doesn't take them to, like, a voicemail. It just hangs up on them. And I'm like, just call me back. Send me a text message. I'd definitely not pay $1,000 for it. As it didn't connect to the telephone line, it worked on vibrations. You plonked your phone on top of the mighty machine, which would detect when the phone was ringing and then temporarily popped up the cradle of the phone so that it was in line with the machine's speaker. Okay, I kind of get how that works. It was very fiddly to set up. You couldn't record your own outgoing messages, and you had to make do with a default message from a Japanese woman, and the person at the other end had a maximum of 60 seconds to get the message across before the tape recorder cut them off. 60 seconds is bloody plenty time enough, actually, thank you very much. Like, if I had an answering machine, and someone left me a message that was 60 seconds, I'd be like, what the f***? How can you talk to yourself for 60 seconds? Welcome to Business Blaze, where I do it for, like, up to 60 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, boy.
Not only that, the vibration detection was so sensitive that the telephone valet would often spring into life if you just closed the fridge door or shouted at the cat. Classic everyday activities. I mean, closing the fridge door, yes. Shouting at the cat. I don't have a cat. I doubt I'd shout at it if, I doubt, it's a cat. What's it gonna do? It's not like shouting at a dog where the dog's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." The cat's like, "I don't need your shit." In later decades, the technology improved, but there was still a big barrier to using answering machines in the United States. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company, AT&T, oh, I had no idea that's what it stands for. There you go, it's kind of obvious when you think about it. Enjoyed a complete monopoly on the telephone service, and any new recording devices had to be approved by them. Ah, monopolies, brilliant for business. And they were quite scornful about the whole idea, declaring that there is no need for the device. How about you let your customers be? Oh no, wait, you've got a monopoly. You don't need to care what your customers think. Monopolies. brilliant for business. They effectively banned answering machines from US households, claiming that the devices posed a hazard to line repairmen, which of course is complete bollocks. Yeah, dude. It's more likely they didn't see enough profit in it for themselves and preferred customers to use AT&T's own live answering services instead. Probable. Allegedly. The answering machines did eventually start appearing in European offices in the 1970s, although they were seen as an over-expensive yuppie annoyance. But imagine what the flex was, you got an answering machine. Flexes of the past. Look at my phone, it's absolutely massive. It comes in its own carrying case. It wasn't until the dissolution of AT&T in 1984 that US customers were finally given the freedom to buy whatever equipment they wanted for their own damn telephones, and this sparked a boom in the industry. And it wasn't until the early 1990s that answering machines finally lost their yuppie tag, as the New York Times helpfully announced in a 1991 edition that affordable answering machines were now for plain folks too. It just seems a shame that it took so long for answering machines to catch on when they could have been one of the most useful everyday household devices of the whole last century. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Is it that important? Is that, oh no, I missed your call. If you got something really important to say, you're going to call me back. If you don't, you're going to leave a message that I might not hear, so by the time they finally grew popular, the devices only had a couple of decades of shelf life before they were rendered completely obsolete by the arrival of voicemail. Voicemail is an answering machine, isn't it, basically? Like, you don't answer the phone, so it picks up. It's an answering machine. I'm so confused. This is way too 90s for me. Umbrellas. Who would have thought this was a passing fad? Umbrellas are brilliant. It's only just occurred to me that I've never owned an umbrella in my life. Oh. Danny doesn't agree with me. I guess he thinks umbrellas are a bit shit. I've owned a million umbrellas because I leave that, like, I'll go through maybe 2 umbrellas a winter because I'll just be, down at the pub getting absolutely shit-faced, and I'll leave my umbrella there, and then I'll be like, yeah, I could go back and get it, but I don't remember which pub I was in. And Danny has very rarely ducked under anybody else's. I bet Simon buys a new umbrella every year. Oh, Danny! But I genuinely haven't read this ahead of time. But I've always found them to be a bit too much faffing about. It was raining outside, just put on a coat with a hood. I seem to remember seeing plenty of umbrellas out there on the streets when I was younger, but I only tend to see a few pensioners using them these days. Maybe it's a dying industry, or maybe only Americans are still using them. What are you talking about, Danny? People use umbrellas all the time. I have an umbrella at home, probably 2, because I'm going to lose one. I have a big golf umbrella in my car, not because I play golf, but because, it's good to have a giant umbrella in your car, because it just is. Although the roots of the parasol probably stretch, parasol, I guess that's the OG word for umbrella, stretch all the way back to the Aztecs. The first, is the parasol the thing that keeps you shaded from the sun? Which I never got. And you always see, Chinese people using these. I don't know why, but Chinese people, I've been to China, they're always using those things. I get it now. I went to China. It was 40 degrees Celsius, which is, 100 billion Fahrenheit. It was goddamn hot. Every day. And everyone's walking around with umbrellas. And I'm like, what's up with it? Oh, yeah. Pretty smart. That was goddamn hot. That was the hottest trip I've ever been on. The first modern lightweight folding umbrellas for the modern man first started appearing in Paris in the 18th century, except that they weren't perceived as being for men at all, and that was part of the problem. For some reason, it was generally believed back then that only women were affected by the rain. A man and a woman arrive home from a walk. The man in the pouring rain. The man's just completely f***ing dry. Just the rain just portals around him. He's in sort of force field. And the woman's just completely soaked. How did this happen? John, how the f*** are you so dry? And Kersey's dictionary at the time even defined the umbrella as a screen commonly used by women to keep rain off. The idea of a red-blooded male whipping out an umbrella on the streets of London would have just seemed absurd and would have openly invited ridicule. I have to say, one of my umbrellas is a giant flower. It opens up and it looks like a giant flower and it's bright pink and purple. Ha! Gay! Because it's my wife's umbrella, but I've lost mine, as we've discussed, or I can't often find it. So I'll just take her purple umbrella, which I haven't managed to lose, I think because I'm like, she's going to be upset if I lose it. So I've actually managed to hold on to that one. The horse-drawn carriage industry didn't really take 2 umbrellas either. The grumpy drivers, the bloke at the front, not the horses, yeah, Danny, we know, felt that umbrellas were a risk to their jobs, as people could potentially just put up an umbrella at the first sign of rain instead of hailing one of the carriages, which usually did brisk business on days when it was pissing it down. When cars came along, they were like, oh, God! And in fact, early umbrella adopters had to deal with the social stigma of being considered a vulgar peasant. Oh no. Oh, you dirty peasants. Owning an umbrella was seen as compelling evidence that you were too poor to afford a carriage on a rainy day. So any man walking around the rain-drenched streets of London with an umbrella would generally be at risk of getting sneered at for being a weak, effeminate ruffian. One of the very first men to dare to take the risk was a bloke called Jonas Hanway, who was the founder of the Magdalen Hospital. Hello everybody, interruption, because for this part, my microphone stopped working. I don't know why, it just got really janky and the sound went horrible, so I'm just jumping in from the future. I'm wearing a different shirt. I obviously could have matched it up, but I decided not to, so I can promote something else, because I'm a good capitalist. Purchthemerch.co. He bought an umbrella during a trip to Paris, and he was happy to carry it around with him every day back home in London, even though this meant he had to endure a torrent of abuse during every jolly stroll outdoors. Pedestrians would shout at him, "Frenchman! Frenchman, why don't you call a coach?" They're probably less aggressive about it and more like in a joking way. But I like my shouting version, while others would actually throw rubbish at him. It's a bit harsh. One particularly unhappy carriage rider even went as far as to try and run him over with his coach and horses, an incident which very nearly killed Jonas. Oh no! Umbrellas in Britain didn't really begin to gain acceptance until the very end of the 17th century, when London newspapers began running advertisements for new improved pocket umbrellas, and sales began to take flight. I feel there is a joke in there, because didn't Mary Poppins do something with the thing and the flight? Go on then. But that's a surprisingly long time for the British to put up with being wet while their European cousins had to take to the umbrella decades earlier. However, the stigma never completely vanished, and even today some males see umbrellas as a bit effeminate. No one thinks that. I just very rarely see them at all. Really? Mobile phones. We've been accused of pandering to the American language in recent episodes of Business Plays, and so in this final section, I just want to take a quick look at mobile phones, even though cell phones would probably be a slightly cooler name. It's one thing to invent something which is initially dismissed as a fad by the sniffy public or even sniffier experts, but it's quite another to invent a device which will completely transform human communication and then dismiss it yourself as being a bit of a crap waste of time. Wow. Although mobile telephony has been installed in fancy high-end cars since the 1940s? Really? It wasn't until 1973 that a researcher and inventor at Motorola called Marty Cooper designed the world's very first mobile handheld telephone device called the Dynatac. As I'm sure you can imagine, and as Sam will probably show us in pictures, it was a huge beast of a device, and it certainly wouldn't fit very snugly in your pocket. And back to regular Simon. But Marty made history when he became the first person in the world to make a call on a handheld cellular device in public at the New York City Hilton in Manhattan. And funnily enough, he decided to phone his biggest rival, Dr. Joel S. Engel, who worked over at AT&T and probably spent most of his days smashing answering machines to bits. I like that. That's a callback. I like it, Danny. I like it! Also, absolute baller move. Like, hey, yeah, just let you know. This is from a mobile phone. Dickhead. Marty's historic opening gloating words were, "Joel, this is Marty. I'm calling you from a cell phone. A real, handheld, portable cell phone. You dick." I added the "you dick" part. He didn't say that because he's a better man than I. He probably meant mobile phone rather than cell phone. He just got a bit confused in all the excitement. And Dr. Joel's response is unrecorded, but I'd like to think it was something like, "Oh, piss off, Marty, you showboating little twat." I love the word showboating. It would be another 10 years before Marty Cooper and his team at Motorola led the Dynatac to market. But the weird thing is that his long-term expectations for his fabulous new invention were staggeringly low. The man who became known as the father of the cell phone. Damn, this attempt to stop pandering to the American language isn't really working out at all.
When you drink Coca-Cola, you're from fucking America.
Initially claimed to a newspaper that cellular phones will absolutely not replace local wire systems, even if you project it beyond our lifetimes. It won't be cheap enough. Well, he was wrong, wasn't he? And his peers seem to agree with him. Telecoms consultant Jan David Jabon, seemed convinced that mobile phones would never really take off. He said, "Who today will say, I'm gonna ditch the wires in my house and carry the phone around? I don't know, Jan. Everybody." Meanwhile, the 1980 report conducted for AT&T concluded that the mobile phone could only be a strictly niche device, which would attract a maximum of 900,000 yuppie users by the year 2000. Oh boy. When we hit the new millennium, the actual figure was 108 million. Today there are over 5 billion mobile phone users who touch their screens on an average of 2,617 times a day. Yeah, I mean, probably. Thankfully, good old Marty is still around today and saw how his invention went on to smash his own surprisingly low expectations. And he got the chance to eat his doubtful words using a knife with a pointed tip and a communal spoon. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Plays, brought to you by Surfshark. Get that discount. I can't remember the percentage. I think it was 83%. There's a link below. Support the show. Ooh, also. This, someone designed for me, is the blaze like business blaze in the Enron logo style. So you can pick this up at purchasethemerch.co. There is also a link to that below. And thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Plays. This one, Donkey Kong history's greatest copyright disputes. Because when we think of interesting YouTube content and videos that people would like to click on, copyright disputes is exactly what comes to mind. And obviously this is going to be a wildly popular video. Where do I come up with this? My favorite copyright dispute that I've ever had on YouTube. I don't know, like as a casual YouTube viewer, maybe you're not familiar with how copyright disputes on YouTube work, but it's like someone could be like, hey, that's my copyright on one of my videos. And like, often it's just fair use. But the best one I had was like, I used a section, it was like a 5-second section of one of Winston Churchill's speeches, like, during the war. And, it was apparently owned by, was it Sony? It was some Japanese company. And I'm like, wait, this Japanese company owns the copyright to Winston Churchill's speeches? Also, I used 5 seconds, which definitely falls into fair use. And also, more importantly, how the does Sony own the copyright to Winston Churchill making speeches in Parliament? I'm like, who the paying Winston Churchill? That's right, the taxpayer. Why do you get to sell that, government? What the
I think you were being a total and utter jerk. Okay. You suck.
What happens here is Danny writes me a script, I will read the script, and Sam will add some memes, maybe a video if he feels like it. I can still vividly remember the excitement of dashing into the arcades on Skegness Pier in 1980, shoving 10 pence into the slot of my favourite machine and watching the words, "How high can you get?" flicker up on the screen. I'll tell you that. Very high is the answer. Very, very high. Looking back now, it was quite an odd welcome message for an arcade game aimed at impressionable kids. I don't know what you mean, Danny. I don't think that has any other meaning whatsoever. Someone in the comments the other day was like, Simon, are you aware that Blaze has another meaning? And I'm like, oh yes. I am fully aware. I'm pretty sure it was entirely innocent. It was. The game was Nintendo's Donkey Kong, and the idea was to guide an early incarnation of Mario, ever higher, on the platforms to rescue his missus from a giant antisocial gorilla at the very top of the screen. But back when I was a kid, I never really made any sort of mental association between the height-loving arcade gorilla and a certain other skyscraper-climbing gorilla of the silver screen. But that's probably because I was playing Donkey Kong years before I ever got to see a King Kong movie. Although King Kong definitely came out before Donkey Kong, because it was in black and white, right? There's like a big, I was going to say donkey, but it's not a donkey. It's a gorilla, and it climbs up the Empire State Building, and Jack Black's there or something. But you can certainly see a few basic similarities. Well, yeah, they're both gorillas, and they climb but that's what gorillas do. This is really pushing it. And, and there's also called King Kong and Donkey Kong. Okay, I'm beginning to see the similarities. Okay, fair enough. Judge Simon ruled. This is copyright infringement. It's not. And if Nintendo's original plans for the platform hadn't been scuppered, we would never have seen one of the most intriguing examples of chest-thumping copyright battles in history. At the risk of stating the bleeding obvious to savvy Business Plays viewers, and we all know that every Business Plays viewer is savvy, it's worth pausing to briefly explain the difference between a patent, a trademark, and a copyright protection, as the three different terms are often misused or misunderstood. Yeah, I'm super familiar with all of this because of the work I do, but let's get into it anyway. Maybe I'll add some comments or just let Danny do his thing. Patents are limited duration rights relating to a pioneering new invention such as a magnificent new flying machine or a gerbil tunnel jumper. OG Business Plays legend. Reference. Trademarks are usually words, phrases, symbols, and designs that clearly distinguish one source of product from another, such as the Microsoft name or the Enron logo. Oh, I'm wearing the appropriate shirt today. You can buy this at purchasethemerch.co. It's a Blaze logo made to look like the Enron logo, allegedly. Copyrights can be more interesting and perhaps a little more cloudy, as they are intended to protect works of literature, music and arts, which have been tangibly expressed. Yeah, don't you be copying this business place. Like someone re-uploads Business Place, I'll be like, copyright claim. Although it's really hard because then I have to put my address into the form. And it's like, I don't want to put my address into the form. What so whereas patents generally protect a scientific invention and trademarks generally protect a business brand, copyrights are more about protecting creative works of authorship, such as, say, two slightly different fictional grumpy gorillas. In a recent Business Plays video on video game fails, we covered how Nintendo's Donkey Kong was essentially just a happy accident, which was originally intended to be a hasty bodge job replacement for the failed Radarscope arcade game, but ended up hairy-handedly retransforming the fortunes of Nintendo. However, when the designer Shigeru Miyamoto originally conceived the new platform in 1981, it was supposed to be based on Popeye, with the idea being that the spinach-munching cartoon character was on a mission to rescue Olive Oyl from the evil clutches of Bluto. Fascinating. When the licensing deal fell through, Miyamoto kept the basic principles of the game, but Popeye was replaced with Jumpman, creative, later to become more famous as Mario.
Don't you recognize me? It's me, Mario!
Olive Oyl was replaced with Jumpman's girlfriend, Pauline, and Bluto was replaced with a giant gorilla called Donkey Kong. Is licensing better? Like, would this game be so popular if it was a Popeye-themed game? Wouldn't people be like, it's just kind of capitalizing on Popeye, isn't it? It's not really good in and of itself. It's often wrongly claimed that the name Donkey Kong was an unintended result of a bad translation of Monkey Kong. But yeah, it is. I've never thought about that, but it is weird that it's called Donkey Kong. Like, what the f*** had Donkey got to do with it? There are no f***ing donkeys. But in fact, Miyamoto had chosen the word donkey to represent a dumb and stubborn character, while he felt that Kong was a generic Japanese term for any kind of scary ape.
If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt.
The Universal Studios didn't agree that the name and character was quite so generic. King Kong had first clambered onto the big screen in 1933 with RKO Pictures, and over 4 decades later Universal acquired the rights to produce a monster hit remake of the film in 1976. This remake had itself generated multiple rounds of litigation, with several different parties insisting that they owned parts of the name, character and plot, but Universal had cleverly managed to come out on top. We'll come back to that in a moment. Bet they had good lawyers. During the early 1980s, Universal president Sid Sheinberg was keen to dip a cautious toe into the burgeoning video game industry. The company ended up signing a deal with Tiger Electronics to produce an exclusive King Kong digital handheld game. But during his exploration into this new gaming scene, Sheinberg was quite miffed when he came across a Donkey Kong game, which he felt was shamelessly ripping off the characters and plot from the film, which his company owned the rights to. I can see why. You'd be like, that's a bit similar, isn't it? By this point, Nintendo had entered into licensing agreements with other video game developers such as Coleco and Atari to release home console versions of their arcade game classic. So Universal took it upon themselves to send out a bunch of strongly worded cease and desist letters to Nintendo and all of those licensees who were producing their own versions of the game. I don't know if there's such a thing as a strongly worded... Oh, there is! Jack Daniels' team of lawyers. I mean, they don't send a cease and desist, they just send a friendly letter asking people to stop plagiarizing their brands or whatever. But I've received one cease and desist letter in my YouTube career, and it was very strongly worded, and it was very scary. Basically, take this down, or we're gonna sue the absolute shit out of you. We're very rich. And I was like, okay, my bad. And it was my fault, to be fair. And I won't say any more about it, because the nature of these things.
If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt.
The choice was pretty clear-cut. Either shell out loads of money to Universal, destroy all the games, or get sued. Some of the licensees felt that they were very much over a Donkey Kong barrel. For example, Coleco wasn't selling their version of Donkey Kong as an individual title. It was getting packaged with their actual ColecoVision console. This had the potential to cock up their entire operation. Under threat from the mighty Universal, nearly all of the licensees, even Atari, just caved into the demands of the film studio and agreed to pay generous royalties on sales of the massively successful game, sending millions of dollars into Universal's coffers. Universal did well out of this, didn't they? It's like, yeah, that's a bit like ours. We'll take some of that. Thank you very much. I'd be so tempted to be like, burning it down. I'm out. But not Nintendo. Although they initially considered offering a settlement of somewhere between $5 to $7 million to get Universal off their back, the Japanese company eventually decided to fight the film studio in courts. I hope they won. I feel like Universal's overstepping a little here. It is similar, but it's also different. A brave move considering that Nintendo was still a relatively small company back in those days, certainly in comparison to Universal. Scheinberg reportedly advised Nintendo, "You better start saving money to pay for your attorney's fees." Okay, so do your lawyers. But the thing is, Nintendo had done their homework. Universal was claiming that they owned the rights to the plot and the characters from King Kong, and they argued in a 7-day trial at the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, bloody hell, that's a long name, that Nintendo's Donkey Kong was a blatant infringement of this copyright. But Nintendo had discovered that while Universal may have held the rights to produce a remake of the 1933 RKO film, they didn't have any specific ownership of the characters at all. You made an error at Universal. And how did they know this? Because silly old Universal had themselves proven in court a few years earlier that King Kong belonged in the public domain. Why? Oh, you did it so you could... Oh, Universal, I see how you f***ed yourself. They did it when they... I'm gonna bet, I don't know. I'm betting they did it when they wanted the rights. They wanted to get the rights to the movie, but then all of the stuff associated with the movie so they could merchandise and do posters and do all of this stuff, they didn't want to pay for, so they argued and won that it was in the public domain, so they only had to pay for the rights to the movie and nothing else, and they could use all of that and then use the movie to market all of this for free without paying the original copyright holders. And now they're getting fucked by it, which feels so good. Please tell me this is what happened. Back when Universal was fighting litigation over its 1976 remake of King Kong, the studio managed to walk away in triumph by successfully arguing that the copyrights on the characters had long expired without renewal, and therefore anyone was free to use the characters, though not the specific plot of the RKO movie, without fear of legal repercussions. Yes! Love it! The judge in this new case against Nintendo completely agreed with those findings, so helpfully provided years earlier by Universal. Yeah, I mean, it set the precedent. And remarked that even if the studio had owned all of the relevant properties, Nintendo would still have won the Donkey Kong case, as it could be considered a very loose parody of King Kong at best. I like you, Judge. It's good. I like it when it works out right, how I want it to work out, because allegedly Universal. Universal was given a stern rap on the knuckles by the judge for sending cease and desist letters and bringing this case to court when they'd already proven in court that King Kong was in the public domain.
Ooh, boy, it's hard to be woke. It's hard to be woke.
Yeah, you knew what you were doing, Universal, you knobs, allegedly.
You should have tried harder.
More significantly than that, despite a failed appeal, Universal was ordered to pay $1.8 million to Nintendo following the Japanese company's counterclaim that they had lost out on licensing deals because of Universal's aggressive threats. The details of this counterclaim had included lost revenues, legal fees, photocopying expenses, and costs incurred creating graphs and charts. It's very specific. Not sure where Nintendo were getting their photocopying done, but it sounds like they were getting a bad deal. It does. I mean, but also, f*** them. If someone sued me and I won and it was blatantly they were in the wrong, I'll be like, I'm getting every penny back. Every penny. So watch it. So this all seemed to answer the often debated question on who would win in a fight between Donkey Kong and King Kong. Donkey Kong. King Kong might make the most noise, but Donkey Kong has the winning knockout punch, hands down. In one final plot twist, Tiger Electronics lived to regret signing that deal with Universal to produce an exclusive King Kong handheld game. Nintendo successfully sued Tiger Electronics for $58 million. Because they own it plagiarizes Donkey Kong. The reason the handheld game was deemed to be a complete rip-off of Donkey Kong. And we have come full circle. That is such a beautiful ending. But it's not the ending of this video. Because this is Business Blades. We got like tons more. We're barely a third of the way through. Queen and David... Is it David Bowie? David Bowie? I don't give a f***. Queen and David Bowie versus Vanilla Ice. During the autumn... Oh, it's like Queen the band, not the Queen. During the autumn of 1991, music history was made when a hip-hop single topped the Billboard charts for the very first time. Perhaps quite tragically, though, the single in question was Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice. Yes, unfortunately. That is quite a terrible song. A white rapper in predominantly black musical subculture, Vanilla Ice, real name Robert Van Winkle. I didn't even know Vanilla Ice was a white dude. Come out of touch. I guess that's why it's called Vanilla Ice, dude. Real name Robert Van Winkle. Dude. Times two. Actually managed to top the charts in countries around the world with Ice Ice Baby, even though the track had originally been buried as a B-side on an earlier flop single. During his 15 minutes of fame, Vanilla had talked up his rough experiences growing up on the street, and his record label had even completely fabricated some of the details in his autobiography to try and give the rising rap star a bit more street cred. In truth, Vanilla Ice spent most of his youth growing up in a relatively affluent Dallas suburb. Although, he's American. I know nothing about this guy. I was like, he was top in the UK, so I guess he's British. I feel like he's been in movies, though. Vanilla Ice has been in movies, right? Just not movies I've seen. Although he did get embroiled in street scuffles now and then with his Dallas street gang, and was once reportedly stabbed 5 times. In an affluent Dallas suburb? Dallas sounds f***ing rough. I've been to Dallas, actually. All I remember is fucking hot. It wouldn't take too long for Vanilla Ice's fame to melt under the media spotlight, and he was quickly dismissed in most... Dallas was where Kennedy was killed, right? Because I've been there. I stayed in this sketchy hotel. It was really tall. It was like, I guess slightly south of Dallas, but you could walk to the center. And it was like half abandoned. Like half of the floors were just unoccupied. And it looked like it was once a big hotel. And we just went in. I think we booked online or whatever. And it was super cheap, so I was like, perfect. And then arrived, and it was like, it's basically derelict. And they just had a few rooms running. And my room was really dirty and unpleasant. And I was like, this is horrible. And I left the next day and stayed at a better hotel. It was actually quite deceiving and annoying. I can still remember the pubs going quiet with thoughtful approval when the opening bass line came pumping out of the tinny speakers, only for the atmosphere to transform into a communal crushing disappointment when everyone realized it was that new rap song and not Under Pressure at all. Oh, ba 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 ba, ice ice baby, ba 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 ba. Eh.
Tin 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 ba 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 tin 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 ba 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 ice ice baby.
In fact, Freddie Mercury had a very similar experience when he was enjoying his breakfast one morning and Ice Ice Baby came on the radio for the first time. He originally assumed he was listening to his own collaboration, but he had to put his spoon down in frozen bemusement when the vocals of Vanilla Ice kicked in. Even so, neither Queen nor Bowie were bothered enough about it to take legal action. What's David Bowie got to do with this? Oh, it's by David Bowie. I didn't even know David Bowie was part of writing Under Pressure. There you go. No, I don't care. Even so, even if they weren't bothered enough to take legal action, with Mercury later commenting that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That's very kind. Didn't the guy who wrote, what's that song? I'll be watching you. Was it The Police? I think it was The Police. Sting. And then the guy who, was it Puff Daddy? Who copied it copied it and said like, I'll be missing you or whatever. I can't sing, I know. And he didn't ask permission or anything. And then the courts ruled that all of the money from that I'll Be Missing You song had to go to Sting. And it's like a ton of money even to this day. And I'm like, yeah, good. But their representatives felt annoyed enough to threaten Vanilla with a copyright infringement lawsuit. Of course, these days, something is perfectly legitimate in musical culture, as long as you follow the legal protocol for reusing another artist's work. But in the case of Vanilla Ice, he initially seemed to hope that nobody would notice the lifted bass line, despite the fact that it was blindly obvious to anyone with a semi-functioning ear. Okay, I guess it's more similar than I remember in my mind, because Danny says it's super obvious, so I trust him. He even had the cheek to deny that it was the same bass line because it put in an extra note in the middle of the riff. During an unintentionally hilarious TV interview, Vanilla attempted to demonstrate the difference in the two bass lines by delivering a vocal interpretation of each one, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they both sounded exactly the same, and he was making himself look like a proper bellend. Oh, don't do that! Although maybe he's just a musical genius and only he can hear it. Doesn't matter, I guess it matters what the judge thinks. He later claims that he was just trying to be funny, but not that many people bought it. The case never actually made it to court, although it's only recently been revealed exactly how the matter was privately settled. Queen and Bowie were both given songwriting credits on Ice Ice Baby, which was probably quite a generous turn of events for, say, Bowie, because the offending bass line was created entirely by Queen bassist John Deacon. What the f***? It was generally believed for years that Vanilla Ice had sorted out some kind of royalty deal with Queen and Bowie, but that wasn't quite true. Vanilla Ice recently revealed that he felt it would be easier and cheaper to just buy the publishing rights for Under Pressure instead. Although the rise is said to have cost him $4 million, the faded rap star now claims that it's been a great long-term investment. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you buying Under Pressure for $4 million, that's crazy. Like, you could be like, you can own Under Pressure, the song written by Queen, one of their most famous songs, for $4 million. That's wild. If I was mad rich, I'd just be like, yeah, I'll buy that, why not? Like, it's an investment, and also you own Under Pressure. Like, I'd be using it in my videos all the time. People be like, oh, you're gonna get claims. Bitch, no, I'm not. It's my song. It's mine. Dracula versus Nosferatu. I got in trouble. Not in trouble, but like in an early Business Plays video. In trouble implies that I care. In an early business in an early Business Plays video, because I was like, what the f*** is Nosferatu? And people were like, you know what Nosferatu is? God, you're so dumb. And I still don't, and I still don't care. As any true cinema connoisseur knows, the 1922 silent German film Nosferatu, A Symphony of Horror, is an early masterpiece of the silver screen. Well, I say that. The last few times I've tried to watch it, I ended up falling asleep before I got to the end. I think it needed a few more car chases. More commonly known simply as Nosferatu, the film charts the story of a young clerk who travels to Transylvania to do business with a wealthy count who lives in a spooky castle and turns out to be a vampire. This does sound very familiar to the story that I know better, Dracula, although of course I've never seen that either. Later on, the vampire stows away inside a coffin on board a ship heading towards the clerk's hometown, and upon arrival, he devotes time to terrorizing the clerk's wife. If all of that sounds familiar, that's of course because I just described the basic plot for Bram Stoker's novel Dracula. In fact, Nosferatu is probably the more authentic to the original book than some of the later official Dracula movie adaptations. Surely this was this is ages ago, the book was ages ago, so I mean, like, the reason Sherlock Holmes, you see all those weird Sherlock Holmes TV shows and movies nowadays, is because a lot of it just fell out of copyright, so anyone could do anything with it. The German film producer Albin Grau had originally conceived the idea of shooting a silent movie version of Dracula in 1916, and the copyright to the late Bram Stoker's book was already in the public domain in the US by this point. Sure, okay. But this wasn't the case in Albin's home country, where the film would be produced. In fact, the copyright, which was still owned by Bram Stoker's widow Florence, wasn't due to lapse in Germany until 1962. Now that is interesting, because different countries can have different copyright laws. Like, it can be copyright free in the US in the public domain, but then Germany might be like, I guess some countries just copyright never expires. Maybe, I don't know. Just do it in the US then, though, right? I don't know how it works. I'm not a lawyer. Albin didn't fancy the thought of hanging around for another 46 years to make his movie. It's not entirely clear if he approached Florence Stoker to obtain the rights and was turned down, or more likely he just decided to go ahead and shoot the film anyway, with a few notable tweaks from the book. When the cameras finally started rolling in 1921, the vampiric title character had been given the new name of Nosferatu, and appeared, it's a weird name, isn't it? And appeared on screen to be more of a goofy ghoul than the traditional suave and charming Dracula. The names of all the other characters and a few of the locations were changed, but there was still no denying that the plot was pretty much identical. I didn't know about the terrorizing the clerk thing, or that he sneaked on board this ship back to wherever the clerk. I don't know what's going on. But I've never seen it. I didn't even know the plot of Dracula. Like Frankenstein, I feel like Dr. Frankenstein creates a monster from the bodies of dead people, and it comes alive and tries to kill him. I've never seen it, but I feel like I know that story. I didn't know the story of Dracula. The film was warmly received by critics when it premiered at the Marble Hall of the Berlin Zoological Garden. Weird place to have a movie premiere. With one journalist famously observing that the horror movie felt like a chilly draft from Doomsday. But it never really made much money, and Albin's production company would shortly file for bankruptcy after making just one film. The strange thing about the Nosferatu legal saga is that Albin may well have gotten away with blatantly ripping off Dracula if it were not for a single line on the promotional poster, which read, "Freely adapted from Bram Stoker's Dracula." Uh-oh. Don't do that. Although I feel like in that case you'd be like, yeah, I'm giving credit because it is an adaptation. This feels honest. And then you'd be like, that's going to come back to bite you. Should have talked to a lawyer. A copy of this poster was anonymously posted to Florence Stoker in London. And despite the fact that she never actually saw Nosferatu in her life, Florence sued Albin's company for producing what she felt to be a pirated version of her late husband's classic and sprawling mess of a novel. Oh, I didn't realize it was bad. Or like a sprawling mess. To be fair, allegedly. To be fair, Albin didn't really have a legal leg to stand on, and the courts didn't take long to rule that Nosferatu was guilty of copyright infringement. Yeah, this seems pretty cut and dry, doesn't it? But the problem was that the film company had already gone bankrupt, and there was no way Florence was ever going to get any financial compensation from Albin. Well then, that's fine. If he ripped you off, he didn't make any money, so you're not have made any money. Like, the whole point of suing someone is to bring you back to level. It's like, you've been injured, financially, in this case, by someone ripping it off and making a film of your husband's book. But the film didn't make any money. There's no money. So what are you suing for? Obviously, make sure they don't do it again. Set the right precedent so that people won't be ripping off your husband's book until it's out of copyright or getting permission from you. Great. But what do you expect? It doesn't matter. It's fine. So she gave up on that idea and went for the next best thing. She demanded every copy of Nosferatu be hunted down and destroyed. Fair enough. And her wish was granted in 1925 when a German court ruled that all copies of the film would be confiscated and burnt to a crisp. Is that what they specifically said? That seems really specific. The story could have ended there, with the permanent wiping of Nosferatu from history, were it not for the fact that a single copy somehow survived and made its way to the US, where it was free from the copyright laws of Germany. The film was hailed as a forgotten masterpiece by US cinema audiences, and by the 1960s, after the copyright of Bram Stoker's Dracula novel had finally lapsed worldwide, Nosferatu had become universally recognized as all-time classic horror, 40 years after it originally flopped in Germany. It's interesting to note that some elements that were now traditionally associated with Dracula actually came from Nosferatu rather than the original book. Oh, again, I love it when things come like this nice circle. I like that. For example, sunlight was relatively harmless to vampires in Bram Stoker's novel, but was shown to have lethal effects in Nosferatu, an idea which was embraced in dozens of later official Dracula movies. Yeah, I mean, well, can they be official? It's in public domain, so nothing is really official. Ultimately, it's quite fitting that the story of the copyright dispute over the Nosferatu film followed so closely in the footsteps of the Dracula narrative. Oh yeah! Okay, the film was believed to be totally destroyed once for all, but then came back from the dead and continues to hypnotize fresh blood almost a century later. There you go. Hypnotize fresh blood, is that how hypnotize? Alright, whatever. Mike Tyson's tattoo artist versus Warner Brothers. Finally, here's a quick inky illustration on how a piece of work can be copyrighted regardless of whether it appears in print, on screen, on canvas, or simply tattooed on someone's face. The American comedy film The Hangover from 2009 had proven to be a massive success for Warner Brothers, and had been notable for featuring former professional boxer and convicted rapist Mike Tyson playing an exaggerated version of himself. Yeah. Tyson also popped up in a much smaller role in 2011's sequel, The Hangover Part 2 in 2011, although his shadow, if not his face, loomed large over the movie, even after the camera stopped rolling. During an early sequence, one of the leading characters, Stu, played by Ed Helms, wakes up in a filthy hotel room in Bangkok to find that he's got a new tattoo on his face, which he can't remember having done. And the distinctive tribal tattoo art should have looked very familiar to the audience, as it was identical to the one that part-time actor and convicted rapist Mike Tyson had worn on his face since 2003. We're bringing up the Mike Tyson. I didn't even know Mike Tyson was a rapist. He's convicted, so it's not allegedly. Wow. That's terrible. Although the similarity was never directly referenced in the film, this is obviously meant to be a little comedic nod to the guest star of the movie. However, Missouri tattoo artist who originally designed the tattoo for Mike Tyson didn't see the funny side. Wait, hang on. If I'm paying a tattoo artist to tattoo my body, they own the copyright on that? That doesn't feel right. Like, I feel like I paid you to design this thing for me, which you put on my body. That is now my copyright. I have purchased it from you. I'll be a little bit concerned. Because if it wasn't, because the tattoo artist could go back and be like, you know that tattoo you've got? That's my copyright, and I'm terminating my license of it to you. So you have to have that tattoo laser removed, or keep paying me a license to use it. That can't be right, surely. Surely this guy's got to lose. With Tyson's approval. Oh no. Tyson granted approval. Victor Whitmill had registered the copyright for the tattoo design after slapping it on Tyson's face, and now believed that the appearance of the same tattoo in The Hangover Part 2 constituted an authorized exploitation of his work and reckless copyright infringement. Okay, yeah, so he registered the copyright with Tyson's permission, so this complicates things a little bit, rather than just regular person on the street who just had a tattoo done. That would be onerous. At this point, the film had yet to be released, and Whitmill's original request to the US District Courts was that in the absence of any financial compensation, the tattoo should be removed from the movie and all associated marketing, which would effectively have halted the release of the sequel altogether. Yeah, that's going to be complicated. It's worth pointing out that the philanthropist and convicted rapist Mike Tyson took no part in these legal proceedings, and probably felt a bit awkward about the whole thing. In their defense, Warner Brothers argued that any delay in the film's release would result in a huge financial loss, around $50 million, from the money that had already been pumped into the marketing of the film. They also argued that there was no legal precedent for the case, and the use of permanent tattoo on a human being's face could not be controlled by copyright law. The judge rejected Whitman's request for a preliminary injunction, and The Hangover Part 2 was allowed to hit the cinema screens on time as the legal case rumbled on. I really hope they lose. This doesn't feel right. Warner Brothers was becoming increasingly agitated about the whole affair and claimed that they would digitally alter the tattoo design on the home video release of the film if the matter wasn't resolved sharpish. And it would have been interesting to see how things might have panned out if the legal case had run its course. Whitman may have held the copyright on what he viewed himself as one of the most distinctive tattoos in the nation. Alright dude, chill out. It's a tribal tattoo. Well done. No one's ever done that before. Never seen it before. But would he have been able to prove in court that the use of the tattoo in the film had resulted in a negative impact on the market for his work, or that Warner Brothers would have raked in unfair profits from the use of the design? Yeah, this is the point, as I brought up earlier. The point of suing is to bring you back to zero. This guy lost no money. In fact, he's probably gained money from the whole thing because people are like, oh, I saw that tattoo on Stu's face. And just seeing it on Mike Tyson's face as a rapist didn't make me want it. But when I saw it on Stu, I think he's a dentist, on his face, I was like, that's for me. That's for me. Victor, I want it. We'll never know, as Warner Brothers eventually reached an amicable private settlement with Whitmill, and the two stayed on the home video release of the movie. The settlement figure was never disclosed, but bearing in mind that The Hangover 2 went on to rake in just under $600 million in profit, I imagine that Whitman received a fairly big pot of dough. But unlike the hero of the Donkey Kong arcade machine, we'll never know exactly how high he managed to get. Wow, this was a long video. That Donkey Kong thing was at the beginning of this one. Okay, this has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. You can purchase some merch. There's this t-shirt. There's a whole bunch else. Smash the dislike button t-shirt as well. All that great stuff at purchasethemerch.co. Find that below, a link to that below, and thank you for watching. Fascinating.